Your girlfriend's mother was dragged into an alley by 3 thugs, and while they took turns assaulting her, you not only did nothing to stop it, you even eagerly filmed the entire incident on your phone. Only because in your past life, you risked everything to save her, which resulted in one person being seriously injured and dying. However, for the sake of face, your girlfriend's family not only failed to explain on your behalf, but also wrongfully accused you of intentional murder, leading to a life sentence. Now, watching the video on your phone, you sneer, "Aunt Lou, I bet you don't want your husband to see this," then glance at your reflection in the mirror, noting your youthful body free of those ugly scars. Now that you've been reborn, you aim not only for revenge but also to truly enjoy life. A decade in prison has cost you dearly and revealed many shocking secrets. For instance, the stash of gold buried by Old Lay, and the Yundong Economic Zone set to be established in 18 days. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Making money is a priority. As for Liu Yan's family, let them live a few more days for now. You immediately book a train ticket to Baihe City for tomorrow. The next morning, you practice an unknown martial art you learned in prison from a Taoist named Hidden Rules. He used his identity as a Taoist to deceive women, claiming they had karmic burdens, and took advantage of them in the name of purification, but was exposed and sent to prison. By the time he arrived, you had already become someone no one dared to provoke in prison, with many followers under you. On his first day in, he sought your protection, which was one of the benefits he offered you. At first, you thought he was just trying to fool you. But since you started practicing these moves, your body has grown stronger. You don't feel cold in winter or hot in summer. After finishing a set of punches, you slowly exhale, feeling warm, yet you still sense something is missing from this technique. Although Hidden Rules claimed this was everything, you have a strong intuition that something is lacking. Thus, you decide to make time to visit Yun Province and get your hands on that unnamed manuscript. At 9:30 a.m., you board the train to Baihe City. When you find your seat, you see a middle-aged man sitting there, casually eating sunflower seeds and watching videos, while a child sprawls on the adjacent seat, his lack of manners evident. Next to him sits a girl in a short skirt, looking a bit timid, clearly intimidated by the middle-aged man. You smile and say, "Hey, that's my seat, brother." He glances at you but can't be bothered to respond, continuing to watch videos and munch on seeds, completely ignoring you. Seeing this, you raise your voice, "Brother, this is my seat. Please move." The middle-aged man frowns, visibly annoyed, and says, "What are you shouting about? Can't you see I'm sitting here?" Hearing this, you suddenly laugh, thinking, "Wow, it's been a while since someone dared to talk to me like that. If my prison mates knew, they'd probably laugh for a lifetime." After all, the mighty 8 brothers being intimidated by a petty punk is absurd. Suddenly, you deliver a resounding slap to his face. The middle-aged man's face instantly swells, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he covers his face, locking eyes with you. He looks as if he's fallen into an ice pit, freezing in place. Your gaze is filled with menace and violence, causing him to back down immediately. You coldly say, "Clean this up." The middle-aged man reacts quickly, immediately bending down to pick up the trash around him, frantically running out of the carriage. The carriage falls into silence, everyone stunned by the scene, especially the girl in the short skirt, who is staring at you in awe. "Oh my, such a handsome and sunny young man, yet so violent. This is too much. I'm in love. If I had a boyfriend like this, I'd feel completely safe." You pay no attention to the gazes around you, sitting down as if nothing happened and closing your eyes. After all, the day's journey is long. You won't reach Baihe City until 4:30 p.m., and you have other plans for the evening. You need to conserve your energy. However, just as you close your eyes, you sense movement beside you. Opening your eyes, you see a refined young man. He carefully sits between you and the girl in the short skirt, and upon seeing you open your eyes, he quickly explains, "This is my seat. I have a ticket with him." You nod, saying no more, and close your eyes again. The boy then pulls out snacks from his bag. He hands some to the girl, saying, "These are all your favorites. Go ahead and eat." For some reason, the girl in the short skirt feels a sudden wave of irritation. What else can you do besides eat? Seeing someone sitting in your seat, you'd rather stand than confront them. Are you even a man? The more you think about it, the more annoyed you become, so you simply close your eyes. At 4:30 p.m., you get off the train with your bag. You take a taxi, circling the outer ring of Baihe City as if confirming something. By 7 p.m., you finally get off in the city center. Just as you prepare to find a place to eat, a familiar voice calls out from behind you, "What a coincidence to see you again." You turn to look. It's the girl in the short skirt from the train. She smiles and says, "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence." She steps closer and asks, "Are you here alone?" You nod and reply, "Yes. What about you? Where's your boyfriend?" The girl pouts, looking annoyed, I don't want to be with him today. The girl continues, have you eaten yet? You shake your head, saying, not yet, I was just about to. A glimmer of joy flashes in her eyes, I haven't eaten either. How about we eat together then? After sizing her up and thinking for a moment, you agree, sure, it's nice to have someone to chat with while eating. At 9 p.m., you stop, satisfied, with your chopsticks in hand. During the meal, you learn that her name is Pan Xiaolian, and she is a sophomore. She's on vacation traveling with her boyfriend, but they had a fight and are temporarily apart. Pan Xiaolian smiles brightly at you. Is it good? She asks. You smile and nod. It's really delicious. I haven't had such good food in at least 10 years. Pan Xiaolian can't help but laugh. 10 years without good food? You've really had a tough time, she remarks. What are your plans now? You think for a moment and say, nothing special planned. Maybe just find a place to rest after eating, you reply. Without hesitation, Pan Xiaolian says, then why don't you come to my hotel to rest? She suddenly blushes and quickly explains, I didn't mean it like that. I just thought you could come sit and enjoy the air conditioning. Don't think too much about it. Seeing her nervousness, you chuckle, alright, I'll come sit with you. But your boyfriend won't get mad, will he? After all, you spent 10 years in prison. You naturally don't refuse her invitation. She quickly waves her hand, no, he doesn't even know where I live, so he won't find out. After he finished speaking, his face turned a bit red again. You didn't say much either and went with him to the hotel. At 1 a.m., you lit a cigarette. Sitting on the edge of the bed putting on clothes, Pan Xiaolian weakly lay on the bed, murmuring that her boyfriend is actually quite good to her, it's just that he's too cowardly. If he could be as passionate as you, I would definitely fall in love with him. You smiled and said that one shouldn't be too one-sided in viewing things. There are benefits to being timid, and drawbacks to being courageous. In today's society with such good public security, how many opportunities in a lifetime are there to be courageous? Being a bit timid isn't bad, at least it doesn't cause trouble. As long as he treats you well, that's enough. Pan Xiaolian chuckled, you're quite nice, huh? After finishing someone else's girlfriend, you still don't forget to say a few good words for them. If you laugh, of course it can't be for nothing. Alright, you can take a break now. I left and you waved your hand, turned around and left the room. After you left, Pan Xiaolian reminisced for a while. Only then did I take out my phone and remove a number from the blacklist, and as soon as it was removed, the call came in. Pan Xiaolian pouted and answered the phone. An anxious male voice came through, Wei Xiaolian, where are you? Pan Xiaolian pouted and said, idiot. I'm of course sleeping in the hotel, it's already 1 a.m., you don't think I'm still wandering outside, right? The boy chuckled for a while. Well, you're not angry anymore, right? You haven't been angry for a long time, Pan Xiaolian said in a spoiled tone, you really are something, I blocked you. You just don't know to borrow a phone to call me, huh? The boy gave a silly grin, and Pan Xiaolian pouted and continued, sigh. When you ride a bicycle in the future, can you stand up and pedal? A boy asked, what kind of bicycle? Xiaolian, do you want to ride a bicycle? Pan Xiaolian helplessly covered her forehead and said, what I mean is, do you know those men who stand up and pedal the bicycle vigorously? Really very manly, very charming, the boy said in a slightly innocent tone. Xiaolian, do you want to see me ride a bicycle? Pan Xiaolian, was speechless. Who wants to see you riding a bicycle? I just wanted to tell you that your bicycle is almost being broken by someone. Alright, go to sleep. After saying that in a huff, she hung up the phone. Pan Xiaolian's boyfriend looked at the phone with a confused expression. It can't be. His bicycle has been kept at home in good condition, with no outside results. Could it be that my parents took advantage of the time I wasn't at home? Someone borrowed the bicycle, and Pan Xiaolian happened to see that person violently riding their own bicycle. It must be like this. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt warm in his heart. Xiaolian is thinking of him, and Heijin is a virtuous and good daughter-in-law. At this moment, you are riding a shared bicycle and stopped in front of a boundary marker that says Heezy Village, quickly hiding the bicycle in the nearby woods. Taking out the military shovel, I began to dig behind the boundary marker. After fighting for 30 minutes, the shovel finally hit something hard. You excitedly dug out a ragged bag with your hands, and inside were neatly arranged gold bars. Upon seeing these gold bars, Xiaoqin couldn't help but smile. Mad Ray III, you dog, you've buried it so deep. I almost thought I dug in the wrong place. You put the gold bricks into the backpack you brought, covered the whole back up, and the car quickly left. At 3 a.m., you hired a car to go to Miang City, 1,800 kilometers away. 2 days later, you arrived at the antique street in Miang City. When passing by the entrance of Wenbaozhai, you spent 500 yuan to buy a high-quality replica painting by Zhang Daqian and took the painting to a store that recycles jewelry and gold. The faint scent of sandalwood permeated the room, and there was only a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting behind the counter, gently greeting, "Little brother." Whether buying or selling, you glanced at the store's surveillance and said to the boss, "I was introduced by a friend. Let's find a quiet place to talk." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man looked slightly surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and led you into the back room. "This room is decorated extremely luxuriously," said the middle-aged man with a big smile. "I didn't expect that the little brother is actually one of our own. A wise person doesn't speak in riddles. Let's take a look at the goods first." You nod your head and throw the heavy backpack on the ground, accompanied by a dull thud. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. He squatted down and opened the bag, seeing the gold bars inside, and he gasped. He examined it for a while. Facing you, I made a gesture of invitation. After the two sat down, the middle-aged man finally spoke. "I didn't expect, little brother, that your goods would be this tough. You have how much of this batch of goods?" You directly said 54. 7 kilograms is all 999 purity. A middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "Since it was introduced by a friend, I will give your friend the price of $410. You have a cold smile in your heart. Before coming here, you looked at today's gold price, 478 yuan per gram. Even so, you will still choose here because you urgently need money and need to exchange this batch of gold in your hands. General gold recycling shops simply do not have the capacity to absorb this batch of gold." You nodded. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction and began to move the gold bricks to the workbench in batches for inspection. 20 minutes later, the middle-aged man said with a beaming smile that there was no problem with the goods. "Total 22,420,000 and 7,000. I'll round it up for you, 22. 45 million is good enough, right?" I secretly despise his black-heartedness, but I smiled and said thank you to the boss. "Then you took out the fake painting that you bought for 500 yuan. With a smile, he said, "That's right, I have another painting here, help me take a look." It's a fake painting, but the middle-aged man looked at it very seriously. Only after looking at it carefully did I exclaim that it was a good item. I didn't expect this to actually be an authentic piece by Zhang Daqian. "How about this? I'll offer you 22. 45 million, you sell me this painting," and you nodded with a smile and said of course. Next is invoicing and transferring money. As for the gold matter, that doesn't exist at all, you are just here to sell paintings. At 5:30 in the afternoon, you walked out of the antique street with ease, and the corners of your mouth unconsciously lifted. Finally, before the news was released in Yundong district, I secured this startup capital, otherwise, it would affect the upcoming profit-making plans. You hailed a taxi and headed straight to the airport, first going to Queens to find that dog who knows the unspoken rules. Getting the secret manual is more important than anything else. At night, you finally arrive at the Taoist temple where the hidden rules exist, and see him sitting cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed, pretending to be serious, looking at him in this manner. I almost couldn't help but kick him. What is he pretending to be? In prison, he calls himself a Bhagat and yells louder than anyone else. Now he's turned into a Taoist priest. You deliberately picked up the incense burner next to you, and the unspoken rules slowly opened their eyes, smiling and saying, "Sorry, I was doing my homework just now and neglected you." With a smile on the face but not in the flesh, I put down the incense burner. No, I shouldn't disturb you so late. "It doesn't matter." I waved my hand generously as per the unspoken rules and stood up. "By the way, I wonder what this benefactor is here for." "You don't beat around the bush, I'm here to ask you for a book without a name. It contains some techniques for strengthening the body," and upon hearing this, the hidden rules flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Then, after pretending to ponder for a moment, he said, "Benefactor, I only have some Taoist scriptures here, and I don't have any so-called nameless books that you mentioned." "I'm afraid you've got the wrong place. The rules regarding money are not recognized." You immediately said to the host, "You can name a price. I am willing to buy that book." The gentleman shook his head with a wry smile at the unspoken rules of classical Chinese, saying, "It's not a matter of money, I really have no obscure books here." The rule of seeing money still does not admit that there is such a book, and you suddenly became unhappy. Is this thing giving you face? If you don't practice that set of things yourself, what are you hiding it for? No punishment, right? You smile lightly, lean in, and whisper about the unspoken rules. "Do you want me to help you count how many good women you have harmed in these 4 years? You are very clear about her crimes. She committed offenses for 7 years before being caught. It has been 4 years since the crime was committed." When Yan's face turned pale in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at me with wide eyes, and his whole body froze. You continued to smile and said, "Guess how many years you could get according to my law." As soon as these words were spoken, the hidden rules hurriedly ran out. 2 minutes later, he rushed back in a panic, holding a yellowed book, his face full of terror as he trembled and said, "I am the one who fails to recognize Mount Tai, please spare my life, benefactor. I swear I will definitely turn over a new leaf and start anew, watching the current predicament of the unspoken rules." You felt a sudden pleasure in your heart, and it made you stubbornly toast with me, insisting on drinking even if you didn't want to. You didn't say anything about the penalty drink, just lightly hummed in response. The moment you took the book in your hands, you realized that this book was not ordinary, its pages were actually old parchment. It has already become hard and discolored, with a history of several decades to hundreds of years, or even longer. You flipped through it in front of the unspoken rules. The more he looked, the more he frowned, and by the end, he even wanted to give the unspoken rules a good beating, because the actions recorded in this book actually had 72. And the unspoken rules only taught you 14 steps, and what's even more frustrating is that 3 of those movements are wrong. At this moment, you can only feel your blood pressure soaring. In the previous life, for a full 7 or 8 years, you asked about the unspoken rules countless times. The results always insist that these are the only actions. No wonder you have felt something is off while practicing all these years. It turns out I've been fooled by this bastard for so long, and this book not only contains exercises for strengthening the body but also records 36 special movements for men and women. Watching the sweat dripping from the forehead of the unspoken rules, you barely suppress your anger, put down the book and said, "In light of our fateful connection, I'll give you a chance to change. Don't harm those women again in the future, they are already pitiful enough. If you continue to do this, you'll never have to think about prison in your life." After you said that, you turned and walked out, returning to the hotel, and you couldn't wait to start flipping through. After practicing for 7 or 8 years, I finally got the complete version today. You naturally need to learn it quickly. Those 10 years in prison made you understand. Having strong combat power is more important than any wealth. Half an hour later, you began your first attempt because there were too many new movements. Your first practice was a bit clumsy, but after repeated practice, your movements became smoother and more fluid. Although my whole body is hot after practicing, this time the feeling is more comfortable, just like being immersed in a hot spring. Your whole body seems to have turned into thirsty rice, eagerly absorbing this heat, and every pore of your body seems to have opened up. Suddenly a wave of hunger came over you, making you doubt how you could be so hungry again after just eating 3 pounds of cooked beef. You touched your belly and shook your head in confusion, but soon found food, and after eating enough, continued practicing those 72 forms. Not long after, you were astonished to find yourself hungry again. You suddenly realized that the true effect of this set of moves might be to accelerate the digestion of food, transform it into a special energy, which is then absorbed by the body to enhance physical fitness. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. You can't help but think of the 36 actions of men and women described in the book. Surely it's not just simple sexual content, but unfortunately Pan Shelian is not here, otherwise, she would definitely be willing to help me experiment a bit. The next morning, you take a taxi to the airport. After a night of feasting, you clearly feel an enhancement in your physical condition. The muscle lines have become clearer and look more masculine than before, so you gave this set of moves a very fitting name, Rice Bucket 7210. At 3 p.m., you just walked out of Haicheng Airport. A woman's voice sounded, "Mr. Chao Chen, this way over here." You turned your head to see a sexy young woman in a white shirt and a body-hugging skirt, wearing black stockings and high heels, waving at you from not far away. It was the real estate agent he contacted online this morning. Lu Yuling and Chao Chen have been busy with this for several days. The thing to do in Yundong District of High City is to buy a house, because in a few days, Yundong District of High City will be designated as an economic special zone. The housing prices skyrocketed tenfold overnight, and it may even get crazier. Of course, all this was learned by Chao Chen from a younger brother of one of his prison mates. Looking at Lu Yuling who was waving at him, Chao Chen smiled and walked over quickly. "Manager Lu, aren't you being too polite? Why did you come to the airport to pick me up?" Chao Chen walked up to Lu Yuling and said, "Isn't this what you should do?" Lu Yuling enthusiastically helped Chao Chen, opening the passenger seat beside her, "Just like those of us in the service industry. Isn't it just necessary to support you big bosses? If your service is too on point, you actually came to the airport to pick me up. If I don't buy a house from you, I would feel guilty. Is it true or not?" Liu Yuling smiled even more brightly. "If you really buy a house from me, I can provide even better service, right?" "What kind of service?" Lu Yuling winked at Chao Chen and said mysteriously, "Once you buy a house from me, you'll know for sure that the service will satisfy you." Seeing this, Chao Chen smiled and licked his lips. Indeed, it had to be that the young married woman knew how to play. 1 hour later, Lu Yuling brought Chao Chen to Yundong District, and at this moment, the location they were in, even in Yundong District, was considered a relatively remote eastern suburb. Looking around, there is no shadow of a big city. It could barely be called a small fourth-tier city. Looking around, there was a strong suburban flavor. Lu Yuling also got out of the car and came to Chao Chen's side. He had already made up his mind. Regardless, we must take down Chao Chen. Chao Chen glanced at the Snow White exposed by Lu Yuling and teased, "Manager Lu is quite well endowed." That was Lu Yuling proudly holding her head up for a moment, but then she became somewhat dejected inside, saying, "Well, this is all that's left of my worthless capital." "How come?" Chao Chen asked curiously, hearing your tone. "Have you encountered some trouble?" "What other trouble could it be? It's a lack of money." Lu Yuling smiled wryly. "When the real estate business was good before, I indeed made some money, and then I became oblivious to my own limitations. I took out a loan to buy a school district house in the city, firstly for investment, and secondly to make it convenient for my future children to go to school. The house was mortgaged for a total of 20 years, with monthly repayments of 8,000 yuan, but who would have thought, it has only been 2 years. The real estate business has plummeted, and my husband's job is also becoming increasingly bleak. Now the money we both earn is barely enough to cover the loan repayments. Really, I'm about to be so poor that I can't even cook." In saying this, Lu Yuling didn't forget to cast a pitiful glance at Chao Chen. A look that evokes pity. Upon seeing this, Chao Chen smiled slightly. Indeed, a young married woman is just worse than a young girl. This little action and expression are really alluring. He thought for a moment and said, "Since Manager Lu, you've made yourself sound so pitiful. If I don't buy a house from you, my conscience will probably be condemned." Hearing Chao Chen say this, Lu Yuling's expression became even more pitiful, didn't it? "Mr. Chao, if you don't buy a house from me, I'm really going to have to drink the northwest wind. You can't just leave me behind." Chao Chen smiled and nodded. "Then let's discuss the terms first." "Mr. Chao, everyone is in such a miserable situation, why do you still want to negotiate with them? Isn't this house just a trivial matter for you?" Chao Chen smiled and nodded. "Buying one apartment is indeed a small matter, but who said I only bought one apartment?" Lu Yuling's expression froze for a moment at you. "Are you planning to buy 2 sets? "No." Chao Chen shook his head. "I don't plan to buy by the set. I plan to buy according to the money." Hearing these 3 words, "buy according to the money," Lu Yuling was confused. What does it mean to buy according to the money? After so many years in real estate, this is the first time he has heard such a fresh word. "Mr. Chao, I didn't understand. What do you mean by buying with money?" Chao Chen looked into Lu Yuling's eyes and said that the meaning of the money bought is that I can now take out 24 million. I plan to use this 24 million to buy houses in this area, no matter how many units I buy. Until this 24 million is spent, I understand that Chao Chen intends to use this 24 million to buy clams. Change everything to Yundong. The houses nearby are, after all, a guaranteed profit business. Anyone would know this situation even if a fool came. Next to the poker table, Lu Yuling was staring at Chao Chen, feeling like her brain was about to go blank. Manager Lu saw Lu Yuling finish listening to his words, dazed and unresponsive. Chao Chen called out to him, and Lu Yuling suddenly reacted. He stared straight into Chao Chen's eyes, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "Mr. Chao, you're not joking, are you? You really want to invest 24 million here to speculate on real estate?" Chao Chen smiled, took out his phone, and showed his bank account balance. This is mainly to reassure Lu Yuling, because the workload on Lu Yuling's side will be very large in the future. If she has any doubts, she might not work properly. To avoid Lu Yuling delaying her plans, she simply decided to give him some reassurance. Let him put his heart down and work well. Lu Yuling silently counted the money in Chao Chen's account, and the whole person instantly became spirited. Liu Yuling didn't care about the impact, quickly grabbed at Cao Kuan's arm, with a face full of flattery, while also showing a hint of seduction. Without waiting for Chao Chen to say what conditions, Lu Yuling immediately interrupted him, saying no matter what kind of conditions, I will accept. Chao Chen laughed heartily and felt relieved. This task will definitely be given to you, but I still have to mention my conditions. Lu Yuling was a bit surprised. I have already agreed to all the conditions myself, so how can there still be conditions? Then what conditions are you talking about? Lu Yuling said. First, I want to buy all 24 million worth of houses within a week. Second, Chao Chen continues to speak, I want to buy the houses. I can only limit it to a few nearby communities. I don't want houses in other communities. The third house must be paid in full. If it's a loan, you also know that you need to go to the bank to repay the loan first, and there will be quite a few steps in between. It simply can't be transferred within a week. There's also the fourth point. Chao Chen continues to be the landlord, preferably not a local. Best to choose someone who is weak and powerless in Haicheng. At a glance, it's clear that they came to speculate on real estate. The landlord Lu Yuling doesn't understand why Chao Chen added such a strange condition. However, he still nodded in agreement. Next, Chao Chen and Lu Yuling discussed some small details regarding the house purchase. And when there were no more issues, the two of them directly chose to part ways right there at 5:30 p.m. In front of a spacious building in the suburbs of Haicheng, a taxi stopped, the car door opened, and Chao Chen walked out. This is the place where he was imprisoned for 10 years in his previous life, Haicheng's second prison. At this moment, there are already many familiar faces in the prison. As the scenes from my past life replayed in my mind, I finally finished smoking 3 cigarettes. Chao Chen then straightened his body, took one last look at Haicheng's second prison as a farewell, and opened the car door to sit inside. Master, let's go. When going to Haicheng University for leisure, Chao Chen has 3 major regrets. The first regret is being wrongfully imprisoned. I couldn't clear the injustice on me. The second regret is that I couldn't take revenge on Wang Shanshan's family of 3. The third regret is that I never attended university. At 6 p.m., in front of the gate of Haicheng University, Chao Chen got out of the taxi because it was summer vacation. Most students have already gone home, and only a small number of students chose to stay on campus, so at this moment, Haicheng University appears a bit desolate. Walking in the sparsely populated campus, just as Chao Chen was enjoying this tranquility, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and stopped. Beside the dense bamboo forest ahead, a woman who can be considered exceptional in both figure and looks is drinking from a bottle of Jiangxia Bai. While drinking and crying, seeing Chao Chen looking at her, the woman cried and fiercely said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a woman cry?" After being scolded fiercely by the woman, Chao Chen was stunned. He smiled a little. Not only did he not leave, but instead walked over, wondering how he got rejected. The woman wiped her red eyes and said in a crying tone, "Can you even speak? Whether it's me or someone else, it's still me who gets dumped. With my looks and figure like this, would you be willing to let go of me?" Chao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Also, regarding a woman's appearance and figure, it can definitely be described as greasy, so why are you crying so sadly? Chao Chen said this time. The woman ignored Chao Chen and took another sip of Jiang Xiaobai for herself. Seeing this, Chao Chen nodded. Turning around and leaving here, suddenly Chao Chen had taken a few steps away when a woman's voice sounded behind him. "Hey, do you want to do it?" Chao Chen was taken aback for a moment, turned to look at the woman, and asked what he was doing, just looking at the scenery deep in the bamboo forest and what kind of scenery it was. "Why are you so indecisive like a woman? If you want to come in, if not, then forget it." After saying that, the woman got up and walked into the bamboo forest. Looking at the woman's back as she entered the bamboo forest, Chao Chen innocently touched his nose and thought, "Wow, this girl is so fierce. Why do I have to go and reason with him?" After speaking, Chao Chen strode in, and 2 hours later, in front of the bamboo forest, Chao Chen watched the girl leave, feeling somewhat complicated, because he never expected. The girl is actually being criticized for the first time. If the girl has had a lot of experience, then she has no psychological burden at all. But the girl is actually a first-timer, which makes Chao Chen's heart not so carefree. He doesn't even know the girl's name. Watching the girl's figure grow farther away until it disappears, Chao Chen suddenly laughed at himself and said, "Really? Since a girl can be so carefree, why should I, as a man, be as anxious and worried as a woman?" After speaking, Chao Chen smiled and shook his head, then stepped away from here. The next morning, at 7:30, he watched Chao Chen come out of the hotel. Lu Yuling yawned while helping him open the passenger door. 9 a.m. In a cafe by the window in the Yundong district of Haicheng, Chao Chen and Lu Yuling walked over. At this moment, there is already a middle-aged man in his 40s waiting for him, who is the first landlord that Chao Chen is going to meet today. Huang Jiahao, after a long discussion, lightly tapped the table and said, "It's 7,500, but I have one request. Let's transfer the ownership now." "No problem," Chao Chen smiled and said, "as long as manager Lu's materials are ready, I have no issues on my side." Lu Yuling was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He patted the prepared report materials and said, "I have everything ready, let's go to the real estate center now." 8 sets of houses, and each one is a layout of about 130 to 140 square meters. Roughly calculated, the agency fee is at least 100,000 as a base. If it weren't for Huang Jiahao being there, Lu Yuling would have been so excited that she would have jumped on Chao Chen and galloped around happily. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 4:30 p.m. After completing the real estate business, you looked at Lu Yuling, whose mouth was so happy it couldn't close, and Xiao Caokuan gave a light pat on his perky butt. "Manager Lu, a single order has earned 120,000. Isn't it unreasonable not to treat?" Lu Yuling looked at Chao Chen, her smile meaningful as she said anxiously, "Isn't it still not mealtime? How about we go check out your 8 houses first? The houses have all been transferred." You haven't even seen what these 8 houses look like. It wouldn't be appropriate not to take a look, especially seeing Lu Yuling's meaningful expression. Chao Chen nodded seriously and agreed to go check out the house first. Half an hour later, Chao Chen and Lu Yuling arrived at the first house. It is a 3-bedroom apartment. It was previously rented to a young couple, so there are still some simple furniture and appliances. The master bedroom has a bed, mattress, and air conditioning. The kitchen has an electric rice cooker. The washroom has a water heater. These were all left by the couple when they left. After wandering around, the two finally returned to the master bedroom. Seeing Chao Chen reach out to pull up the curtains and turn on the air conditioning, Lu Yuling seemed to know what was about to happen next. Biting her lip and smiling shyly, she casually locked the bedroom door. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. It was 5 p.m. As the door opened, Chao Chen and Lu Yuling finally came out, since the two of them entered the room at 5 p.m. on Friday. For a whole 2 days, I haven't come out at all. Besides a few times when the delivery person came and opened the door, the rest of the time the door has been tightly closed. I still suggest you talk to them one by one. It's easier to negotiate the price down that way. If you talk to them together, they have a lot of people, so you definitely can't push the price down. Lu Yuling was supporting herself against the wall while going downstairs and glanced back at Chao Chen. A Huang Jiahao directly consumed 1/3 of the funds in Chao Chen's hands, but there is only one person like Huang Jiahao. Among the landlords that Lu Yuling will meet next, each of them has at most 2 or 3 properties, and some even have only one. In other words, Chao Chen still needs to build several, even more than 10 landlords, to be able to buy all the money's houses. And building them one by one, he felt it was too troublesome, so he asked Lu Yuling to arrange a meeting for them all to discuss together. At the price of 7,500, if accepted, I'll sell. If not, then forget it. Anyway, Lu Yuling still has other landlords waiting to sell their houses. He is not worried about not being able to buy enough houses. It's too troublesome to build them one by one. Chao Chen shook his head and said, he only has 1 or 2 houses in hand. If we build one by one and talk one by one, who knows how much time it will waste. With this time, I might as well do something fun, right? Saying this, Chao Chen winked at Lu Yuling, and upon seeing this, Lu Yuling burst out laughing. He laughed while rolling his eyes and said, really, it's never ending. Is it really that hard to make a little commission from you? What the heck? Chao Chen smiled and lit a cigarette, saying that what I mean is, with this time, it would be better to explore nearby shops and find something delicious. I've just been staying at home these past couple of days eating takeout, and it hasn't been enjoyable at all. Oh, I see what you mean. Lu Yuling smiled a little shyly. I do know that there are some good places to eat nearby. Let's talk first and then we'll see. If there's time, I'll take you. It won't be long. Chao Chen met with the several landlords who wanted to sell their houses, a total of 9 landlords, holding 17 houses. However, unlike the houses in Huang Jiahao's hands, which are 130 to 140 square meters, these 17 houses are not that big. There are also houses that are 130 to 140 square meters, but there are only 2 or 3 sets, mostly around 100 square meters and 80 to 90 square meters, while facing these 9 landlords. Chao Chen directly quoted a price of 7,500 yuan per square meter. If you're willing, he'll sell it, and if not, he won't force it. In the end, only 6 landlords agreed to sell. The remaining 3 landlords think that the price offered by Chao Chen is too low and want to wait and see the market conditions before agreeing on a transfer time with the 6 landlords. Chao Chen and Lu Yuling casually ate outside, had a little something, and then immediately returned to the house under his name. Day by day, time passed. Under Lu Yuling's arrangement, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. On Monday, the property center handled the transfer, which took the whole day. Having dinner and sleeping with Lu Yuling in the evening, property transfer at the real estate center on Tuesday morning, meeting the landlord in the afternoon. Then go shopping with Lu Yuling, eat, sleep, and on Wednesday morning transfer the property at the real estate center. Meet the landlord in the afternoon, eat and sleep with Lu Yuling, transfer at the property center on Thursday, eat and sleep with Lu Yuling. The reason we didn't see the landlord again on Thursday is that the money in Chao Chen's hands finally bought a house on that day, but did not spend all of his 24 million, ultimately only spent 23.8 million, still has 200,000 left. The remaining 200,000 is obviously not enough to buy a house, so it can only be like this. I didn't go out on Friday, and I didn't go out on Saturday. At 3 p.m. on Sunday, it was only at this time that Chao Chen and Lu Yuling, who had not gone out for a full 3 days, finally came out of the house. I can't stay in anymore. Lu Yuling's husband is coming back tonight. He will be home around 8 p.m. If at that time it is found that he is not at home, they will definitely work together, and Chao Chen believes that he is still a relatively moral and cultured person. Things like this that would destroy someone else's family will definitely not be done, so I decisively chose to end it, waiting for Lu Yuling to leave. Chao Chen didn't stay here any longer, he took a taxi and left. With matters in Yundong district settled, he should go do other things. It's time for Wang Shanshan's family to be in chaos, and Chao Chen took a taxi to the train station. At 11:30 p.m., at the exit of the high-speed train station, Chao Chen walked out alone with a backpack and took a taxi to the southern cemetery. Half an hour later, Chao Chen arrived at the northeast corner of the cemetery in the south of the city, and looking at the low little grave in front of him, his eyes involuntarily became moist. If there is anyone in this world who has truly treated him well, apart from his late grandfather, Chao Chen really can't think of anyone else. Next, he sat in front of the grave, smoking, drinking, and eating offerings, while recounting the events of his past life. It has been 10 years since I last came to pay my respects. Grandpa Chao Chen has so much to say, and as soon as he starts, the words just flow. Unknowingly, the eastern sky has begun to lighten. By the time he finishes the last sip of wine, Chao Chen looks at the cigarette butts he has scattered all over the ground. Also, the offerings that were eaten cleanly by oneself, smiled widely, and was so happy talking that, without realizing it, finish the offerings brought for you, old man. Next time the grandson will get you something better. After saying this, Chao Chen stood up. Leaving here as the eastern sky brightens, at 5 p.m., in the old room, Chao Chen came out of the bedroom naked. Went to the washroom because I hadn't rested much during those days in Haicheng, plus I stayed up all night last night, so after coming back from the cemetery, he first fixed a foot well, and after more than 10 minutes, when he finished washing up, Chao Chen arrived in front of the floor mirror in the living room. Looking at myself in the mirror, my body is like it has been sculpted, with sharp angles and well-defined muscles all standing out. He couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. I have to say, the Rice Bucket 72 style is really impressive, and it's only been a few days. His body now is comparable to his previous life, even more explosive and handsome than in his previous life. His body now has none of those ugly scars, is white and clean, and is full of the beauty of masculine strength, especially those 8 evenly arranged abdominal muscles. At a glance, it looks very explosive. Habitually, he glanced at his own body. Chao Chen smiled, and then returned to the bedroom to open it. The house in the Cloud East district has been bought, the grandfather's side has also been worshipped, I have slept, and my spirit has been nourished. If I don't take revenge next, it won't be justifiable. When the computer finally booted up, Chao Chen skillfully opened the C drive and directly clicked on a video. At the beginning of the video, in a dim alley, a voluptuous young married woman was quickly dragged in by 3 thugs. It was Wang Shanshan's mother, Bai Jing, being bullied by the 3 thugs in the video. Because he was anxious about the matters in the Dong district, Chao Chen took this video that night but hasn't properly looked at it yet. Not long after watching this video, Chao Chen had an idea, although the beluga was forced. But this coercion does not run through the entire video. If you take the first part and the last part as one piece, only leaving the middle section, then it is evidently a cheating video. Chao Chen raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, "My dear Uncle Wang, I hope you will like it." After speaking, Chao Chen opened the video editing software and started operating it directly. In just a few minutes, it was done. Chao Chen completed the video editing, checked the video twice, and confirmed that there were no issues. Chao Chen directly copied it to the USB drive. Just then, a phone call suddenly came to his mobile phone, and the caller ID showed Sunway. Seeing this name, Chao Chen's eyes narrowed immediately, and a hint of killing intent also surfaced. If you ask Chao Chen who he most wants to take revenge on, the first one that comes to mind is definitely Wang Shanshan and her family of 3. Because if it weren't for Wang Shanshan's family of 3, he wouldn't have carried the label of a murderer in his previous life, being imprisoned for 10 years. Apart from Wang Shanshan's family of 3, this Sunway who is calling at this moment can definitely rank in the second tier. Even entering the first tier is not impossible. Sunway, Chao Chen's classmate for 3 years in high school. Over the course of 3 years, the two of them stayed up all night together, studied together, smoked and drank together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were the best of brothers. However, it was this best brother of his who, after he was wrongfully imprisoned, not only did not visit him once, but also spread bad words about him everywhere. Eager to clarify the relationship with him, if it's just like this, Chao Chen can be let go. After all, the reputation of a murderer is indeed not good. Whoever knows that So-and-so and the murderer are good brothers will subconsciously label this person as not a good person. So if Sunway is just slandering him, speaking ill of him, and trying to distance himself from their relationship, Chao Chen can understand and won't blame him. But Sunway, he absolutely should not have, just to quickly clarify his relationship as a good brother with him, gone to dig up his grandfather's grave with another good brother. He also gave his grandfather's ashes to him. For Chao Chun, his grandfather is the only family member he has in this lifetime. Originally, the old man couldn't wait for him to fulfill his filial duties, and Chao Chun already felt very regretful in his heart, while Sun Wei and his other brother. Yet it still led the old man to a fate of being crushed to dust, which Chao Chun absolutely could not tolerate. Not being able to properly honor the old man is one thing, but not even being able to ensure that he rests in peace is another. What is the meaning of the old man raising his grandson? It's better to raise a dog. In his past life, he just didn't have the opportunity, otherwise, he would have long since twisted off the heads of Sun Wei and his other good brother's dog. Thinking of this, Chao Chun looked at the phone on the computer desk that was ringing nonstop and picked it up casually. Hey, the gloom on his face disappeared, and Chao Chun instantly changed to a cheerful expression. What's wrong, Sun Wei? What is Brother Cohen busy with? It seems like Sun Wei is chewing something. The voice is a bit unclear. Didn't do anything. Chao Chun said last night he stayed up all night reading novels and only slept after 7 in the morning. I ended up sleeping until now, just woke up. Cohen Gu, your holiday life is a bit indulgent. Sun Wei laughed and said, I actually slept until now. Come and play cards, we need one more player. If we talk about Sun Wei's hobbies, definitely playing cards, whether it's Do Diju with a 9 or other games like Jajin Hua, he is addicted to each one, and he can even play all night long. If he could add a little more flair, he could even skip meals. For this, Chao Chun had commented on him before. He said that upon seeing the cards, it was as if he had gone mad, and in that brief moment, Chao Chun thought of a way to deal with Sun Wei. There's no way, his weakness is too obvious, it's just that the timing isn't right now, we need to wait a little longer. Thinking about these, Chao Chun smiled and said, what game are we playing? You know I'm not really good at it, and I still have to read my novel. Don't, Sun Wei pleaded. Cohen Good, just come and play for a while, what's the point of reading novels? It's okay if you can't, just come and make up the numbers. Everyone is having a lively time together, and we're not playing for money, so what's the point? Chao Chun refused, saying, I'm almost dead tired and still need to keep sleeping. Seeing that Chao Chun was determined not to come, Sun Wei could only give up on that line, so I will see if anyone else comes. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. And Chao Chun looked at the hung up phone, a cold smile unconsciously appeared on his face. My good brother, treasure your few happy days well, soon you won't be able to be happy anymore. 8:30 p.m. In the snack street of the northern district of Shiai County, Chao Chun walked over to a crowded stall that was selling snacks. At this moment, a man in his 30s is about to pay the bill. He takes out his phone from his pocket and begins to unlock it with his fingerprint. However, I don't know if it's because there is oil on my hands or if the screen is not working well. He pressed several times but the fingerprint unlock was not successful. Simply changed to inputting the password. After unlocking the phone, he opened WeChat and only then scanned the code to pay the bill, completing the transaction. The whole process was very smooth, except for a slight disturbance when opening the phone. The rest went well, paid and took the items and left. However, the man did not notice that as he was leaving, a boy slightly taller than him brushed past him. 5 minutes later, Chao Chun walked out of the snack street and arrived at a deserted place. He reached into his pocket and directly took out a piece of a mobile phone. Suddenly, it was the mobile phone of that man in his 30s in front of the snack stall just now. After 10 years in prison, Chao Chun didn't waste his time. Skills like these petty theft techniques are basic operations for him. There's no way around it. There are too many talents in prison who are skilled in this area, and before you know it, you learn it. After Chao Chun entered the 020-3046-digit password, successfully opened the phone without browsing through it, wondering if there are any embarrassing photos or videos inside. He directly opened WeChat, chose to add a friend, and entered a string of phone numbers, which was exactly the phone number of Wang Shanshan's father, Wang Yifu. As a big fan who has been infatuated with Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Chao Chun not only has Wang Shanshan's phone number in WeChat, but also his parents' phone numbers in WeChat. So if he wants to send a video to Wang Yifu, it's very simple, he can just send it through WeChat friends, but by doing so, he would also expose himself, so he needs a WeChat account that Wang Yifu doesn't know about, and even to allow Wang Yifu to approve his friend request, he specifically noted a sentence, Wang Yifu, add me. There is an urgent matter. After sending this friend request to Chao Chun, only 3 minutes have passed. A WeChat friend request came through, along with a WeChat message from Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu, who are you? What urgent matter is Wang Yifu dealing with? Seeing the message from Wang Yifu, Chao Chun's mouth immediately curled up. He first transferred the edited video from his phone to this phone via Bluetooth, and only then did he reply. Who I am is not important. What matters is, do you really know what kind of person your wife is? Thanks to having licked Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Chao Chun understands Wang Yifu quite well. Wang Yifu is a very macho person. His paranoia is very serious. Even Bai Jing had a well-paying job before, but because it required occasional business trips, he forced her to quit. Because Bai Jing was on a business trip, Wang Yifu suspected that he was messing around with other men outside, so Chao Chen was very sure that once this news was sent out, Wang Yifu definitely took the bait. As expected, as soon as Chao Chen sent this message, Wang Yifu immediately replied. Wang Yifu, who exactly are you? Wang Yifu, and what kind of person my wife is, I know better than you. Don't think that just because you stir things up a bit, I'll fall for it. Our relationship is very good. In response to Wang Yifu's reply, Chao Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. What he said was really good. A man who can't even trust his wife to go on a business trip and insists she must quit her job. How dare you say such things? The only thing tough about you is your mouth, right? With a bit of mockery in his heart, Chao Chen directly replied. TSK, you really are a pitiful man. To be honest, I feel a bit reluctant to let you see the cruel reality. Wang Yifu, what a cruel reality, stop putting on airs. I absolutely trust my wife, Chao Chen, haha, at this age. You are really adorably naive. Well, since you trust your wife so much, the excitement of your wife being ridden by another man, the video won't be shown to you anymore, goodbye. This message from Chao Chen was barely sent when Wang Yifu replied immediately. Wang Yifu, wait a moment. You can't just walk away like this. What about Wang Yifu? You must clarify the video of being ridden by another man. Wang Yifu, I tell you, that is definitely not my wife. At most it's just someone who looks like my wife. Hurry up and send me the video so I can take a look. Seeing the 3 messages sent by Wang Yifu, Chao Chen seemed unable to hold back any longer and broke into a grin. This is his belief. While saying they believe it, their actions are filled with doubt. Chao Chen didn't say much to Wang Yifu and directly sent the video over. Also attached a message. I bet that your wife was definitely not this happy and carefree when she was with you, and this message was sent along with it. Chao Chen directly deleted the 2 people's friends, and casually deleted the videos on his phone, then he bit down hard, with a pop sound. Directly twisted the phone into a shape like a twisted donut. It was all broken into several pieces, and in the end, threw this discarded phone into the trash can. Chao Chen left leisurely as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in the bathroom of a residential community in Xia County, Wang Yifu, who is sitting on the toilet, is watching a video playing on his phone, his fist tightening more and more. Even the veins on his forehead bulged. He thought that at most it would be someone who resembled his wife. But the moment he opened the video, his heart sank to the bottom. They were already like an old married couple. Wang Yifu was too familiar with Bai Jing's body, whether it's the appearance of this woman in the video or some characteristics of other parts of his body. All of them are exactly like Bai Jing. Even the expression of ecstasy he has in the video and the sound he makes are exactly like Bai Jing. So it is clear that Bai Jing never expected that the wife she had shared a bed with for so many years was actually hiding something from her. Moreover, it was at the same time with 3 men. As the 11-minute video came to an end, Wang Yifu could no longer contain the anger of betrayal in his heart. Even PG forgot to wipe the corners, cried out like a mad dog and rushed out. In the living room, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were warmly sitting on the sofa watching TV. When Wang Yifu suddenly came out of the bathroom, Bai Jing's brows immediately furrowed. Dang wants to say that Wang Yifu should pay attention to the influence. In front of his daughter, he can't just wear a pair of boxers. Before he could speak, Wang Yifu pounced over. You cheap bitch, I'll beat you to death, and without further ado, he slapped Bai Jing hard across the face. Directly knocked him dizzy, and before Bai Jing could come to her senses, Wang Yifu grabbed his hair and directly swung left and right. F*** your mom, you little whore. Without a man, you can't live, can you? Damn you, why are you so cheap? The sound of slapping, Wang Yifu's angry scolding, and Bai Jing's scream. Let Wang Shanshan, who has never seen such a scene, be stunned for a moment. When she comes to her senses, Wang Shanshan cries out loudly and rushes up to hit Wang Yifu's dad. You're crazy, what are you doing? Let go of my mom. A man in anger, how could 2 women handle him? With Wang Shanshan's addition. Not only did it not make Wang Yifu sober, but it also made him even angrier. I work hard to earn money to support the family, and you, behind my back, are having an affair with another man. You still help your mom, you ungrateful wolf. Wang Yifu kicked Wang Shanshan in the stomach, directly kicking her 2 meters away, and she rolled on the ground for 2 circles. On the other side, the pale one who was being pressed and beaten saw his daughter being kicked out, and the inherent nature of a mother protecting her child erupted. With a cry, she scratched Wang Yifu's face with her nails, and in an instant, streaks of bloodied wounds appeared on Wang Yifu's face. Seeing mom and dad completely fighting each other, Wang Shanshan, at a loss, was crying loudly. I took out my phone and dialed 110. Hello, is this 110? My dad is going to kill my mom. please come quickly, the address is in the garden community. The phone hung up, and Wang Shanshan saw her mom being pressed to the ground by her dad again. With a loud shout of smash, he suddenly picked up the TV from the TV cabinet and smashed it down hard onto his head. Wang Yifu, with a piece of shattered LCD embedded in his forehead, slowly turned to Wang Shanshan, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast ready to devour. I raised you with so much effort, and you dare to hit me? In the next moment, he threw aside Bai Jing and took 2 steps to stand in front of Wang Shanshan, slapping her hard across the face. You ungrateful wretch, I raised you for nothing. The sight of her daughter being hit ignited Bai Jing's latent fury. She charged forward with a cry, grabbing Wang Yifu's leg and biting down. Ah! Wang Yifu screamed in agony, momentarily forgetting Wang Shanshan as he kicked his leg to shake her off. A large chunk of flesh was nearly bitten off from his calf. Seeing this, Wang Yifu's anger intensified. He raised his leg and aimed a kick at Bai Jing's head. Meanwhile, after being slapped by Wang Yifu, Wang Shanshan decided to let loose. Damn it! To hell with this. I can't live like this anymore. She grabbed various decorative bottles and liquor bottles from the living room cabinet and hurled them at Wang Yifu. 5 minutes later, a police car stopped downstairs. Since Wang Shanshan's neighborhood was not far from the street police station, and she reported a murder case, the police arrived quickly. 3 officers got out of the car and rushed upstairs. When they arrived at Wang Shanshan's home, they were shocked by the scene before them. The place was a wreck. The coffee table was broken, the TV smashed, the TV cabinet destroyed, glass shards scattered everywhere, the air thick with the smell of alcohol, and blood everywhere. On the floor, 3 figures were entangled, rolling, and hitting each other. Seeing the 3 of them in a tangle, the officers naturally did not allow the brawl to continue. They acted together, each controlling one person, forcibly separating Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu remained furious, even after being pulled apart by the police, still glaring at Bai Jing and cursing. You filthy bitch, you worthless whore, for so many years, I've worked like a dog to support this family, and this is how you treat me? Damn your whole family. Although Bai Jing couldn't overpower Wang Yifu, this fight ignited her true anger. Moreover, after this confrontation, she no longer had any desire to continue living with Wang Yifu, so she felt no reservations. You useless piece of trash, how dare you say that? Bai Jing retorted at Wang Yifu, you fight over such a small amount of money every month, even beggars fight harder than you. You can't do anything in bed, you can't earn money, I've never seen such a useless man. Go be a dog. On the other side, seeing her parents still hurling insults at each other even after being forcibly separated, Wang Shanshan cried even louder. What on earth is happening? They were once such loving parents, such a harmonious family, how did it suddenly turn into this? The 3 officers, witnessing the situation, clearly understood that this was not something that could be mediated on the spot, and immediately took the 3 of them back to the police station. Since the 3 were together, specifically Wang Yifu and Bai Jing were constantly cursing at each other, mediation was impossible. The police had no choice but to separate them for mediation. Wang Yifu was placed in one room, while Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were in another. After a brief understanding, the police quickly discovered the source of the family conflict. Wang Yifu. According to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, they were watching a movie on the sofa when Wang Yifu burst in like a mad dog and started hitting them without any reason at all. Even now, they still had no idea what had driven Wang Yifu to such madness. After identifying the source of the family conflict, the police, aiming to resolve the issue at its root, began to gather information from Wang Yifu. However, Wang Yifu was completely uncooperative. No matter how the police questioned him, he refused to explain why he had resorted to violence. Instead, he kept hurling insults at Bai Jing, calling her names like slut, cheap whore, and bitch. Based on Wang Yifu's behavior, the police clearly sensed that Bai Jing must have done something to provoke such anger in him. Therefore, they turned to Bai Jing and asked if she had done anything to wrong Wang Yifu. When the police asked her this, Bai Jing briefly thought about the incident a while back when she was assaulted by 3 thugs. However, it was just a fleeting thought that quickly passed. She didn't believe it had anything to do with the current situation. That night, it was just the 4 of them, there were no surveillance cameras, and the 3 thugs left right after they were done with her, without taking any photos or videos. Wang Yifu couldn't possibly know. Moreover, even if Wang Yifu did find out, he shouldn't have reacted this way. If he knew, he should understand that she was forced, and he shouldn't be comforting himself by taking it out on her, right? How could a husband not comfort his wife after learning she was assaulted, but instead beat her mercilessly? Wouldn't that make him complicit with the assailants? Therefore, she was certain in her heart that it had nothing to do with that incident. She firmly denied the police's speculation. She, Bai Jing, had done nothing wrong to Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu was just acting like a mad dog. Thus, the mediation fell into a deadlock, and it wasn't resolved even late into the night. Ultimately, the police had no choice but to let Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing leave first. As for Wang Yifu, he definitely couldn't be released with them. Given his current furious demeanor, if he were let go, he would surely continue to confront Bai Jing. As the source of the conflict, he had to stay at the police station for mediation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the Xia County Public Security Bureau, Wang Shanshan, supporting her mother Bai Jing, couldn't help but shed tears again as a gentle night breeze blew. She looked around, unsure of where to go next. Home? Was that still a home? If Wang Yifu was released, wouldn't she and her mother be trapped like fish in a barrel? But where else could they go? At that moment, not only was Wang Shanshan feeling lost, but Bai Jing also looked bewildered. Although she had remained strong, one undeniable fact was that she truly couldn't overpower Wang Yifu. So, she was worried that if Wang Yifu returned home, he might beat her again. That bastard was really ruthless. He hit harder than when he assaulted her. If she were to endure another beating, she didn't know if she could withstand it. But where else could they go if not home? A hotel? Just as the mother and daughter were feeling uncertain, suddenly, Wang Shanshan seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, "Right, Mom, how about we stay at my classmate's house for a while? I'm a bit scared to go home now." Going to Wang Shanshan's classmate's house? Bai Jing frowned slightly, hesitating. That might not be appropriate. You can manage on your own, but they probably wouldn't want me there. Mom, let's go to Chao Chen's house. Wang Shanshan lifted the corner of her swollen mouth and said, "You forgot, he lives alone." "Oh, your little admirer, right?" Bai Jing's eyes brightened a bit. "Yes," Wang Shanshan said proudly, "he's the one who has been my admirer for 3 years, buying me breakfast for 3 years, and getting me clothes and cosmetics for 3 years. If I say I want to stay at his place for a while, he would be so happy he'd jump up." Looking at Wang Shanshan's somewhat smug expression, Bai Jing thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Alright, then you give him a call and try. Also, at the right time, you can let him taste some sweetness, that way, he will be more devoted to being your loyal admirer." Wang Shanshan grinned and said, "Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. When it's time to give him some sweetness, I will." With that, Wang Shanshan took out her phone and directly called Chao Chen. At the same time, in the old living room, Chao Chen had just finished his last round of the rice bucket 72 moves. Just as he wiped the sweat off his body, planning to go to the washroom for a shower and then to bed, suddenly, a series of ringing sounds from his phone broke the silence. Goddess? Looking at the caller ID that read Goddess, Chao Chen was momentarily confused, but then he quickly realized. It was Wang Shanshan. He almost forgot that he was still Wang Shanshan's #1 admirer. He didn't expect Wang Shanshan to call him late at night, and a smile immediately spread across his face, because he didn't have to think hard to know that something must have happened at her home. Moreover, it must be serious, otherwise, Wang Shanshan would never call him at this hour. It seemed that Wang Yifu was even more formidable than he had imagined. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chao Chen answered the phone, his tone gentle. "Hello, Shanshan, what's wrong? Why are you still awake so late?" Wang Shanshan's voice was choked with sobs. "Chao Chen, come pick me up. My mom and I have nowhere to go." Upon hearing this, Chao Chen was first taken aback, then he broke into a smile. "What the hell? Has it escalated to this point? They need to come to his house for refuge? This is truly a case of heaven having a path you refuse to take, while hell has no door and you come knocking." Chao Chen suppressed the smile threatening to rise, his tone anxious. "What do you mean, nowhere to go? What's going on? Where are you now? Don't ask for now. We're at the police station entrance. Hurry and come pick us up." "Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon." Half an hour later, at the police station entrance, a taxi came to a stop. Chao Chen got out of the car and quickly walked over to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. Looking at the two of them, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. At that moment, Bai Jing's hair was a mess, her cheeks swollen, with clear bruises and blood marks at the corners of her mouth, and her eye sockets were also dark. Wang Shanshan looked a bit better, but her hair was also disheveled, her cheeks noticeably swollen, though she was in much better shape than Bai Jing. And these were just the visible injuries, there were also unseen ones. From the way Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing walked and supported each other, it was clear that both of them had sustained quite a few injuries. "Shanshan, and Bai, what? What happened? Who hit you?" Chao Chen's face was filled with shock and concern, resembling a loyal admirer. "Don't ask for now," Wang Shanshan pouted, looking like she wanted to cry. "Just let us stay at your place. We're in pain all over." Okay, I'll help you both into the car." 20 minutes later, Chao Chen helped Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan into his home. Like a dutiful host, he first tidied up the room for them, then prepared hot water for their shower, and even had a delivery guy bring over some medicine for bruises and injuries. Under Chao Chen's attentive care, Wang Shanshan finally revealed a bit of information. Her mom, Bai Jing, had gotten into a fight with her dad, Wang Yifu, and she stood by her mom's side, getting hit in the process. In fact, even without Wang Shanshan saying it, Chao Chen already knew that they had been beaten by Wang Yifu. After all, from what he knew of Wang Yifu, after watching that video, there was no way he could hold back. He never expected the effect to be this good. Wang Yifu didn't even confront Bai Jing and went straight to action. This reckless man. Well done. After realizing this was a family conflict, Chao Chen naturally couldn't express too many of his own opinions. After all, on one side was Wang Shanshan's mother, and on the other was Wang Shanshan's father. As someone who was currently trying to win over Wang Shanshan, he couldn't offend either side. So, in the end, he merely tried to mediate. He expressed that he would definitely do his best to help Wang Shanshan, to clear up the misunderstandings between her parents and help them reconcile. He also stated that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan could feel free to stay here, for as long as they needed, and that he would cover all their food and drink. Thus, it was not until after 2 in the morning that Chao Chen returned to his bedroom, leaving the space for Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, allowing the mother and daughter to bathe and apply medicine. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Inside the police station, Wang Yifu, who had spent the night there, seemed to have calmed down. He was no longer as angry, his face showing signs of fatigue and weariness. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and the police officer responsible for mediating their family conflict walked in again. Seeing Wang Yifu's haggard appearance, he handed him a cigarette. Wang Yifu didn't refuse, reaching out to take it and putting it in his mouth. Noticing this, the officer pulled out a lighter to help him light it, lighting one for himself as well, and said earnestly, "Wang Yifu, it's been a whole night. What are you really thinking?" "I'm still saying the same thing. No matter what grievances or anger you have, you need to express it first. Only then can we help you. But if you don't say anything, how can we help you? And if you don't say anything, how can we let you go?" Wang Yifu frowned and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Why can't you let me go? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You hit someone," the officer replied bluntly. "Wang Yifu, don't think that hitting your wife is just your family matter. With your current attitude, we still suspect you might cause harm to your wife. Just based on that, we have enough reason to keep you here. So, if you have something to say, you need to say it. If you don't say it, how can we handle it?" Not knowing whether he wanted to go out or solve the problem, Wang Yifu took a couple of puffs of the cigarette and finally sighed, saying, "Actually, it's not that I don't want to say it, but it's just too damn embarrassing. I really can't bring myself to say it." Upon hearing this, the officer perked up. "There's hope." He leaned against Wang Yifu, softening his voice. "Let me tell you, just think about it. Where is this place? This is the police station. It's a place to resolve issues. Who cares if you're embarrassed? Even if you feel embarrassed, you still have to say it. We need to resolve the issue, right?" As if persuaded by the officer, Wang Yifu fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Bai Jing cheated." "What?" The officer squinted. "Your wife cheated?" Wang Yifu nodded heavily. "I really didn't want to say it. Damn, it's so embarrassing. That slut, you have no idea how cheap she is. Behind my back, she was with other men. And at the same time with 3 men. Officer, do you think I was wrong to hit her? With a woman like her, not killing her is already showing mercy." Looking at Wang Yifu's angry demeanor, the officer couldn't help but recall the scene when he questioned Bai Jing. He had asked her if she had done anything to betray Wang Yifu. Bai Jing had answered very affirmatively, saying she had never done anything wrong to Wang Yifu. So, one of them was lying. But who was lying? It was indeed a bit difficult to discern, because, whether it was Bai Jing or Wang Yifu, based on their expressions, eyes, and tone, they both seemed to be telling the truth. The police officer probed, "Wang Yifu, are you sure your wife cheated? Is there some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Wang Yifu scoffed, directly taking out his phone and slamming it on the table. "There's video evidence. What more misunderstanding do you need?" Saying this, Wang Yifu opened the video on his phone and pushed it in front of the police officer. The officer didn't examine it closely but glanced at the progress bar. Out of the 11-minute video, he only watched for a minute. He came to a conclusion. Bai Jing really had cheated. Moreover, she was quite promiscuous, actually involved with 3 men at the same time. Seeing the police officer hand the phone back to him, Wang Yifu took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, "Officer, just tell me, should I hit this bitch or not?" "This." The police officer frowned, feeling somewhat helpless, and said, "Wang Yifu, I can understand how you feel right now, but hitting someone is ultimately wrong. I think you two should face each other and have a good talk. If you can continue living together, then start anew. If you feel you can't live together anymore, then part amicably. In any case, hitting someone is definitely not acceptable. In such situations, the police actually had no good way to handle it, because cheating was not within their jurisdiction. Even if Bai Jing was with 3 men, that was her private matter. At most, it was just that her private life was not proper, lacking morals. But hitting someone was different. Hitting someone absolutely fell within the police's responsibilities. So, they couldn't intervene in Bai Jing's infidelity, but they could manage Wang Yifu's violence. Therefore, in the subsequent conversation, the police officer repeatedly emphasized to Wang Yifu not to hit anyone. Wang Yifu also realized that the police didn't care whether Bai Jing had cheated or who was at fault. They only required him not to hit anyone. As for how to resolve their issues, they didn't care at all. In short, as long as he didn't resort to violence, they were indifferent to how he resolved things. So, what could he expect from such mediation? Officer, please rest assured, I have deeply realized my mistake, and I promise I won't be so impulsive again. Under the police officer's insistence against violence, Wang Yifu seemed to be persuaded and reflected deeply. That's right, the officer said, no matter what happens, hitting someone is definitely wrong, and it's not a way to solve problems. In the end, it still needs to be resolved through communication. Why bother? Right, Wang Yifu nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Wang Yifu truly recognized his mistake, the police officer didn't press him further and continued, alright, this is ultimately your family issue, and I won't make it difficult for you. Since you've realized your mistake and repented, you can go now. Remember, don't hit anyone again, not even your wife, otherwise, if you come back in here, it won't be so easy to get out. Understood, Wang Yifu quickly nodded, assuring, Officer, you can rest assured, I definitely won't hit anyone again, after all, that's not a way to solve problems. Exactly. The officer agreed, it's good that you think this way, hitting someone won't solve any problems. You still need to calmly talk things over with your wife. Alright, go now, no more violence. Don't worry, I definitely won't resort to violence. After waving goodbye to the police, Wang Yifu turned and left the police station. However, as he turned, the expression on his face instantly darkened again. Clearly, the police hadn't truly persuaded him. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yifu returned home. Looking at the mess all over the house, unchanged since last night, and with Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan not at home, the anger in his heart flared up again. That bitch didn't even stay at home last night? She must have gone to stay with some lover. And she even brought her daughter. Damn it, don't let me catch you, if I do, I'll beat you to death. His anger skyrocketed to 100, and the furious Wang Yifu immediately took out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, at Chao Chen's place, Chao Chen, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan were having breakfast together in harmony. The 3 of them consciously avoided mentioning the fight involving Wang Shanshan's family. However, Chao Chen felt that this breakfast was unusually difficult compared to previous ones, because he had to hold back his laughter with all his might. After a night of fermentation, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's injuries were more apparent now. Especially Bai Jing, whose entire face looked swollen, as if it had fermented. Her eyes were so puffy that only a slit remained. The corners of her mouth were also red and swollen, with her lower lip at least twice as thick, making it so she could only eat in small bites. Wang Shanshan was slightly better. One of her eyes was fine, while the other was swollen to a mere slit. Seeing these 2 pig-headed individuals, Chao Chen felt an unbearable discomfort in his heart. Moreover, he not only had to hold back but also had to pretend to be concerned, which made it even harder. Aunt Bai, Shanshan, how about I take you both to the hospital for a checkup later? Uncle Wan was too harsh. Upon hearing Chao Chen say this, Bai Jing trembled with anger. This crazy bastard, not only did he hit her hard, but he also hit her daughter so hard. Was there no humanity left? Even Chao Chen, an outsider, thought he was too brutal. What a beast! The child's face was half swollen, looking like she had stuffed a bun in it. No need, Bai Jing forced a smile and said, it's just some swelling. I'm not dizzy or nauseous, so there's no need to go to the hospital. Wang Shanshan quickly nodded, right, no need to go to the hospital. Why waste money? A few days of rest will be fine. It sounded like Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were quite frugal and practical. But in reality, they were just worried about being seen by acquaintances in their current state, becoming the subject of gossip. After all, both Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan cared about their image. Especially Wang Shanshan, who had been the school beauty at Xia County No. 1 high school for 3 years. If someone recognized her in this state, it would be even more unbearable than if she had been caught in a compromising situation. So, the 2 of them definitely wouldn't go out if they could avoid it. Chao Chen wanted to say something more when suddenly, a phone call came in. It was Bai Jing's phone. She glanced at it, and her expression darkened. Because it was Wang Yifu calling. She initially didn't want to answer, but after thinking it over, she figured it might be an apology from Wang Yifu, so she eventually picked up. Bai Jing switched the phone to speaker mode while eating and said irritably, "What do you want?" On the other end, Wang Yifu's furious voice erupted. "Bai Jing, you whore, you filthy bitch, did you go spend the night at your lover's place? You're such a slut, can't you stay idle for even a minute? Damn it, did you take Shanshan with you? Do you want to die?" Bai Jing had thought it was Wang Yifu's apology call. After all, the beating from last night was inexplicable. She thought that after a night, Wang Yifu would realize his mistake and call to apologize. Unexpectedly, not only did Wang Yifu not apologize, but he also cursed her even more fiercely, even escalating to the point of wanting to kill her. There was no way to live like this. No matter who it was, life was unbearable now. The clay figure still had a bit of fire left, not to mention Bai Jing, who had just been inexplicably beaten up. Bai Jing picked up her phone and said fiercely, "That's right, you guessed it, I'm at my lover's place. You have no idea how wild he was last night. I was on cloud 9, way better than you, 100 times, 1,000 times better. Who told you to be so useless? Useless men deserve to wear green hats." Bai Jing's words made Wang Yifu on the other end explode completely. "Bai Jing, if your mother, you now." Suddenly, before Wang Yifu could finish, Bai Jing hung up the phone and directly blocked and deleted him. Not just the call, but also WeChat and everything else were all blocked and deleted. Beside her, Wang Shanshan watched this scene, pouting and with a tearful voice, asked, "Mom, what's wrong with Dad? What's wrong? The mad dog is acting up. Your dad is just a pure mad dog now, don't pay attention to him. Come, give me your phone, I'll help you block this mad dog so he doesn't scare you." Because of Wang Yifu's call, the originally harmonious breakfast ended abruptly. Bai Jing chose to return to the bedroom to continue resting, while Wang Shanshan decided to stay in the living room, watching TV with Chao Chen and venting a little. "Actually, I still don't know what happened. It just feels like this conflict came out of nowhere. Everything was fine, and suddenly it turned into this." On the sofa in the living room, Wang Shanshan leaned against Chao Chen, her voice choked, and her eyes were red. Seeing Wang Shanshan's sad appearance, Chao Chen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. In his previous life, he was framed by Wang Shanshan's family and sent to prison, and he had dreamed of their family being destroyed. He had been waiting for this moment for 10 years. Although there was still a gap before Wang Shanshan's family was destroyed, he could already see hope. Chao Chen took out a tissue and handed it to Wang Shanshan, softly saying, "Shanshan, don't cry. How about I go check on your uncle?" Hearing Chao Chen say this, Wang Shanshan immediately stopped wiping her tears and hurriedly shook her head. No, if you go, my dad will definitely know that my mom and I are here with you. If he comes over. You heard what he said on the phone just now, I'm really afraid he might hurt my mom. You absolutely mustn't go find him." Chao Chen waved his hand. "Shanshan, don't worry. Your dad has never been here, he definitely won't find this place." Wang Shanshan was taken aback. That was true. Neither her dad nor her mom knew Chao Chen's address, only she knew among the three of them. Besides, Chao Chen continued, "I believe my physical condition is not to be underestimated. Even if your dad really comes, with me here, he won't be able to touch a hair on either of you." As he spoke, Chao Chen flexed his arm, showing off his bicep. After doing this, Chao Chen smiled and continued, "Also, Shanshan, he is still your dad. No matter what happened between him and your mom, that will never change. And you said you still don't know what happened between your dad and your mom. Have you ever thought that maybe it was your mom who made a mistake? What if the problem lies with your mom, and you helped her beat up your dad? Have you thought about how disappointed and hurt he would feel?" As soon as Chao Chen said this, Wang Shanshan's brows furrowed. She looked straight into Chao Chen's eyes and hesitated. I really hadn't thought about it being my mom's problem." "That's it," Chao Chen said. "You don't even know who has the problem now. You can't be blindly biased. Your mom loves you, does that mean your dad doesn't love you? Your mom is at least with you now, but what about your dad? He's all alone, don't you think he's actually quite pitiful?" After hearing Chao Chen's words, Wang Shanshan could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her face again as she pleaded, "Chao Chen, please go see my dad. I really feel terrible about how I acted last night. I actually hit him, and he must be so disappointed in me now." Chao Chen made a calming gesture, gently wiping the tears from Wang Shanshan's face, and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of your dad. You just need to look after your mom. Let's both work hard to help your dad and mom reconcile." Hearing Chao Chen say this, Wang Shanshan felt even more touched. Suddenly, she threw her arms around Chao Chen's neck and pressed her lips against his. A solid, passionate kiss. Wang Shanshan released Chao Chen and shyly said, "Chao Chen, thank you for helping me so much. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Chao Chen stared blankly at Wang Shanshan, then suddenly broke into a smile and said, "With a kiss like that, it's all worth it. Wait for my good news, I'm off." With that, Chao Chen left the house, looking as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. However, as the door closed behind him, the excitement on his face vanished instantly. In his previous life, a kiss like that from Wang Shanshan would have made him give her his heart. But now, his heart was as calm as ever, and he even felt like laughing. Because he had already seen what kind of person Wang Shanshan was, and he could no longer be deceived by her. This kiss meant nothing to Wang Shanshan, it was just a sweet reward to keep him as her loyal admirer. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the garden community, Chao Chen carried 2 bottles of Mao Tai and some prepared food as he arrived at Wang Shanshan's building. He looked up for a moment before stepping inside. Before long, Chao Chen stood in front of Wang Shanshan's door and knocked. After a few seconds, the door swung open with a whoosh, and a string of curses followed. "Bai Jing, you motherf!" With a furious expression, as if ready to kill, Wang Yifu froze when he saw Chao Chen standing outside. "Xiao Kuan, what are you doing here?" In front of outsiders, Wang Yifu still wanted to save face. He quickly straightened his clothes and forced a smile. However, the moment he smiled, Chao Chen felt like laughing too. What a disaster! His face looked like it had been scratched by a cat, with dozens of bloody scratches covering it. "Well, Shanshan is out for something, come back another day," Wang Yifu said, aware that his current appearance was not good. He said a few simple words and reached to close the door. However, before he could shut it, Chao Chen stopped him with his hand. Facing Wang Yifu's puzzled expression, Chao Chen smiled and lifted the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and the prepared food. "Uncle Wang, Shanshan asked me to keep you company." Wang Yifu's expression froze for a moment, and after a 2-second pause, he said nothing and finally let Chao Chen in. Looking at the mess in the living room and the cigarette butts scattered everywhere, Chao Chen didn't care. He cleared a small space and placed the items on the already smashed coffee table, then turned to Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then pulled out 2 small wine glasses from the cabinet and sat down across from Chao Chen. In a low voice, Wang Yifu asked, "Is Shanshan and her mom with you?" "No," Chao Chen replied, shaking his head while opening a bottle of Mao Tai to pour. "Shanshan called me and briefly explained what happened, asking me to come see you." Looking at Chao Chen's sincere eyes, which completely did not resemble those of a liar, Wang Yifu's brow furrowed. "Are those 2 really not with you?" "Really not," Chao Chen replied earnestly. "Shanshan just called me. When I asked her where she was, she didn't say, only that she was at Aunt Bai's friend's place. And you don't need to worry, uncle. Shanshan and Aunt Bai are doing just fine there because I even heard Aunt Bai laughing on the phone, and there was a man's voice with her. They were having fun together, so you don't need to worry about them." Chao Chen's words seemed to be comforting Wang Yifu, but in reality, they were adding fuel to the fire. As the instigator of all this, and knowing that Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing were living in his house, he was fully aware of everything between the 3 of them. Wasn't Wang Yifu suspicious that Bai Jing had taken Wang Shanshan to her lover's house for the night? If this matter turned out to be true, would he not be furious to the point of losing his reason? Certainly. Because a man like Wang Yifu, who was very masculine and particularly concerned about face, would easily lose his cool when faced with such a situation. Just like an honest person, when they finally take action, it often becomes quite serious. Based on Chao Chen's 10 years of experience in prison, once a person is blinded by rage, they are very easily incited. He had done this too many times in prison, it was a tried and true method. Sure enough, Chao Chen's words precisely struck a nerve with Wang Yifu. Especially when Wang Yifu heard that Bai Jing was actually having fun with her male friend, he felt murderous rage. "I'm sulking at home, and you're having a good time with your lover? Bai Jing, you're completely dropping the act, starting to openly put a green hat on me? Fine. Just wait, once I find you 2 adulterers, I'll make sure to beat you to death." Sitting across from Wang Yifu, Chao Chen observed the bulging veins on Wang Yifu's forehead and his clenched fists. A barely noticeable smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Wang Yifu's anger had been successfully provoked by him. In the time that followed, Chao Chen played the role of a respectful younger relative, occasionally mixing in a few inciting remarks that made Wang Yifu's veins throb incessantly. Finally, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. The 2 bottles of Mao Tai had long been finished, and they had drunk 4 cases of beer, with cigarette butts scattered all over the ground. If it were anyone else, they would have been drunk by now, but both Chao Chen and Wang Yifu were still holding up. Chao Chen had become much stronger from practicing the 72 styles of the rice bucket, which also increased his alcohol tolerance. Wang Yifu, on the other hand, simply had a good capacity for alcohol. Moreover, Chao Chen knew Wang Yifu's drinking capacity, so he had been controlling the pace of their drinking, ensuring that Wang Yifu would not get drunk, because once Wang Yifu got drunk, it would affect his subsequent plans. The current state was just right, moderately tipsy, making it easier to act impulsively and be bold. Chao Chen took a sip of beer and looked at Wang Yifu, saying, "Uncle, I actually don't understand. Haven't you and my Aunt Bai always had a good relationship? How did things get so contentious, and to such an extent?" Wang Yifu was genuinely satisfied with this younger relative who had been drinking with him for most of the day. Whether it was drinking or talking, he was well-rounded in every aspect. More importantly, he understood the struggles of men. Chao Chen's earlier remarks about how hard it was for men to support a family, and how many men had to act like sons and grandsons outside, almost made Wang Yifu grab his hand and call him a confidant. Look, even a younger generation knows how difficult it is for men to support a family, but what about the woman who has lived with him for nearly 20 years? This Dogecoin by Jing is really damn it. So, in Wang Yifu's heart right now, Chao Chen has become his confidant brother. Faced with the questions of his confidant brother, Wang Yifu naturally felt there was nothing he couldn't answer. He first gulped down 2 sips of beer, took a deep drag on a cigarette, and then said, "Why the conflict? Ha, isn't it because that Bai Jing bitch cheated, causing all this trouble? You have no idea how cheap she is." Upon hearing this, Chao Chen's expression froze, and he looked at Wang Yifu in disbelief, saying, "Uncle Wang, no way, you must be mistaken, how could my Aunt Bai be that kind of person?" Wang Yifu scoffed, took a drag from his cigarette, pulled out his phone, opened a video, and directly pushed it to Chao Chen. "Xiao Cohen, today Uncle will teach you a truth. There are no women who don't act cheap. Don't believe it? Just take a look for yourself." Chao Chen looked at Wang Yifu with skepticism but eventually picked up the phone to watch. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds. Finally, after watching for less than a minute, Chao Chen put down the phone with a shocked expression. "Aunt Bai. She actually." Seeing Chao Chen's utterly shocked look, Wang Yifu exhaled a puff of smoke with a cold smile and said, "Didn't expect her to be this cheap, this promiscuous, actually with 3 men at once?" Chao Chen stared blankly at Wang Yifu and nodded. "So, this is what Uncle wants to teach you, women, there are no women who don't act cheap. Never be too good to them, got it?" Chao Chen still nodded blankly, his expression somewhat dazed as he said, "Uncle Wang, I think I know that guy with the yellow hair." In the video, there were 3 thugs, each with different hairstyles, one of whom had a crew cut and dyed yellow. Hearing Chao Chen say this, Wang Yifu immediately furrowed his brow. "You know him?" "Yes." Chao Chen nodded affirmatively. "Back in school, near the school gate, this guy asked me about Shan Shan, wanting to date her. You know, Uncle, I've been pursuing Shan Shan all along, and this guy clearly isn't a good person, so I definitely couldn't tell him anything. I almost got into a fight with him at the school gate over it. So, I specifically looked into this yellow-haired guy and found out his address, but then it just faded away. I didn't expect he would be with Aunt Bai." At this point, Chao Chen's expression changed, worriedly saying, "Uncle Wang, my Aunt Bai wouldn't have taken Shan Shan to this yellow-haired guy's house, right? If that's the case, then Shan Shan is in danger. This yellow-haired guy has had his eyes on her for a long time. He wouldn't take the opportunity to force himself on her, would he?" Although Wang Shanshan had fought with Wang Yifu yesterday alongside Bai Jing, that grudge had long been resolved by Chao Chen. Don't forget, Chao Chen came here today under the banner of Wang Shanshan. He had already regretted what he said about Wang Shanshan and wished he could kneel in front of Wang Yifu to apologize. So, in Wang Yifu's eyes, Wang Shanshan was still his good daughter, and he had long since forgiven her in his heart. Now, hearing Chao Chen say this, Wang Yifu's expression instantly became serious. If his wife was played by this yellow-haired guy, that would be one thing. But if his daughter was also played by this yellow-haired guy, then he really had no reason to live anymore. "Where is this yellow-haired guy's house?" Wang Yifu asked fiercely. "Hongfu community, I only know he lives in that community, but I don't know which building." Upon hearing this, Wang Yifu's face darkened, and without saying a word, he grabbed a bottle of liquor and walked out. Watching Wang Yifu's departing figure, Chao Chen finally smiled. What he saw at the school gate about that blonde guy, that the blonde guy had been eyeing Wang Shanshan for a long time, was all made up. However, there was one thing he didn't lie about. That is, this blonde guy indeed lived in Hongfu community. Chao Chen knew this because, in his previous life, the thug he accidentally killed was this blonde guy. After all, he was the first person he had killed, and Chao Chen had a deep impression of the situation. It was something he could never forget in this life. As for the other 2 thugs, he had long lost any memory of them. Compared to the hurriedly leaving Wang Yifu, Chao Chen was in no rush at all. He finished the beer in the bottle and leisurely picked at some dishes. After swallowing those bites, he calmly lit a cigarette. As the pale white smoke swirled around him, he only stood up from the sofa after nearly a third of the cigarette was smoked, straightened his clothes, and stepped out of there. At 9:30 in the evening, at the entrance of Hongfu community, Wang Yifu, with a cigarette in his mouth, silently watched every person entering and exiting the community. Hongfu Community was a new development completed less than a year ago, with an occupancy rate of less than 1/7, so there weren't many people. Moreover, the location of Hongfu Community was somewhat remote, so the foot traffic was even less. At this moment, over 100 meters away from Wang Yifu, a boy wearing a duckbill cap was quietly watching him. It was Chao Chen. Chao Chen had been watching Wang Yifu for an hour, but since that blonde guy hadn't shown up yet, nothing had happened for the time being. Chao Chen glanced at the time on his phone and murmured, "It's already 9:30. It's likely I won't wait for that blonde guy. Looks like today's luck isn't good." Although Chao Chen had guided Wang Yifu to look for the blonde guy, he didn't really expect him to encounter the blonde guy today. Anyway, the seeds of hatred had already been sown. As long as Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing still lived there, the situation was under his control. In other words, he had plenty of time. If one day didn't work, there was always the next, and as long as that blonde guy hadn't moved, Wang Yifu would definitely run into him. And once the two met, Chao Chen's plan would succeed. While thinking about this, Chao Chen was just about to keep watching for a while longer before heading home when suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth lifted. At that moment, at the entrance of Hongfu Community, a boy dressed in flip-flops, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt, looking rather carefree, was coming out of the community. Moreover, he was on the phone, chatting as he walked. It was that blonde thug. Chao Chen could recognize this blonde thug from over 100 meters away, and Wang Yifu, who was lurking at the entrance of the community, could recognize him even better. Seeing the blonde guy come out of the community, talking on the phone and heading in another direction, Wang Yifu picked up the beer bottle and followed him. Because Hongfu Community was in a relatively remote area, the streetlights and other infrastructure weren't very good. Finally, when they reached a darker spot, the blonde guy hung up the phone. It was at this moment that Wang Yifu took advantage of the fact that no one was nearby, rushed up in 2 steps, and smashed the beer bottle over the thug's head. Bang! The bottle shattered instantly, and the blonde guy stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The blonde guy shook his head vigorously, and before he could steady himself, Wang Yifu kicked him far away and then jumped on him, starting to punch him. "You bastard! How dare you touch my woman? Let's see if I don't kill you!" With a furious barrage of punches, the blonde guy's face was soon a mess. Wang Yifu grabbed the blonde guy by the collar and growled, "Where's that bitch Bai Jing? And my daughter?" The blonde guy was bleeding from his mouth and nose, his eyes dazed as he replied, "What Bai Jing? I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know?" Wang Yifu thought that Huang Mao was pretending to be confused, and he delivered another round of punches. After repeating this several times, Wang Yifu finally stopped. He couldn't hit him anymore. If he did, Huang Mao might not be able to take it. However, Huang Mao never admitted to being beaten, which indicated that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were indeed not with him. Looking at the nearly unconscious Huang Mao, Wang Yifu stood up and spat on the ground with a fierce expression. "Damn it, you dog!" After cursing, Wang Yifu kicked Huang Mao once more before leaving, panting heavily. Not long after Wang Yifu left, a figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask appeared. Chao Chen glanced at the nearby surveillance cameras and almost laughed out loud. What a stroke of luck, just in time to kick him out of the camera's view. Chao Chen was an expert in this area when it came to the range of surveillance cameras and their blind spots. In prison, fighting would lead to punishment, so if someone wanted to deal with someone else, they often needed to get them into a blind spot before making a move. Having spent 10 years in prison, Chao Chen had developed an instinct for knowing what angles the cameras could monitor and what areas were out of sight. The place where Wang Yifu first struck was within the camera's range. However, the spot where he kicked Huang Mao and beat him was not in the camera's view. That kick had perfectly sent Huang Mao out of the surveillance range. "It seems like heaven is helping me," Chao Chen murmured, reaching down to pick up a piece of broken beer bottle about 4 or 5 centimeters long. He was wearing gloves on his hands. Chao Chen took a couple of steps to Huang Mao's side. Huang Mao, nearly unconscious and covered in blood, could only see a figure approaching but couldn't make out the person's features. "Help! Help me! Please call 120. Chao Chen did not respond to Huang Mao but squatted down, measuring the piece of glass against his head. "Brother, be a good person in your next life. Remember, forcing women is wrong." At 10:20 p.m., Chao Chen gently opened the door to his home. In the living room, Wang Shanshan was still sitting on the sofa watching TV, while Bai Jing was in the bedroom, not sure if she was asleep. Seeing Chao Chen come in, Wang Shanshan hurriedly got up from the sofa and ran over. "Why are you back so late? How's my dad?" Chao Chen smiled wryly, rubbing his temples. "Oh my, Uncle Wang can really drink. I ended up getting completely wasted after he poured drinks down my throat, and when I opened my eyes, it was already this late. But don't worry, I talked to Uncle Wang. I told him you were very regretful about what happened yesterday and that you were so upset you slapped yourself several times. You even asked me to buy 2 bottles of good wine to keep him company. Uncle Wang was quite comforted by that. He said he doesn't blame you anymore. Hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately brightened up, but then she lowered her voice and asked, "Did my dad say why he fought with my mom?" "Well," Chao Chen frowned, looking troubled. "Forget it, let Uncle Wang tell you about that. Also, I really think you should go see Uncle Wang. He has quite a few injuries, especially on his face from being scratched. After all, he is your dad, and he doesn't blame you at all. You should go see him tomorrow. I'll go with you." Wang Shanshan nodded heavily. "Okay, I'll go first thing in the morning. By the way, is he sleeping now?" "I don't know," Chao Chen replied. "I got completely wasted by Uncle Wang, and when I woke up, I was the only one at home. I have no idea where Uncle Wang went. Maybe he went to the hospital to get his wounds treated, and then I just came back by myself." Wang Shanshan nodded again, looking at Chao Chen with a smile, then tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. "Hee, thank you. You should go take a shower now. I've already prepared the water for you." Chao Chen grinned widely and said, "Okay, I'll go shower first. I smell like smoke and alcohol, it's really unpleasant. You should go rest too." Watching Wang Shanshan bounce back to the bedroom, Chao Chen's lips curled slightly as he stepped into the washroom. Wang Shanshan actually wanted to go see Wang Yifu early tomorrow morning? How naive. As long as the police station in Xia County wasn't completely useless, Wang Yifu would definitely be arrested tonight. Once he was arrested, it wouldn't be so easy to see him, because the suspicion of murder on him was something he could never shake off, and murderers are not allowed to meet with family before being sentenced. Chao Chen had been wrongfully accused of murder in his previous life, so he was very clear about this process. Before Wang Yifu was sentenced, no relatives could see him except for a lawyer, including Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. Generally, it takes about 6 months from arrest to sentencing for a murderer. This meant that during these 6 months, Wang Shanshan wouldn't be able to see Wang Yifu, unless she waited until the verdict was handed down 6 months later to visit him in prison. So, if Wang Shanshan wanted to see Wang Yifu, it would probably have to wait at least 6 months. Thinking about this, Chao Chen let the cool water hit him, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment. 10 years. This pent-up frustration had been festering in his heart for a decade, and now, he had finally released a part of it. Next, it was Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. Wang Shanshan couldn't be moved for now, because Chao Chen still needed to use her to deal with another enemy. As for Bai Jing, she could be dealt with freely. This charming mature woman should also have her own unique flavor. Thinking of this, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, outside Hongfu community, on a dimly lit street, a girl who had just finished her night shift was riding her electric bike. Suddenly, when she saw someone lying a short distance ahead, she quickly slowed down. Initially thinking it was a drunken man, the girl just wanted to ride past, but as she got closer, when the light from her bike shone on the man, her pupils dilated, and she fell off the bike in shock. Murder! Murder! The next morning, it was still a harmonious breakfast atmosphere. Having stayed at Chao Chen's place for 2 days, and with the two already familiar with each other, Wang Shanshan was increasingly treating herself as one of them. Bai Jing was the same. As she grew closer to Chao Chen, she even occasionally joked with him. Additionally, after a night of recovery, the injuries on their faces looked much better than yesterday. After all, it was just swelling, and since they had been applying medication, the redness had mostly gone down. By tomorrow morning, it would be completely unnoticeable. Of course, while the swelling could go down, the bruises on their faces would take a few more days to fade. Do you really have to go see that mad dog of a father today? Bai Jing clearly knew about Wang Shanshan's decision to visit Wang Yifu, and since Wang Shanshan hadn't mentioned it, she brought it up herself. Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing and weakly nodded. "Mom, I know you really hate him right now, but he is my dad after all. I already feel guilty for what happened that night when you fought him together. Please let me go see him." Bai Jing opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately nodded. "That's true. No matter how much of a mad dog he is still your father. If you don't go see him, the neighbors will definitely talk behind your back, saying you're an unfilial daughter or something like that. So, it's good to go take a look, but your dad is like a mad dog right now, extremely unstable. You must pay attention to safety. If you see him about to go crazy, run quickly and call 110. With her mother's permission, Wang Shanshan smiled happily and said, "Mom, don't worry, Chao Chen will go with me. If anything happens, he will protect me, right, Chao Chen?" Chao Chen withdrew his gaze from Bai Jing's curvy figure and looked at Wang Shanshan, smiling. "Of course, I will protect you with my life." Half an hour later, the three of them finished their delightful breakfast. Just as Wang Shanshan was about to go out with Chao Chen to buy some things and then visit her dad, suddenly, a phone rang. It was Bai Jing's phone. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the screen, Bai Jing didn't think much and answered it. Hello, who is this? Hello. A serious male voice came from the other end. May I ask if you are the family member of Wang Yifu, Ms. Bai Jing? Hearing the serious and formal tone, Bai Jing felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart and hurriedly said, Yes, that's me, I'm Bai Jing. What happened? Hello, Ms. Bai Jing. The male voice continued, This is the Xia County Police Station. I'm calling to inform you that your husband, Wang Yifu, is suspected of intentional homicide and has been formally arrested. From now on, until the court's verdict is delivered, family members are not allowed to visit. However, you may hire a lawyer. Bai Jing stood there holding the phone, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. Wang Shanshan, who had been excited to go visit her dad, was also frozen in place. Chao Chen wore a shocked expression, standing there in a daze. Of course, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were genuinely affected, while Chao Chen was pretending. Because he had already known the outcome when he saw that blonde guy leaving the community last night. Okay, I understand. Thank you. After the police station's explanation ended, Bai Jing hung up the phone in a daze. Meanwhile, tears had filled Wang Shanshan's face without her realizing it. She choked up and approached Bai Jing, saying, Mom, is it a scam? Please don't believe them, they are just trying to scam money. Looking at Wang Shanshan's current state, Bai Jing bit her lip and ultimately said nothing, simply holding her in her arms. It was only at that moment that Wang Shanshan buried her face in Bai Jing's embrace and began to cry uncontrollably. Chao Chen, witnessing this scene, was also deeply moved. He stepped forward and embraced both mother and daughter. After a long while, the three of them prepared and went to the Xia County Police Station. Although the police station's call had already reached Bai Jing's phone, what if it was fake? As a result, upon arriving at the police station, Wang Shanshan's last glimmer of hope was shattered. Wang Yifu had indeed been formally arrested for intentional homicide the night before. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short days, the originally harmonious family had turned into this. Wang Shanshan nearly fainted from crying. Inside the police station, she repeatedly pleaded with the officers to see Wang Yifu, but the officers coldly refused, citing procedural reasons. In contrast, Bai Jing remained much calmer. Perhaps the beating from Wang Yifu had extinguished the feelings between them, or perhaps after living together for so long, she had grown tired of it. In any case, Bai Jing showed no signs of pain or discomfort regarding Wang Yifu's arrest. However, Wang Shanshan's choked sobs made her heart ache. Mom, we need to hire a lawyer. We must hire the best lawyer. I don't believe my dad would kill someone, he must be wronged. Among the three, if you ask who is the saddest, without a doubt, it is Wang Shanshan, this daughter. After all, Wang Yifu's love for her is genuine, the father-daughter bond between them truly exists. So, just after coming out of the police station, Wang Shanshan couldn't control her emotions, hugging Bai Jing's arm and crying uncontrollably, repeatedly insisting on hiring a lawyer. At this moment, Bai Jing appeared somewhat bewildered. Although she is Wang Shanshan's mother, she had never experienced anything like this. Therefore, when faced with such a situation, she had no idea where to start, not even knowing where to hire a lawyer. At this time, Chao Chen spoke up. Shanshan, stop crying for now. We definitely need to hire a lawyer. I also don't believe Uncle Wang would commit murder. However, before that, I think we have something more urgent to deal with. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan stopped crying, and Bai Jing also looked at Chao Chen. Could there be something more important than hiring a lawyer at this moment? Facing the gazes of Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, Chao Chen said, because the matter of Uncle Wang committing murder is basically confirmed, you and Aunt Bai need to move quickly, to my place. You can't return to your home in the short term. After listening, Bai Jing thought for a moment and gasped. Xiao Cohen, do you mean that the other party's family might retaliate against us? It's not impossible, Chao Chen nodded seriously. The other party has just lost a loved one, and their emotions are definitely very agitated. No one can guarantee that they won't vent their anger on you and Shanshan, Aunt Bai, are both part of a vulnerable group. So, we can't gamble on whether the other party's family will be rational and restrained. We need to be prepared for the worst. Therefore, we must move to my place, and you can't return to your house in the near future. Looking into Chao Chen's serious eyes, Bai Jing also nodded solemnly. She turned to Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, Xiao Cohen is right. Your dad has already been locked up, and his situation won't have a result in the short term. So, it doesn't make much difference whether we rush to hire a lawyer or not. The urgent matter is to move quickly. Your dad is already in trouble. If something happens to you too, Mom really won't be able to live. We can't take risks. Although Wang Shanshan was sad, she ultimately did not lose her rationality. She also felt that Chao Chen's words made sense. If the other party's family directed their anger at them, it would be hard for just the two women to withstand their fury. Thinking of this, Wang Shanshan wiped her red eyes and choked out, "Okay, then let's go move first." 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After a busy half-day, Chao Chun, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan finally completed the move. They didn't move everything from the house, mainly just some clothes, cosmetics, and valuable jewelry belonging to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. However, even with just these items, Chao Chen's small 2-bedroom apartment was filled to the brim. "Aunt Bai, come here for a moment, I need to talk to you about something." While Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were organizing their things, Chao Chen stood at the door of his bedroom and called out to Bai Jing. Bai Jing glanced at Chao Chen, immediately leaving Wang Shanshan to organize by herself and walked over. Wang Shanshan thought the two were just discussing hiring a lawyer and didn't think much of it. Once Bai Jing entered the room, Chao Chen directly locked the door. Bai Jing didn't find anything strange and asked, "Xiao Cohen, what is it?" Chao Chen was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, frowning as he lit a cigarette. "Aunt Bai, I really feel very conflicted and tangled inside." Bai Jing was taken aback, her expression somewhat puzzled. "What does it mean? What is he conflicted about?" Bai Jing sat down next to Chao Chen and tentatively asked, "Xiao Cohen, did something happen?" "It's okay, you can talk to Aunt Bai first." Chao Chen looked into Bai Jing's eyes and retorted, "Aunt Bai, do you really not know why my uncle Wang resorted to murder?" "This." Bai Jing stared blankly at Chao Chen and shook her head, "I don't know, should I know?" "You." Chao Chen was speechless and lowered his voice, "It's all because of you, Aunt Bai. The reason my uncle Wang has come to this point is entirely your fault." "What?" Bai Jing's eyes widened in shock, shaking her head, "Xiao Cohen, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Wang Yifu killing someone has nothing to do with me. Are you saying I instructed him to kill?" Chao Chen took a couple of puffs from his cigarette and frowned. "Although my uncle Wang's murder wasn't instigated by you, it indeed stemmed from you." "Stemmed from me?" Bai Jing looked bewildered. Chao Chen nodded heavily. "Yesterday I went to find Uncle Wang for a drink, and he told me why he suddenly acted against you. It was because you cheated and betrayed him." Bai Jing's eyes widened again. "I cheated?" Chao Chen didn't respond but opened his phone, found a video, and handed it to Bai Jing. The moment Bai Jing saw the video, her expression froze. Time passed slowly until the video ended. Bai Jing stared blankly at the phone, swallowing hard. "So, Wang Yifu saw this video and suddenly turned into a mad dog?" Chao Chen nodded. "When Uncle Wang gave me this video yesterday, he told me to make sure to show it to Shanshan, so she would know it wasn't her dad's fault, but her mom's. But after I came back yesterday, I really couldn't bring myself to tell Shanshan, so I chose to hide it for now. However, I never expected that just one night later, Uncle Wang would take the irreversible path." "Do you know who he killed?" Bai Jing looked into Chao Chen's eyes and shook her head. "It's that yellow-haired guy from the video." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's expression turned horrified. "It was him?" Chao Chen nodded affirmatively. "When I went to the police station today, I happened to catch a glimpse of Uncle Wang's file. The victim is indeed that yellow-haired guy from the video." "So, Aunt Bai, I'm really conflicted and tormented right now. I truly don't know whether I should tell Shanshan the truth. Given Shanshan's personality, if she finds out it was because of you that Uncle Wang took this path, she will never forgive you for the rest of her life. But just the thought of hiding the truth from Shanshan makes my heart ache and suffer." At this moment, Chao Chen seemed to be possessed by a dramatic spirit, his expression twisted, his right hand clutching his chest, fully displaying the pain and torment within him. Bai Jing, on the other hand, felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur bristling. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. She must not tell Wang Shanshan. Absolutely must not tell Wang Shanshan. Even though she had not cheated at all, she was the victim, forced into it, but because of the existence of this video, she could no longer explain herself. Wang Yifu would not believe her. Chao Chen would not believe her. Wang Shanshan would definitely not believe her either. So, she could no longer clear her name. The label of infidelity was one she could not shake off. And if Wang Shanshan were to find out about this, then, as Chao Chen said, she would definitely not forgive her. Because it was her infidelity that led to the outbreak of family conflict. It was her infidelity that caused Wang Yifu to seek out the man and vent his anger. It was also her infidelity that led Wang Yifu to commit murder and end up in prison. All of this is because of her affair. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. In Wang Shanshan's heart, her mother is certainly important, but how can her father be any less important? Knowing that it was because of her mother that her father killed someone and walked down an irreversible path, how could she possibly accept it, let alone forgive? Therefore, Wang Shanshan must not find out. Her family has already fallen apart. Now she only has Wang Shanshan as a daughter. If her daughter were to leave her too, she simply couldn't imagine how to go on living. These thoughts flashed rapidly through her mind as Bai Jing stared into Chao Chen's eyes, gulped, and said, "Xiao Cohen, you can't tell Shanshan. You know her well. If she finds out, not only will she not forgive me, but she might also leave me. She no longer has a father, she can't lose her mother too. You can't be so cruel to her. Chao Chen's face was filled with a conflicted and pained expression as he said, Aunt Bai, it's precisely because I've considered this that I haven't told Shanshan yet. But keeping this from her is really tormenting me, it's so painful. Just thinking about hiding this from her makes me unsure how to face her. 2 hours later, the bedroom door opened, and Chao Chen and Bai Jing walked out. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, who had been tidying up her clothes and belongings outside, had already finished packing everything. Seeing her mom and Chao Chen come out, Wang Shanshan quickly walked over. Mom, how did your discussion with Chao Chen go? In response to Wang Shanshan's question, Chao Chen and Bai Jing exchanged glances. It was Chao Chen who reacted first. He frowned and sighed. Well, let's talk about it later. Uncle Wang's situation is a bit complicated, and Aunt Bai and I haven't made a final decision yet. Mainly, things are a bit chaotic on Aunt Bai's side. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately looked as if she understood. Yes, her mother must be very sad. She was just putting on a brave face in front of her. She might have even cried in the room with Chao Chen just now. Thinking of this, Wang Shanshan hugged Bai Jing tightly and said affectionately, Mom, don't be sad. You still have Shanshan. Shanshan will always be with you. Bai Jing gently embraced Wang Shanshan while winking at Chao Chen as a thank you. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as several steaming dishes were brought to the dining table by Bai Jing, the three of them began their dinner. Mom, you and Chao Chen discussed for so long, how did it go? What kind of lawyer are we going to hire? Wang Shanshan, who had been preoccupied with the lawyer issue, couldn't wait to ask after taking a bite of food. Bai Jing paused, looking innocently at Chao Chen. What did they discuss? Although they had been in Chao Chen's room for over 2 hours, they hadn't talked about any lawyers at all, so she had no idea how to respond. Chao Chen noticed Bai Jing's pleading look and, while eating, took over the conversation, saying, Actually, Aunt Bai and I were just about to tell you. Aunt Bai and I seriously discussed it, and right now, we don't need to hire a very good or expensive lawyer because it's not time to go to court yet. Let's first hire a regular lawyer to contact Uncle Wang. We need to see if Uncle Wang has been wronged during his detention, if he needs any daily necessities, bedding, and so on. Secondly, after hiring this lawyer, we can also understand the progress of the case. Based on the case's situation, we can respond differently. If Uncle Wang is innocent and there are doubts about the case, we can immediately switch to the best lawyer to take over. If Uncle Wang really killed someone, then we should compensate the victim's family and strive to obtain a letter of understanding from them. This way, when the judge sentences him, there can be some leniency for Uncle Wang. Chao Chen's words were organized and clear, making Bai Jing look at him with new eyes. She didn't expect that a boy who had just graduated from high school could understand so much, as if he had experienced it himself. Looking at her own daughter, apart from being beautiful and having a good figure, she seemed almost illiterate. Bai Jing smiled slightly and said to Wang Shanshan, Yes, this is the final result that Xiao Kuan and I discussed. Ha! Just like that, her achievements were taken away? 8 o'clock in the evening. As dinner ended, the three of them also concluded their discussion on the Wang Yifu murder case. Discussing here ultimately had no meaning. The urgent matter was to hire a lawyer to understand the situation first. This was also what Chao Chen and the others had already decided. They would go tomorrow. Shanshan, you and Xiao Kuan stay home and rest. Mom will go out for a walk. Bai Jing came out of the kitchen, taking off her apron while looking at Chao Chen and Wang Shanshan, who were sitting on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately stood up. Mom, I'll go with you. Bai Jing smiled and said, No need, moving today was exhausting. You and Xiao Kuan can just watch TV at home. Mom will go out for a walk alone. As she spoke, Bai Jing glanced at Chao Chen and gave a meaningful smile. Wang Shanshan wanted to say something, but before she could speak, Chao Chen pulled her aside. He leaned close to Wang Shanshan's ear and whispered, Shanshan, let Aunt Bai go by herself. So much has happened these past few days. You need to give her some personal space to digest it. Wang Shanshan frowned slightly and whispered back, I understand what you mean, but I'm worried my mom might do something foolish. I see. Chao Chen thought seriously for a moment and said, How about this? I'll accompany Aunt Bai. With me around, I think her safety will be guaranteed. You just stay home and rest. Wang Shanshan not only found no problem with Chao Chen's arrangement but even felt that he was genuinely good to her. After all, going out late at night with Bai Jing would only be two girls, and if something happened, they would have little ability to resist. But with Chao Chen accompanying Bai Jing, it was completely different. Standing over 6 feet tall and strong, even if some punk showed up, they would have to think twice seeing a guy like him. Wang Shanshan gave Chao Chen a sweet smile and said, Then I'll trouble you. No need to be polite with me. Chao Chen smiled and lightly patted her waist. This is what I should do. Alright, you rest well at home. After saying that, Chao Chen looked at Bai Jing and said, Aunt Bai, I also want to go out for a walk. Let's go together and let Shan Shan rest at home. Well, Bai Jing hesitated slightly and smiled, okay, then let's go out together. After that, the two tidied up a bit and went out together. Wang Shanshan watched Chao Chen and her mother leave, a smug smile appearing on her face. She murmured, fortunately, there's such a devoted guy, otherwise, my mom and I really wouldn't know what to do. That said, you are indeed a good dog, and you are genuinely good to me, but unfortunately, you really don't meet my requirements. However, don't worry, I won't let you lick for nothing. At most, I'll help you recharge once. Or twice, I guess that should make up for your efforts over the years. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Chao Chen and Bai Jing had just returned from outside. In the living room, Wang Shanshan was almost asleep on the sofa, drowsy and confused. Shanshan, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Seeing Wang Shanshan waiting for them, Bai Jing immediately walked over. Wang Shanshan rubbed her eyes and smiled, saying, I'm not sleepy yet, Mom. Why did you come back so late? Bai Jing was taken aback and forced to smile. Oh, I was just a bit upset, so I went for a run. Many people like to vent their frustrations through exercise when they feel down, so Wang Shanshan didn't think anything was amiss. Wang Shanshan kindly said, Mom, don't be upset. You still have me. Then she turned to Chao Chen, Chao Chen, thank you for staying with my mom so late. What are you thanking me for? Chao Chen waved his hand casually and laughed. What you said is funny. I'm more than happy to keep Aunt Bai company, there's no need for thanks. Really, I'm feeling great, both physically and mentally. Hearing Chao Chen say this, Wang Shanshan found nothing strange about it. Wasn't this just typical simp behavior? To pursue her, he was trying to win over her mom to increase his chances in front of her. Just a normal act of simping. After that, the three of them chatted briefly in the living room before returning to their respective bedrooms to rest. The next morning, Chao Chen and the others left home early. Wang Yifu was still at the police station, and they needed to find a lawyer quickly to understand the situation. Ultimately, they found a not-so-famous criminal lawyer. Perhaps he had no other cases at the moment, as after signing the retainer agreement, he went to the police station that afternoon. He stayed there for about 2 hours and came out with some very bad news for Chao Chen, Wang Shanshan, and Bai Jing. The evidence against Wang Yifu in the murder case was overwhelming. The police had obtained some video footage of Wang Yifu attacking the victim and found the murder weapon at a key fatal injury site on the victim. The weapon was a glass shard about 4 to 5 centimeters long, and Wang Yifu's complete fingerprints were extracted from it. Additionally, Wang Yifu himself had confessed. He said he hadn't intended to kill anyone, he just got a bit rough after drinking and accidentally killed the person. However, whether Wang Yifu acted accidentally or intentionally, the fact that he committed murder was now irrefutable. According to the lawyer, there was no need for a defense. In such a clear-cut criminal case, no matter how good the lawyer is, the final outcome wouldn't change much. Of course, the lawyer's point was not to tell Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan to give up. Instead, he was informing them that, given the current situation of Wang Yifu's case, they shouldn't place their hopes on the lawyer. Because in cases with such solid evidence, the lawyer wouldn't have much impact. What they should focus on now was obtaining a letter of understanding from the victim's family. In the current situation, a letter of understanding from the victim's family was far more useful than hiring a good lawyer. Because as long as they obtained that letter, Wang Yifu would definitely not be sentenced to death. If they couldn't get the letter, based on Wang Yifu's actions in this case, he was very likely to be sentenced to death. However, obtaining a letter of understanding from the victim's family was not easy. The victim's family had already been to the police station, so the lawyer took the opportunity to inquire about them. According to what he found out, the victim's parents were not the type of people who lacked money. In other words, the Huang family was quite wealthy, and he was their only son. In this situation, wanting to obtain a letter of understanding from his parents would require at least 3 to 5 million for it to be possible. Anything less, and the parents might not even consider negotiating, preferring to let Wang Yifu pay for his son's life with his own. And indeed, the reality matched the lawyer's expectations. With the consent of Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, the lawyer obtained the contact information of the victim's parents from the police station and reached out on their behalf. The response was very firm, 3.5 million, and not a cent less if they wanted the letter of understanding. Upon learning this figure, both Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan fell into despair. 3.5 million. Even if they sold both of them, they couldn't raise 3.5 million, let alone 3.5 million, even 1.5 million was beyond their means. First, Wang Shanshan's family home was an 80 square meter 2-bedroom apartment, which, according to the market price in this small county of Xia County, was worth at most around 500,000. In addition, they had about 250,000 in savings. Altogether, they could scrape together at most 800,000. They were still a long way from 3.5 million. Mom, you have to borrow some money. If you can't, my dad will die. In the cafe's private room, after sending off the lawyer, Wang Shanshan looked at Bai Jing with tear-filled eyes. At that moment, she deeply felt the helplessness and pain of being broke. If they could come up with 3.5 million, Wang Yifu could live. If they couldn't, Wang Yifu would die. Undoubtedly, Wang Shanshan wanted Wang Yifu to live. After all, he was her father who had loved her for 18 years. But she really couldn't come up with 3.5 million. What to do? They could only borrow. Faced with Wang Shanshan's almost pleading sobs, Bai Jing furrowed her brows. She suddenly felt that her daughter was so inconsiderate, not understanding the situation at all. The family could only scrape together 800,000, which was still a full 2.7 million short of what was being asked. Where was she supposed to borrow this 2.7 million? Moreover, why should she borrow this 2.7 million? The lawyer had said that even if they obtained the letter of understanding from the victim's family, Wang Yifu would most likely be sentenced to life imprisonment. This meant that Wang Yifu would not be able to help her repay this 2.7 million, she would have to bear this debt herself. 2.7 million. If she really took on such a debt, then she might as well give up on everything for the rest of her life, hoping only to pay it off before she died. So, was her daughter brainless or just foolish? Did she really want to push herself into a pit of fire? If it weren't for the fact that her daughter was so heartbroken at the moment, she would have wanted to scold her. Just then, Chao Chun, who was sitting opposite Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, spoke up. Shanshan, calm down. You can't hold Aunt Bai hostage like this. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan was momentarily stunned. Had she taken her mother hostage? When did that happen? And Bai Jing, upon hearing Chao Chen's words, felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes immediately moistened. Finally, someone understood her. Chao Chun, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm holding my mom hostage? Clearly, Wang Shanshan had not realized that she was morally blackmailing her own mother. No, it was emotional blackmail. Using their mother-daughter bond to force Bai Jing to do something she was unwilling to do. You are holding your mom hostage right now, Chao Chen said bluntly. Shanshan, you only think about having Aunt Bai borrow money, but have you considered that this money is ultimately borrowed and needs to be repaid? Have you thought about how this money will be repaid and who will repay it? Wang Shanshan opened her mouth but said nothing. Chao Chen continued, you definitely haven't thought about repaying this money because if you had even considered it, you wouldn't speak about borrowing money so lightly. You have to understand, this is a huge sum of 2.7 million. If Aunt Bai has to bear such a debt, have you thought about how she will live the rest of her life? I can tell you bluntly, once she takes on this debt, Aunt Bai will spend the rest of her life repaying it. So, you can't drag Aunt Bai into the abyss just to achieve your own goals. She raised you and has only given you kindness. She doesn't owe you anything. If you want to repay Uncle Wang for his nurturing and don't want him to die, that's fine, I completely understand, after all, he is your father. But this money shouldn't be borrowed by Aunt Bai, it should be you who borrows it. This debt of 2.7 million should be on your shoulders. Because it is you who owes Uncle Wang for his nurturing, not Aunt Bai. Chao Chen's words left Wang Shanshan blushing and speechless. She even doubted whether this Chao Chen in front of her was still her devoted admirer. How could he say such things about her in front of her mother? He expected her to bear this debt of 2.7 million? This was 2.7 million, not 270. She was only 18, if she took on such a huge debt, her life would be completely ruined. Damn it! What was wrong with this devoted admirer, turning against her? Could it be that the rewards she had given him weren't enough? It must be that way. He had been busy these past few days, organizing this and that, putting in so much effort, yet she hadn't given him any decent reward, leaving him dissatisfied. Sigh. Really, he should consider how difficult her situation was and not throw a tantrum at her. Forget it, she would find a chance to help him out once. Although he was just a devoted admirer, she really couldn't do without him right now. In a brief moment, many thoughts flashed through Wang Shanshan's mind. Meanwhile, Bai Jing was beside her, eyes moist, constantly wiping them with a tissue. The reason she was crying was partly because Chao Chen had voiced her feelings. On the other hand, she was moved. Today, she finally felt what it was like to be protected. Her foolish daughter wanted to push her into the fire pit, but Chao Chen, with his strong arms, protected her and kicked the foolish daughter out. The feeling of being protected was truly hard for a woman not to develop feelings for. In fact, if the occasion were more appropriate, she would have wanted Chao Chen to take her away immediately, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Just based on what Chao Chen did to protect her today, it was worth at least 100 times. In the cafe's private room, after a brief silence, it was Wang Shanshan who spoke first. She looked at Bai Jing pitifully and said, "Mom, that's not what I meant. I didn't want you to bear this debt alone. You are my mom, of course, I will repay it with you. I just can't borrow that much money. Besides, he is my dad. I can't just watch him die, can I?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jing wiped her eyes one last time and forced a smile. "Mom understands, and I can understand you. But, Shanshan, you also have to understand me. I don't want to spend the rest of my life repaying debts, so I won't borrow money to save your dad. This is our family's situation. If this money can save him, we will do it, but if it can't, there's nothing I can do. Moreover, what I can do is already more than enough for your dad and for you. After all, I have half of the 800,000 assets in the family, but now, for you, I have given it all up to save your dad. Alright, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm going back now." After saying this, Bai Jing forced another smile at Wang Shanshan and got up to leave. Wang Shanshan watched Bai Jing's departing figure, almost crying. Because she could feel it, after her mother finished speaking, it seemed as if an invisible wall had appeared between them, and their relationship could never return to what it once was. But what had she done wrong? Was it wrong for a daughter to want to save her father? And Chao Chen silently watched all of this, a smile almost creeping onto his lips. The mother and daughter had already grown distant. If they could turn against each other, wouldn't that be delightful? With her father locked away in prison and the mother and daughter at odds, just imagining such revenge was thrilling for Chao Chen. As Chao Chen's mind raced, thinking of ways to turn Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing against each other, suddenly, Wang Shanshan turned to look at him. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked pitiful as she said, "Chao Chen, do you really see me as that kind of person?" In the past, whenever Wang Shanshan showed such a tearful, pitiful look, no matter the situation, Chao Chen would definitely soften and apologize, buying her many things to cheer her up. But this time, he did not do so. "Shanshan," Chao Chen said seriously, "I never said you were that kind of person, but you need to understand, you were indeed using familial ties to coerce Aunt Bai just now. You only thought about saving your dad, but have you considered what price Aunt Bai would have to pay for that? Why should Aunt Bai pay for your feelings towards your dad? Is that fair to Aunt Bai?" Hearing Chao Chen's words, Wang Shanshan felt her heart sink to the bottom. She hadn't expected that in a private room with just the two of them, Chao Chen would say such things to her. It seemed that the extent of Chao Chen's infatuation had exceeded her imagination. She had to quickly bring him back to her side. After all, he was the only useful admirer she had. If he left, she would have no one left to rely on. Thinking of this, Wang Shanshan pouted and burst into tears. As she cried, she fell into Chao Chen's embrace, saying, "Woo-woo, you sad eye. Woo-woo. I really didn't mean it that way, I just wanted to save my dad. Woo-woo." Seeing Wang Shanshan cry so heart-wrenchingly, Chao Chen instinctively held her tighter, softly saying, alright, I didn't mean to say that about you. I just think what you did put Aunt Bai in a difficult position. It's okay." After a long moment of comforting, Wang Shanshan finally stopped sobbing. She let Chao Chen hold her, her voice still a bit choked as she asked, "Chao Chen, do you not like me anymore?" "Ha?" Chao Chen's lips curled slightly. "Damn, here we go again." In the 3 years of pursuing Wang Shanshan, Chao Chen had thought about giving up countless times. However, every time he considered quitting, Wang Shanshan would throw him a sweet date, giving him a glimmer of hope to continue being her devoted admirer. And now, it was clear that Wang Shanshan wanted to use the same trick again, but Chao Chen was no longer the same infatuated admirer from his past life. This time, one sweet date wouldn't be enough, at least a sweet melon would be required. How could that be? Chao Chen stroked Wang Shanshan's head and said, "You know, you're the one I like the most in my heart." Until 6 in the afternoon, Chao Chen and Wang Shanshan finally walked out of the coffee shop's private room. Wang Shanshan spoke helplessly, "Chao Chen, what do you think I should do now? I really don't want to watch my dad die like this, but I really can't come up with 3.5 million, and my mom won't help. I feel so helpless right now." Chao Chen believed that Wang Shanshan's feelings for Wang Yifu were genuine, but of course, that was only on the surface. Based on what he knew about her, her true nature was ultimately selfish. Take borrowing money as an example. If Bai Jing were to borrow money to save Wang Yifu, she would definitely agree wholeheartedly. However, if it were her own money she had to borrow to save Wang Yifu, she would unhesitatingly give up on him. In short, her father definitely wants to save him, but he certainly won't take on the debt. If she had to choose one, she would definitely choose not to incur debt. "Don't worry. In the face of Wang Shanshan's helplessness, Chao Chen held her hand and comforted her. I'll talk to the victim's family about the letter of understanding. Let's see if we can get them to lower the compensation amount. You can rest assured, I will definitely do my utmost to help Uncle Wang survive. Chao Chen's words were not meant to comfort Wang Shanshan. He genuinely did not want Wang Yifu to be sentenced to death. Because once he dies, everything is over, and that would be too easy for him. Moreover, if Chao Chen wanted Wang Yifu dead, he wouldn't go through such a troublesome method. If he wanted Wang Yifu dead, he would have already died countless times due to various accidents, and there would be no need for such trouble. Therefore, he would not let Wang Yifu be sentenced to death. He wanted Wang Yifu to live. Only by living could one experience what it means to live a life worse than death. After hearing Chao Chen's words, Wang Shanshan was immediately moved. Of course, she was not moved by Chao Chen's words, but rather by the fact that the familiar licking dog she knew had finally returned. It was worth the 2 big gulps she had swallowed in the cafe's private room. Chao Chen, you are so good to me, but no matter how you negotiate with them, they can't possibly lower the amount from 3.5 million to 800,000, right? If it were from 3.5 million to 3 million, Wang Shanshan thought it might be possible. But from 3.5 million to 800,000, she thought it was simply wishful thinking. After all, the other party's family was well off. In fact, they probably wouldn't care about 100 or 80,000 at all. So how could they possibly let go of the murderer of their son for 800,000? It was impossible even if she thought about it with her toes. Not necessarily, Chao Chen smiled and said, they haven't said they can't negotiate, and besides, we have to give it a try. What if it works out? Wang Shanshan thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed. No matter what, they had to give it a try. After all, they had no other options left. 20 minutes later, Chao Chen and Wang Shanshan returned to his place. It was already nearly 6:30, but Bai Jing, who had returned earlier, had not prepared dinner, nor did she seem to have any intention of doing so. She lay alone on the bed in the bedroom, with the door open, eyes closed, not knowing if she was sleeping or thinking. Seeing this, Chao Chen handed Wang Shanshan 200 yuan bills and said softly, go to a restaurant outside, order a few dishes that Aunt Bai likes, and then apologize to her properly. Wang Shanshan was not foolish. She could tell without Chao Chen saying anything that her mother was definitely angry because she had asked her to borrow money to save her father. Realizing that she was indeed the one who had upset her mother, Wang Shanshan said nothing and took the 200 yuan that Chao Chen gave her and went out. As Wang Shanshan left, Chao Chen strode into Bai Jing's bedroom. Looking at Bai Jing, who was pretending to sleep on the bed, he smirked, sat down on the bed, and placed his hand on her plump thigh. Still angry? Bai Jing was not actually sleeping. She had been awake all along, so she knew that Wang Shanshan had gone out to buy food. She suddenly squeezed her thighs tightly, trapping Chao Chen's hand that was sliding up, and then opened her eyes, adopting a pitiful little woman posture and said, "Sigh, I can't say I'm angry, but I am really quite disappointed today." Chao Chen smiled and did not respond. Bai Jing continued, "I can understand that Shanshan wants to save her dad. After all, he is her dad, and there are bound to be feelings involved. But to save her dad, she pushes her own mother into the fire pit. This I really cannot understand or accept. Even thinking back on all the sacrifices I've made for her over the years, I feel quite wronged. I feel so tired in my heart." Looking at Bai Jing's expression at that moment, Chao Chen almost laughed out loud. What a resentful woman. This was simply the perfect opportunity to sow discord between her and Wang Shanshan's mother-daughter relationship. Chao Chen smiled slightly, lay down on his side, propping his head up with one hand while gently stroking Bai Jing's face with the other. "It's very normal because you have been living without a self." Without a self? Bai Jing looked at Chao Chen in confusion. "Yes," Chao Chen said, "everyone is an independent individual who should live for themselves, but you have let Shanshan occupy most of your life. Even the clothes, cosmetics, and food you like have all turned into what Shanshan likes. You only buy what she likes. So, you are no longer living for yourself, you are living for Shanshan. And this version of you is distorted, it's not normal, which is why you feel so tired in your heart." Bai Jing stared blankly at Chao Chen, feeling as if she had encountered a master. That's right. Ever since Wang Shanshan came into her life, her focus had almost entirely shifted to Wang Shanshan. Whatever Wang Shanshan liked to eat, she would make. Whatever clothes Wang Shanshan liked to wear, she would rather not buy new clothes for herself than to not buy for Wang Shanshan. Wherever Wang Shanshan wanted to go, even if she had never been there herself, she would give money for Wang Shanshan to go. It was as if she was living solely for Wang Shanshan. Even if Chao Chen hadn't pointed it out, she wouldn't have realized that she had been living without a self. Bai Jing stared at Chao Chen and asked, "Then, what should I do?" "Of course, you need to find yourself again," Chao Chen said. You must remember, you owe Shan Shan nothing, on the contrary, she owes you for raising her. So, from now on, you should live for yourself, eat the food you want, wear the clothes you like, buy the cosmetics you love. In short, do whatever makes you happy. Don't let others drag you down. Only then can you find your true self. Chao Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, as if he had opened a door to another world for Bai Jing. In this world, Bai Jing saw a completely different version of herself. Dressed in clothes she loved, wearing jewelry she adored, walking with confidence, her face radiating a genuine smile every day. Free and unrestrained, living entirely for herself. Uninhibited and carefree. She seemed to glow, so radiant and charming. After a moment of longing, Bai Jing looked at Chao Chen uncertainly and asked, "Do I really still have a chance to be myself again?" Chao Chen gave Bai Jing an affirmative look. "Of course you can. You're only 37, the best age for a woman, full of vitality. In big cities, there are plenty of women at this age who are still unmarried. Moreover, if you can captivate an 18-year-old young man, doesn't that show your charm? So, the opportunity has always been right in front of you, it mainly depends on whether you want to find yourself again." Bai Jing gazed at Chao Chen, completely moved by his words. She bit her lip and said, "Xiao Cohen, meeting you is definitely the luckiest thing in my life. I want to be myself again, I don't want to live for others anymore. I want to live for myself." Chao Chen nodded, "No problem, I will absolutely support you 1000%. Well, Bai Jing murmured softly, her smile a bit shy as she asked, "How long will Shanchan take to come back?" "This." Chao Chen chuckled and said, "It's mealtime now, the restaurant is busy. I gave her 200 yuan, so she should be able to cook 4 or 5 dishes. If we also consider the time it takes to go in and out of the community, it might be at most an hour." "Only an hour?" Bai Jing's eyes were shy as she bit her lip and said, "Isn't that a bit too short?" Chao Chen laughed lightly and said, "It's fine, just think of it as a little snack before the meal. When we go out for a stroll in the evening, we can have a proper feast." An hour later, Wang Shanshan returned to Chao Chen's home carrying 5 dishes. Chao Chen was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and Bai Jing was no longer lying on the bed, she was busy washing the sheets and other things. Seeing this scene, Wang Shanshan felt a lot more relaxed. As long as Bai Jing wasn't lying on the bed anymore and had started doing chores, it meant she was no longer angry. This was evident from the radiant smile on Bai Jing's rosy face. If she were still angry, she wouldn't be smiling so happily and contentedly. "Mom, why did you suddenly wash the sheets? Didn't you just change them yesterday?" Wang Shanshan placed the groceries she bought on the coffee table in the living room and bounced over to Bai Jing, who was using the washing machine to wash the sheets. "Oh, I accidentally got them wet just now," Bai Jing said with a smile, patting Wang Shanshan's head. "So I decided to wash them and get a new set." "I see." Wang Shanshan didn't think much of it and cheerfully said, "Mom, just let the washing machine do its job. I bought all your favorite dishes today, let's go eat." "Okay." At 8 in the evening, a warm and joyful dinner came to an end, and as usual, Bai Jing went out for a stroll, with Chao Chen following along. Only Wang Shanshan was left at home. Wang Shanshan sat on the sofa watching TV, it seemed like she was watching, but her gaze was hollow, and her thoughts were clearly wandering. After a while, Wang Shanshan shook her head in confusion. She didn't know why, but she always felt that her mom was different from before. The atmosphere during dinner today was very harmonious, the three of them chatted and laughed, and Wang Shanshan could tell that her mom was indeed very happy. However, for some reason, she felt that her mom was not quite the same as before. As for what had changed, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It just felt. Although her mom's state and mood were quite good, it seemed like they were further apart. Forget it, maybe it's just that too much has happened these past few days. Ultimately unable to pinpoint what had changed about her mom, Wang Shanshan simply attributed it to the many events of the past few days and then pushed the thought aside, turning her attention back to the TV. At 1 in the morning, just like last night, it was at this time that Chao Chen and Bai Jing returned. The two seemed to have gone for a night run again. Bai Jing's face was flushed, clearly having gone through some intense exercise. Wang Shanshan didn't find anything unusual. Given the significant changes at home, it was normal for her mom to vent her emotions and stress through exercise. The only downside was that they had come back a bit too late, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, with Chao Chen there, nothing usually went wrong. Thinking of this, Wang Shanshan really wanted to give herself a big thumbs up. She felt that the best decision she had made in her life was to have Chao Chen as her devoted admirer. He was just so useful. Whenever there was a need, she could rely on him. Of course, there were downsides. That was, this devoted admirer had developed a big appetite thanks to her. After what happened in the cafe private room today, she felt that her little sweet dates would no longer be of interest to Chao Chen. In other words, if she wanted to give Chao Chen any sweet treats in the future, it would have to be at least as enticing as what happened in the cafe private room today. Otherwise, it would be hard to have any effect on him. The next morning, Chao Chun and Wang Shanshan left home together. They had arranged to meet with Huang Mao's parents to discuss things in person. Although Wang Shanshan could only offer 800,000, which was still a long way from the 3.5 million the other party demanded, this was her last resort. No matter if it worked or not, she had to give it a try. As for Bai Jing, she had made an appointment at a nearby beauty salon for a facial. Ever since she was awakened by Chao Chen's words yesterday and decided to be herself again, Bai Jing simply stopped pretending. She didn't want to save Wang Yifu, she didn't want to from the bottom of her heart, because she felt that the years she spent with Wang Yifu were not happy and not that blissful. In fact, if it weren't for Wang Shanshan's presence, she might have divorced long ago. Therefore, she would not go with Wang Shanshan to discuss compensation with the victim's family. Instead, she cared more about her own appearance. The areas where Wang Yifu had hit her still had faint bruises that hadn't faded, so she wanted to get a facial to quickly get rid of them and take good care of her smooth skin. Although Chao Chen said she was as tender as an 18-year-old girl, even more so than them, her age was still there. So, skincare was absolutely essential. When Wang Shanshan learned that Bai Jing was not going with her to talk to Huang Mao's parents about compensation but instead was going for beauty treatments, she was completely stunned. Her dad was still detained at the police station, and his life and death were uncertain, yet her mom was going to get beauty treatments? Was that appropriate? However, faced with Wang Shanshan's confused and shocked gaze, Bai Jing didn't even bother to explain. She just smiled at her and confidently walked out of the house. Chao Chen had said that she was an independent individual who needed to live for herself, so she wouldn't worry about Wang Shanshan's matters anymore. Saving Wang Yifu was Wang Shanshan's own choice and should naturally be her own business. Therefore, she absolutely would not interfere. Wang Shanshan, clearly unaware that Bai Jing had already found herself with Chao Chen's help, remained dazed until she stepped out with Chao Chen. Chao Chen, what do you think my mom is thinking? We're going to talk about compensation with the victim's family, and she's going to get beauty treatments. Is she out of her mind? Listening to Wang Shanshan's dissatisfaction with Bai Jing, Chao Chen almost laughed out loud. He had only mentioned to Bai Jing last night that she needed to find herself and could no longer live for others. He didn't expect Bai Jing to be so obedient, drawing a clear line with Wang Shanshan today. You save your dad, and I'll do my beauty treatments, we won't affect each other. With this situation developing, Chao Chen felt he wouldn't even need to stir the pot. The mother and daughter would soon turn against each other. What an exciting pair of a mother and daughter. Thinking of this, Chao Chen smiled wryly and said, perhaps Aunt Bai has her own difficulties. What difficulties could she have? Wang Shanshan replied unhappily. After all, today concerns my dad's life and death. Even if she has her own issues, she can't just ignore everything and go get beauty treatments. Chao Chen nodded with a smile. Alright, don't be angry. Even though Aunt Bai isn't here, I'm still here, so don't worry, I definitely won't abandon you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan looked slightly touched. You're the best. Thank goodness you're here, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do alone. 20 minutes later, in Xiang County, at a cafe by the window, Chao Chen held Wang Shanshan's hand as they approached. At that spot, two people were already seated, one man and one woman, both appearing to be just over 40. At this moment, the two were wearing stern expressions, glaring at Wang Shanshan and Chao Chen with fierce eyes. These two were the parents of the victim, Huang Mao. This was not the first time Chao Chen had met them. In his previous life, he had accidentally killed Huang Mao, and he had already encountered these two then. Faced with the fierce gaze of Huang Mao's parents, Wang Shanshan clearly felt a bit intimidated. She clutched Chao Chen's hand, almost completely hiding behind him. In contrast, Chao Chen remained unfazed by the fierce looks from Huang Mao's parents. After spending 10 years in a maximum security prison, he had seen all kinds of intimidating stares. The current expressions of Huang Mao's parents were nothing more than child's play to him. Not only did he feel no threat from them, but he also found them somewhat endearing and friendly. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Chao Chen softly reassured Wang Shanshan, then led her over. You must be Huang Jianrun's parents, right? Holding Wang Shanshan's hand, he greeted Huang Mao's parents with natural ease. Huang Jianrun's father snorted coldly, saying, Humph, you are the family of that Wang Yifu? Not yet, Chao Chen smiled lightly, pulling Wang Shanshan forward. This is my uncle Wang's family, Wang Shanshan, my uncle's daughter, and I am her suitor. Wang Shanshan timidly looked at Huang Jianrun's parents, quickly bowing her head and bending at the waist to bow. Uncle, aunt, I'm sorry. I know that whatever I say now is useless, but I still want to sincerely apologize on behalf of my father. Humph, we can't accept your apology, Huang Jianrun's mother huffed angrily. Your family's apologies mean nothing to us. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. My son's life must be paid for with your father's life. Wang Shanshan had just graduated from high school. Although she had some talent and skill in dealing with White Lotus and green tea types, she still seemed a bit too inexperienced for this situation. Watching Wang Jianlun's mother's rebuttal leave her completely at a loss, Chao Chun smiled lightly, disregarding the fierce looks from Huang Jianlun's parents, and directly pulled her to sit down. Two of you, Chao Chun began, we're here today to discuss the matter of the letter of understanding, so I won't say too much unnecessary stuff. The compensation amount of 3.5 million you proposed is definitely something we can't come up with. How about this, could you lower the compensation amount a bit? 800,000. If it's 800,000, we can still try to gather that. What? After hearing Chao Chen's words, Huang Jianlun's parents were stunned. They even doubted whether they had misheard. Only 800,000, and they wanted to obtain their letter of understanding? It was simply a dream. Once the letter of understanding was issued, it basically meant that Wang Yifu would not be sentenced to death. If Wang Yifu couldn't die, what about their son? Wasn't that equivalent to buying their son's life for 800,000? Are you joking with us? Huang Jianlun's father said fiercely, you think 800,000 can buy my son's life? If I take out 1.6 million now, can I buy both of your lives? Chao Chun smiled lightly, please, don't get agitated. I know this compensation amount definitely won't meet your demands. But how much we can compensate isn't solely up to you, it also depends on how much we can come up with. Then your compensation is too little. Huang Jianlun's mother said angrily, 800,000 is absolutely impossible, at least 2.8 million, that is our bottom line. If it's less than that, you can just wait for the murderer to collect the body. We will never give a letter of understanding. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. In fact, before coming here, Wang Shanshan had already anticipated that the compensation amount would drop from 3.5 million to 800,000, with almost no hope of reaching an agreement. However, she never expected it to be so despairing. The unyielding stance of Huang Jianlun's parents, along with their aggressive demeanor, created an almost suffocating sense of pressure for her. Fortunately, with Chao Chun helping her hold the fort, otherwise, she felt she would have been overwhelmed by Huang Jianlun's parents. 2.6 million. Huang Jianlun's father said firmly, this is our final bottom line. If it's less than this, you can just let Wang Yifu die. After half an hour of hard bargaining, the compensation amount finally settled at 2.6 million. This was the final bottom line of Huang Jianlun's parents. From 3.5 million, it had dropped to 2.6 million, a reduction of 900,000, which was quite significant. However, there was not a trace of joy on Wang Shanshan's face, because, whether it was 2.6 million or 3.5 million, it made little difference to her. She couldn't come up with either amount anyway. Seeing that the compensation amount had reached this figure, which was already Huang Jianlun's parents' bottom line, Chao Chun glanced at Wang Shanshan beside him and said, Shanshan, why don't you step out and take a break for a while? Wang Shanshan was taken aback, not understanding why Chao Chun would ask her to step out at this moment, but it suited her just fine. Because if she stayed any longer, she truly felt she would suffocate. Wang Shanshan said nothing, just nodded slightly at Chao Chun, then stood up and left the cafe. It was only after Wang Shanshan left that Chao Chun stretched lazily and turned his attention back to Huang Jianlun's parents. Alright, now we can officially talk. What? Huang Jianlun's parents looked utterly astonished. Now we're just starting to talk officially? What was the past half hour for? Stop wasting your breath, Huang Jianlun's mother said. 2.6 million is our final bottom line, not a penny less will get you our letter of understanding. No. Chao Chun crossed his legs, shook his finger at Huang Jianlun's parents, and smiled, it seems you two haven't understood the situation yet. It's not up to you anymore, it's up to me. It's up to you? Huang Jianlun's father frowned, who do you think you are? You're just a suitor of a murderer's daughter, do you really think you're someone important? Kid, get this straight, if I want to talk to you, you're someone, if I don't want to talk to you, you don't even have the right to sit here and talk to me. Listening to Huang Jianlun's father's rude response, Chao Chun smiled faintly and took out his phone. He plugged in his headphones, opened a video on his phone, and handed it to Huang Jianlun's mother, indicating for her to take a look first. Huang Jianlun's mother looked at Chao Chun suspiciously but eventually took it, putting the headphones in her ears. Meanwhile, Huang Jianlun's father leaned over and put a headphone in his ear as well, watching together. As the video started playing, it only took a few seconds for their expressions to darken. In fact, as the video continued, their faces grew increasingly grave. Finally, when the video had played for 3 minutes, Chao Chun reached out and took the phone back from their hands. This was the original video of Bai Jing being dragged into an alley and assaulted by the three thugs that night. The first 3 minutes included how the three with yellow hair dragged Bai Jing in, how they threatened her, and how they began to take off her clothes. The video after 3 minutes is the part where Bai Jing is officially bullied. This part does not need to be played. After all, Huang Jianren's parents are experienced people who know what will happen next without needing to see it. Originally aggressive and imposing, Huang Jianren's parents, after watching this 3-minute video, suddenly lost their momentum, like eggplants hit by frost. At this moment, both of them were in a daze. Meanwhile, Chao Chen still maintained his calm demeanor, as if everything had always been under his control. Under the gaze of Huang Jianren's parents, Chao Chen leisurely tidied up the headphone cable and took a sip of the coffee in front of him. Only then did he look at the two and speak. The woman in the video is named Bai Jing, and she is Wang Yifu's wife. So, do you now understand the ins and outs of this whole matter? Because your son, in collusion with others, forcibly assaulted Wang Yifu's wife first, Wang Yifu then went to settle accounts with your son. However, he had a bit to drink at the time, lost control, and accidentally killed her. If this is the case, and you hire a better lawyer for Wang Yifu, what do you think the court will decide? Huang Jianren's parents stared blankly at Chao Chen, and no one responded. Chao Chen smiled slightly and continued, in such a situation, the judge will definitely be lenient. After all, your son assaulted someone else's wife first, so forget about the death penalty or life imprisonment. You can be sure that it's 100% impossible. I would boldly guess that if the lawyer performs averagely, Wang Yifu should get a sentence of more than 3 years but less than 10, most likely around 8 or 9 years. If he behaves well, he might get a reduced sentence and could be out in about 5 or 6 years. And this is just if the lawyer performs averagely. If the lawyer performs well, he might only get 3 or 4 years, and with good behavior, he could be out in about 2 years. So, do you two understand now? Chao Chen's words were not mere bluster. After 10 years in prison, he had seen too many cases like this. Take a case involving a prison mate he knew. That guy was named Zhang Wei, from a rural area, orphaned, with a younger sister. Since there were no money-making opportunities at home, he went out to work, leaving his sister at home to study. Later, his sister was assaulted by a local thug. When Zhang Wei learned of this, he was naturally furious, but considering his sister was not yet married and he didn't want her reputation ruined, he didn't report it. However, this incident left Zhang Wei feeling extremely frustrated, and he drank heavily during that time. One day, after drinking, he happened to run into that thug. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and he directly confronted the thug. In a moment of carelessness, he ended up killing him. It can be said that Zhang Wei's case was very similar to Wang Yifu's current situation. In the end, Zhang Wei was only sentenced to 5 years. With good behavior, he was released after 4 years and 3 months. Chao Chen could list many similar cases. As long as the judge is a humane one and the lawyer has some skill, cases with special circumstances like this would not receive heavy sentences. Therefore, Chao Chen was not trying to scare the two. Wang Yifu's case could be serious or minor. To put it bluntly, it could lead to the death penalty. To put it simply, as long as this video is taken out, and Bai Jing is brought in to testify, and a more capable lawyer is hired to connect this whole story, Wang Yifu would hardly be sentenced to more than a few years. As Chao Chen finished speaking, an eerie silence fell among the three. Both Huang Jianren's father and mother were stunned, not knowing what to say or do. Their son had been beaten to death, and the other party might only get a 2 or 3 year sentence? Wasn't their son killed for nothing? No one could accept that. Finally, Huang Jianren's mother spoke up, her tone shaky. Impossible, young man, stop talking nonsense. How could someone who killed a person get such a light sentence? Is my son's life not worth anything? Chao Chen shrugged and smiled. Madam, I'm sorry to tell you that sometimes, a life really isn't worth much. Let me give you an example, and you'll understand. Saying this, Chao Chen looked out the window at a woman passing by. If your husband were to be assaulting this lady, and I, in an attempt to stop him, accidentally ended up killing your husband, what do you think my sentence would be? Huang Jianren's mother opened her mouth but couldn't respond because she didn't understand. Chao Chen smiled slightly. Do you think I would be sentenced to several years? But in fact, I wouldn't be sentenced at all. I would be commended for my bravery. Similarly, if your son and those 2 others were assaulting Wang Yifu's wife, and I suddenly appeared and accidentally killed all 3 of them while trying to stop it, then their deaths would be in vain. I wouldn't owe a single cent and wouldn't bear any responsibility. In fact, I would even receive a commendation for my bravery. So, madam, do you still think your son's life is worth something? You must understand, the law protects good people, not your son, who is a scoundrel forcing himself on others. As long as I hand this video over to the police, Wang Yifu cannot be heavily sentenced, and your son would be equivalent to having died for nothing. Chao Chen's words plunged the atmosphere back into silence. Huang Jianrun's mother looked at Chao Chen with resentment, wanting to speak several times but not knowing how to refute him. Finally, Huang Jianrun's father spoke up. He stared into Chao Chen's eyes and said, "Young man, you just said that if you hand over the video, Wang Yifu will definitely not be heavily sentenced, and my son is practically equivalent to having died for nothing, right?" Chao Chen calmly nodded. "Absolutely true. Then, what if you don't hand it over?" Huang Jianrun's father probed. Upon hearing this, Chao Chen's mouth broke into a grin. "Mr. Huang, you truly are a businessman, getting straight to the point. Clearly, if I don't hand it over, Wang Yifu will definitely be heavily sentenced, either to death or life imprisonment. Whether he lives or dies depends on whether you two provide a letter of understanding." Seeing that Chao Chen had laid it all out, both Huang Jianrun's father and mother understood. Whether Chao Chen handed over the video depended entirely on whether they were reasonable. Huang Jianrun took a deep breath and said, "Young man, let's be straightforward, name your price. My son definitely cannot die for nothing." Chao Chen didn't hesitate and directly held up 3 fingers. "Then it's 3 million. Give me 3 million, and this video will be known to you two and me. Anything less than this amount, and this video will appear at the police station today. Additionally, I have one more request. Wang Yifu cannot be sentenced to death. In other words, you must provide a letter of understanding, at the price we discussed earlier, 800,000. After hearing Chao Chen's words, even though Huang Jianrun's father was a businessman who had weathered many storms in the business world, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell? Playing both sides? He never expected that this seemingly harmless sunny boy was such a ruthless character. Compared to Huang Jianrun's mother, Huang Jianrun's father had indeed experienced quite a bit in the business world and had considerable insight. So, when he heard the price Chao Chen offered and the conditions he proposed, he quickly realized that this seemingly upright young man had far-reaching ambitions. First of all, his ability to play both sides was a certainty. Although he only asked them for 3 million, in reality, he had also swallowed the share from Wang Shanshan's family. This was because he proposed a requirement to exchange 800,000 for a letter of understanding. In other words, Wang Shanshan's family would hand over 800,000 to them. However, they would not actually become the owners of this money. The 800,000 would merely pass through their hands before being transferred to Chao Chen. Not only that, but they also had to contribute an additional 2 million to this 800,000. So, while it seemed like Chao Chen was merely asking them for money, in reality, he was playing both families against each other. Secondly, he could easily rescue Wang Yifu, so why didn't he? Instead, he chose to cooperate with them and let him stay in prison. What was the significance of this? Was it just for the 3 million? No, it was definitely not that simple. Based on Huang Jianrun's father's years of experience in reading people, he could basically conclude that Chao Chen was not very interested in this money. When he offered the price of 3 million, his expression, gaze, and tone were all too calm. This was definitely not the demeanor of someone who was interested in money. At the very least, he clearly had no great interest in the 3 million. But if it wasn't money he was after, then what was it? Was it a person? To be fair, Wang Shanshan was indeed quite impressive. Whether in looks or figure, she belonged to the top tier. If Chao Chen liked her and wanted her to be his woman, it would be completely understandable. However, that wouldn't require Wang Yifu to stay in prison. In fact, he should be rescuing Wang Yifu. After all, once he got together with Wang Shanshan, Wang Yifu would become his father-in-law, and they would be family. There was no reason to let a family member rot in prison. Moreover, Wang Yifu was in his prime, still capable of earning money. Wouldn't it be better to let him out early to earn and support the family? Unless... A bold thought flashed through Huang Jianrun's mind, and he gasped again. What if Chao Chen was not after Wang Shanshan? Or perhaps he wanted more than just Wang Shanshan herself? Was it possible that he also wanted to take Wang Yifu's wife, Bai Jing, as well? Huang Jianrun's father had just watched the video, so the memory was fresh. Wang Yifu's wife, Bai Jing, was indeed an exceptional woman. In terms of looks and her voluptuous figure, she was no less than Wang Shanshan. In fact, compared to Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing was even more mature and sophisticated, possessing a unique charm of a married woman. So, was it possible that Chao Chen wanted to take this mother-daughter pair together? If that were the case, everything would make sense. Why would he clearly be able to save Wang Yifu but choose not to? Of course, he was not only interested in Wang Yifu's daughter but also in Wang Yifu's wife. Why would he want to ruin their good fortune by rescuing Wang Yifu? Why would he want them to agree to provide a letter of understanding for the price of 800,000? Because this 800,000 is all the property of Wang Shanshan's family. Once it is taken out, the mother and daughter will become utterly helpless and poor. This is the time when they need support the most. If Chao Chen were to step in at this moment and become their support, then it wouldn't be long before the mother and daughter would be serving his life. Thinking of this, Huang Jianrun's father felt even more convinced that his guess was correct. What a ruthless character, willing to keep someone in prison for life just to toy with another's wife and daughter. Such a person definitely belongs to the category of those who kill without blinking. Fortunately, he was not opposed to him. In fact, they belonged to the same camp. After all, they had the same enemy, Wang Yifu. Otherwise, if he had to face such a person, Huang Jianrun's father felt he would have to sleep with the lights on in the future. In a short span of time, these thoughts flashed through his mind, and Huang Jianrun's father immediately said, "No problem, the 3 million you want, we can give, but we hope you will also keep your promise and not let this video appear in the police station." Hearing her husband say this, Huang Jianrun's mother was momentarily stunned. Agreed? Just like that? No guarantee letter? No haggling? This was 3 million, not a small amount for them. Moreover, their son had been killed, and they still had to come up with 3 million, and they couldn't let that murderer Wang Yifu be sentenced to death. This sounded like a total rip-off. Didn't they need to think it over? Old Huang, I think this matter. Huang Jianrun's mother wanted to say a few words, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Huang Jianrun's father. Alright, you don't need to worry about this matter, just listen to me. As he spoke, Huang Jianrun's father even winked at her lightly. Seeing this gesture from her husband, Huang Jianrun's mother immediately closed her mouth. There were some signals between the couple that ordinary people did not know. The signal released by Huang Jianrun's father represented a sense of danger between them. Once he released this signal, Huang Jianrun's mother had to unconditionally obey his arrangements. After all, in such urgent matters, Huang Jianrun's father needed to be more vigilant. Watching the little actions between the two, Chao Chen smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Huang, rest assured, as long as that 3 million is in hand, this video will definitely not appear in the police station, I guarantee it." As he spoke, Chao Chen turned the string of wooden beads on his wrist. He had bought it for 8 yuan at a street stall last night, claiming it was sandalwood. Chao Chen took off the string of beads and said, "Mr. Huang, this string of beads has been polished since my ancestors, and by my generation, it has been polished for nearly 200 years. Selling it for 3 million is not too much, right?" Huang Jianrun's father's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. How could this broken bead, clearly brand new, have the face to say it had been polished for over 200 years? Moreover, was bead polishing even popular over 200 years ago? Of course, although he thought this way in his heart, Huang Jianrun's father couldn't say it out loud. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Not too much, absolutely not too much. This kind of cultural artifact is like 1,000 people having 1,000 Harry Potters in their eyes. To those who don't like it, it might not be worth a single yuan, but to those who do, it could be worth a fortune. And this string in Brother Chao's hand is exactly to my liking. For this, I am willing to spend 3 million to buy it, but I wonder if Brother Chao can bear to part with it." Chao Chen laughed heartily and immediately threw the string in his hand over. "Since Mr. Huang likes it so much, I don't mind parting with it. I'll sell it to you for 3 million. My bank account number is." 5 minutes later, Chao Chen looked at the text message from the bank indicating that 3 million had been transferred, smiling as he put away his phone. Meanwhile, Huang Jianrun's parents had lost all traces of a smile on their faces. Cautious, too cautious. In the transfer record, Chao Chen had them specifically note that it was a transaction for buying pearls, not some shady deal. He was leaving no room for any loopholes. Every cent was accounted for, completely unafraid of any investigation. "Shall I call Wang Yifu's daughter in, and we can talk some more?" Chao Chen smiled. "All right." Huang Jianrun's father quickly nodded with a smile. "Let's talk some more." 10 minutes later, at the cafe entrance, Wang Shanshan walked in with a half-eaten ice cream, looking somewhat innocent. She had already planned to go shopping. After all, she wasn't a fool. Given Huang Jianrun's parents' attitude, they wouldn't issue a letter of understanding for anything less than 2.6 million. And she couldn't come up with 2.6 million. So, she had already lost hope. Since the negotiation wasn't going to work out, she might as well go shopping. However, before she could leave, a phone call from Chao Chen summoned her back. She actually didn't want to return. The atmosphere was oppressive, and it wouldn't change the outcome. What was the point of coming back? But since Chao Chen called her, she couldn't refuse. After all, this was ultimately her family's matter. "So, how did it go, Chao Chen? Did the negotiation fall through?" Wang Shanshan asked quietly as she approached him. "No, quite the opposite," Chao Chen smiled and said. "Huang Jianrun's parents have agreed to issue a letter of understanding for a compensation of 800,000. "What? They agreed?" Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. How could that be? How could they possibly agree? Wasn't the bottom line too 6 million? How did it turn into 800,000? Seeing Wang Shanshan's astonished expression, Huang Jianren's father smiled and said, Miss Wang, you really should thank Mr. Chow properly. If it weren't for him speaking well of you, we would never have agreed to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000. Wang Shanshan was somewhat dazed. So, you really agreed? Agreed, Huang Jianren's father replied. Whenever you hand over the 800,000, we will issue the letter of understanding for your father. It's settled. After that, the four of them chatted in the cafe for a while, but Wang Shanshan was in a daze the entire time. Even as Huang Jianren's parents left, she remained lost in thought. At that moment, one question occupied her mind. How did they agree? They had clearly set a bottom line of 6 million. How did it change to 800,000? Just 800,000. It was as if they were accepting 800,000 for their son's life. Were they out of their minds? They drove luxury cars worth over $1 million. How could they agree for such a trivial amount of 800,000? And seeing Wang Shanshan's dazed expression, Chao Chen could hardly contain his smile. He had said that Wang Shanshan's true nature was selfish, and now it was exposed. When she thought it was impossible for the other party to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000, she was a devoted daughter, filled with filial piety. She would have gladly handed over that 800,000, begging on her knees for the letter of understanding, because she knew the other party would never agree. But when they actually agreed to issue the letter for 800,000, she was instantly dumbfounded, because her so-called eagerness to save her father was all a facade. What would she do if she had to take out all her family's assets to save Wang Yifu? Her college tuition, living expenses, and the cosmetics and beautiful clothes she needed, all of these required money. Where would that money come from? So, Chao Chen knew early on that between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, it was Wang Shanshan who was the most reluctant to part with that sum. However, considering how much she loved to perform and put on a show, Chao Chen decided to indulge her, satisfying her image of a devoted daughter. Moreover, even if she wanted to avoid giving out the 800,000 now, she couldn't. Chao Chen said, Shanshan, let's go eat. Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Chen blankly, her expression still somewhat dazed, and said, Chao Chen, how did they agree? Chao Chen was puzzled for a moment. What's wrong, Shanshan? Shouldn't you be happy that they agreed? Haven't you always wanted them to issue a letter of understanding? Wang Shanshan came to her senses and stammered, right, I definitely hope they issue the letter, but didn't they say the minimum was 6 million? How did it change to 800,000? It's because your filial piety moved them, Chao Chen said with a bright smile. Actually, after you left, I didn't say much to them. I just talked about what you've been through these past 2 days and mentioned that you had really exhausted all means to save your father. You even went so far as to fall out with your mother, especially when they heard that your family could only come up with 800,000, and that you wanted to use all of it to save your father. They were completely touched by the sincerity of your father-daughter bond. They didn't expect you to go to such lengths to save your father. It was your filial heart that moved them. So, in the end, they agreed to issue the letter of understanding to Uncle Wang for the price of 800,000. After hearing Chao Chen's explanation, Wang Shanshan felt like slapping herself twice. Damn, are these two a couple of idiots? They won't even let her act. She was just putting on a show. How could they take it seriously? If she gave out all 800,000, what would she eat and drink? Do they have any brains? Alright, Shanshan. Chao Chen seemed oblivious to Wang Shanshan's frustration and cheerfully said, finally, we have some good news today. Come on, it's on me, let's have a nice lunch. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan forced a smile and said, Chao Chen, maybe we should just forget it. I just had that ice cream, and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. I think I want to go home and rest first. Is that so? Chao Chen asked with concern. Then I'll accompany you. Do you want to go to the hospital first? No, Wang Shanshan hurriedly refused. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I want to rest alone for a while. You go eat by yourself, I'm going home first. After saying that, Wang Shanshan didn't wait for Chao Chen's response and hurriedly left. Chao Chen watched her retreating figure, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Want to back out? Dream on, I won't give you that chance. With that, Chao Chen took out his phone and called Bai Jing. Hello, Aunt Bai, have you finished your beauty treatment? Oh really? Should I come find you? Hee, okay, I'll go book a room and wait for you. I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon. After about an hour, in room 1108 of a hotel called Blue Flag in Xia County, Chao Chen opened the door. Seeing Bai Jing standing outside with some food in her hands, he smiled and let her in. You said you had a surprise for me, what is it? When Chao Chen called Bai Jing earlier, she told him to book a hotel room first because she had a surprise for him. However, upon seeing Bai Jing, Chao Chen didn't notice any surprise. She looked just like when they parted in the morning, still wearing a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and a pair of shiny black high heels. Where's the surprise? It can't just be that after a beauty treatment, my face is softer, right? That can't be considered a surprise. Bai Jing smiled as she placed the food on the small table in the room, and said mysteriously, take a guess. Guess? Chao Chen seriously looked Bai Jing up and down, shaking his head. I really can't tell, it looks no different from this morning. Oh! Bai Jing playfully pouted, rolled up her shirt sleeves, and said, touch it. Chao Chen was suspicious, but he still reached out to touch Bai Jing's arm. The moment he touched her, Chao Chen's expression immediately became more interesting. To be honest, there was no part of Bai Jing's body that he hadn't touched before, but today, as soon as he made contact, he felt something different. Bai Jing's arm seemed smoother and more delicate than before. Seeing Chao Chen's surprised expression, Bai Jing smiled and asked, did you notice? Chao Chen nodded with a smile. It seems smoother than before, so did you apply some essential oil? What? Bai Jing said, half laughing, half crying, who puts essential oil all over their body? I'd ruin my clothes. I had a full body hair removal treatment at the beauty salon, all over. Seeing Bai Jing emphasize all over, Chao Chen's expression became even more animated. Wow, no way, is it the kind of full body treatment I'm imagining? Bai Jing bit her lip and smiled, it's exactly the kind you're imagining. Surprised? It really was. Surprised, of course I'm surprised. Chao Chen exclaimed, woman, you're playing with fire. Do you know this will increase your attack speed by 20% and your durability by 20%? Be careful, you might not be able to handle it. Bai Jing giggled, is that so? You better not say it if you can't do it. Impossible. Chao Chen replied, what I, Chao Chen, say is as good as a nail hammered in. This afternoon, just wait to see if you can handle it. After teasing Bai Jing for a while, Chao Chen finally sat down with her at the small table to eat. While eating grilled kidney skewers, he asked, how does it feel to be yourself again? At Chao Chen's question, Bai Jing paused her eating, her face full of happiness as she sighed, it's wonderful, it's amazing. Saying this, Bai Jing looked into Chao Chen's eyes and continued, you really don't know, when I finished my beauty treatment and stepped out of the salon, feeling the sunlight on me, I felt like I was reborn. Do you know how many years I've wanted to get beauty treatments? But every time I saw the costs, which easily went over 1,000, I would tell myself, I'm already a mother, why bother with beauty treatments? That money could be better spent on food and clothes for my child. For so many years, I've been living for others. And today, I finally lived for myself. I realized that living for myself feels so happy, so wonderful. So, Chao Chen, I will no longer live for others. I hate the old me. I want to be my true self and live for myself. Seeing Bai Jing getting emotional, her eyes slightly moist, Chao Chen smiled and wiped her tears, saying, go for it. I believe in you. As long as you bravely take this step and cut ties with your old self, you will definitely become yourself again. Cut ties with my old self? Bai Jing keenly noticed that Chao Chen had said something he hadn't said before and immediately asked, Xiao Kuan, what do you mean by cutting ties with the old self? Just the literal meaning, Chao Chen replied. You don't really think you become your true self, do you? Don't forget, you are still Wang Yifu's legal wife. If you want to return to being that free-spirited self who lives only for herself, you at least need to sever ties with Wang Yifu first, right? Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Bai Jing suddenly realized. That's right. She almost forgot that she was still Wang Yifu's wife. Regardless of how Wang Yifu would ultimately be judged, the fact was that she did not have true freedom right now. Because, as Wang Yifu's family member, if anything happened to him or if he needed something, the police would come to her first. And she would have to prepare what needed to be prepared, tidy up what needed to be tidied, and continue to clean up Wang Yifu's mess. Thinking of this, Bai Jing felt a wave of inexplicable nausea and annoyance. Why? Why was it so difficult for her to live for herself? Why did these people have to cling to her like leeches, sucking her blood? She just wanted to live for herself, to return to that free and unrestrained self. Why couldn't they just let her go? Seemingly sensing Bai Jing's inner turmoil, Chao Chen took her delicate little hand and said, actually, I have a surprise to tell you today. Bai Jing looked at Chao Chen, her face no longer showing the initial excitement and joy. She forced a smile and asked, what surprise? Chao Chen smiled slightly and said, an opportunity that can help you sever ties with your former self. What? Bai Jing was taken aback, her eyes suddenly brightening as she eagerly asked, what opportunity? How can it help me sever ties with my former self? Chao Chen gestured for Bai Jing to calm down and said, today, I met with Huang Jianren's parents, and the negotiation results are out. They agreed to issue a letter of understanding for Wang Yifu in exchange for 800,000. As he spoke, Chao Chen briefly recounted the negotiations with Huang Jianren's parents regarding the final compensation. Of course, he avoided the more sensitive details, automatically glossing over any unmentionable transactions. Although this 800,000 is joint property between you and Wang Yifu, meaning you have half of it, Wang Yifu's current situation is indeed closely related to you. What I mean is, why not take this 800,000 and use it to get a letter of understanding for Wang Yifu, ensuring his life? In this way, whether from your own heart or from the bond of your marriage, you would have done everything you could for him, and you could officially sever ties with him. Moreover, doing this would also fulfill Shanshan's wish. You know she really wants to save Uncle Wang. So, after doing this, whether for Wang Yifu or for Wang Shanshan, you can say with a clear conscience that you owe nothing to them. And that would be the time for you to cut off the past and embrace a new life. Although Bai Jing had previously told Wang Shanshan that she didn't want her half of the family property, how could she really not want it? How could she live without it, without knowing what to eat, drink, or how to get by in the future? The reason she said that was, like Wang Shanshan, she thought Huang Jianren's parents would never agree to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000. As long as that 800,000 wasn't spent, half of it would still belong to her. She was just saying it out loud, but nothing would actually change. But now it was different. Now Chao Chen and the others had negotiated, and the other party agreed to the 800,000 for the letter of understanding. So, the 400,000 that belonged to her would be gone. If this had happened before, Bai Jing would have refused without a second thought. Are you kidding? With the house gone, the money gone, and everything gone, what would be left for her and Wang Shanshan? What would they eat, drink, where would they live, and how would they survive? And what about Wang Shanshan's university tuition, living expenses, and accommodation fees? So, if it were before, Bai Jing would definitely not agree, because she had too many practical factors to consider. But now, she didn't want to think about those anymore. She just wanted to sever ties with her past self and embrace her new life. Especially with Wang Shanshan, she had had enough of this foolish daughter. All the money at home was used to save her father? Great! What a dutiful daughter! Bai Jing just wanted to ask, with the house gone and the savings gone, where was she, as a mother, supposed to live, eat, and drink? She was dutiful to her father, but what about her mother? Just neglect her and let her fend for herself? Since her daughter had already come this far, there was nothing left for her as a mother to hold on to. A daughter like this was better off without. Anyway, Bai Jing could no longer tolerate Wang Shanshan sucking her dry. In fact, she never wanted to have anything to do with these two Wang family members again in her life. It was better to be decisive and cut ties completely. Moreover, she wanted to see what her foolish daughter would do next. The university was about to start, and she had taken all the money at home to save Wang Yifu, so where would her living expenses, tuition, and accommodation come from? Did she expect to ask her mother for it? Sorry, there was none left. Not a drop. As for her maternal love for Wang Shanshan, it had completely ended today. From now on, she was Bai Jing living for herself, no longer living for others. With this thought, Bai Jing felt as if her meridians had been unblocked, her body relaxed, and her mind clear. She smiled at Chao Chen and said, Xiao Koan, you are right. This is indeed an opportunity to completely sever ties with my past self. Although I might live in hardship because of it, I believe it is all worth it to regain myself and for a new life. So, to my brand new life, cheers. Seeing Bai Jing raise her cup of water in place of wine, Chao Chen smiled brightly and raised his water cup as well. Cheers! At 3 in the afternoon, Chao Chen and Bai Jing appeared at the home of Bai Jing and Wang Yifu. At first, Bai Jing planned to sell the house first, gather 800,000, and then seek a letter of understanding from Huang Jianren's parents. However, Chao Chen couldn't wait that long. In this current real estate downturn, selling a house was not that easy. It could take half a year to sell this one. To avoid any prolonged complications, Chao Chen simply made a phone call and directly summoned Huang Jianren's parents over. Instead of selling the house, they would transfer ownership directly, and with Bai Jing's savings in hand, it would count as 800,000. Mr. Huang, you can see the condition of the house. It's a good layout and a nice house. You can also check the market price online, so using the house as collateral for the money is fine, right? Chao Chen acted like a real estate agent, showing Huang Jianren's parents around the room. Upon hearing Chao Chen's question, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on Huang Jianren's parents' faces. If it were anyone else asking this, they would definitely not agree. Because the current housing market was on a downward trend, there was still a gap between the market price and the actual transaction price. Those houses that claimed to be worth 600,000 or 700,000 might only sell for 500,000 or 550,000 in reality. Such an obvious loss was something no one could agree to. However, this person was Chao Chen, and they really couldn't say no. After all, they had just made a shady deal with Chao Chen at noon, and it was only just afternoon, not even a day had passed. If they didn't give him face at this moment, what if he flipped the table? The loss would be even greater. No problem, no problem. 2 million has already been taken, so a few tens of thousands of dollars don't really matter, Huang Jianrun's father said with a forced smile. To put it bluntly, a house nowadays is just money. Transferring ownership of a house is almost the same as handing over cash. The difference is that selling a house takes a bit longer, while using the house to settle debts is quicker. Xiao Chen nodded. Mr. Huang, do you think that, along with the savings from my Aunt Bai's family, it can amount to 800,000? Well, Huang Jianrun looked a bit troubled. He hesitated for a moment before finally glancing at Bai Jing beside him. Of course, he wasn't looking at Bai Jing in a lewd way, he was eyeing the gold earrings on her ears, the gold necklace around her neck, and the gold ring on her hand. He certainly had to give face to Xiao Chen, but he couldn't be too much of a fool either. The value of Bai Jing's family's house combined with all their savings was indeed quite a stretch to reach 800,000, so he had to find a way to make up for it. Bai Jing wasn't foolish either. As soon as she noticed Huang Jianrun's father's gaze on those specific parts of her, she instantly understood. Without saying a word, she reached up and took off her gold earrings, gold necklace, and gold ring, handing them to Huang Jianrun's father. Huang Jianrun weighed them in his hand, estimating they were worth about 10,000, and nodded. All right, I'll reluctantly count all of this together. It should be worth 800,000. Let's go. I'll get you a letter of understanding. A letter of understanding isn't just something you scribble on a piece of paper. It's best done under the supervision of the Public Security Bureau. After all, the letter will eventually need to be submitted to the Public Security Bureau, so it's better to write it directly at the police station and leave it there once it's done. At 4 in the afternoon, Huang Jianrun's parents were the first to leave the police station. The letter of understanding was completed, and this case could be said to have nothing more to do with them. They were just waiting for the court's judgment on Wang Yifu. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Bai Jing were still at the police station. Their visit wasn't just about the letter of understanding, it was also about Bai Jing severing ties with Wang Yifu. However, Wang Yifu was not someone they could meet, they had to rely on a lawyer to communicate. The lawyer they hired this time was the same one as last time, and he had already gone in to talk to Wang Yifu. Xiao Kuan, what if Wang Yifu doesn't agree to the divorce? The house was gone, the savings were gone, and even the jewelry was gone. To cut ties with the past, to reclaim herself, and for a new life, Bai Jing had paid all the costs. Now, they were just one step away from getting divorced from Wang Yifu. If Wang Yifu didn't agree, it would be too distressing. Don't worry. Seeing Bai Jing's anxious expression, Xiao Chen held her hand and comforted her. I believe Uncle Wang will agree to the divorce. At this point, whether or not to get divorced was no longer solely up to Wang Yifu. After 10 years in prison, Xiao Chen had seen too many such situations. When a husband is serving time, a wife can easily file for divorce in court, and it's almost guaranteed. Xiao Chen had just spoken with the lawyer about this situation and asked him to relay it to Wang Yifu. If Wang Yifu agreed to the divorce, he could still part ways in a dignified, friendly, and respectful manner. If he didn't agree, within 6 months, a court notice would be sent directly to him, informing him that he was divorced. At that point, it wouldn't be as dignified as it is now. So, once Wang Yifu realized that the outcome couldn't be changed, he would likely choose a more dignified way to end things, right? Meanwhile, in a room at the police station, Wang Yifu stared blankly at the lawyer in front of him, his expression showing deep emotion. She used all her money to get me the letter of understanding? That's right. The lawyer nodded. The letter of understanding you received was written at the police station just a little while ago, so I can say I was involved throughout the process. MS. Bai Jing gave the house under your names to Huang Jianrun's parents as a way to settle debts, and she also gave them all your savings of over 200,000. Additionally, there were her gold earrings, gold necklace, gold ring, and other jewelry. All these items totaled 800,000, and after handing everything over to Huang Jianrun's parents, they finally provided you with the letter of understanding. In other words, you can sleep soundly from now on. I can't guarantee it 100%, but I can say with 99% certainty that you won't be sentenced to death. After hearing the lawyer's words, Wang Yifu sat there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. He didn't know what he was feeling at that moment. Happy? He should be. After all, he wouldn't be sentenced to death. But he couldn't feel happy at all. Especially after learning that Bai Jing had given up the house, the savings, and even her jewelry to obtain the letter of understanding for him, an indescribable emotion surged within him. He knew how much money they had at home. So, he was very clear that this letter of understanding meant Bai Jing had lost everything. No home, no savings, not even a decent piece of jewelry. Everything was gone. So, was this the outcome for a woman who had been with him for nearly 20 years? In an instant, Wang Yifu suddenly felt like a failure as a man. A woman who had been with him for so long ended up with nothing. At that moment, he suddenly let go of his feelings about Bai Jing and the three men. Although she had wronged him, he ultimately had not treated her well either. In comparison, he had wronged Bai Jing more. Seeing Wang Yifu gradually come back to his senses from this emotional state, the lawyer continued, "Additionally, there is one more thing to tell Mr. Wang. Ms. Bai Jing feels that the bond between you two has come to an end, so your marital relationship should also conclude here." As if anticipating this outcome, Wang Yifu calmly nodded. A woman who had been with him for so long ended up with nothing. As a man, how could he have the face to keep her by his side? Moreover, he would spend the rest of his life in prison, while Bai Jing was still young, with a long future ahead of her. She deserved a new beginning. "I agree to the divorce," Wang Yifu said, "but I can't go out right now, so I can only write a divorce agreement and ask you to handle it." The lawyer nodded. "That's not a problem. Since Mr. Wang has no objections, please go ahead and write it. I believe you two don't have any property disputes left, so it shouldn't be too troublesome." Wang Yifu smiled bitterly. Of course, all their property had been exchanged for the letter of understanding, so what property disputes could there be? 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Yifu finished writing the divorce agreement and handed it to the lawyer. It was only then that he seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, lawyer, after we divorce, what will happen to our daughter Wang Shanshan?" Wang Yifu intended to ask who would get custody of Wang Shanshan, but before he could finish, the lawyer interrupted. "Mr. Wang, I know about your daughter Wang Shanshan. She is already over 18 years old, and legally, she is an adult. Therefore, your divorce from Ms. Bai Jing has nothing to do with her. Since she is already an adult, issues of custody and who will raise her are no longer relevant. If she wanted to, she could completely live on her own." Wang Yifu opened his mouth, but in the end, he just nodded. After that, the lawyer chatted with Wang Yifu for a while about other matters, confirming that he had no other issues before concluding the conversation. In the police station's lounge, Bai Jing saw the lawyer come out and hurried over. "Lawyer, how did it go? Did he agree to the divorce?" The lawyer smiled and nodded, taking out the divorce agreement that Wang Yifu had written. "Ms. Bai, Comrade Wang Yifu has agreed to end your marriage, but due to special circumstances, he cannot come out to handle the divorce procedures with you and can only have me do it on his behalf. Also, the Civil Affairs Bureau hasn't closed yet, so if we hurry, you should be able to get your divorce certificate today." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing was almost overwhelmed with joy and quickly said, "Lawyer, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. At 5:30 in the afternoon. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xia County, Bai Jing looked at the divorce certificate in her hand, unable to contain her excitement any longer. She pressed the divorce certificate tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. It was the taste of freedom, the taste of being unshackled and unrestrained. She was free. She had finally severed ties with her past self, and from now on, she could finally live for herself. Beside her, Chao Chen watched Bai Jing's excited expression and smiled. "Aunt Bai, let's hurry home and tell Shanshan the news. If she knows Uncle Wang has already obtained the letter of understanding, she'll definitely jump for joy." Just thinking about Wang Shanshan made Chao Chen restless. He really wanted to see what expression this woman would have when she learned about what happened this afternoon. The house was gone, the savings were gone, and she had instantly become destitute. Her head must be buzzing. Meanwhile, at Chao Chen's place, Wang Shanshan was sulking while watching TV, munching on snacks. "I'm so mad. That dead dog Chao Chen, how did he become so clueless? He knows my stomach hurts and that I didn't have lunch with him, yet here we are, and he still hasn't brought back any food. Does he want to starve me? Humph, I'll give him 1 more hour. If he doesn't bring back food, I swear I won't let him lick me anymore, as if I can't live without this dog." Wang Shanshan felt particularly miserable today. The main source of her frustration was the negotiation with Huang Jianrun's parents. She had racked her brain and never expected that Huang Jianrun's parents would actually agree to provide a letter of understanding for 800,000 in compensation. Please, she just wanted to create an image of a devoted daughter. As this matter spread, everyone would know that she, Wang Shanshan, was a good woman with feelings and loyalty. To save her father's life, she was willing to give up all her family assets, leaving herself no way out. How touching! An image of a devoted daughter who was not greedy for money but valued emotions would surely be secured. These were all shining points that could earn her a lot of credit. But once Huang Jianrun's parents agreed, it completely disrupted her rhythm. The image of a devoted daughter could no longer be created. After all, she was just pretending and had never really considered using that 800,000 to exchange for a letter of understanding. Moreover, not only could she not create the image of a devoted daughter, but it could also backfire and bring her trouble, leaving her with a stain. Because now, the other party had agreed, but she did not. Once this got out, it would turn into Wang Shanshan being a miser, willing to watch her father be sentenced to death rather than spend money to save him. If such a reputation spread, it would be a fatal blow to her. Even with just this point, she could forget about marrying into those wealthy and powerful families. However, fortunately, this stain on her reputation had not yet been confirmed. She had not yet voiced her disagreement, and she would not, because she still had her mother. Such heartless words had to come from her mother. She had to ensure her image remained unaffected. Moreover, her mother would definitely say it. After all, she was about to start university, and tuition, living expenses, and accommodation fees all required money. How could her mother possibly agree to take out 800,000 to exchange for a letter of understanding? She was still young, she could be ignorant. Could her mother not understand? Just as Wang Shanshan was watching television, flaunting her snacks, and pondering these thoughts, suddenly, the door opened, and Chao Chen and Bai Jing walked in. Seeing that Chao Chen returned empty-handed, Wang Shanshan's expression immediately fell. What was wrong with this pathetic sycophant? Did he not know she hadn't eaten lunch? He didn't even bring back a single bite to eat. Fine, just wait, she would never let him fawn over her again. As this unhappy thought flashed through her mind, suddenly, Wang Shanshan seemed to discover something and shouted out loud, "Mom, where's your necklace?" Wang Shanshan remembered very clearly that when Bai Jing went out for a beauty treatment, she was wearing that beautiful gold necklace around her fair neck. But now, her neck was bare, the necklace was gone. Could it have been lost? That necklace was worth several thousand, nearly 10,000. And with the realization of the necklace's disappearance, Wang Shanshan quickly noticed that Bai Jing's gold earrings were also missing. Even the gold ring she wore was gone. Hiss! What was going on? Where were all her jewelry? How could they all be gone? Had they been robbed? Facing Wang Shanshan's astonished gaze, before Bai Jing could speak, Chao Chen eagerly chimed in. "Shanshan, I have good news for you. We've already obtained Uncle Wan's letter of understanding." What? Wang Shanshan's body trembled as if she had seen a ghost, and she hurriedly looked at Chao Chen, speaking each word carefully. "What did you just say? My dad's letter of understanding has been obtained?" "Yes," Chao Chen said with a joyful expression, "this afternoon, Aunt Bai and I specifically went to handle this matter." Saying this, Chao Chen recounted what had happened that afternoon. From mortgaging their house to Huang Jianren's parents, to transferring all their savings to Huang Jianren's parents, and finally, Bai Jing giving all her jewelry to Huang Jianren's parents. In the end, he mentioned that Huang Jianren's parents had issued them a letter of understanding at the police station. Throughout the entire process, Chao Chen spoke in great detail, afraid of missing a single detail. And after listening to Chao Chen's account, Wang Shanshan felt dizzy, nearly fainting. The house was gone, the money was gone, and even Bai Jing's jewelry was gone? Then how were they supposed to live? Moreover, university was about to start. Where would she get her tuition, living expenses, and accommodation fees? Wang Shanshan forced herself not to faint, trembling as she looked at Bai Jing and said, "Mom, what Chao Chen said isn't true, right? Our house is still there, and the savings are still there, right?" Upon hearing this, a flash of intense disgust crossed Bai Jing's eyes. "What are you pretending for? Wasn't it you who cried and shouted, willing to borrow money to save your dad? Now that your dad's letter of understanding is in hand, you're acting like this. Who are you disgusting?" "What Chao Chen said is true," Bai Jing said flatly. "Our house and savings are all gone, all to exchange for your dad's letter of understanding. Besides, isn't this what you've always wanted?" Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Wang Shanshan stumbled, nearly losing her balance and falling onto the sofa. She stared blankly at Bai Jing, as if looking at a stranger, and after several seconds, she shouted angrily, "Bai Jing, are you out of your mind? The house is gone, the savings are gone, and I'm about to start college. Do you know what that means? What about my tuition? What about my living expenses? How am I supposed to go to this university?" Seeing Wang Shanshan's hysterical expression directed at her, Bai Jing could no longer contain the anger boiling inside her and slapped her hard. Smack! The slap landed squarely on Wang Shanshan's face, leaving her stunned. Bai Jing glared fiercely into Wang Shanshan's eyes and said, word by word, "Wang Shanshan, listen carefully, no matter what, I am still the mother who raised you for 18 years. You may not have me in your heart, but you must respect me. From now on, if I hear you speak disrespectfully to me again, I will smash your face. Also, you are already 18 years old, a legal adult. You can go to college however you want, it has nothing to do with me. Even if you choose not to go to college, if you want to work in society, twist screws in a factory, be a hostess in a KTV, or sell yourself, that is your own freedom. Remember, from now on, your matters have nothing to do with me. I will no longer take care of you, I cannot live for you anymore. With that, Bai Jing turned sharply and stormed out of the room. Inside, Chao Chen watched the scene of this mother-daughter relationship severing, nearly applauding in delight. Brilliant! So brilliant! Especially the moment Bai Jing slapped Wang Shanshan and the fierce words she spoke while staring into Wang Shanshan's eyes. The expression, the anger, and the deep disappointment buried in her gaze were simply extraordinary. It was so satisfying to watch. It felt better than 10 rounds of intense action. Of course, while being a spectator, Chao Chen did not forget his other role. Seeing Bai Jing leave in anger, he quickly stepped in to perform. "Aunt Bai, Aunt Bai." Chao Chen called out to Bai Jing's retreating figure twice, then immediately turned to look at Wang Shanshan, who was covering her face with her hands, still in shock. "Shanshan, you are being too much." "Ha?" Wang Shanshan snapped back to reality, looking dazedly at Chao Chen. Too much? Bai Jing had lost the house and the savings, and now she was the one being called excessive? "Do you know how much Aunt Bai has sacrificed for you?" Chao Chen said with heartfelt pain. "For you, Aunt Bai has lost everything, her home, her savings, she's reached a point of having nothing, not even a decent piece of jewelry. All to fulfill your wish to save Uncle Wang, Aunt Bai has given almost everything she could, and yet you turn around and say she's out of her mind. Wang Shanshan, don't forget, it was you who cried out to save Uncle Wang. Now that he's saved, you turn around and blame Aunt Bai. You're just a hypocrite, playing both sides. I am really so disappointed in you, spit." After saying this, Chao Chen didn't give Bai Jing a chance to respond and quickly chased after her. "Aunt Bai, Aunt Bai." Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan stared blankly at Chao Chen's retreating figure, stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, then let out a sharp scream and threw the snacks she was holding onto the ground. "It's all turned against me. I can't live like this anymore. My mom wants to cut ties with me. And that Chao Chen, that sycophant, actually called me a hypocrite and said he was disappointed in me, even spat at me. How dare he? He's just a sycophant. What right does he have to say that about me?" It was already a tremendous grace for him to let him lick, yet he dared to turn around and say that he was the one. Had he forgotten that he was just a licking dog? Damn it! In the living room, Wang Shanshan was pulling at her hair with both hands, squatting on the floor in frustration. Why has it come to this result? In the community. Just before leaving the neighborhood, Chao Chen finally caught up with Bai Jing, grabbing her arm. "Aunt Bai, wait a minute, where are you going?" Bai Jing's face was filled with anger and grievance as she looked into Chao Chen's eyes and said, "Xiao Kuan, what do you think is the point of raising her?" Chao Chen opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Bai Jing chuckled bitterly, gritting her teeth. "I might as well raise a dog, at least it knows to wag its tail at me. Really, the biggest mistake of my life was raising such an ungrateful wolf." Chao Chen frowned, his tone concerned. "Aunt Bai, don't say that. Shanshan might just be a bit too happy, so, she might have spoken without thinking." "Happy? Speaking without thinking? Do you believe that yourself?" Bai Jing shook her head with a bitter smile, then took a deep breath and sighed. "Forget it, from now on, she can go her own way, and I'll go mine. I've already done enough for her." After saying that, Bai Jing looked into Chao Chen's eyes and continued, "Xiao Kuan, I don't want to eat. I'm feeling annoyed and chaotic right now. Can you accompany me for a walk?" Chao Chen nodded seriously. "No problem, let's go, Aunt Bai. I'm here with you." Half an hour later, Chao Chen and Bai Jing arrived at the home she shared with Wang Yifu. To be precise, this place now belonged to Huang Jianrun's parents. However, since there were still some belongings of Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan, and Wang Yifu here, Huang Jianrun's parents had given them 3 days to clear out their things. During these 3 days, they would pack up their clothes, bedding, and other items. After 3 days, Huang Jianrun's parents would come to change the locks, and at that time, this house would completely belong to them. So, Bai Jing and the others had 3 more days to use this house. In the bedroom, Chao Chen looked at the wedding photo hanging above the bed and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. In the photo, Wang Yifu was dressed in a formal suit, his smile radiant, while Bai Jing wore a pure white wedding dress, shyly leaning against his chest. It was warm, happy, and sweet. Unfortunately, now everything had changed. They were divorced, and one of them would spend a lifetime in prison. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. Seeing Chao Chen staring at the wedding photo on the wall, Bai Jing tentatively asked, "What's wrong?" Just feeling a bit sentimental, Chao Chen replied, "How can the world be so unpredictable? Just a couple of days ago, Uncle Wang was fine, and now he's gone in." Time passed quickly, and before long, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. At Chao Chen's place, Wang Shanshan picked up the bag of snacks she had thrown on the floor and started eating again. After a long period of negativity, she finally perked up again. Since the situation had turned out this way, she could only face it bravely. And now, the first difficulty she faced was how to manage the university tuition, living expenses, and other costs. She was definitely going to university. This was something Wang Shanshan had never wavered on. Because a girl who has been to university is completely different from one who hasn't, in terms of value. With her looks and figure, as long as she gets a university diploma, finding a good husband from a decent family would be easy. But if she only had a high school diploma, then no matter how good her looks and figure were, it would be very difficult to find a good husband from a decent family. So, going to college was something she had to do no matter what. However, because of the foolish actions of Bai Jing, she had now lost the means to attend university. So, how should she come up with the money needed for college? Ask Bai Jing? Forget it, that woman was probably poorer than she was now. Besides, she had already spoken so harshly, there was no way she would go crawling back to her. So, that only left Chao Chen. Wang Shanshan thought it over and decided that in the end, she would have to get money from Chao Chen, that devoted fool. First of all, Chao Chen had money. Although he had grown up with his grandfather, when his grandfather passed away, he left him quite a fortune. Once, Wang Shanshan had secretly seen his bank account balance over $1 million. And that was also the reason she had kept him hanging all these years without outright rejecting him. Who would refuse a devoted fool who had over $1 million at their disposal and was willing to spend it on her? Secondly, Chao Chen was her devoted fool. He was the only one from whom she could get money. Wang Shanshan wasn't without wealthier classmates, some with several properties, others whose families made millions in business. But they weren't her devoted fools, so she couldn't get money from them. Moreover, even if she could borrow from them, it would need to be paid back. But with Chao Chen, the money she got could be kept. After all, who told him to be her devoted fool? Faced with her current predicament, Wang Shanshan quickly sorted out her thoughts. And soon, she found a way to resolve it. However, it wasn't as simple as she had hoped. If Chao Chen were still the devoted fool he had been before, it would indeed be easy. She would just need to use a little trick, and he would happily cover all her tuition and living expenses for the 4 years of college. But now, it was clear that Chao Chen was no longer the same devoted fool. After all, he had expressed disappointment in her and even spat at her. He was clearly on the verge of losing control. If she didn't take some measures soon, Chao Chen might completely break free from her leash. So, the urgent task was to quickly soothe Chao Chen and tighten the leash around him. Otherwise, if he broke free, it would be the beginning of her nightmare. Thinking this, Wang Shanshan stuffed the last bite of her snack into her mouth and reluctantly picked up her phone. I never thought that I, the great Wang Shanshan, would one day have to lower myself to beg this devoted fool, Chao Chen. Bai Jing, it's all your fault, you brainless idiot. If it weren't for your stupidity, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Shanshan cursed a couple of times in frustration before finally dialing Chao Chen's number. 1 ring, 2 rings, until the phone rang several times, and just as Wang Shanshan was about to give up, the call was answered. Hello, Shanshan, what's up? Hearing Chao Chen's voice on the phone, Wang Shanshan couldn't help but frown. Chao Chen, what are you doing? Oh, I'm at an internet cafe, Chao Chen replied with a laugh. I'm not tired today, just came to play for a bit. Oh, at an internet cafe, Wang Shanshan said. He. Chao Chen chuckled and said, by the way, Shanshan, why are you still awake? It's already 1 in the morning. How can I sleep? Wang Shanshan pouted, speaking in a resentful tone. My mom is about to cut ties with me. By the way, where's my mom? Oh, Aunt Bai. I separated from her a long time ago. We're not together now. I don't know where she went. Oh, mom isn't with Chao Chen? Hearing him say this, Wang Shanshan felt a surge of energy, and her courage grew. Hey, Chao Chen, you tell me, is my mom a big idiot or what? Seriously, I've never seen such a fool. She actually took everything in the house and exchanged it for a letter of understanding. I mean, does she even have a brain? Calling her an idiot feels like an insult to idiots. She's just a pure, big fool, don't you think? After finishing this outburst, Chao Chen didn't respond from the other side, just kept running with a patchik sound, and Wang Shanshan frowned in displeasure. Hey, Chao Chen, what are you doing? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Oh, I'm listening, of course, Chao Chen stammered, but, Shanshan, I think you're being a bit too harsh. Harsh? Wang Shanshan's tone rose significantly. She has made things this way. How is that harsh? Calling her a big fool is already being merciful. No, Chao Chen countered. Shanshan, I don't think so. On the contrary, I believe Aunt Bai did very well, and she's really quite loyal. You have to consider why Aunt Bai took that money. She didn't spend a single cent on herself. She used it all to save Uncle Wang. You should know that Aunt Bai and Uncle Wang are married, and they must have deep feelings for each other. How could Aunt Bai bear to watch Uncle Wang die? Besides, Shanshan, Uncle Wang is your father. What Aunt Bai is doing isn't for an outsider. If others don't understand, that's one thing, but how can you, as his daughter, not understand? Don't forget, it was you who cried out to save Uncle Wang back then. Now that everything has gone as you wished, you can't turn around and blame Aunt Bai. Shanshan, I really think you owe Aunt Bai an apology. How about this? I'll arrange for you to apologize to Aunt Bai properly tomorrow, okay? Hearing Chao Chen say this, Wang Shanshan's anger surged. Damn! Is Chao Chen really trying to rebel? He actually dares to reason with her. Is it that hard to just go along with what she said? Who needs him to reason? No way! Wang Shanshan retorted angrily, Chao Chen, you saw what she did and what she said today. She wanted to sever our mother-daughter relationship. I can't just go and apologize to her. Besides, she was the one who was wrong, so why should I apologize? She doesn't care about me, and I don't care about her either. Having such a fool for a mother makes me feel ashamed. I can't even face people. Just right, she wants to cut ties with me, and I will absolutely do as she wishes. Otherwise, she really thinks I want to maintain a mother-daughter relationship with such a fool? Pfft. She should take a good look at herself. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Chen hurriedly coughed 3 times and said seriously, Shanshan, stop talking nonsense. Even if you're angry, you can't say such things. Just listen to what you're saying. If Aunt Bai hears this, how heartbroken would she be? I'm not afraid of her hearing it, Wang Shanshan said fearlessly. If she wants to be heartbroken, let her be. She deserves it for doing such a foolish thing. If she really dies, I'll just drag her to the crematorium and scatter her ashes. Alright. Chao Chen quickly interrupted, Shanshan, listen to what you're saying right now. You're just angry. Let's talk about this when you're calmer tomorrow. I still have over 10 kilometers to run, so I have to go. Bye for now. Beep, beep, beep. Looking at the phone that had just been hung up, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth to say something but ultimately decided against calling back. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, in the garden community, Chao Chen walked out with a relaxed and cheerful stride, humming a little tune. It was hard not to feel happy. Yesterday, Wang Shanshan's words on the phone were heard word for word by Bai Jing. What a big fool, what a stupid idiot, what a waste of time, and even the part about scattering her ashes, she heard it all without missing a beat. Although Bai Jing didn't respond a single word, from the increasing force in her actions, Chao Chen could sense that the mother-daughter relationship between her and Wang Shanshan was completely ruined. There was absolutely no chance of repair. He never expected that the two of them would end up like this, even in opposition. It was really hard for Chao Chen not to feel unhappy about it. Just then, suddenly, a phone call came in. Chao Chen thought it was Wang Shanshan, but when he took out his phone and looked, the corners of his mouth immediately lifted. It was Lu Yuling. She was the real estate agent who had provided him with personal service when he bought a house in the Yundong district of Haichang. In the days since returning from Haichang, the two had occasionally chatted on WeChat. However, it was the first time she had called him so early in the morning. There must be something going on. Because it was only 6 in the morning, not yet time for work, it was completely personal time. As someone in the service industry, Lu Yuling couldn't possibly be unaware of how unhappy it would make someone to receive a call at this hour. So, it must be something that made her disregard that unhappiness. What Chao Chen could think of was the news that Yundong District was going to become the Yundong Special Economic Zone. Other than that, he really couldn't think of any other news that would prompt Lu Yuling to call him so early. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Chen answered the call. Hello, Manager Lu. Cut it out. Lu Yuling's tone was even more excited than Chao Chen had imagined. She exclaimed, I'm alone right now. Chao Chen smiled and changed his address. Little Pa Kai, what's up? What's up? You're going to get rich. Do you know that? Lu Yuling could no longer contain herself, her tone incredibly excited. Just now, the country issued a notice to designate Yundong District as a special economic zone. Do you know what that means? My God, you're going to get rich, you're going to make a fortune. In just this short time, all the houses for sale in Yundong District have been taken off the market. In this short time, 3 people have already called me. As long as it's a house in Yundong District, regardless of location or age, they're all willing to buy it more than 3 times the original price, and one person even offered 5 times the original price. Not only that, they also said that as long as I can help them close a deal on a house, they'll give me a 10% commission. It's crazy, it's all gone crazy, the entire Yundong District is going crazy. You can't imagine how insane the housing prices are right now. Right now, while I'm calling you, 2 more calls have come in, but I really don't have any houses left, boo-hoo. All the landlords have stopped selling, boo-hoo. Listening to the excitement and thrill in Lu Yuling's voice, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it really was the news about the establishment of the Yundong Special Economic Zone. However, because he had already known the outcome in advance, Chao Chen wasn't as excited as Lu Yuling. He replied with a hint of surprise, "Really? The housing prices have actually skyrocketed several times. Should I hurry and sell to make a profit?" "No, no, no," Lu Yuling hurriedly said. "You must stay calm. Although I really want you to sell so I can make a big profit now, the housing prices haven't peaked yet. You must stay calm and not be tempted by the immediate benefits." I didn't realize that Lu Yuling actually had a bit of conscience and was quite considerate of me. It seems she isn't the type of scummy woman who refuses to take responsibility. Alright then, let's consider her a good woman, except when it comes to her husband. "I see," Chao Chen said, "then I'll wait until the house prices rise completely before selling." As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, there was suddenly no response from Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone. Chao Chen was puzzled for a moment and tentatively asked, "Manager Lu?" Lu Yuling's voice finally came through again. "Stop testing me, my husband hasn't come back." "Then why did you suddenly stop talking?" Chao Chen laughed. "I thought your husband had returned unexpectedly, and you couldn't talk." "No, I just found it a bit strange," Lu Yuling said, puzzled. "Why aren't you excited? I feel like I'm as excited as a dog right now, but you, who invested 23.8 million, the house flipper, shouldn't be more excited than me. Why are you so calm? Is this news not enough to get you excited?" "Oh, about that." Chao Chen smiled and licked his lips, saying, "Not at all, I'm already very excited. Perhaps I'm just used to not showing my emotions. Actually, I'm just as excited inside as you are." Lu Yuling reluctantly accepted Chao Chen's response, and the two continued to make predictions about the rising housing prices in Yundong district. Of course, it was mainly Lu Yuling who kept pestering Chao Chen for predictions. He really didn't want to make any. What was there to predict? He already had a rough idea of how high the prices could go, so it was unnecessary. After predicting the rise in housing prices, Lu Yuling subtly hinted that she hoped all the houses in Chao Chen's hands would be entrusted to her for sale in the future. To this, Chao Chen readily agreed. After all, the houses had to be sold, and it didn't matter who sold them. Besides, Lu Yuling wasn't trying to take his profits, she just wanted to earn the 1.5% commission from the buyers. If he refused such a request, Chao Chen would feel a bit unreasonable. After all, Lu Yuling wasn't the type of scummy woman who refused to take responsibility, and he certainly couldn't be a scummy man who did the same. So, he clearly told Lu Yuling that he would only authorize her to sell the houses in his hands, making them her exclusive listings. In response, Lu Yuling happily kissed Chao Chen on the phone more than 10 times. Because of this phone call with Lu Yuling, what should have taken Chao Chen half an hour to buy for breakfast ended up taking a full hour. By the time he returned to Bai Jing and Wang Yifu's home with breakfast in hand, Bai Jing was already up and washing up, humming a little tune, clearly in a good mood. Seeing this, Chao Chen put down the breakfast and hesitated before saying, "Aunt Bai, if you want to cry, just cry boldly and freely. You know I would never laugh at you." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing, who was washing up, paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. "Xiao Koan, you don't think I'm forcing myself to be happy while suppressing my inner pain, do you? Isn't that so?" Chao Chen said with an innocent expression. "Ever since I heard what Shan Chan said on the phone last night, you've been quite down, so Aunt Bai, don't treat me as an outsider. I can be someone you rely on when you're feeling vulnerable." Bai Jing nodded with a smile. "Xiao Koan, I know you're thinking of me, but I'm really feeling very relaxed and happy right now." "That's right. Last night when I heard Shan Chan say those things, I was indeed very angry, very disappointed, even feeling a sense of despair. After all, how could an 18-year mother-daughter bond be severed just like that? Even raising a dog for 18 years would create feelings. Deep down, I still care about her. So, when I heard what she said, I really felt heartbroken. However, thanks to her words, I was suddenly awakened. I thought she couldn't live without me, but it was just my assumption. In reality, she didn't care about me at all and didn't need me. Since that's the case, why should I be so sentimental? So today, I can finally cut ties with the past completely, and this life, where I only need to consider myself and not anyone else, fills me with strength and anticipation for the future. So, Xiao Koan, you don't need to worry about me. I'm not putting on a brave face, I'm genuinely happy from the bottom of my heart." "Indeed." Chao Chen nodded slowly. In fact, last night, Chao Chen realized that Wang Shanchan's phone call had pushed the relationship between her and her mother into an irretrievable abyss. What he just said was entirely a test for Bai Jing, and the result was just as he expected. The mother-daughter relationship was indeed completely ruined. At least on Bai Jing's side, she had completely given up on this mother-daughter bond. Thinking of this, Chao Chen smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I thought Aunt Bai was just putting on a brave face. How could that be?" Bai Jing laughed. "I'm genuinely happy now, you can't imagine how relaxed I feel." Not lingering on the topic any longer, after a simple breakfast, Bai Jing immediately started packing her things. Although she had already moved some clothes to Chao Chen's house, it was only a portion. Most of it was summer clothing. Her autumn and winter clothes were still mostly in this house. After watching Bai Jing pack for a while, as if he thought of something, Chao Chen said, "By the way, Aunt Bai, what are your plans next?" "Next?" Bai Jing paused her packing, thought seriously for a moment, and said, "I want to go out and explore, live in a different place." Chao Chen squinted his eyes. "Live in a different place?" "Yes," Bai Jing replied. "Actually, I feel quite pitiful. Born in Xia County, raised in Xia County, married in Xia County, and I've never left this small county my whole life. So, I want to see places outside of Xia County, to see big cities. I don't want to be trapped in this small county for my entire life." Seeing the expectation and longing in Bai Jing's eyes as she spoke, Chao Chen believed she was speaking from the heart. However, wasn't this a coincidence? Haicheng happened to be a first-tier city, second only to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. So, why not let Bai Jing go to Haicheng? Moreover, the university Wang Shanshan applied to was Haicheng University, which would allow the mother and daughter to continue their love-hate relationship in Haicheng. How exciting! Of course, Chao Chen admitted that wanting Bai Jing to go to Haicheng was not just to let them continue their love-hate relationship. He had a bit of selfishness too. After all, it would be really nice. Thinking of this, Chao Chen said, "Aunt Bai, do you want to go to Haicheng?" "Haicheng?" Bai Jing chuckled. "Isn't that the city where my rebellious daughter is going to university? Why would I go there? I won't go. But I'm going to Haicheng for university too," Chao Chen said. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing paused her packing again, looked at Chao Chen with a smile, and said, "What, you don't want to part with Aunt Bai? Do you?" Chao Chen countered. Bai Jing laughed a couple of times, took a few sips from a nearby bottle of water, and pondered, "If you want me to go, I would certainly want to go, but this is a bit beyond my plans." "What do you mean?" Chao Chen asked curiously. "Hai City is a first-tier metropolis that rivals Beijing and Shanghai," Bai Jing explained. "The cost of living in such a big city is definitely outrageous. You know my situation, how could I afford that kind of expense? So, the big city I have in mind is just a second or third-tier city, not a true first-tier city like Hai City. In those second or third-tier cities, I still have a chance to make a living, but in a first-tier city like Hai City, to be honest, I really don't have the confidence. Not to mention, the rent in a place like Hai City is at least several thousand a month. Just renting a place might be beyond my means. So, I might as well go to a second or third-tier city near Hai City, pick one close by. If you miss me, you can come find me on weekends when you don't have classes, and I'll make you something delicious. And when you get a girlfriend in the future, you can bring her along, and I'll help you keep an eye on her. The young girls nowadays are too good at pretending. All of them are like green tea bitches and white lotus bitches, much more capable of causing trouble than we were back then. Not to mention, take my daughter for example. You pursued her for 3 years, but she just saw you as a big fool, never thought about being with you, only wanted to take advantage of you." At the beginning of Bai Jing's words, Chao Chen felt there was nothing wrong. After all, living in a first-tier city like Hai City does come with significant pressure. It seemed reasonable for her to live in a nearby second or third-tier city and for him to visit her on weekends. Even suggesting that he bring his girlfriend along for her to help him keep an eye on was not out of line. After all, as a close elder, it was reasonable for her to help him avoid being deceived by girls. However, when Bai Jing spoke the last part, Chao Chen felt it was not so reasonable. After all, they still had a nominal mother-daughter relationship. Was it appropriate to expose her daughter's hypocritical facade like this? Wasn't it a bit too hasty? They had just severed their mother-daughter relationship with Wang Shanshan, and now she was turning around and stabbing her in the back. Wasn't that a bit too quick? But Chao Chen liked it. This kind of mother-daughter falling out, stabbing each other in the back, especially happening in Wang Shanshan's family, made him want to applaud. Beautiful. So beautiful. As expected of a mother, that stab was vicious and shrewd, hitting right at Wang Shanshan's vital point. Of course, Chao Chen couldn't show his inner thoughts at that moment. He put on a shocked expression, staring blankly at Bai Jing, unable to believe. "Aunt Bai, are you joking with me?" Seeing Chao Chen's expression, Bai Jing seemed to feel a pang of guilt, furrowing her brows and sitting beside him. "Xiao Koan, I know you really like Shanshan, and you've been pursuing her for 3 years, but Aunt Bai really can't keep this from you any longer. Shanshan has never taken you seriously, she just sees you as her loyal dog, wanting to take advantage of you without ever thinking of being responsible. Even at home, when she mentions you, she just calls you her loyal dog, too lazy to even say your name. So, you should give up. Shanshan is not a good woman, she really isn't suitable for you. If you continue, you'll end up hurt. This father-daughter pair, Sighing heavily at the end, Bai Jing seemed unsure of how to continue. but Chao Chun was only interested in her last sigh. Because this involved a piece of information he had learned in his past life, which contained some points he still had doubts about. And now, it was very likely his opportunity to unravel those doubts. Chao Chun looked as if he had been struck by lightning, dazed and stunned. After several seconds, he finally spoke, "So, Shan Shan never thought about being with me?" Bai Jing nodded sympathetically, "Never. She just saw you as a big fool." Then, Chao Chun hesitated, his expression still in disbelief. How could she do this? It's all that scoundrel Wang Yifu's fault. Bai Jing gritted her teeth. "Actually, when you first pursued Shan Shan back in the day, she went home and told us about it. I told Shan Shan that she was still in high school and absolutely not allowed to date. But that scoundrel Wang Yifu taught her to keep you hanging, calling it a test. In reality, Wang Yifu just wanted to save money for Shan Shan's living expenses and buy more cigarettes for himself. Knowing that I wouldn't allow such things, they kept it a secret from me. By the time I found out that they had been secretly using you as a big fool for over 2 years, you were already in your senior year. I was very angry at the time, but in the end, I did nothing because you had less than 4 months until the college entrance exam. If I intervened at that moment, making Shan Shan apologize to you and clarify things, it might backfire, affecting not only Shan Shan's studies but also yours. So, I ordered Shan Shan to maintain the status quo until after the college entrance exam, absolutely not to say anything like we're not suitable, don't pursue me anymore. After all, treating you as a big fool for 3 years was already excessive. If she said something like that right before the exam, it would definitely affect your mindset and studies. It might even cause you to perform poorly on the exam and fail. If that happened, Shan Shan would be committing a great sin. Fortunately, I made that arrangement because Shan Shan really intended to tell you before the exam that you weren't suitable and to stop pursuing her. So, in this matter, I feel quite fortunate." After listening to Bai Jing's words, Chao Chun fell silent for a while. He hadn't expected such an inside story. Moreover, Bai Jing was playing the role of a good person. It seemed that the information he received in his previous life was likely true. "So," Chao Chun murmured, "Shan Shan's good attitude towards me during that time was also your arrangement, and Bai?" Bai Jing thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know about that, but after I learned about this, I often told her one thing. That is, to give you a little sweetness now and then, so you'd become more attached to her. Actually, my real intention wasn't like that. I just thought that you shouldn't have wasted 3 years being a fool. If you could gain some advantage, then so be it, at least you wouldn't have wasted 3 years on her." Wow! It really was Bai Jing's arrangement. Chao Chen was speechless. He still remembered that during the second half of senior year, Wang Shanshan seemed to start accepting him. Usually, Wang Shanshan prohibited any intimate behavior between them. But during that time, holding hands, wrapping an arm around her waist, or sneaking a squeeze of her perky backside, she didn't refuse at all. Chao Chen thought that Wang Shanshan had been moved by him and was starting to accept him. It turned out she was just following her mother's orders to warm him up. However, this also indirectly proved that Bai Jing's character wasn't that bad. At the same time, it basically confirmed that the information he received in his previous life was indeed true. In his previous life, Chao Chen had always been unwilling to accept being wrongfully imprisoned. He couldn't understand why, after saving Bai Jing, the 3 members of her family would turn against him and frame him for prison. Later, he found an opportunity to investigate what he called the so-called truth. It was during his 4th year in prison when a new inmate arrived, someone from a wealthy family who immediately sought his protection. In a maximum security prison, without protection, the outcome is generally very grim. Chao Chen agreed to be his support in prison but made one request. That was to have the inmate's family investigate the circumstances of his wrongful imprisonment 4 years ago, to uncover why Bai Jing's family would repay kindness with malice and frame him. This investigation took the inmate's family nearly 4 months, employing 4 or 5 private detectives and spending over 2 million. In the end, they provided a result that Chao Chen found hard to believe. According to their findings, Wang Shanshan was the mastermind behind the framing, Wang Yifu was the supporter, while Bai Jing was just a confused victim. To explain this, one had to go back 10 years to the night when Chao Chen acted heroically. That night, thanks to Chao Chen's bravery, Bai Jing was not assaulted by 3 thugs and safely returned home. Upon learning of her ordeal, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan were understandably furious, especially Wang Yifu. As a man, he could not easily let it go that his wife almost faced such a fate. It must be said that in this regard, Wang Yifu was quite manly. He immediately wanted to return to that alley to see if the 3 thugs were still there, and if they were, he would beat them up again. Wang Shanshan, worried that her father might not be able to handle the 3 thugs, went along with him, thinking that if things went south, she could at least call the police. However, when the father and daughter arrived at the alley, they were shocked to discover that one of the thugs, named Huang Jianrun, had died shortly after Chao Chen and Bai Jing had left. In other words, Huang Jianrun had been killed by Chao Chen. Huang Jianrun's parents had also arrived at the scene, weeping for their lost son. Seeing this, Wang Yifu certainly dared not do anything further to the three thugs. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, watching Huang Jianrun's parents kneeling and crying over their son's body, suddenly came up with a malicious scheme. Based on Huang Jianrun's parents' attire and their grief, it was clear that they were wealthy and loved their son dearly. Therefore, they would surely want to avenge him. However, since Chao Chen acted heroically, their son's death would be in vain, and they would have no way to seek revenge. Thus, Wang Shanshan thought of a wicked plan. If Chao Chen were not acting heroically, wouldn't they be able to take revenge? So, Wang Shanshan secretly discussed this scheme with Wang Yifu. First, Huang Jianrun's family was undoubtedly wealthy. If they could fulfill their desire for revenge and make them pay 100 or 80,000, they would surely agree. Second, Chao Chen was someone who could eat well while his family starved. Even if he was wrongfully imprisoned, no one would help him appeal from the outside. If he were sentenced to death, it would be a win-win situation, putting an end to everything and preventing any future retaliation. Finally, Chao Chen had quite a bit of money. Although others didn't know, Wang Shanshan had secretly seen it, over 100,000. If they could get their hands on that money, their family would be set for life. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Wang Yifu was immediately intrigued by Wang Shanshan's wicked plan and promptly went to discuss it with Huang Jianrun's parents. As Wang Shanshan had anticipated, Huang Jianrun's parents didn't care about right or wrong. They only knew that their son had been killed and wanted revenge. If Wang Yifu could fulfill this need, they were willing to offer 2 million as a reward. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan quickly decided to frame Chao Chen. Regardless of whether they could seize Chao Chen's savings of over 1 million, the 2 million offered by Huang Jianrun's parents was enough to lead them astray. Moreover, during the subsequent negotiations, Huang Jianrun's parents also agreed that any compensation from Chao Chen would go entirely to Wang Shanshan's family, further solidifying the father-daughter duo's resolve to entrap Chao Chen. However, framing Chao Chen was not as simple as Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan had imagined. Bai Jing would definitely not agree to their plan. Thus, the father and daughter concocted a scheme. After returning home, they told Bai Jing that Chao Chen had gone back after leaving and had beaten up 3 people again, resulting in one of them being accidentally killed this time. Now that the situation had escalated, Chao Chen had become a murderer, and they needed to help him, otherwise, he would be doomed. Bai Jing was anxious upon hearing this. After all, Chao Chen had acted out of concern for her, so she had to help him. But how should they help? Wang Yifu then pretended to inquire among friends and brothers, ultimately finding a way to assist Chao Chen. The plan was that the police must not know that Chao Chen had returned a second time and killed someone. This would be classified as an unresolvable case of intentional homicide. Therefore, Bai Jing needed to provide false testimony, claiming that the 3 thugs had approached her for directions, and Chao Chen had rushed in and fought with them, resulting in 1 death during the melee. This scenario was slightly better than the truth that Chao Chen had returned a second time to kill someone, as it could introduce some misunderstandings. However, Bai Jing initially disagreed. Why not just say that Chao Chen had fought the 3 thugs to save her? Wang Shanshan's response was that if they said that, Chao Chen would be seen as a hero and would unjustly kill someone without facing any legal consequences. However, since he had indeed returned a second time to kill, it was a clear case of intentional homicide, and they couldn't let Chao Chen escape all legal responsibility. Moreover, if they testified this way, the deceased's family would surely resent them, and one day, they might accidentally run over someone from their family. Hearing Wang Shanshan's reasoning, Bai Jing also worried about retaliation from the deceased's family and ultimately agreed to provide the slightly more favorable false testimony for Chao Chen. That is, the 3 thugs had been asking her for directions, and Chao Chen might have misunderstood and rushed over to fight them. Later, Chao Chen was arrested on charges of murder. Throughout this, Bai Jing had no idea what she had done. Because Chao Chen was arrested for murder, no one was allowed to visit him before the legal judgment, not even family members, just like Wang Yifu now. Therefore, Bai Jing had no opportunity to see him. If the 2 could have met and confronted each other, Bai Jing would have realized that she had been deceived by Wang Shanshan and Wang Yifu. She had not only failed to help Chao Chen but had also unwittingly sentenced him to life imprisonment. This is why it is said that Wang Shanshan was the mastermind behind the scheme. It was her wicked plan. As for Wang Yifu, he was simply a supporter, fully backing Wang Shanshan's scheme throughout. Bai Jing, on the other hand, was just a confused victim of deception, needing no further explanation. However, in his previous life, at the point of Bai Jing, Chao Chen had always held a skeptical attitude. Bai Jing ended up in prison because of her own good intentions? That was just ridiculous. Besides, how could a father and daughter be so terrible while the mother was a good person? It was so disharmonious for this family of three to be together. Shouldn't it be more fitting for the whole family to be bad seeds? Therefore, until he was reborn, until today, Chao Chen had never fully believed the investigation results from back then, and the point of disbelief was Bai Jing. He didn't believe that Bai Jing was confused and tricked. He firmly believed that Bai Jing was also a bad seed. But today, after Bai Jing said those words to him, Chao Chen suddenly felt, damn! It seemed that the result he had spent over 2 million on, hiring 4 or 5 private detectives to investigate, might really be true. Bai Jing might really have been confused and tricked. After all, someone who could order Wang Shanshan not to let anything affect her mindset and studies before the college entrance examination, how bad could they really be? Especially since she even had Wang Shanshan give her some sweet benefits, that made her even more of a good person. Xiao Cohen, why aren't you speaking? Seeing that Chao Chen had fallen into silence after she finished speaking, Bai Jing thought the news had hit him too hard for him to bear, so she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Chao Chen came to his senses, looked at Bai Jing, and gave a silly smile. Damn! The emotions of revenge suddenly became incoherent. Before this, he had always treated Bai Jing as a bad woman. He had no psychological burden in making her family fall apart, sending her husband to prison, and turning her daughter against her. After all, she had repaid kindness with malice in her previous life, framing him and sending him to prison. This was the revenge she deserved. And now, after he had dealt with Bai Jing like this, she told him that she was actually a good person. That was quite a joke. Of course, this thought only lingered in Chao Chen's mind for 0.5 seconds before he cast it aside. Because, regardless of whether Bai Jing was a good person or not, Chao Chen would definitely take revenge on Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan. Therefore, Wang Yifu's imprisonment, Wang Shanshan's homelessness and destitution, as well as her falling out with her mother, were all bound to happen. In other words, the current result had little to do with whether Bai Jing was a good or bad person. The only relevant point was that Chao Chen had indeed been a bit too violent before, treating her somewhat inhumanely. So, he decided to be a little gentler in the future. After all, she was a good person. Of course, aside from that, he definitely couldn't take revenge on her anymore. With Chao Chen's upright worldview, it was fine if he didn't know. If he found out the other party was a good person and still acted against them, he would feel guilty. Although it might only be a little bit. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Chao Chen smiled and said, "And Bai, thank you for telling me this. You really are a good person." Good person? Hearing Chao Chen's evaluation of her, Bai Jing almost burst out laughing. With the development of the internet, various trendy terms were emerging endlessly, and it had been a long time since she had heard such a simple evaluation as good person. In fact, at certain times, calling someone a good person could even be seen as an insult. Just consider your aunt by a good person, Bai Jing said with a smile. Anyway, you shouldn't waste any more effort on my rebellious daughter. She has never thought about being with you from the beginning. However, if you have any special thoughts, now is a good opportunity. Chao Chen didn't understand for a moment and asked, Aunt Bai, what do you mean by special thoughts? Bai Jing gave Chao Chen a knowing look and said, what's wrong? After pursuing my rebellious daughter for 3 years, are you really willing to be toyed with like this? Well, Chao Chen replied seriously, lowering his voice. What are you pretending for? Bai Jing laughed and nudged him, saying, you pursued her, at least half the reason was to, have your way with her, right? Chao Chen suddenly smiled shyly and said, Aunt Bai, it's more like 90%. Bai Jing shot him a light glare and continued, as for my rebellious daughter, I know her quite well. Right now, she's facing an urgent problem. She doesn't have the money to go to college. And as for me, she definitely can't count on me anymore because our relationship is already over. Even if she comes to me, I can't give her a single penny. The only person who can help her now is you, so she will definitely try to get her college tuition from you. So you must be clever. Don't let her say a few sweet words or act cute, and then you just hand over the money. You have to remember that she has always seen you as a big fool. She never intended to be with you. If you really want to help her, you must make her pay a price. As for what that price is, that's up to you. I think 3 years of being a love-struck fool shouldn't be in vain. This is your chance to benefit. If you don't seize it now, there may not be such a good opportunity in the future. Listening to Bai Jing's completely self-serving remarks, Chao Chen felt a bit dazed. It was as if he and Bai Jing were family, while Wang Shanshan was just a complete outsider. Chao Chen chuckled, Aunt Bai, this isn't right. How can you teach me to treat your own daughter like this? Bai Jing smiled lightly and said, just consider it my last help for her. Because someone like her, who plays with other people's feelings, will eventually run into trouble. Letting her suffer a little with you isn't a bad thing. With you, she might just lose a bit, but with others, she could lose her life. So, I really want her to trip and fall hard with you, only then might she wake up. Oh, so this is what Bai Jing was planning. Chao Chen slowly nodded, understanding her intention. However, he wanted to tell Bai Jing that Wang Shanshan wouldn't just suffer a little with him, it could very well be life-threatening. But Aunt Bai, Chao Chen said, what if Shanshan decides not to go to college and doesn't come to me for money? That's impossible, Bai Jing asserted. I know her too well, no matter how big the difficulty, she will definitely go to college. Just wait and see, at the latest, tonight, she will definitely come to you for her tuition and living expenses. As soon as Bai Jing finished speaking, suddenly, a phone rang. It was Chao Chen's phone. He took it out and saw that it was Wang Shanshan calling. Bai Jing showed a triumphant expression. See, I told you she would come to you for money. Answer it and see what she has to say. Chao Chen answered the call and switched to speaker mode. Hello, Shanshan. Hello, Chao Chen, where are you? Wang Shanshan's somewhat coy voice came through. Why didn't you come back all night? I was home alone and scared to sleep. Bai Jing beside him scoffed. Listen to her nonsense, she's much braver than I am. Even thunder and lightning wouldn't keep her from sleeping. With such a disruptive mother nearby, it was hard for Chao Chen not to laugh. He suppressed his amusement and said, oh, I was at the internet cafe, just pulled an all-nighter. What's up? Well, it's nothing much, I just miss you, Wang Shanshan replied. I was a bit worried about you since I haven't seen you all night. Bai Jing rolled her eyes and whispered again, look, she's starting to use her tricks. First, she makes your relationship ambiguous, then she brings up money. A man who cares about his pride will definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. Damn it, this rebellious girl, where did she learn these shameless tricks? Is she naturally a shameless saint, self-taught? If you ask who understands women the most in this world, the answer is undoubtedly women. Because only women truly understand women. If you ask who understands women even better than women do, there is only one answer, a woman's mother. With Bai Jing as the mother present, all the so-called tricks that Wang Shanshan was trying to pull on the other end of the phone were ruthlessly exposed and dismantled. In fact, Chao Chen felt as if he were watching a clown in a daze. And this clown was Wang Shanshan. Finally, after chatting for a while, Chao Chen hung up the phone. Wang Shanshan's need for money had been clearly expressed during the call, but she ultimately did not say it directly. Instead, she wanted Chao Chen to go home first and talk about it later. As Chao Chen stuffed his phone into his pocket and lit a cigarette, he looked somewhat troubled and said, Aunt Bai, what do you think I should do when I get back? Bai Jing smiled lightly and said, just follow your heart. If you still have feelings for her, take this opportunity to get back what you lost from her. You can't let this rebellious girl toy with your feelings for 3 years for nothing. If you are furious because she has played with your feelings for 3 years and want to take revenge, then no matter what she says, don't give her a single cent. Because, for her, getting money is the most important thing right now. If you don't give her money, it will definitely be a disaster for her. Chao Chen nodded with the cigarette in his mouth, thought for 2 seconds, stood up, and said, got it, Aunt Bai, I'll head back now. After saying that, Chao Chen stepped out of there. Just as he opened the door and was about to leave, Bai Jing suddenly called out from behind. Xiao Kuan. Chao Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Bai Jing. Bai Jing made a fist pump gesture towards him and said, stand up and give this rebellious girl a good lesson. Chao Chen's body tensed, then he made an okay gesture towards Bai Jing and strode out of there. Half an hour later, Chao Chen returned to his place. The room was clean and tidy, and Wang Shanshan, dressed in a JK uniform and white stockings, was kneeling on the sofa watching TV. Chao Chen had once really liked this outfit of Wang Shanshan's and had told her that it was his favorite. However, after that, Wang Shanshan never wore it again. But today, she finally put it on again. If only she had twin tails. It seemed that Wang Shanshan, who was seriously watching TV, only just noticed Chao Chen's return. Pouting, she hurriedly got off the sofa, ran over in a couple of steps, and jumped into his arms. Chao Chen, where have you been? I thought you didn't want me anymore, boo-hoo. Looking at Wang Shanshan, who had actively thrown herself into his arms and the ambiguous words she had spoken, Chao Chen's lips curled slightly. Heh, the tricks of a shameless girl. Because Bai Jing had just taught him that Wang Shanshan's routine was to first make their relationship ambiguous before bringing up money. It was all about exploiting a man's pride. And this kind of trick, Bai Jing directly categorized as shameless behavior. Because only shameless women would do such things, good women would never act this way. Chao Chen comfortingly patted Wang Shanshan's back and smiled. Alright, don't cry. Feeling the 2 pats on her back from Chao Chen and hearing his words, Wang Shanshan's heart suddenly rose with a bad thought. This is going to be trouble. She had actively thrown herself into his arms, yet his comfort felt so perfunctory. Normally, he never had the chance to hold her like this. Now that she was offering herself, how could he not hold her tightly? This comfort was too casual, too careless. Wang Shanshan raised her tear-filled eyes and said pitifully, "Chao Chun, what's wrong?" Chao Chun smiled faintly and released Wang Shanshan. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and sat heavily on the sofa, taking a deep drag. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan's brows almost knitted together. Something was off. The atmosphere and state of Chao Chen were clearly not right. Moreover, she was wearing his favorite outfit, yet his eyes hardly lingered on her. Damn it! What on earth was happening? Why did it feel like this devoted dog, Chao Chen, had slipped out of her control? In the living room, after a few seconds of silence, Chao Chen slowly exhaled a puff of pale smoke and said, "Shanshan, do you know that I truly like you?" Oh no! Hearing Chao Chen start with such words, a bad thought immediately sprang up in Wang Shanshan's mind. He couldn't have found out something, could he? Wang Shanshan hurried to Chao Chen's side and said, "I know, of course I know you truly like me, but you also know I'm a bit slow to warm up, right? You need to give me more time and patience. Are you getting impatient again?" Chao Chen chuckled and looked into Wang Shanshan's eyes, saying, "Wang Shanshan, are you really slow to warm up, or do you just want to keep me hanging, treating me like a fool? It's over." With Chao Chen saying this, Wang Shanshan's heart sank to the bottom. He knew everything. It must have been Bai Jing who told him, because besides Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, no one else knew about this. And Wang Yifu was either at the police station or had been transferred to a detention center, so Chao Chen definitely couldn't have contacted him. That left only Bai Jing, especially since she had just severed ties with Bai Jing last night, and Chao Chen had gone after Bai Jing. It was 100% Bai Jing who told him. Who would have thought that this vile woman would be so ruthless, severing ties and then ruining her own trump card? Fine. Bai Jing, just wait. From now on, I, Wang Shanshan, will not rest until we are at odds. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me and repent. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Wang Shanshan put on a pitiful, innocent look and said, "Chao Chun, what do you mean? How could I possibly treat you like a fool? Is someone whispering nonsense in your ear? You mustn't believe it." Even though she had been exposed, Wang Shanshan still refused to admit it. Because some things are like that, even if everyone knows the truth, they can't acknowledge it. Once you admit it, there's no room for any easing of the situation. Chao Chen expressionlessly took a drag from his cigarette and said, "We both know the truth. To be honest, if I didn't truly like you, you would have been kicked out of my house by now. So, in light of the last bit of feelings I have for you, let's not argue about this anymore and leave each other some dignity." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan opened her mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. In the heavy and oppressive atmosphere of the living room, neither Chao Chen nor Wang Shanshan spoke again. In fact, the only sound in the entire living room was the sound of Chao Chen smoking. And Wang Shanshan, looking at Chao Chen at this moment, felt she was on the verge of despair. Originally, she was quite confident that she could get Chao Chen, this devoted dog, to obediently bear her college tuition and living expenses for 4 years. However, the betrayal behind Bai Jing completely ruined her plans. Now that Chao Chen knows she has been treating him like a fool, he certainly won't cover her tuition and living expenses anymore. So what should she do next? Where can she get money? To know, the tuition at Haicheng University is over 20,000 a year, and with living expenses, accommodation fees, and other daily costs, she would need at least 50 to 60,000 a year. Even if she tried to borrow that much money, she might not be able to. Moreover, even if she managed to borrow it, that would only cover the first year. What about the second, third, and fourth years? What would she do for the remaining 3 years? Finally, after a quick analysis in her mind, Wang Shanshan's gaze fell on Chao Chun. There was no other choice. Besides Chao Chun, she really couldn't find anyone else to help her at this moment. So, she had to muster the courage to approach him. Determined, Wang Shanshan put on a pitiful expression, and tears began to flow. "Chao Chun, I'm sorry, actually I'm really not what you think. I know, someone must have said something to you, and no matter what I say now, you won't believe me, but please believe me, I never really treated you like a fool. People are not grass or wood, who can be heartless? You have treated me well for 3 years, how could I possibly just see you as a fool? In my heart, I've always had you, it's just that." Before Wang Shanshan could finish, Chao Chen suddenly interrupted her, saying, "Enough, Wang Shanshan, stop saying these meaningless things. I won't believe you anymore." Wang Shanshan stared blankly at Chao Chen and then burst into tears, covering her face. This time, she cried with deep sorrow because she was truly crying. However, she was crying for her own future. If she couldn't get money from Chao Chen, she certainly wouldn't be able to get it from anywhere else. Without money, she couldn't go to university. And without the gilding of university, how could she marry into those upper-class families in the future? Her entire fate was about to be rewritten at this moment. As Wang Shanshan cried bitterly, Chao Chen waited until he finished his cigarette and extinguished the butt in the ashtray before he spoke. Alright, stop crying. It makes it seem like I've done something to you. Considering that I genuinely liked you once, I can help you one last time. Hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately stopped crying and looked up at Chao Chen. Meeting her gaze, Chao Chen said word by word, "Are you out of money for university right now?" Wang Shanshan nodded vigorously. Yes. Her biggest problem right now is that she has no money for university. I can help you with that, Chao Chen said straightforwardly, but it won't be free like before. You'll need to pay a corresponding price because I can't be a fool anymore. After hearing this, Wang Shanshan's brows involuntarily furrowed. She knew that now that Chao Chen realized she had been treating him like a fool, he certainly wouldn't help her for free anymore. But what did he mean by a corresponding price? It wouldn't be a high interest rate, would it? Wang Shanshan composed herself, sat up straight, and asked, "What do you want me to pay?" "Be my girlfriend for a day, 10,000 yuan, Chao Chen said. Wang Shanshan stared blankly at Chao Chen and slowly nodded. She wasn't a child, she understood what Chao Chen meant by girlfriend. She didn't want to agree. In her plan, she had to keep her body intact to give it to her future husband in high society. After all, men are possessive creatures, and no one wants their wife to have been touched by other men. Therefore, for Wang Shanshan, having a complete body was one of the necessary conditions for marrying into high society, and it might even be more important than her going to university for a gilded experience. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she ultimately agreed. Because a complete body could be repaired at the hospital, while if she missed the opportunity to go to university, she might truly lose her chance for that gilded experience. Of course, before agreeing, there were some questions she needed to clarify. For example, how did Chao Chen calculate a day? Anyway, since their relationship had already turned into this, Wang Shanshan no longer cared about anything else. She wiped her eyes and, as if discussing business, spoke up. 10,000 yuan to be your girlfriend for a day, right? Then I have a question. How do you calculate this day? Calculated by the hour, Chao Chen replied. A day has 24 hours. If I only need you to be my girlfriend for 1 hour, then you still owe me 23 hours of girlfriend time until all 24 hours are used up, and only then is that day of being a girlfriend considered over. After hearing Chao Chen's explanation, Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in shock. It could be calculated like that? If it were calculated this way, then she was really too cheap. Because Wang Shanshan knew without thinking that Chao Chen would only use this girlfriend time when he felt like it. Even if it was just 1 hour at a time, it would take at least 24 times to use up a day's worth of girlfriend time. And a day's worth of girlfriend time was only 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan for 24 times was equivalent to 416 yuan per time. This price was even lower than those ordinary-looking, average-educated hair salon girls. She, Wang Shanshan, was at least a prospective university student and had been the campus belle of Xiang County No. 1 high school for 3 years. How could she be priced so cheaply? Thinking of this, Wang Shanshan decisively refused. No, if it's calculated as 24 hours a day, then that's too. I don't agree. Let's calculate by the hour. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours. I'll be your girlfriend for 5 hours. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours was equivalent to 2,000 yuan per hour, a price that Wang Shanshan could barely accept. 10 hours. Chao Chen said, 5 hours is too little. Then 6 hours, Wang Shanshan replied, 10 hours is too much. 6 hours won't do. Finally, after a round of haggling, Wang Shanshan and Chao Chen settled on 8 hours. 10,000 yuan for Wang Shanshan to be Chao Chen's girlfriend for 8 hours. This price was something both Wang Shanshan and Chao Chen could barely accept. After settling the price with Chao Chen, Wang Shanshan immediately shifted the topic to the next stage. Since the price has been agreed upon, let's talk about how much girlfriend time you want to buy. 10,000 yuan for 8 hours was just the unit price. It wasn't just a single transaction for 10,000 yuan. If Chao Chen only bought 10,000 yuan worth of girlfriend time, there would be no need for Wang Shanshan to continue the conversation. After all, 10,000 yuan was hardly significant compared to her high university expenses. She still couldn't gather enough money for university. And Chao Chen was also aware of this, so this was destined not to be a 10,000 yuan transaction. Facing Wang Shanshan's question, Chao Chen lit another cigarette, thought for a moment, and tossed the question back to her. Forget it, you go ahead and say how much girlfriend time you want to sell. Seeing that Chao Chen had thrown the question back to her, Wang Shanshan was not polite and began to calculate seriously. The tuition for Haicheng University was over 20,000 a year, and if you added living expenses, accommodation fees, and the occasional purchase of cosmetics and nice clothes, it would cost at least $50,000 to $60,000 a year. Moreover, with that money, she could only live a relatively ordinary life. Although she couldn't endure hardship, she also couldn't enjoy any luxury. If you want to have a more comfortable and enjoyable college life, then you must add some money on top of that. At least an additional $20,000. If the total cost for a year is $80,000, then you can basically live quite comfortably in college. And $80,000 a year means $320,000 over 4 years. Hiss. Calculating this amount, Wang Shanshan couldn't help but gasp. That's a huge sum of money. Would Chao Chen really agree to such a large amount? After all, $320,000 is no small figure. But if she didn't get Chao Chen to take out the money all at once, who would she turn to for money later if he didn't want to make such a deal again? Therefore, for safety's sake, she had to secure the entire 4 years' worth of college expenses at once. As for whether Chao Chen would agree, they could negotiate. After all, he at least had to buy enough time for a girlfriend worth $240,000. $240,000, which is $60,000 a year, is the most basic college expense she calculated. It couldn't be lower than that. With this in mind, Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Chen and said, "How about $320,000? Can you buy $32,000 worth of girlfriend time all at once?" Wang Shanshan's tone carried a clear sense of negotiation. After all, she felt that $320,000 was also a significant amount for Chao Chen. However, what Wang Shanshan didn't expect was that Chao Chen's expression didn't change at all. In fact, he just nodded slightly and agreed. "No problem, then I'll buy $32,000 worth of girlfriend time from you. WeChat or bank card?" To Wang Shanshan's surprise, Chao Chen agreed so readily that she felt a bit regretful, wishing she had asked him to buy more. After all, an extra $10,000 would only buy her 8 more hours, which would pass in the blink of an eye. However, Wang Shanshan only thought about it and didn't ask Chao Chen to buy more. She was worried that showing such greedy intentions would make Chao Chen change his mind. So, $320,000 it was. She would secure that first. Besides, this wasn't the only transaction they could make. If he wanted to buy more in the future, she could continue selling to him. Of course, the likelihood of that was small, because $320,000 could buy her 256 hours of girlfriend time. That translates to over $1,000 per hour. Spending that kind of money would be better spent on actually dating someone in college. No matter how many hours, it wouldn't cost a dime. So, this was basically a one-time deal. 5 minutes later, looking at the text message on her phone that the bank had credited her $320,000, Wang Shanshan finally felt completely at ease. With this money, she wouldn't have any other needs for her 4 years of college. Next, Wang Shanshan and Chao Chen added some terms to this transaction. First and foremost, once the deal was made, there could be no backing out. This meant that from now on, $320,000 belonged to Wang Shanshan, while Chao Chen would have 256 hours of girlfriend time. No matter who wanted to back out or terminate the deal, it couldn't happen. They had to see this transaction through. This was a mutual understanding between the two. Wang Shanshan was worried that Chao Chen would change his mind and want his money back. Similarly, Chao Chen was concerned that Wang Shanshan would back out and reclaim the 256 hours of girlfriend time he had bought. Secondly, there were some other terms. For example, when Chao Chen wanted to use this girlfriend time, it had to be convenient for Wang Shanshan. He couldn't call her out while she was in class. Also, their relationship couldn't be exposed. They had to ensure that their images were maintained in front of their classmates on campus. Furthermore, neither of them could interfere in each other's romantic relationships. In other words, while Chao Chen is dating in college, Wang Shanshan cannot interfere, and if Wang Shanshan finds a boyfriend, Chao Chen cannot interfere either. Besides that, there are various minor matters. In short, the two discussed these rules for nearly an hour before concluding. The first thing they did after their discussion was that Chao Chen asked Wang Shanshan to tie her hair into twin ponytails. 6 p.m. Chao Chen hummed a cheerful tune as he walked out of the house. After staying at home all day, his mood had brightened. After coming down from upstairs, Chao Chen took out his phone and directly called Lu Yuling, the real estate agent in Haicheng. As soon as the call connected, before Chao Chen could say anything, Lu Yuling's excited voice rang out. 5 times, it has increased a full 5 times. Chao Chen, you're going to make a fortune. The houses you bought have already appreciated 5 times. Hearing Lu Yuling's excited voice, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. Just 5 times, and it's worth making a fuss about? It's important to note that the place he bought is right in the center of the future Yundong Special Zone, where the starting price is 200,000 to 300,000 per square meter. The news about the Yundong Special Zone just came out today, and everyone's minds are still a bit heated. Just wait a couple of days. Once everyone calms down and starts analyzing the geography of the Yundong area, that will be when the properties in Chao Chen's hands truly gain value. Because at that time, anyone with eyes can see that there's no land to the west, and development to the north and south is limited, the only way is east. And as the eastern development progresses, the originally most remote eastern suburbs of Yundong will undoubtedly become the center of the future Yundong Special Zone. By then, the properties in Chao Chen's hands will at least multiply by 10, even 20 times is possible. Really? It has already increased 5 times? Chao Chen said, slightly surprised. Not bad, not bad. It seems I'm really going to make a fortune this time. Hearing Chao Chen's perfunctory tone of surprise, Lu Yuling on the other end of the line fell silent for about 2 seconds before speaking. So, you didn't call to ask about the house prices? Lu Yuling initially thought Chao Chen was calling specifically to inquire about the prices, which is why she immediately shared the good news about the 5-fold increase. However, upon hearing Chao Chen's indifferent tone, Lu Yuling realized he wasn't actually calling to ask about the prices. His tone showed no emotional reaction to the 5-fold increase in prices. Clearly, he didn't care whether the prices had risen 5 times or not. Oh, there are indeed some other matters. Saying this, Chao Chen took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and continued, when you called me this morning, what did you predict the maximum price increase could be? 90%. Lu Yuling replied, I predict that the houses you bought could increase in price by up to 9 times. However, that's not something that can be achieved in a short time. You'll have to wait about 1 or 2 years. A 9-fold increase, and it would take 1 or 2 years? Chao Chen exhaled a puff of smoke with a smile. It seems that after so many years in real estate, Lu Yuling hasn't grasped much. If it were someone more professional in the real estate industry, they might have already realized how central that location is. 90%, huh? Chao Chen said, how about this, I'll guarantee you 10 times. In other words, no matter what price my houses sell for in the future, you will at least receive 10 times the commission compared to before. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference out of my own pocket. Upon hearing Chao Chen's guarantee, Lu Yuling on the other end of the line was stunned. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? Her predicted maximum price increase was only 9 times, yet Chao Chen was offering her a guaranteed 10 times. This is equivalent to directly stuffing money into her hands. Why do this? Has her conscience awakened, feeling that she was too violent with herself a few days ago and wanting to compensate? That can't be. Although it was indeed quite violent, she liked it very much, and Chao Chen knew she liked that kind of thing. So it was like Zhou Yu beating Huang Dai, one was willing to hit, and the other was willing to suffer. It was all willingly done. Talking about compensation would only make things awkward between them. But if it wasn't compensation, then why did he want to guarantee her 10 times? Lu Yuling couldn't understand why Chao Chen wanted to do this, so she simply asked directly, what's going on? Guaranteeing me 10 times is like directly giving me money. Do you have something to say? Just say it, don't keep me in suspense. Chao Chen chuckled and said, as expected, I can't hide anything from the clever Lu manager. That's right, I do want to ask you for a favor. Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone chuckled lightly. I knew it. I know how hard it is to earn your money. I've experienced it myself, so you wouldn't be so kind as to give me money. So, what do you want me to do? You're working alone, right? Chao Chen said, I want to add a partner for you. I have a friend whose family has recently gone through some upheaval and wants to move to another city. I want her to go to Haicheng, but I don't have many friends there, so I thought of you. Let her work with you for now. Of course, this is just temporary. The main thing is to help her get familiar with Haicheng. Once I sell all my properties, I will arrange a new job for her. As for how to sell the other properties and how to split the profits, you can decide. For my properties, I will give you 10 times the guaranteed commission. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference, and for any amount exceeding 10 times, you will give that excess to my friend. Is that okay? After hearing Chao Chen's words, Lu Yuling could only think, how could she dare to say no? Chao Chen was the owner of those properties, she was just an agent. If Chao Chen didn't authorize her to sell, she wouldn't earn a penny from those properties. So, how could she negotiate with Chao Chen? Whatever he said was what it was. Look at what you're saying, what 10 times guaranteed or not? Just let her come to me directly. Anyway, I'm a bit bored alone, and if the two of us work together, we can split the earnings evenly. Lu Yuling wasn't foolish. Someone who could make Chao Chen arrange things like this must have a special relationship with him. If she really agreed to Chao Chen's arrangement, then her relationship with him would ultimately just be a good cooperative one. Once he sold off those properties, if there were any more opportunities to make money, he would definitely not include her. So, she must not place too much weight on immediate benefits at this time. She had to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with Chao Chen. He just wanted to arrange for his friend. If she took good care of him, earning money would be split evenly, and everything would be clear. When more opportunities arose, how could he not bring her along? Moreover, in a certain sense, Chao Chen could be considered her benefactor. Just from the house purchases a few days ago, Lu Yuling earned a full 350,000 in commission. Without Chao Chen, where would she have earned that 350,000? Although she paid a certain price for it, she felt great about it, and it was a super enjoyable experience she had never had before. In fact, she always felt that she had taken advantage of Chao Chen. So, when facing her benefactor, how could she only focus on money? One must understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Hearing Lu Yuling say this, Chao Chen took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled twice, splitting evenly. Is that appropriate? Appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Lu Yuling said, your friend is my friend too. Since we are all friends, how can we not share the profits? Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. By the way, can I ask what your relationship is with this friend? Well, Chao Chen hesitated slightly. It's a relationship that makes me very comfortable, similar to what I have with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling on the other end of the phone burst into laughter. Got it, got it. Then you can rest assured. We are like sisters who have fought on the same battlefield, so we are even closer. You can trust me, I must take good care of my good sister. With Lu Yuling's assurance, Chao Chen didn't dwell on the matter any longer. He reminded her of a few things to pay attention to and then ended the call. 7 o'clock in the evening. In the garden community, which temporarily belonged to Bai Jing and Wang Yifu, Chao Chen opened the door while carrying the food. The room had already been cleaned, and Bai Jing was sitting on the sofa watching TV. There were also 2 large suitcases on the sofa. Clearly, Bai Jing had packed her things. She was ready to leave this small county town. You're back? Seeing Chao Chen return with the food, Bai Jing looked like a wife waiting for her husband to come home, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she approached him. As she took the food from Chao Chen's hands, she teased, I thought you wouldn't want to come back tonight? Chao Chen had left early in the morning and had only just returned, having spent the entire day outside. Given how long he had been out, Bai Jing knew without guessing that he must have struck some kind of deal with Wang Shanshan and had been engaged in their transaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed out until now. Chao Chen laughed heartily but didn't respond, tacitly agreeing. Bai Jing smiled as she took bowls and plates from the kitchen, arranging the dishes Chao Chen had bought while joking, after being a loyal admirer for 3 years, you finally get to enjoy some meat. It's not easy. Do you have anything to say? Want to give a speech about eating meat? Well, Chao Chen chuckled as he took the chopsticks from Bai Jing's hand, saying, it's just that, after all, I still can't compare to my Aunt Bai. Bai Jing chuckled and playfully hit him with her chopsticks before sitting down across from him. By the way, how did you and that rebellious girl negotiate? Bai Jing asked while picking up a grilled kidney and placing it on Chao Chen's plate. This was something she had specifically asked Chao Chen to buy, but she never ate it herself. Chao Chen thought for a moment and decided not to hide anything from Bai Jing, directly revealing the details of their transaction. After hearing this, Bai Jing's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. 320,000? Bai Jing exclaimed in a tone as if she had seen a ghost. That rebellious girl took 320,000 from you? How dare she? Bai Jing had worked hard with Wang Yifu for over 20 years and had only saved up 800,000 in assets. Yet, Wang Shanshan, who had only been in college for 4 years, dared to ask Chao Chen for 320,000. Was she going to school or enjoying life? She had completely lost her sense of reality. Thank goodness she had severed her mother-daughter relationship, otherwise, Bai Jing couldn't even afford her daughter's college expenses for 4 years. Maybe girls have high expenses, Chao Chen said with a smile, but it can't be 320,000. Bai Jing said, her hands trembling with anger, her tuition is 23,000 a year, and the accommodation fee is 1,500, which totals 24,500. And for 4 years, that's 98,000, yet she took 320,000 from you. Does she plan to spend 220,000 on food and drink over 4 years? Insane. This rebellious girl is simply crazy. She has no sense of restraint at all. Seeing Bai Jing so furious that she was starting to breathe heavily, Chao Chen hurriedly comforted her. All right, didn't you say you wouldn't care about her anymore? Why are you still so angry? I'm not angry because of her. Bai Jing glared at Chao Chen. It's because of you. Chao Chen was taken aback. What the hell? Why is it still because of me? Bai Jing, looking frustrated, said, didn't I tell you to be careful of her? She's just a shameless person. All she thinks about is how to get money from you. She has no feelings for you at all. I made it so clear to you. How could you let her take away 320,000? How can you be so easily fooled? So that's how it is. Chao Chen awkwardly chuckled. So, you think I gave her too much? Not just too much, it's simply excessive, Bai Jing said. I thought you would give her at most 30,000 or 40,000, enough for her tuition and accommodation this year. As for living expenses, isn't there a work-study program in college? Let her earn it herself. As for the expenses for the next 3 years, let her take student loans, let her work part-time, let her earn it herself. In the end, I didn't expect you to be taken for 320,000, you. Sigh, how can you be so easily fooled? This is with me helping you. If I hadn't helped you, wouldn't you have been played to death by that rebellious girl? Really, I'm begging you, just trust me, there aren't many good women out there. Don't be so easily deceived by them, okay? Seeing Bai Jing's frustrated and angry expression, Chao Chen quickly smiled. It's not like that. Besides, this money wasn't given for free. I bought 256 hours of girlfriend time. Chao Chen shouldn't have said anything, but once he did, Bai Jing got even angrier. Xiao Cohen, I really don't know what to say to you. Is she really that good for you? Buying 256 hours. You could have just bought 20 or 30 hours. Why spend that unnecessary money? Besides, aren't you going to date in college? Finding a girlfriend is much better than this shameless girl. If you spent that money on your girlfriend, she would love you to death. Isn't that better? Seeing that she couldn't convince Bai Jing, Chao Chen could only comfort her. Hey, alright, don't get worked up. The money is already given, let's just eat. Can't we get it back? Bai Jing said unwillingly. I'll go with you. At most, leave her 40,000 and make her return the 280,000 to you. If this rebellious girl dares not to return it, I'll slap her. It's too much to treat you like a fool. Come on, let's go get the money back. Saying this, Bai Jing stood up and was about to drag Chao Chen to confront Wang Shanshan. Seeing this, Chao Chen felt utterly helpless. He didn't take the 320,000 seriously, but Bai Jing was even more worked up than he was. Besides, it really couldn't be returned. It wasn't just because of the irrevocable terms he had with Wang Shanshan. It was because behind this line with Wang Shanshan, there was a big fish. A big fish that had killed him 3 times in his previous life. In fact, the scar that crossed his nose was caused by this big fish. If it weren't for his good fortune, he would have been killed by this big fish in prison in his last life. And Wang Shanshan was the key to catching this big fish, so he had to keep this line with Wang Shanshan firmly in his grasp. However, Chao Chen couldn't explain this internal situation to Bai Jing. So, seeing Bai Jing pulling his hand, insisting on going to confront Wang Shanshan and demanding a refund, Chao Chen simply wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her straight to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Chao Chen walked out of the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth. Bai Jing, who had come out a step earlier, had already heated the food in the pot and walked out of the kitchen in her nightgown. She tucked her hair behind her ear with her little finger and said gently, "Just wait a moment, it will be ready in 3 to 5 minutes. By the way, aren't you going to find that rebellious girl to get your money back?" Chao Chen frowned slightly with a cigarette in his mouth. "Why are you bringing this up again? Isn't it endless?" Bai Jing chuckled and quickly pressed her lips together. "I won't mention it anymore, really. I'm just worried about your money. Is it necessary to be so fierce?" The storm over collecting debts was finally suppressed by Chao Chen through force. Once the food was ready, Chao Chen and Bai Jing sat across from each other again. "By the way, Xiao Cohen," Bai Jing said while eating, "I plan to leave Xia County the day after tomorrow. You know my situation, I don't have much money left. I need to find a job quickly, or else I'll be in trouble. So, I can't wait for you until college starts." Chao Chen was indeed very clear about Bai Jing's situation. She had a little over 5,000 yuan left. As she said, she really needed to find a job quickly, or she would face a difficult situation. "Have you found a good place?" Chao Chen paused in his eating. Bai Jing smiled. "Yes, I plan to go to Shihe City." Shihe City? Chao Chen thought for a moment and quickly recalled where Shihe City was. It was next to Haicheng, to the south of Haicheng, but unlike Haicheng, which was a first-tier city, Shihe City was merely a third-tier city, barely a pseudo-second-tier city. Bai Jing continued, "Shihe City is not far from Haicheng. It takes about an hour by high-speed train, and there are quite a few trains running back and forth between the two cities in the morning, afternoon, and even at night. Moreover, I've already looked at some rental apartments in Shihe City online, and the prices are really not expensive. For a small studio apartment with complete utilities and the ability to cook, you can rent it for just 1,300 yuan. Compared to the apartments in Haicheng that cost 3 to 4,000 or even 4 to 5,000 a month, it's incredibly cheap. Also, this afternoon, I submitted my resume to several companies in Shihe City online, so when I go there the day after tomorrow, I can go directly for interviews." Chao Chen didn't expect that while he was away for a day, Bai Jing had already made most of the arrangements. He swallowed a piece of chicken leg and said, "Aunt Bai, actually, you don't need to be in such a hurry. I still have some money here, if you. Suddenly, before Chao Chen could finish, Bai Jing reached out to interrupt him. Xiao Cohen, Aunt Bai knows you have some money. That rebellious girl told me she saw your bank account balance, which is over $1 million. But you have to understand, you will need money for many things in the future. You need to go to college, you need to date, you need to buy a house, you need to get married, all of these require money. Besides, how could Aunt Bai use your money? If Aunt Bai used your money, what kind of relationship would we have? Aunt Bai hopes that our relationship is a very pure kind of friendship. If money gets involved, our pure friendship could easily become distorted. Looking at Bai Jing's serious expression, Chao Chen slowly nodded. I understand, so I can give you a ride, right? Of course, that's no problem. Bai Jing beamed. I have to carry 2 suitcases by myself, which is really hard. If you can take me there, it would be great to stay an extra day and see where I'll be renting, so it'll be easier for you to find me later. The following conversation mostly revolved around Bai Jing's imminent departure from Xia County to Shihe City. For example, what kind of house to find, what kind of job to look for, how to start, and so on. They chatted until midnight, and only then did they wash up and go to bed. The next morning, at 8:30, Bai Jing and Chao Chen arrived at his place together. Since Bai Jing still had some clothes and cosmetics here, she planned to come over today to pack them up and take them away. As soon as they entered, they saw Wang Shanshan coming out of the washroom. Looking at Wang Shanshan's walking posture, Bai Jing silently gave Chao Chen a thumbs up in her heart. Fortunately, he was still somewhat receptive to advice. It had already been a night, and Wang Shanshan was still like this. It seemed that Chao Chen had indeed stood up for himself yesterday. That's how it should be. For this rebellious girl, there was no need to be soft-hearted. She didn't deserve it. Upon seeing Bai Jing return, Wang Shanshan immediately felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for this woman unilaterally mortgaging all the family's assets to Huang Jianrun's parents, how could she have no money for college? If it weren't for this woman stabbing her in the back, how could Chao Chen, this loyal dog, have left her side? Originally, she could have easily obtained the funds for college. As a result, because of this woman, she had to pay a price of 256 hours to get the money for college. What are you back for? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Wang Shanshan blurted it out. As a mother, Bai Jing naturally wouldn't be intimidated by this rebellious girl. What, is this your house? Whether I come back or not is none of your business. But you, every day at a big man's house, you have no shame, and he still has some dignity. Can you hurry up and leave, so you don't tarnish his reputation? He's still single. Wang Shanshan didn't expect that her one sentence would provoke Bai Jing's stormy retort, nearly leaving her dumbfounded. Chao Chen, watching from the side, silently nodded. The older generation is indeed more seasoned. Wang Shanshan wanted to compete with Bai Jing. She at least needed another 2 years of practice. At least, from the current perspective, the gap between their levels was still quite large. Seeing this, Chao Chen quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, you two stop arguing. Saying this, Chao Chen looked at Bai Jing and said, Aunt Bai, you need to pack your things for the 11 o'clock train. Then, Chao Chen turned to Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, you should say less too. Aunt Bai is going out of town today and might not come back to Xia County in the future, so don't make her angry. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan was slightly taken aback, but she still rolled her eyes at Bai Jing and huffed. Bai Jing, equally disdainful, rolled her eyes back at Wang Shanshan and then went to her room to pack her things. Only then did Wang Shanshan come to Chao Chen's side and whisper, Chao Chen, where is this woman going? She said she is going to Shihe City, Chao Chen replied quietly, but whether it really is Shihe City is still uncertain. Wang Shanshan was puzzled. What do you mean, why is it still uncertain? Because Aunt Bai is going to look for a job, Chao Chen explained. If she can't find a suitable job in Shihe City, she will definitely have to change places. Oh, going to look for a job. Wang Shanshan slowly nodded. So she's going to look for a job. I thought she couldn't stand the loneliness and had already found a new partner to marry in just a few days. Chao Chen's face darkened. Don't say that. If Aunt Bai hears you, she'll definitely come out and hit you. She dares. Wang Shanshan blared. Does she really think I'm still afraid of her? If she dares to lay a finger on me, I will fight her to the death. Just wait, I will settle the score with her sooner or later. Because of Chao Chen's presence, although Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were both displeased with each other, in the end, it was merely a verbal conflict and did not escalate into a fight. By 10 a.m., Bai Jing finally finished packing her things. Just as she was about to leave, she seemed to remember something, stopping at the door to look back at Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan, I'll remind you one last time, those who do evil will meet their own demise. You'd better put away your scheming ways and learn to be a good person, or you'll end up crying in the end. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're the one with the scheming ways. You're the one who should learn to be a good person. Bye, I'll remind you once more, stop stabbing people in the back. Be careful that one day when it rains, lightning might strike you dead. Seeing Wang Shanshan's furious expression, Bai Jing let out a cold snort, too lazy to waste any more words with her, and stepped out. Chao Chen sighed and shook his head, seemingly at a loss regarding the relationship between this mother and daughter, and left with his suitcase. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan chased after him to the door, shouting down the hallway. Bye, just wait. The next time I see you, I'll make sure you know what regret feels like. After shouting, with no response from below, only the sound of high heels walking away, Wang Shanshan huffed and proudly closed the door. Remind me? With that mindset, she should think more about her own future. They've been forced to leave their hometown to make a living and are about to go hungry. What right does she have to remind me? No matter what, I have a cold 320,000 in my bank account, so I don't have to worry about food and drink. What do I lack compared to her? It's really laughable. 11 a.m. At the Xia County train station, Chao Chen, carrying 2 suitcases, and Bai Jing, with a small bag, boarded the train heading towards Haicheng and Shihe City. Since Haicheng and Shihe City are adjacent, many trains stop at both. The train they were on stopped at both Haicheng and Shihe City. This trip went smoothly, with no incidents of seats being occupied as before. However, along the way, Bai Jing's graceful figure still attracted quite a few lecherous gazes. Wang Shanshan could hold the title of school beauty for 3 years at Xia County No. 1 high school thanks to her looks and figure, and Bai Jing, who was not inferior in appearance and figure, even slightly surpassing her, had a figure that was undeniably impressive. Especially since it was Bai Jing's first time going this far, she had carefully done her makeup and wore a sexy bodycon dress and black stockings, attracting countless admirers. In fact, throughout the journey, Chao Chen observed that there was not a single man who didn't stare at her back. Chao Chen could understand this. After all, such an exceptional figure is rarely seen, and with her high looks, she truly belonged to the top tier. Any normal man would be unable to remain indifferent. Once they sat down in their seats, Bai Jing looked at Chao Chen with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, saying, Xiao Kuan, do you think Shihe City must be more prosperous than our Xia County? Hearing this question from Bai Jing, Chao Chen almost laughed. Is there even a comparison? Xia County is just a small, rundown county, ranking in the middle to lower end among all counties in the country. If all the counties were divided into 5 tiers, Xia County would belong to the 4th tier. With that, what could they possibly compare to Shihe City? Although Shihe City is a 3rd-tier city, barely a pseudo-2nd-tier city, it is still a city, not even in the same league. Of course, Chao Chen also knew that Bai Jing's somewhat absurd question stemmed from her nervousness. Leaving one's hometown to seek a living in a foreign place, with an unknown future and uncertain encounters, everything was unknown, it was only natural for her to feel anxious. Of course, Chao Chen said with a smile, holding Bai Jing's small hand, after all, Shihe City is a city, while our Xia County is just a shabby little county town. How can we compare? Bai Jing smiled but said nothing more, only tightening her grip on Chao Chen's hand. Just then, a burly bald man, holding a phone, casually sat down in the empty seat next to Chao Chen and Bai Jing. From his tight-fitting short sleeves, it was clear he had a muscular build, a typical muscle-bound guy. His left arm revealed half of a tattoo, but since it was only half and Chao Chen wasn't familiar with tattoos, he couldn't tell what it was. Seeing this bald man sitting directly across from him and Bai Jing, Chao Chen squinted slightly. Because this guy was bald and had distinct features, Chao Chen remembered him. Earlier, when he and Bai Jing boarded, this bald man had been sitting at the back of the carriage. Now, he had moved to sit next to them. Chao Chen didn't believe he belonged there. Damn it, it seems like the train is cursed for me. I've only taken the train a few times, and I hope this bald guy can behave, otherwise, the chances of me having a conflict on the train will be too high. On his first train ride, he encountered a rude person who occupied his seat. He politely asked the person to move, but the person completely ignored him, so he had to use a slap to make them leave. On his second train ride, when he returned from buying a house in Haicheng, some things happened as well. The 2 people next to him started arguing, escalating to physical confrontation. Although it had nothing to do with him, it did affect him. His pant leg got wet from water splashed by someone. However, it was just a trivial matter, so he didn't dwell on it and simply moved to another empty seat to give the 2 some space to fight. And now, this was his 3rd train ride. If he had another conflict with this bald man, the probability of something happening on the train would be almost 100%. Just behave, don't make me slap you during such a tender moment. While playing with Bai Jing's soft little hand, Chao Chen silently prayed. However, Murphy's Law told him that what you fear will come true, and praying was useless. Less than half a minute after sitting down, the bald man grinned widely and leaned over the aisle to look at Bai Jing. Hey, Beautiful, let's be friends. Hearing such an opening, Chao Chen felt a curse rise in his heart and closed his eyes in speechlessness. Damn it! It really seems like the train is cursed for me. It looks like I need to take the train less in the future. The bald man's unsolicited approach, combined with his more intimidating and robust appearance, startled Bai Jing, who was completely unprepared. Chao Chen could even clearly feel Bai Jing tremble slightly when approached by the bald man, her hand tightening even more in his grip. Oh, no. No, I'm married, thank you. Looking at the bald man's massive frame and fierce demeanor, Bai Jing quickly forced a smile and waved her hand. The bald man, seeing Bai Jing's reaction, even trembled slightly while speaking, his smile growing wider. She was scared. Turns out she was just a little lamb. According to research, in many sexual harassment incidents, fear of speaking out and fear of resistance greatly encourage such behavior. Even fear is the main factor that exacerbates such incidents. For example, if a pervert brushes against a woman's backside on a bus, and she chooses to dodge out of fear instead of resisting, it will only make the pervert feel more stimulated. Originally, he might have just wanted to brush against her, but because of the woman's fear and timidity, he might end up reaching in and violating her. He might even go so far as to expose himself. It can be said that not only in this situation, but at any time and place, fear acts as a catalyst for such criminal behavior. At this moment, Bai Jing's reaction appeared to the bald man as that of a little lamb ready for slaughter. So what if you're married? The bald man leered, licking his lips in a lewd manner, rolling up the short sleeves of his tattooed arm to expose more of his ink, making himself seem more intimidating. I just want to be friends, you know? Hang out sometime. The more friends you have, the more paths you can take. When you're out and about, you really need to rely on friends. Looking at the bald man's sleazy expression and the way he rolled up his sleeves to show off his tattoos, Chao Chen was speechless. Why do some people think that having tattoos makes them seem tough and unapproachable? The problem is, a significant number of people actually believe that those with tattoos are indeed hard to deal with. Come on. Go to a maximum security prison and see who the real tough guys are. None of them have tattoos. Only those lacking confidence, who need to put on a show to intimidate others, would get tattoos. In the maximum security prison where Chao Chen was, none of the top-tier tough guys had tattoos. In fact, those with tattoos had a common nickname in their prison: flowered dogs. Such people in prison often had the life of a lackey, at the very bottom of the hierarchy. They were the ones who could be kicked around or slapped at any time. Of course, occasionally, a tough one would emerge. Chao Chen remembered that in his 4th or 5th year in prison, a heavily tattooed guy came in, very strong and quite fierce. However, he lasted less than 3 months. One night, his tattooed skin on his chest and back was brutally peeled off. Almost all the skin on his upper body was removed. It was a gruesome sight. Later, after spending half a month in the hospital, he died from severe infection, enduring extreme pain. There was nothing to be done. The tool used to peel his skin was a rusty iron piece that Chao Chen usually used to scrape his feet after soaking them. Who knows how unsanitary it was? It's a miracle he didn't get infected. Of course, although the tool was Chao Chen's, he didn't do it. He merely acted as a technical advisor, occasionally suggesting how to cut, and happened to witness the entire skinning process. For this, he was locked in a small dark room for a week. It was utterly unjust. He didn't even lift a finger. Of course, compared to those who were locked up for 10 days, half a month, or even a month, his punishment was relatively light. Beautiful lady, don't be silent. Just add me as a friend. I'm not a bad person. Look, if you add me, I'll send you a 200 yuan red envelope. I really just want to be friends. What a great fate it is for us to meet on the same bus. There's a saying, it takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat, 1,000 years to share a bed. Since we can meet on the same bus, it means we must have slept together for at least 100 years in our past lives. What does this mean? It means we were a couple in our last life. If you add me as a friend, who knows, we might rekindle our past life's bond. Chao Chen originally wanted to see how Bai Jing would respond to this situation, but after hearing the bald man say this, he couldn't hold back. Damn it! After 100 years of cultivation, one can share a boat. After 1,000 years, one can share a bed. Is that how it's explained? Do you know that you're misleading the children like this? What are children? Children are the future of our motherland. This is tantamount to indirectly destroying their beloved motherland. In such a situation, Chao Chen believes that any descendant of the dragon, anyone with the blood of Yin and Huang flowing in their veins, cannot tolerate it. Those who harm my motherland must be punished, no matter how far away they are. Moreover, the distance between the two is not far, just separated by an aisle and Bai Jing. This makes it even more deserving of punishment. Watching Bai Jing blush and stammer in response to his words, looking completely lost like a little sheep, the bald man became even more excited. Just as he was about to intensify his verbal assault, he saw Chao Chun, who was sitting inside, stand up, step over Bai Jing, walk to the aisle, and throw a punch straight at his face. Don't be fooled by Chao Chun's smaller stature compared to the burly bald man. Even his legs were not as thick as the bald man's arms, their physiques were vastly different. However, when he threw that punch, the bald man seemed to deflate like a balloon, crashing face-first onto the ground with a loud thud. Chao Chun, expressionless, bent down, grabbed the back of the bald man's neck, and lifted his over 200-pound body effortlessly. Facing the bald man's dazed eyes, Chao Chun delivered an uppercut that landed squarely on his face, sending him flying nearly a meter into the air. When he landed again, the bald man's mouth and nose were already covered in blood, 2 of his front teeth missing, and his nose was gushing blood. Chao Chun squatted down, calmly looking into the bald man's bewildered eyes, and said, "Hey, bald guy, after 10 years of cultivation, one can share a boat. After 100 years, one can share a bed. That's not how you explain it. Who taught you Chinese?" Looking into Chao Chun's calm eyes, for some reason, the bald man felt as if he was facing a prehistoric beast. It seemed that as long as the other party opened his mouth slightly, he could be crushed to pieces. Even under Chao Chun's gaze, the bald man felt the blood in his body chill, barely circulating. It was the taste of death. Absolutely the taste of death. The instinct for survival began to sound alarms within the bald man, making him realize that he had provoked someone he could not afford to mess with. If he didn't handle this well, he would be killed in the next second. This person would really kill him. The alarm of survival instinct snapped the previously dazed bald man back to full awareness. At this moment, he could no longer care about his bleeding nose and the air escaping from his mouth. He mustered his spirit and pleaded, "Why yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go, I really made a mistake. I beg you." Chao Chun shrugged and replied calmly, "Let you go? Are you blind? I don't have a horse." After saying that, Chao Chun grabbed the bald man by the neck and dragged him toward the back of the carriage. However, after just 2 steps, Chao Chun seemed to remember something and quickly turned to look at Bai Jing. Facing Bai Jing's shocked, astonished, and still shocked expression, Chao Chun smiled, revealing a warm and gentle smile. "Wait for me a moment, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Chao Chun turned his head back, once again adopting an expressionless demeanor, dragging the over 200-pound bald man as he continued toward the last row of the carriage. Everywhere he went, all the passengers fell silent, and many didn't even dare to look directly, only stealing glances as they watched them pass. Goodness! How did he do that? Just in terms of size, the bald man was at least several circles larger than Chao Chun, weighing at least 230 or 40 pounds. Yet, this hefty weight was effortlessly lifted by Chao Chun, who appeared unremarkable, as if he were dragging a dead dog. What kind of strength must that be? If I were to punch myself, I could probably knock myself half dead, or even kill myself outright, right? Chao Chun ignored the gazes of the passengers in the carriage. At this moment, he seemed like a king surveying his territory, his eyes disdainful, completely disregarding the people around him. Soon, Chao Chun dragged the bald man to the back of the carriage. At that moment, a heavily made-up girl, dressed somewhat like a little punk and around 23 or 24 years old, was sitting in the back row, staring blankly as they approached step by step. She was the bald man's accomplice. When Chao Chun got on the bus earlier, he had seen this little punk playing around with the bald man. Like tossing away a dead dog, Chao Chun threw the bald man next to the little punk and said lightly, "What's your relationship?" The little punk jolted, suddenly coming to her senses, her voice trembling. He is my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Chao Chun narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you know what he went to do?" The little punk was completely intimidated by the disdainful aura emanating from Chao Chun, answering whatever he asked, nodding vigorously. He said that woman. No, your companion is a very exceptional beauty. He wanted to play, so he went over to flirt." "Then why didn't you stop him?" Chao Chun asked. I. The little punk stammered for a while but couldn't say anything. Chao Chun looked at the bald man. "You speak." The bald man's nose was still bleeding. He was trying to cover it with his hand while stammering. Just. He repeated just 3 times, but ultimately couldn't explain the reason. Chao Chun, growing impatient, slapped him across the face. More blood flowed from the bald man's nose. "If you don't speak, I'll slap you to death." After receiving this slap from Chao Chun, the bald man's inner defenses completely crumbled, and he covered his face like a 200-pound little girl, whimpering, "It was her who told me to go because your companion, her chest is bigger, her waist is thinner, and she's prettier than her. She was jealous, so she told me to tease her." "Oh, so that's it." Chao Chun looked at the little punk. "Is that true?" The little punk pouted, almost crying. "Yes, I'm sorry, I was just joking. I'm sorry. Damn." Chao Chun cursed. "If sorry works, then I might as well not have these fists. Not that great looking, huh?" And with a bad heart, if I don't educate you properly, won't you go down the wrong path in the future? Saying this, Chao Chen gave the little punk a look and said, go wait for me in the bathroom. I need to educate you properly and let you know what the 4 beauties and 5 virtues are. The little punk looked at Chao Chen with a tearful expression, pleading, I really made a mistake. Please, I really know I was wrong. Suddenly, before the little punk could finish her sentence, Chao Chen grabbed her hair and yanked her down from her seat. Holding the little punk's hair violently, he made her face him and whispered, damn it, can't you hear me talking? Go wait for me in the bathroom. If I hear another word from you, I'll smash your head. Facing Chao Chen's gaze at that moment, the little punk trembled in fear, as if she had seen a ghost. Then, she didn't dare to say another word and almost crawled into the nearby bathroom. Chao Chen looked at the bald man and patted his face, saying, watch the door. After that, Chao Chen stepped into the bathroom and locked the door. Not long after, faint sounds of a woman's oath could be heard from inside. I swear, from today on, to be a useful person to society, to be a person who contributes to the country. An hour later, Chao Chen walked out of the restroom. At that moment, the bald man's nosebleed had stopped, but he was still covering it with his hands. Seeing Chao Chen come out and the way he looked at him, the bald man shivered and quickly shrank back. Noticing this, Chao Chen muttered, damn, have you two even taken a basic ethics class? I really don't know how you two blind fools ended up together. As he spoke, Chao Chen slapped the bald man. Remember, this time I'm giving you a free lesson in education. If there's a next time, it'll cost you. After saying that, Chao Chen didn't look at the bald man again and stepped back to his seat. It wasn't until about 3 minutes later that the little girl finally came out, her face flushed, her gaze timid and shy, even afraid to make eye contact with the bald man. Seeing this, the bald man clenched his fists tightly, unwillingly saying, you too. The little girl quickly shook her head, no, nothing happened. He just educated me a bit, told me to be a good person, not to stir up trouble, and to contribute to society and the country. The bald man was so angry his teeth were itching. He felt like everyone in the carriage was looking at him, mocking him. But just thinking about Chao Chen's cold eyes made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. What kind of person is he? How can someone have such a terrifying gaze? What has he been through? In the end, the bald man seemed to have his backbone pulled out, feeling considerably weakened, and said weakly, let's get off at the next stop. The little girl bit her lip and nodded, still keeping her head down, not daring to meet the bald man's eyes. On the other side, Bai Jing, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, rushed over when she saw Chao Chen coming. Xiao Kun, are you okay? While speaking, Bai Jing worriedly looked him up and down. Chao Chen smiled brightly, sorry, Aunt Bai, I worried you. I'm fine, really. Seeing that Chao Chen was unharmed, Bai Jing immediately changed her expression and whispered, you didn't do anything with that girl in the restroom, did you? If something happened and she calls the police, why are you so impulsive? Chao Chen chuckled, pressing his hands on Bai Jing's shoulders to make her sit down. Aunt Bai, don't worry. This girl has some issues with her ethics. I just gave her a good education in there, a lesson in ethics. What could possibly happen? Really? Bai Jing asked suspiciously, then why do you smell like that? Oh, the train restroom just has that smell. Don't worry, I promise everything's fine. With Chao Chen's repeated assurances, Bai Jing felt a bit more at ease. Then, as if she thought of something, Bai Jing changed the subject. Xiao Kun, how come I've never noticed how strong you are? You took down that LSP with just 2 punches, that's so cool. Chao Chen laughed, were you scared? Bai Jing shook her head, her eyes fixed on Chao Chen's, at first, a little. It felt so cruel and violent, but now, I just feel so safe. Exactly. Chao Chen said seriously, if I can't even give my Aunt Bai a sense of security, then what's the point of me being here? I have to make sure my Aunt Bai feels completely safe. Although Chao Chen reassured her repeatedly, Bai Jing still felt uneasy. She honestly thought that smell was abnormal. Even until the bald LSP and the little girl got off the train, Bai Jing couldn't fully relax. Finally, when it was 4 in the afternoon and so much time had passed without any incident on Chao Chen's side, her anxious heart finally settled down. As the tension in her heart relaxed, she seemed unable to hold herself up any longer, leaning against Chao Chen's shoulder and falling into a deep sleep. After all, she had talked with Chao Chen about the development and future of Shihe City until late into the night. If she hadn't been worried about any issues on Chao Chen's side, she would have fallen asleep long ago. At 5 in the afternoon. On the train, just as Bai Jing was comfortably sleeping with her head resting on Chao Chen's shoulder, he suddenly nudged her and said, Aunt Bai, we've arrived, it's time to get off. At his words, Bai Jing immediately opened her eyes. Although her mind was still a bit foggy, she followed Chao Chen, gathered her belongings, and queued to disembark. More than 10 minutes later, after Bai Jing followed Chao Chen out of the train station and looked around, her expression turned to one of shock. Is this a third-tier city, barely a fake second-tier city, really this developed? Not far away, skyscrapers stood tall, and there were huge advertising banners. Even the Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou on television couldn't compare. Is this really a third-tier city? At that moment, a group of people hurriedly walked past them. One of them lamented, "I had plans to invest in real estate in Haicheng 2 or 3 years ago, but my wife wouldn't let me, saying that housing prices had peaked. Now look, the Yundong district has become a special zone. Damn, if I had bought a house in Yundong district 2 or 3 years ago, I would have made a killing." Another person said, "Alright, it's no use saying that now, you should hurry and find a way to buy a house. Old Jia is lucky. Yesterday a young couple in Yundong district urgently needed money and wanted to sell their house. As a result, he bought it for 50,000 per square meter. That price is a steal. In a few years, it'll at least double, at least 100,000 per square meter. He's hit the jackpot." Yeah, a chorus of agreement followed. Old Jia has hit the jackpot. We need to hurry and find a way to buy too. Once this special zone is established, housing prices of 100,000 per square meter will be a given. Listening to the group discussing real estate matters she couldn't understand as they hurried past, Bai Jing was taken aback and quickly looked at Chao Chen. With a helpless expression, she said, "Xiao Cohen, we got off at the wrong stop. This is Haicheng, the next stop is Xia City." Seeing Bai Jing's bewildered expression, Chao Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, "We didn't get off at the wrong stop. The place we're coming to is Haicheng." What? Bai Jing was instantly stunned. Haicheng? Didn't they talk so much yesterday about Xia City? Just as Bai Jing was doubting whether she had made a mistake or if Chao Chen had misunderstood, a voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Chao, over here." Bai Jing instinctively looked over and saw a woman in a fitted business suit, looking very capable, waving at them as she walked briskly towards them. At that moment, Chao Chen also smiled at the woman and waved back. Do they know each other? Is she here to pick them up? At that moment, Bai Jing felt her brain was almost overwhelmed. They had clearly agreed on Xia City, but now it had turned into Haicheng. Not only that, but Chao Chen even had a friend here to pick them up. When did he come to Haicheng? In an instant, Bai Jing felt that Chao Chen's image had suddenly become mysterious in her mind. Lu Yuling quickly approached Chao Chen, first looking at Bai Jing. Just one glance, and Lu Yuling's eyes revealed a look of shock. Wow, what a beautiful woman. That face, that figure, absolutely stunning. Lu Yuling discreetly concealed her inner shock, smiling at Chao Chen and extending her hand. "Mr. Chao, long time no see." Chao Chen chuckled and said, "Stop pretending, how long has it been since we just parted?" Lu Yuling's face flushed, and she pouted, "Isn't it just a day apart, like being separated for 3 autumns? When you think about it, it's been many years." As she spoke, Lu Yuling turned to Bai Jing, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "This beautiful sister must be Bai Jia, right? Do you really have 37 years? Chao Chen isn't tricking me, is he? With your skin, how could you be 37? You look at most 30, you don't even look older than me." Lu Yuling's words were not flattery. Bai Jing's skin was indeed remarkable. Moreover, in this regard, Chao Chen had a lot of say. He was well aware of how their skin looked, even the differences in skin from different places. If judging age solely by skin, Bai Jing did appear younger than Lu Yuling. Of course, this didn't mean Lu Yuling looked old. She was just at a normal age, while Bai Jing had naturally good skin. Although she didn't know the person in front of her and was a bit confused about the current situation, she could still tell when someone was complimenting her. A smile appeared on her face as she quickly replied, No, my skin isn't that great, it's just average, not as good as yours." As she spoke, Bai Jing looked at Chao Chen, signaling him to introduce them quickly. Only then did Chao Chen introduce the two, saying, "Lu Yuling, a sister who runs her own real estate agency. I met her when I came to Haicheng to rent a house a while ago." Then, Chao Chen introduced Lu Yuling to Bai Jing. "Bai Jing, I won't say much, she's my closest female friend." With Chao Chen's introduction, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling finally got to know each other formally. After they shook hands, Bai Jing leaned closer to Chao Chen and quietly asked, "You came to Haicheng to rent a house recently?" Although she was still a bit dazed about her current situation, she was able to catch the information that mattered. Moreover, Chao Chen's words were quite straightforward, almost hitting her in the head with it. If she couldn't even catch that, there would be something wrong with her brain. "Yeah." Chao Chen nodded calmly, "It's the holiday, and I didn't have much to do, so I came to Haicheng a while ago and rented a place near Haicheng University. Mainly, I've never lived in a dorm before, and I was worried I wouldn't be used to living with other boys. If something happened and I accidentally killed them, I might as well rent a place to live alone." Hearing Chao Chen explain this, Bai Jing's mouth twitched unnaturally. What a careless way to kill them. If Chao Chen had said this before taking this train, Bai Jing would have definitely not believed it. But after riding this train, she now believed it 120%. A big muscular guy could be turned into a softie with just 2 punches from him. She didn't think the freshman at Haicheng University would have stronger defenses than that big guy. It was quite possible he could really knock someone out with 1 punch. Since Lu Yuling had never seen Chao Chun in action, she naturally didn't believe his reasoning. "What do you mean you can't get used to living with boys?" Lu Yuling teased. "I think you're worried about not being able to date the girls if you live in the school dorms, right?" Chao Chun laughed heartily and playfully slapped Lu Yuling's perky bottom. It could also be for the big sister. Lu Yuling's face turned red, and she pouted. "Go away, stop being so rude. Let's hurry and get on the train." After saying that, Lu Yuling took a suitcase from Chao Chen's hand and walked ahead. Bai Jing, on the other hand, kept glancing meaningfully between Chao Chen and Lu Yuling several times. "What's wrong, Bai Jie?" Chao Chen asked seriously. Bai Jing was taken aback and burst into laughter. "What, just because I came out of my hometown, my title changed from Bai Ie to Bai Jie? Hey, what does that have to do with your hometown? I've wanted to call you Bai Jie for a long time," Chao Chen said with a hint of seriousness. "With your young looks and figure, even if you resemble my aunt just a little, it would be fine. You're just too young. I really can't bring myself to call you that. Besides, this is Haicheng. In such a big city, if I were to call you Aunt Bai, at least a crowd would gather around me, looking at me like I'm an idiot." Women, regardless of their age, always have little immunity to compliments about their appearance and figure. Chao Chen's words even made Bai Jing feel a bit shy, her pretty face turning red. So, she quickly changed the subject. All right, stop being so cheeky. I originally thought you were an honest person, but I didn't expect. Hey, what's the deal with Lu Yuling? What else could it be?" Chao Chen replied casually. "During the few days I was here, her husband happened to be away, and I just had the time to get to know her. Alright, Sister Bai, let me take you to see the place I rented." With that, Chao Chen grabbed his suitcase in one hand and took Bai Jing's hand with the other, striding off towards Lu Yuling. At 6 in the afternoon, Chao Chun, Bai Jing, and Lu Yuling arrived at the house Chao Chen rented near Haicheng University. When the three entered, everyone except Chao Chen was shocked. Wow, so big. And it's even a fully furnished apartment. TV, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioning. Everything is there. Since Lu Yuling works in real estate, she only seemed a bit surprised. Bai Jing, on the other hand, was so astonished that her mouth was agape. "My goodness, this place is decorated so well. The flooring, the chandelier, the wall paintings, the closet, and so on." Just at a glance, it was far more upscale than her previous home. After touring around, Bai Jing was even more shocked. 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with 3 south-facing bedrooms and 1 north-facing bedroom, which was turned into a study. That's not the main point. The main point is that each of the 3 south-facing bedrooms has an air conditioner and a wardrobe. The beds and mattresses were already purchased. In fact, the mattresses were high-end Sealy ones. She had heard the name Sealy for many years but had never used one. Her home had only cheap mattresses costing around 800 or 900 yuan. Renting out such a nice place is just too extravagant. Thinking of this, Bai Jing looked at Chao Chen and said, "Xiao Kuan, renting this place must not be cheap, right?" "It's alright, about 8,000 yuan a month." 8,000 yuan? Bai Jing's eyes widened in shock. Compared to Bai Jing's astonishment, Lu Yuling was clearly much calmer. She knew that this dog of a man, Chao Chun, had plenty of money now. In just these 2 or 3 days, he had made a fortune. The property he invested 23.8 million in had quintupled yesterday. The growth had already slowed down, but for some unknown reason, it started rising again this morning, and the speed was rapid. In fact, by the time Chao Chen and Bai Jing arrived in Haicheng, the price had nearly increased 8-fold. What is 8 times 23? 8 million? 190 million. And this upward trend showed no signs of stopping. The momentum was still strong. She wouldn't dare say anything else, but after tonight, exceeding her predicted 9-fold increase was absolutely certain. So, for him, 7,000 or 8,000 yuan a month was nothing. Seeing Bai Jing's astonished expression, Chao Chen smiled and said, "There's no way around it. This is a newlywed couple's marital home. They spent 400,000 just on renovations. If the husband hadn't been transferred out of town by his company, they wouldn't even want to rent it out. Besides, the house is large, a full 160 square meters. This price isn't high. If it were in the city center, this place would easily rent for over 10,000 a month, right, Manager Lu?" Seeing Chao Chen call her Manager Lu again, Lu Yuling smiled and rolled her eyes lightly, saying, "It's really not expensive. If it were in the city center, for this size and decoration, forget about 10,000, even 20 or 30,000 a month would be cheap. After all, that's the city center." Bai Jing, listening to the numbers Lu Yuling casually mentioned, felt a bit dizzy. Just for this apartment, the rent alone could be 20 or 30,000 a month, and that's considered cheap? My goodness! With my salary of just over 3,000 a month in Xia County, I wouldn't even be able to afford a month's rent for a whole year. No way! This big city is simply not a place for people to live. I should hurry back to my Xia city. For just 1,300 a month, I can rent a pretty nice single apartment. Compared to that, this is pure happiness. Thinking of this, Bai Jing quickly changed the subject, saying, Xiao Cohen, so it's settled. I'll stay here for a day, but tomorrow I have to go to Xia city. The expenses in your big city are just too scary. I'm afraid if I play for 2 days, I won't even have the capital to stay in Xia city. Hearing this, Chao Chen laughed heartily and said, Sister Bai, what are you thinking? You've come all this way, do you think I would let you leave? Don't even think about it. You are already stuck in Haicheng. Upon hearing that Chao Chen wouldn't let her leave, Bai Jing immediately felt a bit anxious. She knew that Chao Chen didn't want to part ways with her, and in fact, she didn't want to part ways with him either. However, they ultimately needed to consider reality. The cost of living in Haicheng was simply too high. The consumption capacity of this first-tier city was something she, with only over 5,000 to her name, could not afford. Besides, there was still Lu Yuling here. Even if she went to Xia city, Lu Yuling could still manage. If she really missed him, she could just visit him as they had agreed before, on weekends. Xiao Cohen, really, I can't, Bai Jing said with a bitter smile. You know my situation, if I stay in Haicheng, I simply don't have the ability or capital to survive. Not to mention, just the rent alone, several thousand to tens of thousands a month. Do you think I can afford to live there? Why can't you afford it? Chao Chen retorted, such a large 4-bedroom house, even though one has been turned into a study, there are still 3 spacious and bright bedrooms. 3 big bedrooms? And you can't fit Sister Bai in? Bai Jing was suddenly at a loss for words. She had only been thinking about the high prices in Haicheng and the expensive rent, and hadn't considered living at Chao Chen's place. Seeing Bai Jing's somewhat dazed expression, Chao Chen smiled and said, Sister Bai, anyway, I've already rented this house, and I signed for a year. Whether I live here by myself or we live together, the price is the same. Besides, Manager Lu happens to need help. What job are you looking for? Can't you work with Manager Lu? As he spoke, Chao Chen glanced at Lu Yuling beside him. Lu Yuling quickly nodded and said, yes. As a real estate agent, I've always been alone and have been looking for someone to keep me company, but I haven't found the right person. Sister Bai, you might as well work with me. My job is particularly relaxed, just the 2 of us, we can go out to play whenever we want, or just stay at the door if we want. Want to look at your phone? Go ahead. Want to play on the computer? Do it. I'll just say it straight, Sister Bai, you won't find a job easier than mine. And I can guarantee you'll make money. Not to mention, this year, I guarantee you'll earn at least 1.6 million. Lu Yuling's last guarantee was not just empty talk. She had very solid confidence in it. Because Chao Chen had already stated that he would sell all the properties he had this year. And now, based on the price increase in the Yundong Special Zone, the houses he bought have already multiplied in value by 9 times, and there's no doubt about it. By tomorrow morning at the latest, it will definitely reach 9 times. 8 times is 190 million, and 9 times is 210 million. The 1.5% commission fee on 210 million is over 2 million, and if the 2 million is split between the 2 of them, that's over 1.6 million each. As long as Chao Chen can ensure that everything is sold this year and that only the 2 of them are selling, then this year, each of them will securely have over 1.6 million. Seeing that Chao Chen was persuading her, Lu Yuling was also encouraging herself, and even Bai Jing, no matter how naive she was, understood what was going on. It turned out that Chao Chen had already arranged everything for her in secret. Whether it was housing or work, he had already taken care of it. Thinking of this, Bai Jing's emotions surged, and she could no longer control herself, suddenly throwing herself tightly into Chao Chen's arms. Woo! Xiao Cohen, you are too good to me. I have nothing to give you in return, woo. Who says you have nothing? Feeling the beauty in his arms crying, Chao Chen smiled and rubbed Bai Jing's head. Aren't you already doing that? Seeing this, Lu Yuling chuckled and said, how about this, I'll go buy some groceries, let's have hot pot tonight. After saying that, Lu Yuling smartly left the room. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a sumptuous family hot pot was set up in the dining room. There was beef, lamb, pork, chicken wings, large shrimp, oysters, beef penis, lamb kidneys. The 3 of them sat around the dining table, with a ventilation system specially turned on to prevent the entire room from smelling like hot pot after the meal. At first, Bai Jing was a bit reserved, but under Lu Yuling's enthusiastic hospitality, they quickly became one. By the time this lavish family hot pot came to an end, it was already 10:30 at night. At this time, Lu Yuling wasn't going back. Moreover, she had just video called her husband, saying that a good sister had come to Haicheng to spend a couple of days with her. Lu Yuling's husband was initially a bit skeptical, but when Bai Jing appeared on the video, smiling and greeting him, he immediately felt at ease. It turned out to be a true good sister, and a good sister with such a great figure and looks. What was there to worry about? Chao Chen also appeared on the video to greet Lu Yuling's husband, even calling him bro. Logically, upon discovering the presence of this man, Lu Yuling's husband should have felt a sense of alertness. However, he was completely unperturbed, responding very warmly, even transferring 5,000 yuan to Lu Yuling, telling her to take Chao Chen and Bai Jing to have a good time in Haicheng for 2 days. This was mainly Bai Jing's fault. Her looks and figure were too stunning, making Lu Yuling seem a bit ordinary. It was like an ugly duckling being with a beautiful swan. Everyone would choose the swan, so how could anyone choose the ugly duckling? However, Lu Yuling's husband overlooked one thing: there are people in this world who have no dietary restrictions. They can feast on a full banquet or eat simple cornbread and pickles. It doesn't matter if you're a swan or an ugly duckling, it's all thrown into one pot. Besides, there's no ugly duckling here. Who is the ugly duckling? Lu Yuling? Come on, she's a beauty too. The next morning, by the time Chao Chen came out of his room, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling had already been busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. And just after one night, the two of them seemed to have become real sisters, chattering away, incredibly close. Of course, that was understandable. After all, the two of them were not just comrades in arms now, but also close sisters who confided in each other. Last night, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Bai Jing shared her unhappy marriage with Lu Yuling, talking about how troublesome her rebellious daughter was, how utterly unbearable she had become. Lu Yuling listened, gritting her teeth, feeling the tension rise. In fact, after hearing Bai Jing's story, Lu Yuling had a thought. What do women get from marriage, from having children? Even a good woman like Sister Bai had ended up in this situation, right? If she hadn't married or had kids, she might be living a much more carefree and happy life now. Then, she began to pour out her own marital woes to Bai Jing. Although she had no children, she had a husband who earned little and had many bad habits. In summary, he couldn't earn money and was lacking in bed. Even if he had just one of those qualities, it would be acceptable. But he had neither. Bai Jing highly agreed with this sentiment. Yes, if he couldn't earn money and was lacking in that aspect, what was the point of marrying such a man? The two women discussed this in the kitchen for quite a while but ultimately reached no conclusion. Finally, they tossed the question to the only man in the house, Chao Chen. What was the point of marrying a man who couldn't earn money and was lacking in that aspect? Faced with this question from the two women, Chao Chen's brow furrowed. They had come to the wrong person for this question. In his past life, he had spent all his time in prison, so he didn't know or understand. In this life, he was quite capable of making money and was doing well, so he really didn't know how to answer. Chao Chen lit a cigarette and thought seriously for 3 minutes before giving the two women 6 words. Do charity, spread warmth. Marrying a man who couldn't earn money and was lacking in that aspect was essentially like doing charity and spreading warmth, wasn't it? What else could it be? After hearing Chao Chen's answer, both women felt completely exposed. So, they were just doing charity and spreading warmth? Especially Lu Yuling, who felt her emotional defenses shattered by Chao Chen's bluntness. She immediately wanted to go home and divorce her husband. Bai Jing felt a bit better. After all, she had already severed ties with Wang Yifu and her rebellious daughter. But even so, she still felt heavy-hearted. After all, that was her past youth. And now it had been given away through her own charity. What a fool, how sad. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lu Yuling didn't go to work or return home. She just traveled around Haicheng with Chao Chen and Bai Jing. The three of them visited some attractions in Haicheng, went to the beach, and tried out some famous eateries. In short, they played during the day and returned to sleep at night. Of course, besides playing, there was shopping. Chao Chen bought a set of cosmetics for both Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. One set cost 15,000, and the other 17,000. It wasn't that Chao Chen treated them differently, it was just that Bai Jing and Lu Yuling had different skin types, and the cosmetics were chosen by professional beauticians to suit each of them best. Besides cosmetics, Chao Chen also bought each of them a complete outfit. From the inside out, from top to bottom, everything was included, averaging 18,800 per set. Bai Jing felt heartache over the expense, but she also loved it immensely. This was the first time in her life she had used such good cosmetics and worn such nice clothes. How could she not like it? How could she not be happy? Lu Yuling, on the other hand, was envious beyond measure. Because Bai Jing didn't know, but she did. Those houses Chao Chen had bought in just 3 days had already appreciated 15 times. In other words, in these 3 days, Chao Chen had done nothing, and his assets had already reached 357 million. Thinking back to when they met a while ago, he had assets of 24 million. At this rate of making money, it was more than just raking in cash, it was as if he had a money printing machine at home. What was even more outrageous was that, looking across the entire Yundong district, other places had basically stabilized and had nearly peaked in price, yet the area he bought was still steadily rising. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, the housing prices in that suburban area had already surpassed those in the center of Yundong district. Lu Yuling couldn't understand it. What kind of magic did that place possess? At 5 in the afternoon, in a parking space in front of the train station, Lu Yuling parked her car. With only a few days left before the university semester started, Chao Chen still had to make a trip back to Xia County. Not for any other reason, but because Wang Shanshan had to go back too. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to confront Wang Shanshan, but rather, she was currently living at his home, and Chao Chen wasn't too reassured about this woman. If he didn't go back once, would she forget to turn off the air conditioning when she left for school? Would she forget to turn off the gas? Would she forget to lock the door? Although Chao Chen's wealth now meant he didn't really need to care about that house in the county, the significance of that house was different. After all, it was the home he grew up in, filled with all his memories, and those things couldn't be measured with money. Moreover, he was genuinely worried about Wang Shanshan. What if that reckless woman forgot to turn off the gas and blew up the house, killing a few neighbors? That would be a headache for him. So, he had to go back once, ensure there were no hidden dangers, and then return when the semester started. It was only a matter of a few days anyway. Xiao Koan, be careful on the road, Bai Jing said, looking at Chao Chen with reluctance, her eyes even a bit red. Of course, it wasn't that she was truly that reluctant, she was once again moved. Although she had said before that she could never use Chao Chen's money, otherwise their pure friendship would become tainted, Chao Chen had just forcefully transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Someone who truly cares for you doesn't mind what you say about things becoming tainted, they just want you to have money in hand and peace of mind. Bai Jing was so touched by Chao Chen's gesture that she felt like crying. Don't worry, what could happen on a bullet train? Chao Chen laughed heartily, but just as he finished speaking, it was as if he thought of something, and the smile on his face vanished. Damn! He was taking a bullet train? Ugh! It was really hard to say, because it seemed like he had a bit of a bad luck charm with bullet trains. Boss Chao, can I have a word with you privately? Lu Yuling said with a smile, giving him a knowing look. It was clear she wanted to discuss something that Bai Jing shouldn't hear. And Bai Jing wasn't curious. Although the three of them had a close relationship, there were still secrets, not everything could be shared. Just like her, there were secrets between her and Chao Chen that Lu Yuling didn't know. Since there was still time before the train departed, Chao Chen first lit a cigarette and then went aside with Lu Yuling to talk privately. What's up? Chao Chen asked. Lu Yuling's expression seemed a bit conflicted as she said, Chao Chen, do you know how outrageous your properties are? They've averaged a 15-fold increase and are still rising. About that, Chao Chen smiled and said, isn't that normal? Normal? Lu Yuling widened her eyes and said, in the entire Yundong district, other places have basically peaked, yet the area you bought is still rising, and it's even become the highest in the entire Yundong district. How is that normal? Chao Chen looked at Lu Yuling speechlessly, thought seriously for a moment, and said, how about this, once I sell those properties, you might want to consider changing jobs. You really don't seem suited for real estate. Goodness, how many days have passed? The housing prices have skyrocketed. Lu Yuling actually hasn't realized that area is the future center of the Yundong Special Zone. With such poor insight, she should just quit real estate. Why not? Hearing Chao Chen say that she shouldn't work in real estate anymore, Lu Yuling looked completely puzzled. She had been in real estate for so many years and was doing quite well, so why shouldn't she continue? Faced with Lu Yuling's confused gaze, Chao Chen felt quite overwhelmed. He understood that if he didn't directly point it out to Lu Yuling, she might never figure it out on her own. Or perhaps, she would only realize it when the Yundong Special Zone was actually built, and the tall CBD buildings in the center rose from the ground. Only then would she suddenly understand that place was the center of the Special Zone. Thinking of this, Chao Chen squatted down and began to draw on the ground with a stick. Look, this is the location of Yundong District. What's to the west? Lu Yuling adjusted her fitted skirt and squatted down in a half-kneeling position, saying, to the west is the urban area of Haicheng. Is there room for development? Lu Yuling shook her head. Not anymore, they've built dozens of high-rise buildings over there. There's no space left. What about the south and north? Chao Chen pointed with the stick, continuing to guide her. Lu Yuling squinted, feeling like she was beginning to understand, and slowly said, "The terrain isn't suitable to the south and north, there are mountains on both sides." "Got it?" Chao Chen tossed the stick aside and said, "No matter if it's to the west, south, or north, there's no room for development. So, if the Yindong Special Zone is to develop, where can it go? To the east. And if the Yindong Special Zone develops to the east, then where will its center be?" Lu Yuling stared blankly at the ground, and suddenly, she covered her mouth in shock, looking up at Chao Chen in disbelief. "The center, you bought in the suburbs, which is actually the future center of the Yindong Special Zone." Finally understanding, Chao Chen nodded, smiling as he exhaled a puff of smoke. "Not bad, I didn't waste my efforts. I thought you wouldn't get it." Lu Yuling didn't care about Chao Chen's teasing. She asked incredulously, "If it's the center, then how many times will the price of these houses increase?" Chao Chen held up 2 fingers. "I can't be sure how many times, but at least 20 times as a base. Because the prices in that area were too cheap before. Even if it increases 20 times, it would only be 150,000 per square meter, and that's just this year's price. Every year after we'll see an increase." Looking at Chao Chen's confident demeanor, Lu Yuling's eyes whitened, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. Seeing this, Chao Chen teased, "Don't tempt me like that. If you keep your mouth open, I really won't be able to resist putting something in there." "Ha!" Lu Yuling snapped back to reality, quickly closing her mouth and giving Chao Chen a roll of her eyes, continuing, "So, are you really going to let the 2 of us sell all these houses?" It was no wonder Lu Yuling asked this, the amount was just too large. Chao Chen had initially spent 23.8 million on the houses, and if it increased 20 times, that would be 476 million. And 5% of 476 million is 14 million. This meant that even if she and Bai Jing split it evenly, each would get nearly 6 million. That's 6 million. It's not an exaggeration to say that many people wouldn't earn that much in their entire lives. Lu Yuling had no objections to Bai Jing getting this money. After all, Bai Jing had no husband, no family, and only took care of Chao Chen. Whenever Chao Chen needed help, she was always there. But Lu Yuling had a family and a husband. Moreover, she wasn't as pretty as Bai Jing, nor did she have Bai Jing's figure. So, was it appropriate for her to take so much money? You should know that this is basically the money that Chao Chen Bai gave them. Because as long as he authorizes someone to sell his house, that person can get this money. Lu Yuling felt that taking so much money was a bit too much, and she didn't feel at ease. Hearing Lu Yuling say this, Chao Chen naturally knew what she was thinking. In response, Chao Chen just smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. "Do you think it's too much?" "Don't worry, as the saying goes, the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. If I don't let you 2 earn this large commission, who else should I give it to? Besides, who has such a big face, hasn't made me happy, hasn't made me comfortable, and I would rush to give him money? So, put your mind at ease, this money will definitely be earned by you and my sister Bai Jing." With Chao Chen's assurance, Lu Yuling felt relieved. She thought for a moment and continued, "Can you hold off on selling for now? I want to get a divorce first." "Ah?" Lu Yuling's words made Chao Chen stop smoking. "What does that mean? Divorce? Is it because of me? Please don't." Chao Chen considered himself a person with a strong moral character. He despised such things that destroy other people's families, and he didn't want to become that kind of person. Seeing Chao Chen's somewhat dazed expression, Lu Yuling seemed to realize something and hurried to explain. No, it has nothing to do with you. The divorce from my husband is entirely my own idea. Because I feel you are quite right, a man who can only earn money but can't perform in other aspects, what is the point of me being with him, just to do charity and provide warmth? Especially in the past few days, seeing Sister Bai's carefree and genuine nature without family constraints, I really envy her. So, I don't want to live with him anymore, I want to go back to being single." After listening, Chao Chen silently nodded and said, "Stop talking nonsense, speak the truth." Lu Yuling felt a bit awkward and chuckled. "The truth is, I don't want to share this money with him. I know how this money was earned, to put it bluntly, this money is yours to me, but why should my husband, who did nothing, get to take 8 million? That's 8 million, not 180 yuan. With my husband's salary of about 7,000 a month, it would take him 20 years to earn that 8 million. Moreover, what if he takes this money and then brings up divorce? Then I would have lost 8 million for nothing, and I would become a big fool. Feelings can be betrayed, but money never will. So, I want to turn this money into my own property. As long as this money is earned after my divorce, it belongs to me, and he shouldn't think of taking a single cent." After hearing this, Chao Chen took one last puff and threw the cigarette butt on the ground, extinguishing it. "I see, then you handle it yourself. However, you'd better hurry, because the house on my side might not last long before it's sold. After a while, I will use these houses to catch a big fish, and once this big fish is hooked, it will be about time for me to sell a house. What big fish? What hooking? Lu Yuling didn't quite understand. But one thing she understood: hurry up. It seemed she had to start dealing with the divorce as soon as she got back. Finally, as the departure time of the train approached, Chao Chen stood outside the train station and hugged Bai Jing and Lu Yuling before striding inside. After watching Chao Chen disappear, Lu Yuling and Bai Jing finally withdrew their gazes. Bai Jing looked at Lu Yuling and smiled. "What were you talking about with Xiao Koan just now? I saw you talking with your mouth open and your eyes wide." Because Chao Chen had advised him, he couldn't reveal that he still had a house in the Yundong district for the time being. So, Lu Yuling automatically skipped this topic and went straight to the next one. "I told him I wanted a divorce." "Divorce?" Bai Jing was taken aback, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she said, "What? Have you had enough of this selfless life of charity and warmth?" Lu Yuling giggled and playfully hit Bai Jing, saying, "Right? Is that not okay?" Bai Jing joined in the laughter but then turned serious, asking, "Seriously, why do you suddenly want a divorce?" "Well," Lu Yuling thought seriously for a moment and said, "Actually, it mostly has to do with money. This year, I'm sure I'll make a huge sum, at least several million. If I don't get a divorce, he'll get half of that money. After all, it's marital property. So, Sister Bai, what do you think? Should I get a divorce? Also, is what I'm doing unethical?" Hearing Lu Yuling say this, Bai Jing perked up. She stared into Lu Yuling's eyes and said word by word, "Sweetheart, don't be foolish. If you can really guarantee making several million this year, then you definitely need to get a divorce. Giving your husband half, do you really think you're doing charity and spreading warmth? Look at me, I'm over 30. If it weren't for having a good younger brother, can you imagine how hard my life would be? Just a couple of days ago, I had only 5,000 yuan to my name. So, let me tell you from my own experience, don't even talk about your husband, you can't even rely on your own daughter or son. A woman must have her own finances. Besides, have you thought about what would happen if you give him half and then he turns around and asks for a divorce? You're talking about loyalty, but what about him? Can you guarantee he'll be loyal too? Let's say, if you feel a bit guilty about doing this, that's fine, I have a solution for you. Get divorced first, then remarry. You get divorced, and during your single period, you earn that several million. That will be completely your own money, and then you can remarry him. This way, he won't be able to take half of your money. Hearing Bai Jing's idea, Lu Yuling burst out laughing. "Come on, if I get divorced, there's no way I would remarry him. After doing charity for so many years, I've had enough." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Bai Jing laughed. "Divorce. Are you really planning to keep doing charity and spreading warmth? Live for yourself. Let me tell you from my own experience, being someone who lives for themselves, you will never regret it in this life. Look at my skin, I feel like my skin has at least aged 5 or 6 years less recently, it's so refreshing." Late at night, the high-speed train rushed through the endless darkness of the wilderness. Chao Chen sat in the business class, by the window, munching on snacks brought by the attendant while gazing out at the boundless night. To avoid being disturbed by the train, he specifically bought a business class ticket this time. Although it was several times more expensive than the regular class, the price was worth it for the fewer people. In the regular class, there were 5 people per row, while in business class, there were only 2, and the space between rows was huge. Even if it was full, there were still far fewer people than in regular class. And with fewer people, the probability of conflict was lower. As a result, it was just as Chao Chen had expected. There were only 3 people in the entire business class, each seated far apart. Not to mention fighting, even greeting each other was a hassle. There was even a beautiful attendant with fair skin and long legs, at least one, 73 meters tall, who was specifically serving the 3 of them in this carriage. To be precise, for himself. Because the other 2 had already reclined their chairs and were fast asleep, he was the only one still wide awake. If he had known that business class was treated this way, why would he have sat in economy class? Just then, the announcement came on, stating that there were 5 minutes until the next stop, Guangsha West Station. Since it was still early for Shi County Station, Chao Chen didn't think much of it and continued snacking while looking out the window. Before long, the train began to slow down and eventually came to a stop. Guangsha West Station had arrived. After a while, the train slowly started up again, and not a single person entered their carriage at this stop. Quite normal. Business class was several times more expensive than economy class. Aside from being comfortable, it didn't allow for early arrivals, making it a poor value. It was just like luxury goods. Business class was positioned to be sold to the wealthy. As the train once again accelerated to over 300 kilometers per hour, just as Chao Chen stretched and prepared to take a short nap. Suddenly, as he closed his eyes, he snapped them open in a flash. There was a killing intent. Chao Chen couldn't quite explain why he could sense this killing intent. After all, he had spent 10 years in prison in his previous life and had unknowingly developed this talent. It was thanks to this talent that he hadn't been killed countless times. Damn it! He had about an hour left until he reached his destination. Nothing else could happen, right? Chao Chen squinted at the electric frosted glass partition door between business class and first class, silently counting in his mind. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Just as Chao Chen counted to the 5th second in his mind, the electric frosted glass partition door between business class and first class suddenly opened. A man, about 1.75 meters tall, with messy hair and a disheveled appearance, walked in. Upon seeing this man, Chao Chen's eyebrows shot up. What the hell? Why is it this mad dog? Zhou Qiang, Chao Chen's cellmate from his previous life, had entered Haicheng's second prison around the same time. However, even though they had entered prison around the same time, they hadn't become brothers in hardship. On the contrary, when Zhou Qiang died, it was Chao Chen who had yanked out his lung tube and killed him. That's right. In his previous life, Zhou Qiang had died at Chao Chen's hands. It wasn't that Chao Chen had actively killed him, but he had simply had enough. Because Zhou Qiang was a super bully. Moreover, among the super bullies, he was one of the more violent ones. While in prison, he fought with people every day. Some might say he must have had a reason. He had a damn good reason. He was a super bully who wanted to beat people up and kill them. What more reason did you want? Were you out of your mind? He was already one of the more violent super bullies. Wasn't that reason enough? At that time, Chao Chen couldn't stand this guy's provocations any longer. When he once again tried to ambush and kill him, Chao Chen directly grabbed his throat and yanked out his lung tube and lung lobes. He never expected that the person he had killed in his previous life would appear again in this life. In an instant, Chao Chen felt a sense of disorientation. What did this reunion mean? Was he going to have to kill him again? However, this thought only lingered in Chao Chen's mind for 0.1 seconds before he dismissed it. What a joke! He was just an ordinary guy now, a sunny boy who wanted to enjoy life, and he wouldn't do something like kill someone. Besides, it was a society governed by law, everything had its rules. Moreover, having killed him once in his previous life, killing him again this time, what kind of grudge was that? As long as this mad dog Zhou Qiang didn't provoke him before his next stop, he couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. It was just that the other people in business class might be in for a rough night, they would all die. Because, if Chao Chen remembered correctly, Zhou Qiang was arrested in less than 12 hours after committing the crime. And the place where he was captured was a certain train station. Chao Chen couldn't remember which one. In any case, he was arrested by the police at the train station. During those 12 hours, he had killed a total of 6 people. They were a family of 3 from the same village, as well as 2 passengers and a crew member on the train. This matched up. Since Chao Chen could sense the killing intent, Zhou Qiang must have already killed that family of 3. He just wasn't satisfied yet and wanted to kill more. Otherwise, the killing intent on him couldn't be so strong. In this train car, apart from him, there were only 2 passengers and a crew member. Just 3 people. This meant that, barring any accidents, according to the developments of his previous life, the other 2 passengers and the crew member would all die at Zhou Chang's hands tonight. Zhou Qiang entered, his expressionless eyes scanning the area, and they happened to meet Chao Chen's gaze. Chao Chen smiled faintly, pretending that nothing was happening, opened his water bottle, took a sip, then reclined his seat and closed his eyes. There was still an hour until they reached the station. He could rest for a bit. Now he just hoped Zhou Qiang wouldn't act before he got off the train. As long as he didn't act before he got off, he absolutely wouldn't care. After Zhou Qiang looked around, he seemed to think the timing wasn't right, so he found a seat and lay down like Chao Chen. Fortunately, the crew member had also closed her eyes to rest, otherwise, she would definitely come over to check tickets and drive him away. At that time, Zhou Qiang would probably act directly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 minutes left until the station. Although Chao Chen kept his eyes closed, he was listening to the sounds in the train car. There were still 20 minutes until Xia County Station. Good. As long as he could hold out for these 20 minutes, he could get off happily. This train journey would become the most peaceful one since his rebirth, with no accidents happening. Just as Chao Chen was thinking this, suddenly, accompanied by a faint fragrance, a blanket was draped over him. Chao Chen opened his eyes and saw the gentle smile of the crew member. The crew member smiled sweetly and said softly, "I'm sorry, mister. Chao, I woke you up. Let me cover you with a blanket, you can keep sleeping, and I'll call you when we arrive." Looking at the crew member's gentle smile, Chao Chen felt an inexplicable reluctance and grabbed her wrist. Suddenly being grabbed by Chao Chun, the crew member's pretty face turned red, and she said softly, "Mr. Chow, is there anything else you need?" Chao Chen thought for a moment and said, "Kiss me." "Ha!" The crew member's pretty face turned even redder. She bit her lip and shyly said, "That's not allowed, Mr. Chow, that's not in my service range." "Hurry up," Chao Chen said, "that I have a reason to help you, otherwise, we're not related, so why should I help you?" The crew member looked confused, but she glanced at the other two passengers who were still asleep and, in the end, blushing, she leaned over and kissed Chao Chen on the cheek. "Is that enough, Mr. Chow?" The crew member said shyly, "This is still my first kiss, please let go of me. If the surveillance catches us pulling each other like this, my supervisor will scold me." Facing the crew member's shy appearance, Chao Chen still didn't let go. "Instead," he said, "go forward, to another car, don't come back to this one tonight. Also, don't go looking for that guy at the back of the car, remember, definitely don't go looking for him." Hearing Chao Chen say this, the crew member was taken aback and quickly looked toward the back of the car. Until this moment, she had just realized that at the back of the carriage, a person had entered at some point and was now comfortably sleeping. Seeing this, the flight attendant immediately panicked. My God, she didn't even know when someone had entered the business class. If the supervisor found out, it would be a light punishment to be scolded, and she might even have her salary and bonuses deducted. "Mr. Chow, I need to handle something first, so I won't chat with you for now." The flight attendant hurriedly pulled her hand away from Chao Chen's and quickly walked over to Zhou Qiang. Seeing this, Chao Chen opened his mouth to say something but stopped his side and sat up. Damn! There were only 20 minutes left, and he was so close to getting off peacefully. Why couldn't he just hold on a little longer? The flight attendant quickly reached Zhou Chang's side and gently said, "Sir, wake up, please wake up." To be precise, Zhou Qiang wasn't asleep at all. After all, he had just killed someone. The thrill, the bloodiness, had his brain buzzing, highly addicted and savoring the moment. As he opened his eyes with a whoosh, the flight attendant felt an inexplicable chill run through her, shivering slightly. For some reason, she felt this person was very dangerous. However, her professionalism compelled her to continue despite her fear. "Hello, sir, could you please show me your ID or train ticket?" Facing the flight attendant's pleasant voice, Zhou Qiang seemed a bit dazed, as if just waking up, and simply stared at her intently. Beautiful phoenix eyes, full red lips, fair swan neck. Especially the flight attendant's fair swan neck, Zhou Qiang looked at it with particular focus. Such a tender neck, it should break easily, right? The flight attendant felt uncomfortable under Zhou Qiang's piercing gaze. Especially the way he looked at her neck was nothing like a normal person. As a business class attendant, her looks and figure were certainly not an issue. Therefore, she often encountered some lewd individuals, some wanting her contact information, others wanting to impress her. But this person's gaze was completely different from those. Those people looked at her with obvious desire. But this person's gaze, while also filled with desire, was not the kind that wanted something indescribable from her, but rather, a hunger. Yes, a hunger. He seemed to be looking at his prey like a beast. She even had the illusion that he might pounce on her at any moment and bite her neck off. Although she already felt very uncomfortable and distressed, her duty compelled her to muster the courage to speak again. "Sir, could you please show me your ticket or ID?" Zhou Qiang then seemed to just wake up, looking as if he had just realized something, and said, "Oh, the ticket?" Saying this, Zhou Qiang stood up and reached into his pocket, pretending to search seriously. Just when the flight attendant thought Zhou Qiang was about to pull out the ticket, he instead took out a wooden cone. The wooden cone was about 23 to 25 centimeters long and 2 fingers thick. One end was sharpened to a very fine point, with splatters of red on it. Seeing Zhou Qiang take out such an object, the flight attendant was momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Wasn't it supposed to be a ticket? Just as the flight attendant thought Zhou Qiang might continue to pull out the ticket, suddenly, Zhou Qiang tightened his grip on the wooden cone, his expression turning sinister, and lunged at her. Witnessing this scene, the flight attendant froze completely. In her mind, there were only 2 words. It's over. Because the distance was too close, she couldn't dodge at all. If he stabbed her, it would definitely pierce through her 36D and stab into her heart. He wanted to kill himself. But why did he want to kill himself? She clearly hadn't even gotten married or dated anyone yet. Her roommate said that kind of thing was wonderful. What a pity she hadn't experienced it yet. And what about her mom? If she died, her mom would definitely be very sad, right? As various thoughts flooded her mind, just when the flight attendant thought she was doomed, suddenly, she felt a tightness around her waist, and her whole body was sent flying backward. The wooden stake that had been getting closer and closer, just a little bit away from stabbing her chest, suddenly became far away, ultimately out of reach. Once she steadied herself, the flight attendant looked at Zhou Qiang, who was 2 or 3 meters away, equally astonished and still in the posture of having just stabbed. He was completely dazed. "I'm not dead? He didn't stab me? Let's go, call the trained police. I'll deal with him, you're no match for him." Chao Chen released the flight attendant's waist and calmly said. He was speaking the truth, the fighting power of men and women was not on the same level. Moreover, the opponent was a super male. Not to mention she was just a girl, even a boy of the same weight and level as Zhou Qiang wouldn't be able to defeat him. Because, as a super male, his hormone secretion was more vigorous, his bones harder, his muscles stronger, and his ability to withstand blows greater. A normal male like him would need at least 2 or 3, or even 4, to possibly subdue him. Of course, this situation wasn't uniform, not all super males were like this, some were even very civilized and polite. However, Zhou Qiang definitely belonged to the former category. To put it bluntly, right now, in this train carriage, if Chao Chen didn't take action, even if the other 2 passengers woke up and teamed up with the flight attendant to deal with Zhou Qiang, they would still be defeated 1v3, and all 3 would be killed. Because the other 2 passengers who were sleeping were both big beer bellies, in front of Zhou Qiang, this ferocious mad dog, they would be like a balloon ready to be punctured, easily stabbed to death. Seeing that the flight attendant didn't respond after he finished speaking, Chao Chen realized she was a bit stunned and hadn't come to her senses yet. Noticing this, Chao Chen reached out and pinched her perky bottom. Hiss! The flight attendant suddenly felt pain and finally came to her senses. It was only then that she realized it was Chao Chen who saved her, and her body began to tremble in fear. "Go call the train police, I'll handle this guy." This time, the flight attendant understood. Fortunately, she wasn't so scared that she couldn't think straight and could still follow orders, quickly running back to grab the intercom to call the train police. Facing Zhou Qiang again, Chao Chen felt quite emotional. It was as if the scene of grabbing his throat and pulling out his lung had just happened yesterday. Chao Chen beckoned to Zhou Qiang with his finger. "Come, let me see what you're all about in this life." In fact, even without Chao Chen beckoning, Zhou Qiang was already losing control, and with that gesture, his eyes turned red, like a madman, as he charged over with the wooden stake. Bang! Suddenly, just as Zhou Qiang reached the range to attack Chao Chen, before he could even prepare to strike, Chao Chen kicked him back with a solid kick. Zhou Qiang stumbled back several steps, almost steadying himself, before charging back again. Bang! Almost the same scene played out again, as he was kicked back by Chao Chen once more. Bang! 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 This scene played out at least 7 or 8 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified long ago. However, for Zhou Qiang, he became even more excited and ferocious. This was the difference between him, a super male, and a normal person. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, like a beast. Once it smelled blood, the wildness buried in its genes was unleashed. He had no idea what fear was. Just as Zhou Qiang charged at him again, Chao Chen didn't kick him back this time but aimed for his knee instead. Crack! The once normal left leg bent backward at the knee, forming a 90-degree angle, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His strike aimed at Chao Chen was naturally deflected. However, Zhou Qiang still hadn't given up, his eyes still wild with madness. Seeing Zhou Qiang baring his teeth and grabbing a nearby chair to stab at him, Chao Chen didn't hold back and kicked him again. Crack! The right leg also bent backward at the knee, forming a 90-degree angle, leaving him unable to stand. Seeing this, Chao Chen decided to go all out. He stepped forward, twisted Zhou Qiang's left arm, and yanked it hard, dislocating it in one swift motion. Then came the right arm. With both arms forcibly dislocated and his knees bent at 90 degrees, anyone else in such a state would have been howling in pain, begging for mercy. Yet Zhou Qiang, sweating profusely from the pain, refused to scream. He even fixed his gaze on Chao Chen, still exuding an air of determination to not rest until he was dead. He was completely like an untamed beast. If it were anyone else, being stared at by Zhou Qiang like that for a few seconds would likely haunt them with nightmares for a long time. But for Chao Chen, that gaze was utterly useless. Because in his past life, he had seen all kinds of superhumans and had fought against the most brutal ones. To be honest, Zhou Qiang was just a small fry in the second prison of Haicheng. If Chao Chen could be intimidated by his gaze, then his 10 years in the second prison of Haicheng would have been for nothing. Chao Chen walked in front of Zhou Qiang, kicked aside a wooden stake that was about the same length as a certain part of his body, and squatted down. "You dog, I still had a while before I reached my stop, and you just had to cause trouble. Why are you so cheap? And you're not even as good as in your last life, just a pure brute, making me have expectations for nothing." As he spoke, Chao Chen reached out and patted Zhou Qiang's face. "Enjoy your life in prison, you'll like it there, trust me." Just as Chao Chen was about to get up, the moment he relaxed his guard, Zhou Qiang suddenly spat a thick phlegm at him. However, Chao Chen dodged it with a quick move. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen laughed. Silly dog, I saw your Adam's apple moving up and down just now, so I knew you were building up phlegm, and you still wanted to spit at me. Ha. Spit. After returning the favor with a spit, Xiao Chen was just about to return to his seat when he saw a flight attendant running over with a fire extinguisher in her arms. She was shouting as she ran, Mr. Chow, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Xiao Chen looked at the flight attendant rushing towards him with a black line on his face, his eyes unconsciously drifting to the wooden stake he had just kicked away. At that moment, the stake was only about 2 meters away from him, lying across the aisle between him and the flight attendant. There's no way she couldn't see it, right? Just as Xiao Chen finished muttering to himself, the flight attendant stepped right on it. Murphy's Law struck again. Amid the flight attendant's scream, Xiao Chen helplessly dodged the fire extinguisher that came flying towards him and quickly stepped forward, catching the flight attendant who was about to fall face first onto the aisle. In the rush, he didn't know where he had grabbed, but it was soft and bouncy. At least he prevented her from hitting the ground directly. The flight attendant wasn't the type to hold grudges, even though she clearly felt that Xiao Chen had intentionally grabbed her a few extra times. No, I'm really sorry, Mr. Chow, I truly apologize. I didn't hit you, did I? I came over to help, but almost ended up smashing the fire extinguisher on Xiao Chen. If I had really hit him, I would have felt too embarrassed to face anyone. No. Xiao Chen smiled and said, also, there's no need to fuss anymore. This guy has already been subdued. We can't hit him again. If we do, it would be considered intentional harm. By the way, is the train police coming soon? Not every high-speed train carriage is equipped with train police. Generally, a train has 2 to 4 train police officers, and unless there are special circumstances, it won't exceed that number. They're coming right away. The train attendant nodded eagerly. The chief of the train police is patrolling carriage 12. I've already informed them, and they're on their way here. As soon as the train attendant finished speaking, the electric frosted glass door opened, and 2 panting train police officers rushed in. Upon seeing the 2 officers, the train attendant quickly approached them to explain the situation. Xiao Chen decided not to return to his seat and instead found a nearby spot to sit and wait. Next came a simple inquiry from the train police, and then they would have to hand over the case to the police at the next station. After all, the train police couldn't handle the case directly on the train. Such situations needed to be transferred to the nearest ground police station. The nearest ground police station, of course, was the Xia County Police Station. When the train stopped at Xia County Station, the police were already waiting and took Xiao Chen, the train attendant, and Zhou Qiang back with them. Since the train attendant was not only a victim but also a witness, she definitely had to go to the police station as well. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Chen walked out of the Xia County Police Station. This case was actually quite straightforward. Not only did the high-speed train have surveillance, but importantly, another team of police was also capturing Zhou Qiang. He had just committed the murder of a family of 3, and the other team had found out that Zhou Qiang boarded the train and called directly to the train. After understanding the situation, the train crew transferred the call to the Xia County Police Station. It was only then that the Xia County Police Station realized that Zhou Qiang was carrying 3 lives on his shoulders, and he had just killed them, still warm with blood. As this case unfolded, and seeing the miserable state in which Xiao Chen had beaten Zhou Qiang, the officers no longer felt that he had been too harsh. They even felt relieved that he had subdued him. Otherwise, if Zhou Qiang had gone on a rampage on the train, who knows how many people he would have killed. One officer even said he would help Xiao Chen apply for a bravery award. Such courageous acts of subduing a murderer on a train must be rewarded. To this, Xiao Chen didn't take it to heart. 500 yuan plus a banner? Forget it. The thought was enough. Since it was already late at night, and the rundown small county town had no nightlife, Xiao Chen looked around and saw the streets were empty. There were no people, not even a taxi. Seeing this, Xiao Chen lit a cigarette, and just as he was preparing to walk home for 40 minutes and give Wang Shanshan a good surprise attack, suddenly, a female voice called out from behind him. Mr. Chow. Xiao Chen turned around and found the beautiful long-legged train attendant had also come out. Seeing her face full of joy, and because she was wearing a fitted skirt, she hurriedly trotted towards him. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Hi, are you done? The train attendant nodded vigorously as she reached Xiao Chen. Yes, I'm done. Mr. Chow, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been stabbed to death long ago. And that bald uncle has checked the surveillance on the train. He also told me that if you hadn't taken me away in time, that Zhou Qian would have killed me. He was aiming for my heart, going for a lethal strike. So, thank you. Saying this, the attendant girl bowed seriously to Xiao Chen. In fact, Xiao Chen had no doubt about the attendant's words at all, because in his previous life, she had indeed been killed by Zhou Qiang. Not just her, but also 2 other passengers who were sleeping like pigs, only waking up when the police came to carry Zhou Qiang away. If Chao Chen hadn't happened to be there, the 3 of them would have been killed by Zhou Qiang that night. So, he really did save this long-legged attendant's life. However, even after saving someone, when others sincerely thank you, you should still be polite. Otherwise, it would seem a bit shameless. No, you're being too formal. Chao Chen quickly held the bowing attendant up with both hands while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Look at you, why are you being so polite and bowing so deeply? Besides, what thanks? You kissed me, after all, how can I let you do that for nothing? Hearing Chao Chen say this, the attendant's pretty face instantly turned quite red, and she appeared a bit shy. Chao Chen continued, so, since there's nothing going on at the police station, what are you going to do next? Are you going back to the train, or? No. The attendant shook her head. Our supervisor found out about this incident, knowing I almost got killed, and just gave me a half-month leave to relax and recover from the shock. It's a paid leave. Really? Chao Chen laughed, half a month of paid leave? Your benefits are really good. So, where do you plan to go? The attendant hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know, but I definitely need to find a place to stay first. It's the middle of the night, I can't just wander the streets, right? Hey, Mr. Chao, if I remember correctly, you got off at this station in Xia County, right? You should be a local, right? Chao Chen smiled and pointed at the attendant. Good memory, that's right, I'm from Xia County. Let me tell you, if you walk straight ahead, turn left, and walk another 200 meters, there's a Orchid Flower Grand Hotel. Although it looks a bit ordinary, it's already the best hotel in our small county of Xia, and I've stayed there before, the hygiene and everything are quite good. Hearing Chao Chen say this, the attendant shyly pinched the hem of her clothes, looking a bit embarrassed. Then, can Mr. Chao stay with me? I might be a bit scared alone. Looking at the attendant's shy demeanor, not daring to meet his gaze, and her long, fair legs, Chao Chen hesitated for only 0.0352 seconds in his heart before making a decision. To hell with Wang Shanshan. How can a long-legged girl be so appealing? Honored to do so. Chao Chen said seriously, we Xia County people may be poor and may not have seen much of the world, but we are definitely warm-hearted. Since you've come to Xia County, as a part of Xia County, I have the responsibility to make sure you can sleep without fear. Let's go. Saying this, Chao Chen dramatically extended his large hand. Seeing this, the attendant girl bit her lip and smiled, then placed her soft little hand in his. At first, the attendant was a bit hesitant. However, after walking a few dozen meters, she took the initiative to let go of Chao Chen's hand and linked her arm with his. After walking a few dozen more meters, she had already rested her head on Chao Chen's shoulder. The next day at noon, at 12:30, Chao Chen walked out of the Orchid Flower Hotel. He took a taxi to a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and quickly took a taxi back to the hotel. The tall flight attendant, Li Wenwen, was 23 years old and was in her first year working as a high-speed train attendant. Since Li Wenwen had never been to Xia County before and didn't know what special local dishes there were, Chao Chen made a trip to what he considered the most characteristic restaurant and ordered some food. The reason he didn't take Li Wenwen directly to the restaurant was that it was still inconvenient for her to walk. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after having lunch with Li Wenwen in the hotel room, while she took a nap in the afternoon, Chao Chen left the hotel and went home. Fortunately, although he hadn't been home for a few days, it wasn't too messy thanks to Wang Shanshan. The cleaning was decent, but there were quite a few takeout bags piled up. It was even easy to analyze from the quantity that Wang Shanshan hadn't cooked a single meal and had been eating takeout for every meal. Moreover, the orders weren't cheap. There were grilled fish sets costing 70 or 80 yuan each, and health and beauty porridge over 100 yuan, etc. It was clear that she was willing to spend money on herself. Chao Chen didn't express any opinions about this, other than asking her to throw away the trash. After all, she had money now, and it was her own money to spend, so let her be. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. At 6 in the afternoon, Chao Chen walked out of the bedroom, adjusting his clothes in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room, and said, Wang Shanshan, you should pay attention to your diet, you can't keep eating so recklessly. What's wrong? Wang Shanshan's voice came from the bedroom. You've gained weight, I can pinch some fat on your waist. In fact, Chao Chen wasn't too concerned about whether there was fat on Wang Shanshan's waist. After all, she was the woman he wanted to take revenge on, and it would be best if she turned into a 300 or 400 pound person that no one wanted. That would be interesting. However, there was a big fish waiting for Chao Chen behind this line with Wang Shanshan, so he couldn't let her figure go out of shape. At least for now, Wang Shanshan had to maintain her slim waist. Otherwise, if he couldn't catch that big fish, Chao Chen would have to come up with a new plan, which would be a waste of brainpower. As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, Wang Shanshan rushed out of the bedroom in her nightgown and bare feet. She stared intently into Chao Chen's eyes, panic written all over her face, and said, "Chao Chen, you're not lying to me, are you? I can pinch some fat on my waist." Chao Chen nodded seriously. "Lying is for dogs. Last time I couldn't pinch much, but just a few days later, I can pinch it easily. You still haven't found a rich boyfriend, you can't be so indulgent. You need to manage your figure, otherwise, which rich guy would like a girl with fat around her waist? On this point, you should learn from Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai's waist is really slim, with no extra flesh at all. Alright, I won't come back tonight, you can figure out your dinner yourself." After saying that, Chao Chen lit a cigarette and stepped out of the house. As for Wang Shanshan, her mind was filled with the shocking thought of having fat on her waist, completely unconcerned about whether Chao Chen would stay home overnight. In fact, it wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes after Chao Chen left that she suddenly reacted. "Hey, something seems off. How does he know that woman doesn't have extra flesh on her waist?" Time flew by again, and 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Chao Chen lived a fulfilling life. He traveled back and forth between the Orchid Flower Hotel and home every day. Moreover, Li Wenwen only felt unwell for 1 day. After that, she had no problem getting out of bed and walking around. So, Chao Chen not only shuttled between the hotel and home but also took Li Wenwen to explore their shabby little county. So, he actually didn't spend much time at home these 3 days. Each day, he only stayed at home for about 3 or 4 hours, while the rest of the time was spent with Li Wenwen. Wang Shanshan didn't mind this at all, because she was in the midst of an intense workout. The comment from Chao Chen 3 days ago about her gaining fat around her waist was like a death warrant, scaring her into a frenzy. Wang Shanshan knew exactly what she wanted. Through her figure and face, as well as her means, she aimed to achieve a class leap by getting married. She wanted to become a member of the upper class, to become wealthy through marriage. To reach this goal, maintaining a slim figure was the most basic and fundamental requirement. After all, she had no family background, no financial resources, and no abilities. If she didn't even have a figure that could attract men, why would someone from the upper class marry her? Just because she had a spare tire around her waist? Therefore, Wang Shanshan absolutely could not allow any excess fat on her body. Thus, during these 3 days, she was working out like crazy, completely unconcerned about what Chao Chen was busy with. Even during the 3 or 4 hours he was home each day, she tried to choose exercises that would give her a good workout and help her lose weight. It could be said that she was at the point of being overly meticulous about losing weight. She didn't let any opportunity slip by. Of course, the results were quite evident. In just 3 days, Chao Chen couldn't pinch the small fat on her belly anymore. Be careful on the road. Remember, if you notice any suspicious passengers in the future, just call the train police directly. At the Xia County train station, Chao Chen, reluctantly holding onto Li Wenwen, gave her his advice. Xia County, being a shabby little town, didn't have much to explore. After staying for 3 or 4 days, Chao Chen had already taken Li Wenwen to all the places he could and tried all the local delicacies. Originally, Li Wenwen wanted to stay with Chao Chen until he started university and accompany him to the registration. After all, she had a half-month paid leave, which was more than enough time. However, this morning, when her mother found out about her experience on the train, she was extremely worried and insisted that Li Wenwen return home to see if she was alright. Thinking about how she had half a month off and not visiting her mother would indeed be a bit unfilial, she ultimately decided to go back for a visit. "Yeah, I know," Li Wenwen said, tightly hugging Chao Chen, "you have to take care of yourself. In 3 days, you'll be going to university for registration, and I might not be able to accompany you." "It's okay," Chao Chen replied, "it's just going to university for registration, you don't have to accompany me. It's more important to go home and spend time with your mom. Besides, it will be very convenient for us to meet. Aren't you often on the train line passing through Haicheng? In the future, when you come to Haicheng, you can just change shifts or something and spend a few days there." Li Wenwen smiled and pressed her lips together. "Don't worry, I will come to Haicheng to find you to hang out every now and then. By the way." As she spoke, Li Wenwen glanced at Wang Shanshan, who was not far away, and lowered her voice, "Your roommate doesn't seem like a good person. You mustn't be fooled by her." Li Wenwen and Wang Shanshan had officially met last night. Since Chao Chen wasn't home every night, Wang Shanshan wasn't foolish and knew there must be something going on. Chao Chen didn't intend to hide it and openly admitted it. In fact, he even brought Li Wenwen home last night, and the 3 of them had a home-cooked meal together. Of course, the main purpose wasn't to introduce Wang Shanshan to Li Wenwen, but to let Li Wenwen get to know his home. No matter what Li Wenwen thought, Chao Chen felt that all her firsts, this first, that first, all those chaotic firsts, were given to him. He couldn't promise her anything, but at the very least, he should invite her over for a meal and let her get to know his home, right? Keeping her in a hotel, what did he take her for? So, last night, he brought Li Wenwen home. Wang Shanshan, as previously agreed with Chao Chen, firmly stated that she wouldn't interfere with anyone's personal feelings, claiming she was just a regular classmate staying at Chao Chen's place due to some family issues. However, although Wang Shanshan spoke sincerely, she forgot to take out the trash that morning. Then, Li Wenwen saw some things in the trash can. After that, Wang Shanshan appeared quite embarrassed. After all, she had just claimed to be a regular classmate of Chao Chen, and then the trash can seemed to slap her in the face. As for Li Wenwen, she didn't seem to mind. She just smiled and even took the initiative to help clean out the trash can, replacing it with a new bag. In a serious tone, she advised Wang Shanshan to throw out such trash earlier next time, as it smelled bad. Overall, the three-person dinner last night, despite a bit of awkwardness, had a decent atmosphere. Hearing Li Wenwen say this, Chao Chen's lips curled slightly. Why do you say that? Women's intuition, Li Wenwen replied. Really, believe me, I have a particularly keen intuition about whether someone is a good person or not. Your so-called ordinary classmate is definitely not a good person. Her bottom line is extremely low. She can do things you might not even imagine to achieve her goals. So, just play around, but don't let her trick you into real feelings, got it? Chao Chen knew that some people were particularly sensitive about certain individuals and matters. Just like him, he was very sensitive to danger and could sense killing intent. And there was a prison mate from his last life who was particularly sensitive to economic fluctuations. Despite only having a middle school education, he could accurately predict the economic trends for the next 6 months through various domestic and international news. He just didn't expect that Li Wenwen was also one of those gifted individuals. What about me? Chao Chen asked with interest. Can you sense what kind of person I am? You? Li Wenwen smiled mischievously, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "You're of course my treasure." Hearing Li Wenwen call him treasure, Chao Chen's heart nearly melted. Previously, he always thought that the term treasure was used for women or children. To use it for a man, especially a tough man like him, felt like an insult. Who would call someone treasure? Do you believe I would chop your whole family up? Yet today, when Li Wenwen said treasure to him, he felt an indescribable sensation that he couldn't put into words. It wasn't an insult. It was a kind of indescribable love and affection, an expression of love taken to the extreme. It almost pushed him into the river of love, nearly drowning him in it. Of course, not everyone could call someone treasure with such feelings. At the very least, one must truly, truly love him. For example, Wang Shanshan could shout it 1,000 times, but it wouldn't matter, because there were no feelings. And if a big man called him treasure, the more feelings he had, the more he would feel the urge to kill the other person. Chao Chen thought that because of his past experiences, he would never develop feelings for anyone again. He could engage physically but not emotionally. However, he never expected that the emotional door he had locked away would be kicked open at this moment by those long legs, without any reason. Was it really that easy to unlock a heart that had been sealed off? Chao Chen smiled, took a deep breath, and gave Li Wenwen's perky bottom a heavy slap. Alright, hurry in, or you won't be able to get on the train. Remember, if you need anything, call me, no matter what it is. It seemed like just an ordinary statement, but Chao Chen knew in his heart that from now on, he would look out for Li Wenwen. Or rather, she was the first person he would protect since his rebirth. Even Bai Jing didn't have that privilege. Bai Jing treated him well, and he was quite satisfied with her. However, there were things that Li Wenwen could offer him that Bai Jing could never provide. So, he would definitely not treat Bai Jing poorly, but he would never protect her in the same way he would protect Li Wenwen. Seemingly aware of the sudden shift in Chao Chen's feelings, Li Wenwen covered her backside and laughed joyfully, her smile radiant. Well, I'm off. You must take care of yourself. I'll come to Haiqing to see you when I have time. Okay, be safe, hurry inside. Outside the train station, Chao Chen watched Li Wenwen's figure disappear before finally retracting his gaze. At that moment, Wang Shanshan approached him. She looked at Li Wenwen's departing silhouette and sighed. What a pair of stunning long legs. I wish I had legs like that. Li Wenwen's long legs were certainly due to her height, but it wasn't just her being tall, her body proportions were exceptional. Li Wenwen's height was 1.75 meters, which is already considered tall among girls, but it wasn't rare. Chao Chen had seen many girls of that height. However, among all the girls he had seen who were 1.75 meters tall, he had never encountered anyone with legs as long as Li Wenwen's. At the same height of 1.75 meters, Li Wenwen's hips reached the midsection of others' waists. It was as if her height of 1.75 meters came with the long legs of someone who was 1.85 meters tall. So, it was no wonder Wang Shanshan was envious of Li Wenwen's long legs. Although Wang Shanshan had a great figure and looked good, her proportions were still within the normal range. Her legs didn't appear short, but they could only be considered proportionate and normal. In contrast, Li Wenwen's legs were beyond the normal range, truly exceptional. What's wrong? Chao Chen teased, even you, the campus beauty, get envious of others' figures? Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes at Chao Chen and sighed, honestly, if I had legs like that, my chances of marrying into high society would at least increase by 10%. Oh? Chao Chen didn't expect Wang Shanshan to hold Li Wenwen's long legs in such high regard. He thought for a moment and asked, is it really that good? Wang Shanshan looked at Chao Chen as if he were an idiot. Don't you know how good it is? That's not it, Chao Chen laughed. I didn't mean that. Of course, I know it's good. I meant, is it really that exaggerated? A 10% increase in chances? That's quite a lot. Absolutely. Wang Shanshan said seriously, I admit I'm good looking and have a nice figure, but no matter how good looking I am, I'm still within the normal range. The highest score is at most 100 points. And Li Wenwen's legs are an exceptional existence. Just those legs alone could score 120 points. So, do you think there are more people like me or more like her? Definitely her, Chao Chen replied without hesitation. You just said you're still within the normal range. She's exceptional, so there must be fewer like her. Exactly, Wang Shanshan said. Scarcity is valuable. Even in high society, there are fewer people like her, making it easier for them to marry into high society. After all, everyone wants something rare. After listening to Wang Shanshan's explanation, Chao Chen nodded with a smile and said, oh, so that's how it is. Now I understand. So, Wang Shanshan continued, don't hold on to any fantasies. That person can marry into high society. They're just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. You need to have some self-awareness and be careful not to end up hurt. Unfazed by Wang Shanshan's cold sarcasm, Chao Chen replied, you don't need to worry about that. Personal feelings don't require your intervention. Let's go home, we'll ride our bikes. Saying this, Chao Chen disregarded the resentful look Wang Shanshan shot him, casually placing a hand on her shoulder like a buddy, and left. 3 days before the start of the semester at Haicheng University were 3 days of madness. Wang Shanshan maintained her perfect figure with a rigorous exercise routine every day. Whether it was yoga, strength training, or aerobic workouts, she was relentless. Meanwhile, Chao Chen seemed to be influenced by Wang Shanshan and also put in the effort, ensuring he cycled for at least 7 or 8 hours daily. Thus, the 3 days passed quietly, and finally, the day of the semester's start at Haicheng University arrived. At the Summer County train station, Chao Chen, with gentlemanly grace, helped Wang Shanshan with her large suitcase as they boarded the train to Haicheng. He himself carried no luggage at all because Bai Jing had prepared everything for him. From socks to underwear, clothes to bedding, he didn't need to bring anything. Especially the bedding and duvet covers. After all, it was certain that Bai Jing would sleep in one room while he slept in another, so there was no need to prepare a separate set. Due to the back-to-school season, the train was packed, and it took them quite a while to reach Wang Shanshan's seat. Her seat was in a 3-seat row in the middle, unoccupied, but on either side sat 2 boys wearing thick glasses. It was obvious that they were also freshmen reporting for their first year, though whether they were from Haicheng University was unknown. Seeing her seat flanked by 2 boys and being assaulted by an unknown foot odor, Wang Shanshan immediately couldn't take it anymore. Chao Chen, where's your seat? Let's switch, I can't stand these 2. Chao Chen was placing Wang Shanshan's suitcase on the overhead rack. After securing it, he said, huh? Switch seats. No can do, I'm in business class, with real name registration. Just sit down quickly, I need to get back to my business class. With that, Chao Chen strode away from the carriage. Wang Shanshan stared blankly at his departing figure, feeling numb all over. This dog of a man, how could he be so heartless? He booked an economy seat for her and a business seat for himself? Was he even human? Staring at Chao Chen's disappearing back, Wang Shanshan still held onto a glimmer of hope. However, when Chao Chen's figure completely vanished, that last shred of hope faded away. This dog of a man really left her in economy while he went to business class. He actually did something so despicable to her. Was his 3 years of devotion to her really severed so completely? Just as Wang Shanshan was still in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. Excuse me, beautiful, let me through. A middle-aged woman, who might have been there to see off students, urged from behind. Seeing this, Wang Shanshan could only grit her teeth and, with a stiff resolve, sat down in her seat. The boys on either side, noticing such a stunning girl sitting between them, instinctively leaned closer. Then, Wang Shanshan caught an even stronger whiff of foot odor. She fought the urge to vomit, took out her phone, and sent a message to Chao Chen. Chao, you're such a dog. You actually left me in economy while you went to sit in business class. How can you be so shameless? Soon, Chao Chen replied with a message. Wang Shanshan, please pay attention to your wording and tone. Don't forget, you said it yourself, outside, we are just ordinary classmates, so let's not be too ambiguous or too close, to avoid bringing each other any negative impact. So, we are now just ordinary classmates. Moreover, as a high-end passenger in business class, it is already quite generous of me to lower myself to the economy class to help you with your luggage. Please don't be ungrateful, okay? Looking at Chao Chen's reply, Wang Shanshan felt a surge of anger, but she had no way to vent it. After all, these words were indeed what she had said. Wang Shanshan had always been clear about her pursuit to find a rich second generation and marry into high society. The 4 years at Haicheng University were her main hunting ground. So, after their encounter last night, she had solemnly made this request to Chao Chen. Outside, they were just ordinary classmates, no ambiguity, no misunderstandings. If some wealthy second generation happened to take a liking to her, it could easily lead to a bad impression because of a close action from Chao Chen. To put it bluntly, she wanted to shape an image of a pure and innocent single woman. After all, no guy would like a woman who was too close to other men. However, she didn't expect that even on the train, Chao Chen would implement this so thoroughly. Wang Shanshan thought for a moment and replied, then why did you book me an economy class ticket? Why couldn't you book me a business class ticket too? Chao Chen replied quickly, because we are just ordinary classmates. Wang Shanshan, business class tickets are very expensive. As ordinary classmates, it is already quite generous of me to book you an economy class ticket. Please don't be ungrateful, or I might have to charge you. An economy ticket costs several hundred, you know. Also, I need to sleep now. The business class seat is too comfortable, making it hard to resist sleeping. Bye, wish you a pleasant journey. Wang Shanshan stared blankly at the message from Chao Chen, and after 3 or 4 seconds, she finally squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. Dog man. At 3:30 in the afternoon. After a 6 or 7 hour journey, the train finally arrived at Haicheng train station. Wang Shanshan, who had been smelling the stinky feet odor all the way, felt as if she had been marinated in it. With a dark face, she dragged a suitcase that was almost heavier than herself, puffing and panting as she followed the crowd out of the train station. Ever since Chao Chen sent her that last message, no matter how much she messaged him, he never replied again. It was as if he wanted to let her fend for herself. For this, Wang Shanshan had nowhere to vent her anger. After all, it was she who said to keep a distance from Chao Chen. Finally, when she saw a tall and handsome guy holding a sign welcoming new students to Haicheng University, Wang Shanshan's eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. She quickly put on a sweet smile and pretended to be a very weak girl struggling. Sure enough, when the guy saw her, he rushed over as if he had spotted a drowning girl. Beautiful girl, you must be a freshman at Haicheng University, right? Wang Shanshan quickly nodded, putting on a good girl act. Yes, and you are? The guy smiled brightly and said, I'm your senior in the 2nd year, my name is Li Weiguang. Wang Shanshan quickly bent down and nodded, oh, so it's a senior, hello. Seeing such a sensible and obedient girl with an impressive appearance and figure, Li Weiguang felt a stir in his heart. You don't need to be so polite, Junior. Li Weiguang forcefully took over Wang Shanshan's suitcase and said, come on, let me help you with your luggage. Let's go over there together first, and then we'll head to school together. By the way, Junior, what's your name? Let's add each other as friends. Meanwhile, in a car not far away, Chao Chen had already set off from the train station. He was here to report to Haicheng University today, and Lu Yuling would definitely come to pick him up. Bai Jing initially wanted to come too, but she decided against it later. First, it would be a bit awkward to run into that rebellious girl Wang Shanshan. Second, she was busy preparing a big meal at home. After all, Chao Chen had only managed to grab a couple of bites on the train. Moreover, they hadn't seen each other for a week, so she wanted to make a good impression and welcome him properly. How's the divorce going? Chao Chen asked, sitting in the passenger seat, leisurely lighting a cigarette. He was in a good mood. It wasn't just because the university semester was starting, it was because he had traveled here smoothly on the train without any incidents. It seemed that the train wasn't a bad omen for him, the previous times were just coincidences. Not easy. Lu Yuling sighed while driving. My husband doesn't want to get a divorce. Chao Chen nodded. What's the main difficulty? Is it feelings? What feelings? Lu Yuling scoffed. We're all adults. Why bother with such nonsense? I think the main issue is money. If I hadn't made that 350,000 yuan commission recently, he probably wouldn't be so insistent. Recently, I brought home 350,000 yuan in commission, which gave him the impression that I could make big money. Plus, with the Yundong district now being upgraded to a special zone, housing prices have skyrocketed. So, in his eyes, I'm a bit like a hen that lays golden eggs, you get what I mean? Hearing Lu Yuling say this, Chao Chen nodded. He understood her point. The 350,000 yuan she brought home recently had given her husband a taste of the sweet life. With the housing prices in the Yundong district increasing by 5 to 6 times, especially in the area she managed, prices had surged nearly 10 to 20 times. This meant that for every house she sold, her commission would also increase by 10 to 20 times compared to before. Therefore, as a man who had just tasted the benefits of his wife's earnings, Lu Yuling's husband would never agree to a divorce now. After all, who would turn down money? Waiting for his wife to earn and share the profits was much more appealing, right? Chao Chen took a puff of his cigarette and said, "It's indeed not easy. You brought home 350,000 yuan recently, which is like he got 175,000 yuan for nothing. Having just tasted the sweetness you brought, how could he possibly be willing to divorce you?" "Exactly," Lu Yuling said, somewhat frustrated. "If I hadn't been so honest and hadn't told him about that 350,000 yuan, it would have been better. So, the current situation is quite difficult. He's very determined not to divorce. Looking at it now, if I want a divorce, I can only go for the model of separating for 2 years before filing for divorce. But that means it would take at least 2 years to get a divorce. And your house definitely can't wait that long to sell, right?" Chao Chen nodded. 2 years is definitely not possible. I can wait at most a month. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's brows furrowed. A month? That time frame was way too tight. Not to mention that she couldn't possibly get a divorce in a month, even the housing prices would likely still be on the rise by then. Choosing to act at this moment wasn't a good time at all. "Why the rush?" Lu Yuling said, "The area you bought in is still steadily increasing in price. It's already nearly doubled. It's already 7 times, you could definitely wait for the housing prices to stabilize before making a move." "I can't wait." Chao Chen shook his head and said, "I need the money for other investments. Besides, I've already taken the biggest wave of price increases. One can't consume everything in every project, one has to leave some soup for others." Hearing Chao Chen say this, Lu Yuling opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately said nothing. Chao Chen glanced at Lu Yuling and smiled, "Don't worry, once I register at the school, I'll take you to a place. Your husband's issue can be easily resolved, and you don't have to worry about splitting the money with him." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuling's eyes lit up. She admitted that when Chao Chen mentioned waiting for a month, she felt very frustrated and upset, because she couldn't possibly get divorced in just a month. This meant that the over 3 million she had earned would have to be split with her husband. She would have to give away 150 to 60,000. Just thinking about it made Lu Yuling feel heartbroken. With that 150 to 60,000, what couldn't she do? How many young men could she find? And now, hearing that Chao Chen had a way to help her deal with her husband, she was naturally very excited. "What method?" Lu Yuling asked eagerly. "Don't rush," Chao Chen smiled. "I need to report to the university first, and then I'll tell you." Half an hour later, at the entrance of Haicheng University, Chao Chen stepped out of the car. The entrance was bustling with first-year students and their parents coming to register. Chao Chen, traveling light, strode into the campus and was done in less than half an hour. After all, he only needed to pay the tuition and check his class. Compared to other students who were busy collecting bedding, buying toiletries, and organizing their dorms, he skipped the most complicated steps. 10 minutes later, inside the rental apartment, Chao Chen and Lu Yuling walked in. Seeing Bai Jing making soup in the kitchen, Chao Chen quietly approached and hugged her from behind. Bai Jing, startled for a moment, immediately responded warmly. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:30 at night. Lu Yuling was putting on her shoes at the shoe rack by the door and said, "Do we really have to go out this late?" It was almost midnight, and Lu Yuling thought Chao Chen had forgotten his promise to her. Yet now he was saying he would take her to find someone who could handle her husband. Couldn't they have left earlier? Did they have to wait until now? If we left earlier, we might not find her. Chao Chen adjusted his pants and lit a cigarette, saying, "She might be busy." "Really?" Lu Yuling finished putting on her shoes and asked curiously, "Who is she, and what does she do?" "A woman who works in the nightlife industry," Chao Chen replied. "I've only heard of her, so I'll have to see what she's really like when we meet." Hearing this, Lu Yuling nodded and didn't say anything more, stepping out of the rental apartment with him. Half an hour later, in front of the Jinding KTV in Haicheng, Lu Yuling parked the car. Lu Yuling finally understood why Chao Chen had come at this hour. Jinding KTV was a very famous non-franchise KTV, and the customers who came here were generally those with a certain level of wealth and social status. These people were usually not very young, they couldn't stay up all night like younger folks, but their spending power was particularly strong. So, she understood why Chao Chen didn't come earlier in the night, because during the first half of the night, Jinding KTV was at its busiest, and they might not even be able to meet anyone if they arrived then. In the late hours of the night, it wasn't so busy here anymore. Chao Chun, are you sure this is reliable? Just as the two were about to enter the Jinding KTV, Lu Yuling anxiously grabbed Chao Chen's arm. In response, Chao Chen smiled and comfortingly patted her hand, saying, "Don't worry, as far as I know, this person is quite professional in this area." Although Chao Chen had only been locked up in Haicheng's second prison for 10 years, he was well informed about the various local forces in Haicheng. This was because the second prison housed mostly local criminals, allowing him to easily learn about the distribution of underground forces in Haicheng without leaving the prison. The woman he was bringing Lu Yuling to meet tonight was someone he had learned about during his time in prison. Lu Hong, a woman who was very skilled at seducing men in the nightlife scene. It was said that any man she set her sights on would be in bed with her within 3 days. Of course, these were just things Chao Chen had heard. He wasn't sure if they were true, but it was likely close to the mark. The name Lu Hong was one he had heard from more than one cellmate during his time in prison. Additionally, Lu Hong later died, and the person who killed her was one of Chao Chen's underlings in prison. However, that was a story for later, at least 3 years down the line. Although Lu Yuling had heard of Jinding KTV long ago, she had never been here before. After all, this was a non-chain KTV where singing was secondary and having fun was the main draw. It felt somewhat inappropriate for her to come here alone as a woman. In fact, if it weren't for Chao Chen bringing her, she probably would never have set foot in such a place in her lifetime. Soon, the two arrived at the front desk of Jinding KTV. The front desk girl looked to be just over 20, dressed very innocently in a white shirt, black short skirt, and black stockings. "Hello, sir, how many of you are there? Do you have a reservation?" "Just 2, no reservation," Chao Chen replied with a smile, winking at the front desk girl. "By the way, is Lu Hong available right now?" The front desk girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll check for you." With that, she covered the microphone at her mouth and began to whisper. Chao Chen could only vaguely hear a few ums and ohs before the front desk girl released her hand from the microphone and looked at Chao Chen. "Hello, sir, Sister Lu Hong happens to be free." "Great, then have her come find me," Chao Chen said. "Also, just book us a small room." "Understood." The front desk girl winked at Chao Chen and immediately pressed her headset, starting to speak. Soon, a tall girl in a qipao came down from upstairs, leading Chao Chen and Lu Yuling to a KTV private room on the 3rd floor. After waiting inside for 2 or 3 minutes, suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open, and a heavily made-up, sexy woman walked in. With her long, wavy, reddish-brown hair and fiery red lips, she moved like a seductive little wildcat, swaying her hips with every step. "Hi, bosses, good evening. You aren't here just for fun, are you?" Being someone who worked in the nightlife industry and was quite well known in this line of work, Lu Hong had a certain skill in reading people. Chao Chen's relaxed posture on the sofa, with a cigarette in his mouth, might have made it hard for Lu Hong to gauge him accurately, but Lu Yuling's proper and upright demeanor was something she could see right away. A woman like Lu Yuling, regardless of whether she was open or not, was definitely not here to play. Chao Chen chuckled, still holding the cigarette, and patted the seat beside him, saying, as expected of Sister Lu Hong, "You have a good eye. How about we sit down and chat?" Since I can't see the relationship between Chao Chen and Lu Yuling for the time being, Lu Hong behaved quite properly, merely swaying her alluring waist and smiling as she approached Chao Chen, without making any intimate gestures. Lu Hong spoke up, "Since both of you bosses aren't here for leisure, I'm a bit confused. What do you need from me? Also, it seems we've never met before, right?" Chao Chen smiled as he flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "Sister Hong, don't worry. We're here to ask for your help with something." "You need my help?" Lu Hong's expression showed surprise, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she asked, "What kind of help?" Chao Chen gestured to Lu Yuling beside him and said, "This is my good sister. She's been facing some difficulties lately. She wants a divorce, but her husband is unwilling." After hearing this, Lu Hong smiled wryly and said, "I mean, boss, how can I help with this? If her husband doesn't want a divorce, there's nothing I can do." "Sister Hong," Chao Chen laughed, "how could you possibly have no way? Besides, my sister here is really pitiful. She hasn't had any physical contact with her husband for almost 2 years. If the relationship is like this, then just get a divorce. But he keeps dragging it out and refuses to divorce. As a woman, you should know, Sister Hong, how many years of youth can a woman have? It's one thing to live like a widow, but if it drags on for a few more years, forget about remarrying. Even the ability to have children becomes a question. Such a wonderful life shouldn't be ruined by a scumbag, right?" Seemingly moved by Chao Chen's words, Lu Hong frowned slightly and said, "Is it really that outrageous?" "Absolutely," Chao Chen said earnestly. "If we weren't truly desperate, we wouldn't have come to you, Sister Hong. Also, don't worry, we won't let you help for free. How about this amount? As he spoke, Chao Chen extended 5 fingers and turned them over. The meaning was clear, 100,000. Originally, Chao Chen meant to say that 50,000 would be enough, but Lu Yuling insisted on adding another 50,000. Because, this afternoon, Chao Chen had made it very clear that the house he had would start selling in at most a month. If by then Lu Yuling hadn't finalized her divorce, her losses would be far more than just 100,000. Therefore, to ensure that Sister Hong could help her get divorced as soon as possible, Lu Yuling didn't hesitate to add another 50,000 to Chao Chen's initial offer. Seeing the gesture Chao Chen showed her, Lu Hong's lips curled up. With both of you bosses being so sincere, it seems the other party is indeed a very outrageous scumbag. The thing I hate most in my life is this kind of scumbag who plays with our female compatriots. I'll help with this, but I have one question. Saying this, Lu Hong looked at Lu Yuling and asked, your husband is normal in that aspect, right? Also, he's not gay, is he? Taking on this kind of job, Lu Hong also had her requirements. First, he had to be normal. If he didn't even have the basic male capability, no matter how skilled she was at dealing with men, she wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be like dealing with a 90-year-old man who could only lie in bed and breathe. Even if she were as beautiful as a fairy, it wouldn't matter. Secondly, he couldn't be gay. If he liked men, her being a woman would only backfire. There was a risk she could even get beaten up. Because, being gay also has its nuances. Some gay men are simply attracted to men and have no feelings, good or bad, towards women. But some gay men not only prefer men but also have a particular disdain for women. This kind of homosexuality is deeply disgusting to them. If a woman were to approach them, they would feel as if they were being defiled, and they could lash out violently. Lu Yuling quickly shook her head and smiled. Don't worry, my husband is definitely not gay. Also, while his male capabilities aren't very strong, they do exist, and I can assure you of that. Lu Hong nodded with a smile. Then I can rest easy. Now, tell me about his situation. For the next while, Lu Hong and Lu Yuling chatted about Lu Yuling's husband. They discussed where he lived, what activities he usually engaged in, what work he did, what he looked like, and where he could typically be encountered. It didn't take long, just about 20 minutes, and Lu Hong had a good idea. He was just an ordinary man. Based on Lu Yuling's description, from family background to work to hobbies, Lu Hong could almost conclude that her husband was quite average. Even from the photos, he looked even more ordinary. He wasn't tall or strong, and his appearance was plain. Dealing with such a man, Lu Hong couldn't say she had him in her grasp, but getting into a hotel room would be quite easy. I think I have a general understanding of the situation, Lu Hong said. Your request is to get a divorce as soon as possible, right? Yes, Lu Yuling replied, the sooner, the better. It absolutely cannot exceed a month. I can't guarantee that, Lu Hong said decisively, shaking her head without a second thought. Ha! Lu Yuling was taken aback. Can't guarantee? She had already spent 100,000 yuan, and now she was being told it couldn't be guaranteed? If it couldn't be guaranteed, why did she spend 100,000 yuan to hire her? Just as Lu Yuling was feeling a bit confused, Lu Hong continued speaking. Whether you and your husband can get divorced within a month isn't something I can decide just by helping you. After all, he is a free person with his own will, and I can't control his choices. So, I can only play a supportive role. At the latest, within a week, I will arrange a hotel date with your husband. At that time, I will inform you of which hotel and which room number, and you can directly call the police, saying someone is engaging in prostitution. Of course, it won't actually be prostitution, but if you tell the police that, they will respond. At that point, the police will be witnesses to your husband's infidelity, and no matter how he tries to argue, it won't matter. At that time, you can negotiate the divorce with your husband and give him 2 options. The first is that you both get divorced immediately, splitting the household assets. If he agrees, you can get divorced quickly, without needing a month. The second is that you sue for divorce on the grounds of his infidelity. If you choose this method of divorce, you know it will require a court ruling, so getting divorced within a month is basically impossible. However, I feel the likelihood of your husband choosing the second option is quite low, because once you sue for divorce on the grounds of his infidelity, the court will consider you the victim when making a ruling, and most of the household assets will be awarded to you as compensation. For example, if you have a joint property of 1 million yuan, the judge might award you 800,000 yuan and your husband 200,000 yuan. Your husband definitely knows this situation, so I believe he is very unlikely to choose the second option. Because he has ample evidence of his infidelity, you can definitely get a divorce. For you, it's just a matter of sooner or later, but for him, it's about how much property he can keep. In my experience, when a man knows he can't keep his family, he definitely won't cling on. Instead, he'll rationally protect his assets. After all, that's his capital for marrying the next wife. Of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility that your husband is stubborn. If he insists on not divorcing you and wants to go through with a judgment, then I can't help that. I can only play a supportive role. After hearing Lu Hong's words, Lu Yuling suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, as if a fog had lifted. In fact, she even felt a sense of admiration. Look at that! This is what you call professionalism. When she first talked to Lu Hong, she had a rough idea of what kind of pressure tactic would lead to a divorce, but it wasn't specific. Now, after Lu Hong's explanation, the entire plan became clear. Moreover, she felt confident that she could get a divorce within a month. Because she knew her husband too well, when he realized that divorce was inevitable, he would definitely fight for more marital assets. Great! Lu Yuling said, then just as you said, you only need to arrange for him to go to a hotel within a week, and the rest is up to you. Seeing that Lu Hong and Lu Yuling had reached an agreement, Chao Chun, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiled and clapped his hands. Alright, to celebrate our successful collaboration, I think we should have a drink. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong instantly beamed. That's right, I felt something was missing. It turns out it was too bland. Boss, how about I bring a few more girls to liven things up? Lu Hong hadn't forgotten her primary job. She was an employee at Jinding KTV, and if Chao Chen and the others could spend some money there tonight, she would earn a commission. More girls? Chao Chen asked with a smile. Boss, you say that? Lu Hong giggled, covering her mouth. Our Jinding lacks nothing but girls, just wait. Saying this, Lu Hong spoke into the intercom, asking for a few girls to come over. In just 3 minutes, the door to the private room opened, and 6 tall, attractive young girls entered in a line. Come on, turn around for the boss and say hello. The 6 girls smiled as they twirled past Chao Chun, showcasing their figures, and then all bowed together, calling out, hello, boss. At that moment, Chao Chun sat on the sofa, his mouth agape. In a daze, he felt as if he had arrived at the Pigsy's cave. Damn! This is what life is. The 10 years I spent in prison were simply not living at all. Boss, Lu Hong said with a smile, leaning closer to Chao Chen, which one do you like? I can have her stay. Chao Chen glanced at Lu Hong and frowned. What kind of talk is that? They've come, so how can we let them leave? Bring the drinks. Upon hearing Chao Chen say this, Lu Hong's eyes curved with laughter. Alright, boss, bringing the drinks. Soon, waiters began to bring in boxes of beer, foreign liquor, and other drinks, streaming into the private room. Before long, the room was filled with various cheerful sounds, rock paper scissors, dice games, playful banter, and lively chatter. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, in the rental room, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling worked together to get the drunken Chao Chen onto the bed. I thought you two were just going to discuss business and would be back soon, Bai Jing said with a wry smile. How did it turn into a night of fun? How much did you drink to get him like this? Faced with Bai Jing's question, Lu Yuling didn't know how to respond. Who knew how much they had drunk? Anyway, there were bottles everywhere. She didn't even know what kind of liquor it was or how much each bottle cost. It was all a mess. In short, that night, they spent 160,000. Aside from her, Lu Hong and the 6 girls were all sprawled on the ground, none of them able to stay awake. And Chao Chen had drunk the most. Because, counting Lu Hong, 7 people took turns playing drinking games with him, which was essentially a 1v7 situation. If it weren't for tonight, Lu Yuling wouldn't have known that Chao Chen's drinking capacity was so terrifying. The amount of alcohol he consumed tonight, if it were any other man, would definitely have landed him in the hospital for emergency treatment. In fact, whether he could be saved would be a question. Of course, Lu Yuling wouldn't tell Bai Jing about any of this. Whether it was Chao Chen spending 160,000 in one night, or him drinking so much, or the games he played with Lu Hong and the others, Lu Yuling wouldn't share any of it with Bai Jing, because she was worried that Bai Jing would overstep her bounds. Just considering that Chao Chen spent 160,000 in one night, if Bai Jing found out, she would definitely nag him. Aren't you going to live your life? Are you going crazy? And Chao Chen certainly didn't like hearing any of that. He had so much money, just the properties he currently owned were worth nearly 400 million. If it was just ordinary eating and drinking, he could spend his whole life without running out of money. So, let alone spending 160,000 in one night, even if he spent 200,000 or 300,000, as long as he was happy, that was enough for him. With so much money, did he really need to be controlled by others just because he wanted to enjoy himself? Why should that be the case? What was the point of having so much money otherwise? Moreover, nagging him about being extravagant and wasteful wasn't Bai Jing's responsibility. That was a power that could only be exercised by Chao Chen's girlfriend or wife. If Bai Jing couldn't position herself correctly and took on the role of a mistress to lecture Chao Chun, it was foreseeable that before long, she might not be seen by his side anymore. Therefore, to prevent Bai Jing from overstepping her bounds with Chao Chen and causing him dissatisfaction, Lu Yuling chose to gloss over many things that happened in the KTV. Bai Jing, however, wasn't as oblivious to her position as Lu Yuling thought. After a simple inquiry, she didn't engage in much further discussion. Instead, she began to ask about Lu Yuling's divorce from her husband. Lu Yuling had nothing to hide about her own matters, so she simply laid it all out. It was nothing more than taking 100,000 yuan to ask Lu Hong to seduce her husband, and then she would call the police to catch him in the act. After listening, Bai Jing thought for a moment and said, "What if your husband withstands Lu Hong's advances and doesn't do anything wrong? Then why would I even get a divorce?" Lu Yuling laughed. "If my husband is truly loyal to me in our marriage, it means he has some redeeming qualities. Although he doesn't have much ability and doesn't earn much money, his loyalty to me is enough for us to continue living together. However, the chances are slim because Lu Hong is really quite charming. I feel that my husband's loyalty can't possibly withstand her allure." "Really? Is Lu Hong that impressive?" Bai Jing asked skeptically. "You'll know when you see her," Lu Yuling replied. Lu Hong's looks and figure can only be considered above average, a score of 90, but not top-notch. However, she has an innate charm that exudes from her every smile and gesture, giving off a captivating vibe. I don't know if you've heard the term born with a seductive bone. When I see Lu Hong, the first thing that comes to my mind is born with a seductive bone. Compared to you, her looks aren't as high, and her figure isn't as good, but she has that extra bit of allure, especially unreasonable. Is that so? Hearing Lu Yuling speak so intriguingly, Bai Jing suddenly developed a strong interest in Lu Hong. Hearing you say that, I'm becoming more and more interested in Lu Hong. If I have the time, I really want to meet her. There will be opportunities, Lu Yuling said. Lu Hong and your brother Cohen had a great time last night. They even drank cross-cupped beer together. By the end, the way she looked at him was almost glowing with envy. Plus, they've already added each other as friends. I estimate that once she finishes handling my divorce, she'll turn around and look for your brother Cohen. Hearing Lu Yuling say this, Bai Jing silently glanced at Chao Chun, who was lying on the bed. Goodness! I originally thought he was a pure-hearted young man, but it turns out he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, having fun wherever he goes. He even captivated a nightlife expert to the point of envy. Does he really have that much charm? It seems he really does. Not to mention, just his chiseled muscles alone are enough to drive those nightlife women crazy. After all, these women are well experienced and know what true quality looks like. Time flew by, and before long, it was evening. At this point, Chao Chun, who had been sleeping soundly on the bed all day, finally stretched and opened his eyes. Lu Yuling thought he was drunk, but in fact, he wasn't drunk at all, just slightly tipsy. Moreover, it wasn't just Lu Hong and the others who got him drunk. A significant part of it was that he wanted to drink. Ever since he practiced the techniques from that nameless book, Chao Chun could feel very intuitively that his body was getting stronger day by day. Ordinary alcohol couldn't make him feel drunk at all. He even tried drinking that 60 to 70 degree erguotu, and after downing 4 or 5 bottles, it only made him speak with a hint of alcohol. It couldn't get him drunk. Not to mention getting drunk, he couldn't even manage to feel tipsy. Taking advantage of last night's opportunity, he wanted to test his current alcohol tolerance, but he didn't expect that once he started drinking, he wouldn't stop until dawn, only then feeling slightly tipsy. It was so rare. Moreover, he had a very intuitive feeling that with just this little bit of tipsiness, he could completely negate it with his rice bucket 72 forms. After all, the operation of the rice bucket 72 forms is to convert what he eats into energy, absorbed by his body. And the alcohol he drank was no exception. As long as it was something he consumed, it could be quickly digested and converted into energy through the rice bucket 72 forms. Of course, he wouldn't want to do that. After all, it was a slightly tipsy experience he spent 160,000 to buy. He wouldn't want to waste it just like that. You're awake. Bai Jing pushed open the bedroom door, holding new clothes she prepared for Chao Chen, and walked in with a smile. I thought you would sleep until night. Chao Chen laughed, rolled off the bed, and while putting on the clothes Bai Jing handed him, he asked, Where's Lu Yuling? Has she gone home? No, she's in the living room playing your PS5, Bai Jing replied. She's already causing a ruckus with her husband, insisting on a divorce. Why would she go back? She said she'll be staying here for a while. Chao Chen nodded. By the way, Bai Jing continued, someone named Sunway has called you several times just now. You were sleeping, so I didn't answer. Do you want to call him back? Hearing the name Sunway, Chao Chen paused in putting on his pants, a smile creeping onto his lips as he said meaningfully, Of course I want to call back, he's my best brother. Mentioning Sunway, memories of what he and his other good brother did flooded Chao Chen's mind uncontrollably. The two best brothers, after he was imprisoned, not only never visited him but also dug up his grandfather's grave and scattered his ashes outside the prison. The two wanted to distance themselves from him, the murderer, and he could understand that. However, what they were doing was beyond his comprehension. Not only could he not understand it, but he also could not accept it. Because his grandfather was the only family member in Chao Chen's life, and he was the person he respected the most. Therefore, he absolutely could not tolerate the thought of his grandfather being exhumed and scattered, ultimately ending up as nothing but bones. In his previous life, he had never had the chance to come out of Haicheng's second prison. If he had, he would have definitely twisted the heads off these two good brothers of his. With these thoughts in mind, after getting dressed, Chao Chen picked up his phone and called Sunway back. Soon, the call connected, and Sunway's impatient voice came through. "Hey, Lao Chao, what's going on? I've called you several times, and you didn't pick up." Chao Chen chuckled. "Oh, I really didn't hear it. I played all night last night and just woke up now." "Damn," Sunway said, "then hurry up and come over to Zhang's restaurant at the school gate. We're about to start eating." Sunway was also enrolled at Haicheng University, but he chose to report to school today instead of yesterday with Chao Chen and Wang Shanshan. This was because his parents were driving him to school today. "You guys eat, don't wait for me," Chao Chen said seriously. "By the way, are uncle and auntie there?" "They are. I just called you, and you didn't answer. Hurry up." With that, Sunway hung up first. Seeing this, Chao Chen smirked coldly, greeted by Jing and Lu Yuling, and then strode out of the rental apartment. 10 minutes later, near the entrance of Haicheng University, at a restaurant called Zhang's, Chao Chen walked in. At that moment, a boy about 1.75 meters tall, wearing glasses, stood up and shouted, "Lao Chao, over here." Chao Chen looked over and saw his long-lost good brother Sunway, along with Sunway's dad and mom. Seeing the three of them, Chao Chen broke into a bright smile and walked over. "Uncle Sun, Aunt Lu." Chao Chen first greeted Sunway's dad, Sun Zicheng, and mom, Lu Jiamin, then casually sat down next to Sunway. The Sun family had already started eating. Sun Zicheng and Lu Jiamin paused their meal, smiled at Chao Chen, and greeted him. "Xiao Kuan is here," Sun Zicheng said with a smile. "Quick, go get some rice. The dishes here are really delicious, so hurry up while it's hot." Right, Lu Jiamin agreed, scooping meat into her bowl. "Xiao Kuan, hurry and get some rice. The food here is really good." Seeing that there were only 3 dishes on the table and some soup left, Chao Chen suppressed the urge to flip the 3 plates over their heads and cheerfully agreed. "All right, I'll go get the rice right away." As he turned to leave for the rice, he secretly slapped himself. Idiot. What a big idiot. In his previous life, he truly regarded Sunway as a brother, so he respected Sunway's parents very much as well. As a result, this family had played him like a monkey. For example, on weekends, Sunway would call him, saying they had fried chicken or stewed fish at home, inviting him to come eat. Every time, Chao Chen was deeply touched. So, every time he went, he had to bring a bottle of wine worth 100 or so yuan for Sunway's dad, Sun Zicheng. If it were just that, Chao Chen would definitely not say he was a monkey being played. The problem was, every time he arrived at Sunway's house, whether it was fried chicken or stewed fish, there was basically only a bit of soup left. It was very similar to the current scene. Every time at this moment, Sunway would sternly accuse him, asking why he was so slow to arrive, how long they had been waiting for him, and that they thought he wasn't coming at all. And Chao Chen would just laugh and apologize, not minding at all, as he slurped the soup and made do with it. Because he felt that he and Sunway were brothers, and the bond between brothers wasn't something that could be proven by just 1 or 2 meals. Besides, only true brothers would be so casual with each other. If Sunway's family really waited for him to start eating together, that would be treating him like a guest, not like a brother. Holding on to this thought, Chao Chen had been taken advantage of by this family of 3 countless times in his past life. Every time he went to Sunway's house for a meal, he would bring a bottle of wine worth over 100 yuan, but every time he ate at Sunway's house, it was all just soup. This didn't even include the times they ate out. Sometimes, Sunway's family would have a meal outside, and when they were almost done, Sunway would call him to come over and eat together. Just like now. Every time Chao Chen arrived, there would only be leftovers. He didn't mind at all and would even compete to pay the bill, always managing to snatch it from Sunway's father, Sun Zicheng. At that moment, Sun Zicheng would sigh and say, "I can't keep up with you young folks anymore." Chao Chen would feel quite proud every time he heard that. Looking back now, it was clear that Sun Zicheng wasn't really unable to keep up. He was just putting on a show, never intending to pay. They were just treating him like a big fool. Thinking about this, Chao Chen scooped rice while muttering to himself. If your family treats me like this, I might be able to forgive you, but your son absolutely should not have dug up my grandfather's grave, leaving the old man with nothing but bones in the end. So, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying this to himself, Chao Chen turned around, his face once again breaking into a brilliant smile as he strode towards Sun Wei's family. Before Chao Chen arrived, Sun Wei's mother, Lu Jiamin, stuffed the last piece of meat into her mouth. "Xiao Koan, hurry, come. Lu Jiamin chewed while enthusiastically lifting the plate, pushing some wilted vegetable leaves and soup into Chao Chen's rice bowl. "Eat it while it's hot, you have to try this dish, it's really good." Chao Chen suppressed the urge to punch Lu Jiamin and smiled. Alright, Aunt Lu, I can handle it myself." Saying this, Chao Chen took a big mouthful, his eyes widening as he gave a thumbs up. It really is delicious, the taste is quite good. Right? Lu Jiamin smiled, "Then eat more, we're all full, no need to rush." Facing Sun Wei's family of 3, even though he felt disgusted inside, Chao Chen acted as if nothing was wrong. He even managed to finish 2 big bowls of rice with just those 3 plates of soup. Meanwhile, Sun Wei's family had clearly finished eating, but no one went to pay the bill, they just sat there, chatting casually with Chao Chen. "By the way, Chao Chen, have you heard? It seems something happened to Wang Shanshan's family." Suddenly, Sun Wei seemed to remember something and shifted the topic directly to Wang Shanshan. Chao Chen wasn't surprised at all. After all, Xia County was just a small place, and the circle was so small that any little stir would spread quickly. Moreover, Wang Shanshan was their classmate, so it was even more impossible not to talk about her. "Yeah, I heard," Chao Chen wiped his mouth and said, "I heard that Wang Shanshan's dad seems to have killed someone and has already been arrested." Upon hearing about the murder, Sun Zicheng and Lu Jiamin, who had been nonchalant, suddenly perked up. "Someone was killed?" Lu Jiamin exclaimed in surprise. "Wang Shanshan's dad?" "Yeah." Chao Chen nodded vigorously. "My goodness." Lu Jiamin covered her mouth and said, "What's going on? I've met her dad before, he doesn't look like a tough guy at all. How could he have done something like murder?" Chao Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm not too sure about that. I just heard that her dad went to prison for murder." Not wanting to idle away with this family of 3 on the topic, Chao Chen casually chatted with them for a bit before ending the conversation. Next, he accompanied the family in a playful dog comparison and chatted about other things for a while. Then it was time for the much-anticipated bill fighting segment. This time, just like before, Sun Zicheng still couldn't outbid Chao Chen. Inevitably, he brought up his catchphrase again. "I'm getting old, I can't compete with you young guys." To this, Chao Chen just laughed heartily. He was already too lazy to waste words with this family's hypocritical dog comparison. He was eager to see Sun Wei fall into the abyss. He wanted to see the expressions on Sun Zicheng and Lu Jiamin's faces when they witnessed their precious son's downfall. "Xiao Wei, your dad and mom are leaving now. You have to take care of yourself out there. And Xiao Koan, you and Xiao Wei are good brothers. You must help each other out there and never let anyone bully Xiao Wei." More than 10 minutes later, by a Volkswagen car near the school gate, Lu Jiamin sat in the passenger seat, reluctantly saying goodbye to Sun Wei and Chao Chen. "Mom, stop being so long-winded," Sun Wei said. "I'm not a child anymore, I can take care of myself." "Don't worry, Aunt Lu," Chao Chen said, casually patting Sun Wei's shoulder. "Sun Wei is my good brother. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully him." With Chao Chen's assurance, the smiles on Lu Jiamin and Sun Zicheng's faces brightened considerably. "Alright, it's getting late. We'll be leaving now. You two take care, and call if anything happens." After a final round of reminders, Sun Wei's dad, Sun Zicheng, stepped on the gas and drove Lu Jiamin back to Xia County. Chao Chen and Sun Wei watched the car disappear before finally retracting their gaze. Finally gone. Without his parents around, Sun Wei felt completely free. Suddenly, he turned to Chao Chen and asked, "Hey, by the way, which dorm are you in?" "Me? I'm not in the same building as you," Chao Chen replied dismissively. "Aren't you majoring in management?" "I'm in finance, our dorms aren't in the same building." Not being in the same place. Sun Wei nodded and then sighed, "Tough days are coming soon. I checked the recent weather forecast for Haicheng, and it's pretty hot. Looks like this military training is going to be rough." Every university conducts military training for new students upon their arrival, lasting varying lengths of time. Some last a week, some 10 days, some half a month, and some even a month. Haicheng University is no exception. The first lesson for new students every year is military training, lasting 10 days. This means that after tomorrow's final day of new student registration, starting the day after, the new students at Haicheng University will undergo 10 days of military training. However, Chao Chen is not part of this group. Because he took a long leave when he registered yesterday, he won't participate in military training at all. After all, he came to university mainly to fulfill his grandfather's wish, and secondly, to experience university life properly. They say university life is great. If you didn't experience it in your past life, you should at least try it in this life, or it feels like a regret. As for the so-called studying and making a name for himself in school, none of that was in his plans. Especially studying, he hadn't even thought about it. He had spent 10 years in prison, and the things he learned in school were long forgotten. Therefore, his university grades were destined to lag behind, destined to be at the bottom. Thus, his university life had a very clear goal. 2 words could sum it up: enjoyment. So, that kind of military training under the scorching sun was completely contrary to his purpose of going to university. Instead of participating in military training, he would rather stay in his rented room and play games with Bai Jing and Lu Yuling on the PS5. Chao Chen smiled and patted Sun Wei's shoulder, saying, "No way, you really thought about participating in military training?" Sun Wei was taken aback for a moment and frowned. "Can I not participate?" "Of course you can," Chao Chen replied, "as long as the counselor approves your leave." I took a leave for the entire military training. "No way." Sun Wei's eyes widened. "Is that true? How did you manage that?" "I said I have a heart condition, and high-intensity training like military training could lead to sudden death," Chao Chen explained, "and I also said I needed to receive treatment in the hospital recently." As soon as the counselor heard that, he immediately approved my leave. Sun Wei stared blankly at Chao Chen. "Is that really possible?" "Of course it is," Chao Chen said, "and with this leave slip, I don't even have to stay in the dormitory at night. Otherwise, do you think I woke up so late today? I was out all night yesterday, okay? I made almost 10,000. As he spoke, Chao Chen shot a proud look at Sun Wei. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei instantly perked up. 10,000 yuan was no small amount for someone from an ordinary family like them. Especially after hearing that Chao Chen made nearly 10,000 in one night, Sun Wei's eyes nearly sparkled. He quickly asked, "No way, Lao Chao, you made almost 10,000 in one night? What did you do? Want to know?" Chao Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "How about I take you out to have some fun tonight? At 8 o'clock in the evening." In the southern district of Haicheng, a nondescript 3-story building stood before them as a taxi came to a stop. This area was already on the outskirts of the city, so there weren't many tall buildings nearby, giving it a somewhat town-like feel. Sun Wei was the first to get out of the taxi. He looked at the Yun chess room in front of him, his face filled with confusion. "Isn't this just a chess room? The place where Chao Chen said he made nearly 10,000 in one night couldn't possibly be here, right?" Thinking this, Sun Wei turned back to look at Chao Chen, who had just paid the fare. "Hey, Lao Chao, the place you mentioned where you made nearly 10,000 in one night, it can't be this Yun chess room, right? This is just a very ordinary chess room." Chao Chen looked up and down, nodding. "Indeed." From the outside, this Yun chess room looked like a very common chess room, with card games on the first floor, billiards on the second, and the third floor was unclear. However, in reality, this Yun chess room was anything but ordinary. According to Chao Chen's understanding, beneath this 3-story chess room, there was another hidden layer. The layer below was where the real action happened. The chess room and billiards above were just a front, a cover for the very bottom layer. And this place was run by someone called Wolf Brother. Among the ruffians in Haicheng, Wolf Brother was just a lower middle-tier thug. He could only mix on the outskirts of Haicheng, not qualified to operate in the city center. However, even so, for an average person, Wolf Brother was still an unshakable giant. This could be felt just from the places he owned. Aside from this bustling chess and card room, Wolf Brother also owns 2 KTVs, a hotel, a barbecue restaurant, and an arcade. Although all of these are on the outskirts of the city, they are already quite powerful. The businesses he is involved in include many illicit industries such as gambling, pornography, and loan sharking. Moreover, Wolf Brother is still quite strong. According to Chao Chen's memories from his previous life, for at least the next 7 or 8 years, Wolf Brother will continue to thrive in his territory. It is likely that he has some backing. Of course, this is just Chao Chen's speculation. He is not sure if it is true. In any case, the people in the city have become so muddled that the thugs have changed several times, yet he remains strong in his territory. Thinking about this, Chao Chen smiled and patted Sun Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Some things can't be judged by appearances. Come on, let's go take a look inside." With that, Chao Chen stepped in first. Inside the large chess and card room, it was unclear whether it was the wrong time or if there were just fewer people around, but only about 5 or 6 tables were playing. Some were playing cards, others were playing mahjong. Moreover, the players were mostly older folks, with more than half of them having gray hair. Seeing this scene, even Sun Wei, who was obsessed with playing cards, lost interest immediately. "Damn! It's just a bunch of old men and women. What's the fun in that? You can't get any excitement playing with these old folks. They play so slowly, it's not even worth getting worked up over. Sun Wei looked at Chao Chen, suspiciously asking, Old Chao, did you bring me to the wrong place? Can you really make 10,000 in a night here? Are you sure these old folks are betting that big? And are you sure they can keep you company all night? I'm not looking down on them, but if they play all night, at least 3 of them would have to be sent home, right? Hearing Sun Wei's complaints, Chao Chen shook his head with a smile, saying, Look at you, why can't you be a little more patient? We just got here. As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, a beautiful young woman in her 30s, wearing a qipao, walked over with a graceful, snake-like gait, her hips swaying, a bright smile on her face. Hello, gentlemen, what would you like to play? I can help you set up a game. Although Chao Chen did not know this beautiful woman, he guessed she must be Wolf Brothers' third mistress, Zhang Yunyun. Chao Chen also smiled, glanced around the chess and card room, leaned closer to Zhang Yunyun, and whispered, Madam, we want to play something exciting, how about going underground? Zhang Yunyun slightly furrowed her brows but maintained her smile, saying, This young man, I don't quite understand what you mean by underground. We only have 3 floors here, there's no underground. Chao Chen smiled and this time leaned his mouth close to Zhang Yunyun's ear, causing Sun Wei, who was watching from the side, to widen his eyes. What the hell? Such an intimate gesture? This is still the same guy who pursued Wang Shanshan for 3 years, always behaving himself and too timid to be bold? How does it feel like he has changed so much in just one holiday? Chao Chen ignored Sun Wei beside him and whispered to Zhang Yunyun, I've heard of Sister Yun and Wolf Brothers' names for a long time. My brother here doesn't have many hobbies, just likes to play a few rounds, so I specifically brought him here to broaden his horizons. I hope Sister Yun can give me a little face and not let me lose face in front of my brother. Zhang Yunyun covered her mouth and smiled, glancing at Sun Wei, then leaned in to whisper in Chao Chen's ear. Bringing your brother here, it seems your bond is truly stronger than plastic. Chao Chen chuckled and did not respond. Zhang Yunyun also did not say anything further, her smile radiant as she said, Follow me. After speaking, she twisted her water snake-like waist and gracefully ascended the stairs. Seeing this, Sun Wei hurriedly approached Chao Chen and asked, Old Chao, what were you two talking about just now, exchanging glances? Have you two hooked up? What are you talking about? Chao Chen replied, speechless. That's the boss's wife, she has a man. Don't say random things. Let's go, hurry up. After saying that, Chao Chen and Sun Wei quickly followed her upstairs. Before long, Chao Chen and Sun Wei, following Zhang Yunyun, arrived at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor looked like a large warehouse, filled with all sorts of clutter. There were discarded mahjong tables, broken pool tables, and some old pool cues, among other things. Zhang Yunyun led Chao Chen and Sun Wei to a thick wall with surveillance cameras, where she pressed a button at the bottom. Before long, the wall suddenly opened, revealing a muscular man in a tank top covered in tattoos. Sun Wei peered inside and was shocked to discover that the wall concealed an elevator. Zhang Yunyun took a couple of steps forward and spoke with the muscular man for a moment. He nodded and then approached Chao Chen and Sun Wei. Gentlemen, please hand over your phones first, and ensure you have no other electronic devices on you, or it may lead to an unfriendly misunderstanding. At this point, Sun Wei was already having second thoughts and wanted to leave. If it were just him, he would have definitely walked away. However, with Chao Chen beside him, calm and unperturbed like a stabilizing force, his anxious heart was soothed. So, in the end, he handed over his phone, along with one of his Bluetooth earphones. Once Chao Chen and Sun Wei had surrendered their phones, the muscular man took out a device similar to a security scanner. Holding the device, he meticulously checked both Chao Chen and Sun Wei from head to toe, front to back. After confirming that they had nothing on them that would trigger a response from the device, he began inspecting their phones. Once he verified that there were no tricks on their phones, a smile appeared on his face, and he gestured towards the elevator behind the wall. Gentlemen, please step inside. Sun Wei hesitated, glancing at Chao Chen and then at the muscular man, weakly asking, aren't you going to give us our phones back? The muscular man grinned, Little boss, your phones need to be temporarily stored with me. Don't worry, they will be returned to you intact when you leave. Also, if you need your phones at any point, like for a transfer or to buy something, you can come to me. Hearing this, Sun Wei looked at Chao Chen again. Chao Chen laughed heartily, that's just the rule here, don't worry, your phone will be safe. With that, Chao Chen took the lead and stepped into the elevator. Seeing this, Sun Wei hurried in as well, as if afraid that walking slowly would make him seem cowardly. The muscular man followed them into the elevator, verified his fingerprint at a designated spot, and then the elevator closed and began to descend slowly. Soon, when the elevator came to a stop and opened again, they had arrived at a basement level that officially did not exist. Before them was a room of about 10 square meters, occupied by a woman in professional attire wearing glasses, with an average appearance and figure. Besides her, the room contained a door leading elsewhere, 2 chairs, a surveillance computer, and a row of cabinets. At this moment, the surveillance screen on the monitoring computer clearly displayed the first, second, and third floors of the chess and card room, as well as the street outside. In other words, from the moment Chao Chen and Sun Wei got out of the car, to when they entered the chess and card room, and then followed Zhang Yunyun to the 3rd floor, everything was captured on this computer's surveillance. The muscular man led the two to a room and brought them to a door. "Gentlemen," the muscular man said with a self-proclaimed friendly smile, "I hope you have a great time tonight." With that, he exerted force and pushed the door open. Only then did Chao Chen and Sun Wei see that behind this door was a hall. At that moment, in this hall, several gambling tables surrounded by crowds were in the midst of intense gambling. Before they even stepped inside, they could hear various passionate voices coming from within. Big, big, small, small, pair of aces, pair of aces. Stunned by the passionate voices in the hall, Chao Chen didn't even have time to speak before he saw Sun Wei uncontrollably swallow. It was clear that he was too fond of this place and atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Chao Chen subtly raised the corner of his mouth, patted Sun Wei on the shoulder, and then walked in with him. As the two entered the hall, they could feel the blood coursing through their veins with even more intensity. The people inside were all as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their faces flushed with excitement. There were not only men but also women, though they were in the minority. Suddenly, a woman at a nearby table stood up with a shout, excitedly dancing on her chair. She thrust her hips forward and twisted her buttocks side to side. Although there was no sense of beauty in her movements, it was evident that she was very excited. From her reaction, Chao Chen knew without guessing that she must have won money, and quite a bit at that. Chao Chen glanced at Sun Wei, who was captivated by the woman, and leaned in, saying, "Sun Wei, you take a look around. I need to go to the restroom." At that moment, Sun Wei was already deeply absorbed in the place, completely unconcerned about Chao Chen, and nodded eagerly. Seeing this, Chao Chen took a couple of steps into the crowd, turned around, and walked back out through the door they had just come through. "Oh, little boss, what's up?" The muscular man had just lit a cigarette and sat down when he saw Chao Chen come out so quickly, looking a bit surprised. Chao Chen smiled, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and said, "Buddy, can I ask if you have a guaranteed win service here?" "Guaranteed win service?" The muscular man looked as if he had heard a joke, first stunned, then he chuckled while holding the cigarette. "No, little boss, do you know what kind of place this is? In a place like this, you're looking for a guaranteed win service? If there were such a service, would it still be your turn? It would have been bought out long ago." A plain-looking woman beside him, who had been watching the surveillance, let out a snicker but said nothing. Chao Chen exhaled a puff of smoke with a smile and said, "Buddy, don't be so absolute. Besides, my guaranteed win service only guarantees a win, not a profit. How about this? I spend 500,000 to buy a service that guarantees a win of 70,000, is that unreasonable?" "What? Spending 500,000 to buy a service that guarantees a win of 70,000? The muscular man and the woman watching the surveillance were both stunned. "What kind of guaranteed win service is this? Isn't that a pure loss of 430,000? Realizing that Chao Chen's purpose for coming here was not so simple, the muscular man restrained his smile and said seriously, "Boss, can you clarify what you mean? What exactly are you trying to say?" Chao Chen smiled and flicked the ash from his cigarette, saying, "The person who came with me earlier is my best brother. My brother, you see, has no other hobbies, he just likes to play a few rounds. If he could win a bit more while playing a couple of rounds, he would be even happier. So, I plan to spend 500,000 to buy a guaranteed winning service from us, not too much, just let him win around 60,000 to 70,000 in 7 or 8 days. That's about 10,000 to 18,000 a day. Is that difficult?" The muscular man and the plain-looking woman widened their eyes in shock. What kind of grudge is this? Anyone familiar with the gambling industry knows that gambling can be addictive. Otherwise, the term gambling addiction wouldn't exist. Just look at the stories of the brothers in the forums, some have gone so far as to chop off their fingers to quit. But when it comes to gambling, they still gamble. And to become addicted to gambling, there's a prerequisite: one must first taste the sweetness. If someone loses heavily on their first gamble, without tasting any sweetness, only facing setbacks, how can they become addicted? Are they masochists? Therefore, many casinos target a certain fat sheep, ensuring they win first, letting them taste the sweetness, and then slowly making them lose everything until they are bankrupt. And for Chao Chen, spending 500,000 to buy a service that guarantees a win of 60,000 to 70,000 means he is losing over 400,000 himself, which is quite obvious. Although he claims it's to make his good brother happier, in reality, he wants to pin his brother down here. At first, when the muscular man saw Chao Chen and Sun Wei come in together, he thought they had a good relationship. It wasn't until Chao Chen came to buy this guaranteed winning service that he realized he was wrong, and very wrong at that. However, this is ultimately someone else's private grudge. He can't interfere and doesn't want to, but he can't ignore the matter of the 500,000. After all, it's 500,000, while not a huge amount, it's not small either. However, he can't make decisions on such matters. The muscular man took a couple of strong puffs from his cigarette and laughed. It seems the little boss is really going to great lengths for your brother. No, Chao Chen shook his head with a smile. It's not that he's going to great lengths. As my best brother, I just hope he can have fun, right? The muscular man laughed heartily. Right, that's what we brothers want, to see each other happy. But I can't make this decision, let me ask around first. Saying this, the muscular man pressed the earpiece on his shoulder and said, Sister Yun, could you come down for a moment? There's something here that needs your decision. After he finished speaking, the muscular man took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Chao Chen stayed in the monitoring room, where he could see the muscular man talking to Zhang Yunyun at the elevator entrance through the surveillance camera. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Zhang Yunyun understood the situation and took the elevator down to the basement with the muscular man. When the elevator doors opened, Zhang Yunyun swayed her waist and hips, smiling as she approached Chao Chen. Earlier, when I said your brotherly bond was more plastic than real, it seems I was too conservative. Chao Chen chuckled. Sister Yun, you should know the situation by now. What do you think? Zhang Yunyun paused for 2 seconds, looking troubled. The price you offered is a bit too low. You should know that getting your good brother to win 10,000 to 18,000 every day for 7 or 8 days is quite challenging. Moreover, this involves a situation where, to ensure your brother profits, we need to send professionals to handle it. To put it bluntly, our casino might need to cheat to cooperate. You have to understand, if this kind of thing is discovered by other customers, it would be a fatal blow to us. At that point, who would still want to come here to play? So, 500,000 isn't enough, it's not worth the risk. Chao Chen nodded in understanding and asked, so, what does Sister Yun mean by the amount? Zhang Yunyun thought for a moment and held up one finger. 1 million. If you want to buy a guaranteed win service for your good brother, it has to be at least 1 million, guaranteed for 8 days. Chao Chen didn't even blink and smiled. Alright, 1 million it is, let's go with the price Sister Yun mentioned. Unexpectedly, when faced with the million, Chao Chen's expression didn't change at all, and Zhang Yunyun was slightly taken aback, her smile growing even wider. Interesting, I'm becoming more and more curious about the bond between you brothers. I really want to know how you established such a deep friendship. Could it be that he slept with your woman and put a green hat on you? Not at all, Chao Chen laughed. It's a long story. If Sister Yun is really interested, I can tell you all about it another day when I have time. Alright, I'll be waiting. Zhang Yunyun looked at Chao Chen with a smile, then lightly licked the corner of her lips. Not long after, Chao Chen returned to the hall. At this point, he had completed the 1 million transaction with Zhang Yunyun and also bought 5,000 worth of chips. When Chao Chen found Sun Wei at a gambling table, he was staring intensely at the table, the veins in his neck bulging. He was clearly more excited than some who had placed bets. Hey, Sun Wei, what are you doing here? Chao Chen approached as if he had just found him, patting his shoulder. Sun Wei glanced back at Chao Chen and replied dismissively, Oh, you done with the restroom? Yeah, just finished. Chao Chen frowned, but I think I might have eaten something bad. I'm feeling uncomfortable. I might need to go to the hospital. Huh? Sun Wei's brows furrowed at this, his reluctance almost visible on his face. How could that be? You were fine, how did you get diarrhea? I don't know, Chao Chen replied helplessly. Maybe I caught a chill while sleeping. Why don't you stay here and play, and I'll go to the hospital. As soon as Sun Wei heard that Chao Chen didn't want him to go to the hospital with him, his expression relaxed immediately. Alright, you go ahead, I'll just play here. Then I'll give you these chips, Chao Chen said, handing over the 5,000 worth of chips he had just bought. I just bought 5,000 worth of chips, I probably won't be able to come back tonight. You enjoy yourself, I need to hurry to the hospital. Sun Wei looked at the 5,000 worth of chips in his hand with delight and quickly nodded. Okay, you hurry to the hospital, I'll be fine here. Go on. It seemed he was urging Chao Chen to leave, and without even seeing him off, Sun Wei hurried back. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Chao Chen's lips as he pushed the door and walked out. Oh, boss, leaving already? Aren't you going to play a bit more? When the muscular man saw Chao Chen come out, he quickly stood up. At this moment, the muscular man's attitude was much more respectful than at the beginning. After all, he initially thought Chao Chen was just some small fry who wouldn't spend much here. But when Chao Chen took out 1 million without blinking, he realized how wrong he had been. He had never seen anyone who could face 1 million without batting an eye. One could only say that if Chao Chen wasn't wealthy, he was a ruthless character who didn't care about money. Regardless of which situation Chao Chen was in, he deserved respect and attitude. No, thanks. Chao Chen smiled as he lit a cigarette and said, "There are 2 women at home waiting for me to go back and play games." The muscular man laughed heartily and said, "Got it." With that, the muscular man opened the elevator and gestured for Chao Chen to go in first. As Chao Chen entered, he said, "By the way, buddy, keep an eye on things for me, don't let my brother get bullied here." The muscular man followed him in, using his fingerprint to close the elevator, and laughed, "Boss, you can rest assured, in Wolf Ge's territory, no one dares to cause trouble. I can't guarantee beyond that, but at least for these 7 or 8 days, I promise your good brother will have fun and no one will touch a hair on him." Hearing this, Chao Chen smiled and nodded. "That's enough, 7 or 8 days is sufficient. As for what happens after that, that's beyond what I can manage for my good brother. After all, I'm just his good brother. Being able to take care of him for 7 or 8 days is already quite generous, right?" "Right, absolutely generous." The muscular man quickly agreed. "Boss, you haven't done anything wrong. For a brother to do what you're doing is already commendable. But no matter how good a brother is, he can't support him for a lifetime. The rest of the journey has to be walked by himself. So, boss, you need to learn to let go, let him face the deceptions of life on his own, only then can he grow. Otherwise, you'll spoil your brother." Upon hearing the muscular man say this last sentence, Chao Chen couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, before Chao Chen had even gotten out of bed, he received a message from Zhang Yunyun. Sun Wei had left. After a night of hard work, he had successfully won 18,000 yuan from the venue. This amount was more than Chao Chen had initially expected. In fact, it was almost double. However, it was understandable. After all, this amount was not that easy to control. Even if the casino staff personally intervened, they couldn't just let you win exactly 10,000. Besides, winning a bit more or a bit less didn't really matter, as long as it didn't affect the final outcome. Another point to mention is that Sun Wei didn't leave voluntarily. The venue on the first underground floor didn't operate during the day, and he left because it was closing. Otherwise, he would still be fighting inside. After chatting briefly with Zhang Yunyun, just as Chao Chen finished his conversation with her, Sun Wei's call came in. Seeing this, Chao Chen carefully got out of bed, covered Lu Yuling with a thin blanket, then walked out of the bedroom to answer Sun Wei's call. "Hello, Sun Wei, what's up?" On the other end of the line, Sun Wei's voice was noticeably more excited than before as he shouted, "Hey, Lao Chao, are you up yet?" "Just woke up," Chao Chen replied with a wry smile. "I haven't even gotten dressed, what's going on?" "Ha ha ha." Sun Wei laughed heartily. "Don't sleep anymore, get up quickly, come with me to handle that medical record thing. I need to take a leave too. In this hot weather, I'm not doing military training, I need to ask our counselor for leave." Hearing this, Chao Chen's mouth curled up. Was it that he didn't want to participate in military training, or was he afraid it would interfere with his card games? Chao Chen didn't point it out and just laughed. "Damn, you don't need to get up this early, it's still early, the doctors aren't even awake yet. Where are you? I'll come find you, and we can grab a bite first." "Alright, come find me," Sun Wei said. "I'm over by Yuhua Building." "Yuhua Building?" Chao Chen thought for a moment and quickly figured out the location. "Okay, you wait for me there, I'll be right over." As Chao Chen hung up the phone, Bai Jing, who had woken up early to prepare breakfast, came over with a set of his clothes. "What's up? Going out so early?" Chao Chen smiled apologetically and gave Bai Jing, who was wearing a lace nightgown, a spicy hug before taking the clothes from her hands. While putting them on, he explained, "Sun Wei, my best buddy, heard that I got a medical record and can skip military training. So, he insisted that I get him one too, saying it's too hot and he doesn't want to participate in military training." Hearing this, Bai Jing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She knew about Chao Chen's medical record, and it was she and Lu Yuling who had gone to get it for him. At that time, Chao Chen was still in Xia County, and it wasn't yet the start of classes at Haicheng University. It was she and Lu Yuling who made a trip to get him that medical record. Of course, she was just an accompanying person, Lu Yuling was the main one. Lu Yuling knew the doctor, and because of that connection, they managed to get a fake medical record. Unexpectedly, it had become a trend, with 1 or 2 people thinking about skipping military training. While helping Chao Chen organize his clothes, Bai Jing said, "You guys, why are you all thinking about skipping military training? Military training is tiring and boring, but don't forget, it's also an opportunity to meet beautiful girls from different classes. You're all in college now, you should be thinking about finding girlfriends. If you don't act quickly, by the time military training is over, all the good girls will have been taken by others, and you'll only be left with the leftovers." Chao Chen chuckled and said, Sister Bai, do you think I still need to find a girlfriend? Ha! Bai Jing's expression turned serious as she slapped Chao Chen on the shoulder. Don't talk nonsense. How can you not need a girlfriend? Without a girlfriend, who are you going to marry and have kids with in the future? So, get your relationships straight in your head. Good friends are good friends, and girlfriends are girlfriends, they can't be mixed up, and you definitely can't treat good friends as girlfriends. Moreover, you must find a decent girl for a girlfriend, at least someone with a good heart. Like my rebellious girl, full of tricks and schemes, who can be with her without getting into trouble? Also, she should be clean, right? Our conditions aren't bad, we have height and looks, and we can take down muscle men with just 2 punches. Asking for a clean girlfriend who hasn't been harmed by other men isn't too much to ask, right? After being lectured by Bai Jing, Chao Chen grinned even wider. Right. What my sister Bai said is all correct. Saying this, Chao Chen gave Bai Jing another spicy hug and said, Sister Bai, I won't have breakfast, you and Lu Yuling eat. When she wakes up later, have her call that doctor and help get another fake medical record. Bai Jing nodded, okay, got it. Be careful on the road, and eat something good. It's early in the morning, don't eat unhealthy junk food. Chao Chen made an okay gesture to Bai Jing and then strode out of the rental apartment. An hour later, in the southern district of Haicheng, near Yuhua Building, a taxi came to a stop. Seeing Chao Chen get out of the car, Sun Wei, who had been waiting for almost an hour, hurried over. Damn, Lao Chao, can you be any slower? I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. I can't help it, Chao Chen said with a wry smile. It's rush hour, and Haicheng's taxis are too busy. I waited nearly 20 minutes just for a taxi. I can only say, this big city is way more prosperous than our small county. Sun Wei nodded in agreement. That's right, damn it, when I have money, I have to buy a car first. Otherwise, thinking about where to go for fun, sometimes you have to wait for a bus for half a day, it's too much trouble. Hearing Sun Wei say this, Chao Chen's lips curled up slightly. It seemed that the profits from last night had already made him a bit inflated. He was even thinking about buying a car. A good start. So, how was it? Chao Chen handed Sun Wei a cigarette and said, Did you have fun last night? Sun Wei's expression froze for a moment, and he awkwardly replied, Hey, what fun? I lost all night. That 5,000 yuan you gave me as chips, I lost it all. It wasn't fun at all, I'm never going back again. Seeing that Sun Wei clearly wanted to swallow his own 5,000 yuan along with the losses, Chao Chen didn't point it out, but instead, his smile grew wider. He lit the cigarette in his mouth and said, Hey, don't be angry, it's just a place to pass the time occasionally. Losing is losing, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't plan to go back either. Come on, let's go eat. With that, Chao Chen patted Sun Wei's shoulder heartily, and the two went to a nearby breakfast shop. Just like before, when he was with Chao Chen, Sun Wei walked in and ordered the most expensive items. He didn't care whether it was good or not, he immediately ordered 5 baskets of crab roe steamed buns that cost 40 yuan each. Including the porridge, the total breakfast for the two of them came to 230 yuan. And Sun Wei seemed to have no intention of paying the bill. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and went outside to smoke. Chao Chen wasn't angry about this. After stuffing the last crab roe bun into his mouth, he happily went to pay the bill. Hey, Lao Chao, are you sure you can get that doctor's medical record to take leave? As Chao Chen came out of the breakfast shop, Sun Wei, who was smoking at the door, leaned over and asked without inquiring about the breakfast cost. Don't worry, Chao Chen smiled. Which counselor would dare to let you participate in military training if they see you have heart problems? If something happens during training, can they bear that responsibility? So, rest assured, you can definitely get the leave. Also, you need to tell the counselor that you're undergoing treatment and will probably be in the hospital most of the time. That way, you can truly take leave. Because if you only ask for leave from military training, the counselor might just not let you participate, but at night, when they check the dorms, they will still check on you. That's what happened to me. At first, I asked for leave from military training, and the counselor indeed didn't let me participate, but they also didn't let me run around, making me study in the classroom. What kind of leave is that? When I saw the situation, I directly said I had to go to the hospital for treatment, and only then did they grant me real leave, so it doesn't matter whether I go back to the dorm or not. Sun Wei listened, enlightened, and nodded. Right, that makes sense. If it's just not participating in military training, they might just let you skip it but won't let you run around. Good thing I asked you, otherwise, I might have messed up my leave. Chao Chen laughed heartily. Hey, if you didn't ask me, I would have told you anyway. Come on, let's go find that doctor for the medical record. After saying that, Chao Chen hailed a taxi that happened to be empty, and then he and Sun Wei went to Yundong District. 40 minutes later. In Yundong District, a clinic that was larger than an outpatient department but not quite a hospital. Chao Chen and Sun Wei walked in together. Since Lu Yuling had called in advance, the fake medical record was processed smoothly. They just had to give the doctor a 500 yuan red envelope to get it without any issues. By the way, that 500 yuan red envelope was also provided by Chao Chen. Is this enough? After coming out of the large clinic, Sun Wei looked at the medical record in his hand, and his mouth broke into a grin. It must be possible, said Chao Chen. Just hand this over to your counselor. If you want to participate in military training, he won't even dare let you. Sun Wei chuckled a couple of times, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he frowned and said, "Wait a minute, Lao Chao, with this medical record, won't the classmates really misunderstand that I'm some sickly person? I was still thinking about finding a girlfriend in college. If the classmates really misunderstand, how am I supposed to find a girlfriend?" TSK. Chao Chen clicked his tongue and said, "Are you stupid? Hospitals never misdiagnose? Diagnosis papers never get mixed up? Once military training is over, you can just say you were misdiagnosed and took someone else's diagnosis paper, right? Are you really planning to disguise yourself with this medical record for 4 years?" Sun Wei grinned and scratched his head. "True, I was overthinking it a bit. By the way, what are you going to do next?" "I need to go back to school and catch up on sleep." Chao Chen had no intention of returning to school. First, today was the last day for new students to report, and it was chaotic, not worth going. Second, he had just bought a PS5 game that he hadn't finished yet. Last night, he got hammered by a game called Tiger Vanguard, and in his frustration, he ended up taking it out on Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to sleep at all last night. So, he wanted to take advantage of today to take down that knife-wielding tiger. However, after thinking for a few seconds, he ultimately decided to return to school. He felt that Bai Jing was right this morning. Finding a girlfriend must be done early, otherwise, by the time military training is over, all the good-looking ones would have been taken by others. So, he thought he would go back to school and see if there was anyone among this year's new students who stood out. "Then I'll go back to school with you," Chao Chen said, "just in time. I have nothing to do, so I'll wander around the school." An hour later, near the entrance of Haicheng University, Chao Chen and Sun Wei got out of a taxi. Since Sun Wei needed to ask their counselor for leave and go back to the dorm to catch up on sleep, the two of them didn't walk together for long before parting ways. Chao Chen strolled around the campus alone and unknowingly arrived at the bamboo grove he had once explored. He wondered how that goddess from the Big G was doing now. In fact, after that time, Chao Chen had come to Haicheng University several times, always in the evening, but he had never encountered that Big G goddess again. Just thinking that the Big G goddess might have just been an outsider visiting Haicheng University that night filled Chao Chen with an indescribable sense of regret and melancholy. He should have gotten her contact information no matter what. Now, he didn't even know where she was from or where she worked, making it impossible to find her. Just as Chao Chen was about to dive into the bamboo grove to relive the romance of that night, suddenly, two obviously new students walked past him. "Wow, no wonder she's the Big G goddess of our university. She's really beautiful, absolutely stunning." "Are you kidding? We've had the campus flower for 2 consecutive years. Do you think I'm joking? She must have some real talent." "Exactly, and I think this year's campus flower is still her. As long as she doesn't graduate from Haicheng University, no one can shake her status." "Yeah, I think so too. I didn't expect her to personally come out to recruit for the Go Club. It looks like this year's Go Club will be packed." The speaker was casual, but the listener was attentive. Chao Chen watched as these two new students excitedly exchanged words and walked away, unable to help but squint his eyes. "Campus flower? Big G goddess? Heh, when did Big G become so common? Do you understand the value of a Big G?" Chao Chen has seen proper investigations. In our country, the proportion of A is 13.9%. The proportion of B is 56.9%. The proportion of C is 16.7%. The proportion of D is 5.4%. The proportion of E is 0.8%. The proportion of F is 0.1%. The proportion of G is 0.003%. In other words, among 100,000 girls, there are only 3 GS. This is no longer a 1 in a million chance, it's a 1 in tens of thousands chance. If the other party is also good looking and has a nice figure, not just some big fat person, then it's not just a 1 in tens of thousands chance. A 1 in 100,000 chance might not even be enough. So, one after another, this Big G, that Big G, and the campus beauty, what nonsense is this? With the intention of exposing the truth, Chao Chen gave up on searching through the bamboo forest and turned to the main road of the university campus. Every year when the university starts, it's the time for various clubs to recruit new members. Haicheng University is no exception. On the first day of his registration, Chao Chen noticed the recruitment booths set up by various clubs on both sides of the main road. They were dazzling and diverse. There were martial arts clubs, basketball clubs, taekwondo clubs, karate clubs, cycling clubs, calligraphy clubs, crosstalk clubs, dance clubs, street dance clubs, roller skating clubs, and so on. By visual estimation, there were definitely dozens of clubs. However, on that day, Chao Chen was only thinking about taking a leave, so he just took a cursory glance and didn't join any club. He registered and left. Not long after returning to the main road of the campus, Chao Chen immediately began to look for the recruitment booths on both sides. Campus beauty, and a big G? He wanted to take a good look and see what was going on. Nowadays, women are becoming increasingly hypocritical. Clearly, they only have a bit of admirable capital, yet they dare to call themselves big GS, not taking the big G seriously at all. Do they really think being a big G is an achievement that anyone can casually attain? Immature. Ignorant. With the thought of exposing the truth in mind, Chao Chen walked along the main road and finally, when he reached a recruitment booth located under a phoenix tree, he paused and stopped. He stared straight ahead for nearly 3 or 4 seconds, and then the corners of his mouth lifted. At that moment, 10 meters in front of Chao Chen, a charming girl with long black hair cascading down, wearing a white dress, was registering a new student. And this girl was none other than the big G goddess he had encountered in the bamboo forest not long ago. I didn't expect it to be her. A whisper escaped his lips, and at that moment, Chao Chen felt as if the sky had become exceptionally blue, the air had become exceptionally fresh, and his mood had improved greatly. It seemed there was no need to expose the truth anymore, because he had already verified that she was indeed the real deal, a genuine big G. After the big G goddess finished registering one new student, another new student approached. Chao Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth and stepped forward, positioning himself behind this new student. Okay, I've noted down your name, class, and contact information. The big G goddess lowered her head, quickly writing in her notebook while saying, next, just wait for the activity notification. Our Go Club will send out messages when we have activities in the future. If you have time, it would be nice to participate and meet a few more friends. The new student was clearly shy and introverted. The big G goddess hadn't said much, yet he was blushing, fidgeting, like a little girl, shyly lowering his head and not daring to look her in the eye. Seeing this, Chao Chen almost wanted to kick this new student. Seriously, are you not disgusted with yourself? You, a grown man, are acting more shy than a girl. What are you doing? People who don't know the situation might think you've been teased. With behavior like this, you should be sent to Haicheng's second prison for some reformation. The man inside likes this kind of delicate and shy type. Noticing that the new student hadn't left yet, the goddess De Ji raised her head and smiled. What's up? Do you need something? The new student fidgeted and stammered, Senior, can I add you as a friend? Because the new student spoke softly and hesitantly, the goddess De Ji didn't hear clearly and frowned slightly. What did you say? Seeing this, Chao Chen couldn't hold back any longer. He wants to add you on WeChat, he wants to pursue you. As soon as Chao Chen said this, both the goddess De Ji and the new student looked up at him in shock. Especially the goddess De Ji, upon seeing Chao Chen, her body trembled, her eyes widened, and her rosy lips formed an O shape. In response to the goddess De Ji's shocked gaze and expression, Chao Chen smiled and waved, Hey, senior, long time no see. Saying this, Chao Chen grabbed the new student's shoulder and lifted him off the chair, placing him aside, then sat down on the chair opposite the goddess De Ji. The new student, feeling the strength of Chao Chen's grip on his shoulder, said nothing and turned to leave. In response, Chao Chen secretly gave a thumbs up. He liked this kind of person who knew their place. Encountering a clueless fool might require a couple of slaps. Watching the goddess De Ji still in shock, Chao Chen chuckled, Hey, senior, come back to your senses, your mouth is hanging open a bit too much. It was only at this moment that the goddess De Ji snapped back to reality, looking at Chao Chen in disbelief, stammering, how are you at Haicheng University? Chao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged, I'm here for college, I'm a new student at Haida this year. You're a new student at Haicheng University this year? The goddess De Ji's eyes widened again, her expression nearly breaking down. Then, what were you doing at Haida a while ago? Just visiting, getting familiar with the campus. Is there a problem? Chao Chen replied. The goddess De Ji started to say but didn't know what else to say. Seeing this, Chao Chen squinted. Oh, I get it, you little vixen, you never thought about seeing me again, did you? You little vixen, I think about you every day, but you treat me like a one-time use item. Do you believe I'll expose you to the school authorities? As Chao Chen's voice grew louder and more agitated, the goddess De Ji, in a fit of excitement, stepped forward and covered his mouth. Shoo! The goddess De Ji said in despair, Who's the vixen? What have I done to you? Can you keep it down? Are you trying to attract the entire school's faculty and students to come and defend you? Chao Chen looked at the goddess De Ji, making muffled sounds. The goddess De Ji glanced around and saw that quite a few classmates were paying attention, her scalp nearly tingling. If I let you go, will you stop shouting? Can we talk properly? Chao Chen nodded. The goddess De Ji cautiously released Chao Chen, and seeing that he indeed wasn't shouting as loudly as before, she let out a sigh and sat down, stammering, "Why, you're a new student this year? Doesn't look like it?" Chao Chen raised an eyebrow at the goddess De Ji. The goddess De Ji pouted and looked him up and down. "It really doesn't look like it. You don't have any of that youthful innocence. Instead, you look like a street thug." Chao Chen looked down at his hands and said, "Are you sure I'm not some big shot, but just a street thug?" "No way. The most powerful gang leader in Haicheng is just a little brother of his in prison later on. There are quite a few like that who are his subordinates. So many big shots are his underlings, yet his demeanor resembles that of a thug? What a turn of events." Seeing that Chao Chen seemed to care a lot, the big G goddess chuckled and said, "Not really, but you definitely don't have that youthful innocence typical of a student. When I first saw you, my first impression was that you were a person of society, and one who had been away from school for many years. So he's not a street thug after all." Chao Chen nodded. To be honest, she wasn't wrong about that. To be precise, he had been away from school for 10 years, spending a decade in prison, where every day was either about doing harm to others or guarding against being harmed himself. There was no trace of youthful innocence left. If he still had that kind of innocence, he wouldn't have been able to survive the ordeal of being violated in prison. Of course, Chao Chen didn't let the big G goddess divert the topic just because of her change in tone. He said, "So, you thought I was a person of society, and after that one time, you believed we'd never meet again, so you really treated me like a one-time use, huh?" Upon hearing this, the big G goddess's pretty face flushed a bit, and she retorted, "What are you talking about? Can you not make me sound so terrible? That was a beautiful encounter, neither of us is at fault. Can you stop making yourself sound so wronged? Besides..." At this point, the big G goddess pouted and said, "That was my first time. You know how precious a girl's first time is? No girl would use her first time to hurt someone else." Hearing this, Chao Chen smiled and didn't continue being unreasonable. Instead, he changed the subject. "Hey, what have you been up to these days? I came back to school several times afterward and didn't see you again. I thought you were a person of society." "Me?" The big G goddess played with the pen in her hand and said, "I went back to my hometown the day after that, and I just returned yesterday." Oh, so she went back home. No wonder Chao Chen hadn't seen her after coming back a few times. "Actually, I'm still quite curious," Chao Chen continued. "What happened that night? You were sitting there drinking alone and crying. What was it all about?" Previously, he had asked her this question, but she hadn't answered. Perhaps she thought Chao Chen was just a person of society and that they wouldn't have any future interactions, so it was pointless to say anything. But now, having discovered that Chao Chen was her junior and seemed a bit difficult to deal with, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to speak up. She felt that if she didn't say anything, Chao Chen would definitely not let it go. "Actually, it's nothing much. I was just scolded by someone that day, and it made me a bit upset." "Oh?" Chao Chen squinted and asked, Who scolded you?" "A self-righteous rich second generation," the big G goddess pouted. "I found a job during the summer vacation, working as a supervisor at a hotel, thinking I could earn some extra money to improve my life. It turned out that this hotel was owned by that rich second generation's family. He had been pursuing me at school, but I really had no feelings for him, so I never agreed to him. And I wasn't stringing him along, I rejected him quite decisively and told him plainly that we weren't suitable. Ever since he found out I was working as a supervisor at his family's hotel, he started coming to find me every few days. That day, he had a bit to drink and confessed to me again, but I still didn't agree. In a fit of anger, he said some really nasty things. He said I was pretending to be reserved and high-minded, just wanting to make more money, and even asked me to name a price. I got so angry that I quit on the spot. After coming back, the more I thought about it, the more wronged I felt, and the more upset I became. So I bought some alcohol and sat there drinking alone, and then I ran into you." "Oh, so that's how it was." Chao Chen nodded in understanding. No wonder she invited him into the small bamboo grove that day, it was out of anger. It must have been that rich second-generation guy who said she was pretending to be reserved and aloof, trying to sell herself for more money, which upset her. Then, to prove she wasn't that kind of person, and that she wasn't just trying to make more money, she went into the bamboo grove with Chao Chen for free. "Who is that rich second-generation guy?" Chao Chen asked. The big G goddess looked at Chao Chen, frowning, and said, "What's up? You're not thinking of confronting him, are you? Don't cause trouble, he's wealthy and powerful, not someone we common folks can mess with. Chao Chen chuckled and said, what are you thinking? I just wanna thank him. If it weren't for him, your university's campus beauty wouldn't have anything to do with me. I have to thank him, right? Upon hearing this, the big G goddess rolled her eyes dramatically and said, all right, the greeting has been made. You should hurry and leave, don't delay me from recruiting new members for the Go Club. Wait, Chao Chen said, I came to sign up for the Go Club too, you haven't recruited me yet. The big G goddess was speechless. What do you want to do in our Go Club? Go join another club. The swimming club has events where there are all these girls in bikinis, it's super eye-catching. The basketball club is the most attractive to girls, they're all tall and handsome. If you can get on the school basketball team, you could change girlfriends every 3 months. And there's the yoga club, where there are more girls than boys. Every time they have an event, it's full of girls in tight yoga clothes. It's really easy to find a girlfriend. So, can you not come to our Go Club? It's super boring, there's really nothing interesting. That won't do, Chao Chen insisted. You have to recruit me into the Go Club first. I'll go join the 3 clubs you mentioned one by one later. After all, a person can join more than one club. The big G goddess looked at Chao Chen, utterly speechless. Finally, she picked up a pen and said, name, class, contact information. Chao Chen grinned, Chao Chen, freshman finance class 3, phone 183x*x*x*x. The big G goddess quickly finished recording and looked at Chao Chen, exasperated, and said, alright, you're in. We'll notify you when there are activities. Now go. Wait, Chao Chen said, we haven't added each other as friends yet. No adding private friends, the big G goddess said firmly. Chao Chen looked at her and suddenly stood up, saying, you sure you don't want to add me? You really want to be a heartbreaker, huh? Seeing Chao Chen raise his voice, the big G goddess quickly clasped her hands together in a plea. Okay, I'll add you. Please keep your voice down. Chao Chen smiled triumphantly and sat back down, saying, it's better this way, no need to act like a heartbreaker. Come on, I'll add you. The big G goddess glared at Chao Chen, but in the end, she handed over her phone and added him as a friend. What's your name? Chao Chen continued. Su Jiao Jiao. The big G goddess replied irritably. Chao Chen happily changed the nickname and sent her a heart emoji. Su Jiao Jiao responded with an emoji of a hammer hitting a head, looking annoyed. Chao Chen didn't mind and asked, let's have lunch together. What do you like to eat? Ha! Su Jiao Jiao said with a long face, big brother, can we skip the lunch invitation? Chao Chen squinted, still want to be a heartbreaker, huh? Su Jiao Jiao quickly pleaded, eat. I like authentic North American tomahawk steak. After saying that, a smile squeezed onto Su Jiao Jiao's face. Chao Chen nodded with a smile, North American tomahawk steak, you really have a rare taste. Alright, let's plan for lunch then. I won't disturb you from recruiting new members anymore. I'll go check out the swimming club and yoga club. After speaking, Chao Chen stood up, patted his backside, and left. Seeing this, Su Jiao Jiao glared fiercely at Chao Chen's back. Scumbag, how dare you call me a scumbag girl? Pfft. Although Su Jiao Jiao was very resistant to Chao Chen's appearance and her words, ever since she saw him, her mood had unknowingly improved. Even when no one came to sign up for the Go Club, she wore a faint smile, looking cheerful. In fact, when it was only 10:30 in the morning, she couldn't wait to call another member of the Go Club to replace her for recruitment. As for herself, she went back to the dormitory to prepare early. At 11:30 in the morning, in the girls' dormitory, in one room, Su Jiao Jiao stood in front of the makeup mirror, finally choosing a deep red lip color. Just as she hummed a little tune while tying up her loose hair, looking youthful and vibrant, accentuating her fair and long swan neck, suddenly, a phone call came in. Seeing that the caller ID showed it was Chao Chen, she first smiled happily, then put on a reluctant expression. Hello, what do you want? Scumbag girl, it's already noon, Chao Chen's voice came through, it's time to eat. Su Jiao Jiao pouted. He called me a scumbag girl again. Can I not go? Although Su Jiao Jiao had already done her makeup, her tone was still reluctant. Scumbag girl, don't go too far, Chao Chen said. You promised me you'd have lunch together at noon. If you dare not come, I'll tell the whole school about your scumbag behavior. Hearing Chao Chen say this, Su Jiao Jiao felt her teeth itch with anger. Where exactly had she been a scumbag to him? Clearly, she was the one at a disadvantage. Eat, a cheap bastard who won't take advantage, someone is treating, if you don't eat for free, where are you? Chao Chen chuckled, come to the school gate, I'm waiting for you there. Su Jiao Jiao was about to say something else when she heard a busy tone. Seeing that Chao Chen had hung up on her, her eyes widened. He just hung up on her call? That's so straight. In 3 years of college, She had only ever hung up on boys' calls. This was the first time a boy had hung up on her. Su Jiao angrily patted her chest and said, "Just an inconsiderate little brother. Why should I be mad at him? I have such a broad mind, no anger, no anger." After comforting herself, Su Jiao tidied up her clothes and then stepped out of the dormitory with her long legs. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jiao, under the gaze of many new students and their parents who came to send them off, walked out of the Haicheng University gate with confident strides. She glanced around and soon spotted Chao Chen waving at her beside a taxi not far away. Her previously proud face suddenly changed upon seeing Chao Chen, turning into that of a reluctant little girl who seemed to have been bullied. Su Jiao pouted as she approached Chao Chen, pretending to be unwilling, and asked, "Where are we going to eat?" Chao Chen smiled and directly opened the back door of the taxi. "Get in first." Su Jiao pouted and sat inside, while Chao Chen went around to the other side and got in as well. Soon after, the taxi drove away. Half an hour later, in front of the Blue Flag Hotel in Haicheng, Su Jiao stepped out of the taxi and looked at the Grand Hotel in front of her, her beautiful brows furrowing. She looked at Chao Chen and said helplessly, "Chao Chen, are you crazy? Why did you bring me here? Do you know how high the prices are here?" The Blue Flag Hotel was the only 6-star hotel in Haicheng, and Su Jiao wasn't quite sure how high the prices were. After all, she had never been here before. However, she had heard that here, at the Blue Flag Hotel, there was the most expensive presidential suite in Haicheng, costing 180,000 a night. 180,000, just to sleep. She could hardly imagine what kind of life that was. So, when she saw Chao Chen bringing her here, she felt like she was going crazy. Eating here? Did he not plan to live like this in the future? If Chao Chen was a rich second generation, she wouldn't have any objections. But looking at Chao Chen's attire, Su Jiao really couldn't associate him with the rich second generation. As an ordinary person, she could just find a place to eat casually. Why did he have to do something so pretentious? Faced with Su Jiao's questioning, Chao Chen looked a bit innocent and said, "You said you wanted to eat North American tomahawk steak. I looked around, and this place seemed to be the only authentic one." Hearing Chao Chen say this, Su Jiao felt both warmth and heartache. The warmth came from the fact that she had only made a joke, yet Chao Chen took it seriously. It felt good to be valued, especially since this person was Chao Chen, who had shared a bamboo forest adventure with her, making it even more significant. The heartache was for Chao Chen, this straightforward guy. Why was he so blunt? If someone wanted to eat something, they should just eat it, right? What if someone wanted a full Manchu Han imperial feast? Would he really take them to eat that? How much would a meal like that cost? He could just make the decision himself, find a decent restaurant, order a few dishes, and spending 200 or 300 yuan would be perfectly fine. Su Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry, "I was joking with you. What North American tomahawk steak? I don't even know what it looks like, I just said it casually. Why did you take it seriously? Come on, let's go somewhere else, we can just find a place to eat something." Saying this, Su Jiao pulled Chao Chen to leave. Seeing this, Chao Chen smiled but then pulled Su Jiao back. "You've never had it? That's even better, since we're here, we might as well try it." With that, Chao Chen insisted and directly dragged Su Jiao inside. "So, how is it? Is it good?" At the Blue Flag Hotel, in the restaurant on the 3rd floor, at a window seat, Chao Chen looked at Su Jiao, who had just taken a small piece of steak and stuffed it into her mouth, and asked with a smile. Although Su Jiao had been insisting on changing places at first, she still cared about Chao Chen's face outside. Seeing that Chao Chen was determined to eat here, she finally stopped saying anything. Moreover, she wasn't the type to spoil the fun. Since arriving at the restaurant, she had been praising everything, from the ambience to the steak that was served later. Her emotional value was high. Su Jiao's eyes curved into crescents, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed and said, "It's really delicious, tender and flavorful with a nice bounce, and it's juicy and rich. When you take a bite, it feels like it bursts in your mouth. I've never had such delicious steak before." Chao Chen took a piece, stuffed it into his mouth, and nodded, "Yeah, it's indeed very juicy and rich, but it's still a bit worse than what my senior sister makes." "Ha?" Su Jiao was taken aback, her pretty face flushed, and she kicked Chao Chen under the table. "Don't talk nonsense. Even such delicious steak can't shut you up, huh?" The meal lasted just over an hour, which was just enough for Chao Chen to warm up. But it wasn't short either. During this hour, Chao Chen not only learned about Su Jiao's family background and upbringing but also shared his own family background and upbringing with her. Su Jiao's family was quite difficult. She grew up in a single-parent family, with only her mother at home, and her mother was just an ordinary employee. So, their financial situation was not good at all. To this end, Su Jiaojiao had been trying her best to obtain various scholarships and engage in different forms of financial aid work during her university years, in order to lighten her family's burden. In comparison, Chao Chen clearly lived a more comfortable life. Although he was raised by his grandfather and had never seen his parents since childhood, he had indeed not suffered much throughout his life. Even when his grandfather passed away, he left him over $1 million in savings, enough for him to comfortably finish university. Therefore, in terms of finances, Chao Chen was obviously wealthier than Su Jiaojiao. Then why don't you find a rich second-generation boyfriend? Chao Chen asked while enjoying dessert after his meal. With your aura as the goddess of Haida University, it should be quite easy for you to find a rich second-generation boyfriend willing to spend money on you, right? So why do you have to work so hard for living expenses and tuition fees? Su Jiaojiao thought for a moment and countered, why should I do that? Although my current financial situation is indeed quite average, I am not so poor that I can't afford to eat. Besides, if I were looking for a boyfriend just for money, would I be looking for money or a boyfriend? The love I envision is not like that. I certainly like money, but I wouldn't sell my body and feelings for it. That would make me feel cheap. I don't want to be that kind of cheap woman, of course. At this point, Su Jiaojiao chuckled and continued, I'm not that noble either. I don't want to be some lofty woman. I just want to be an ordinary woman with an ordinary lover, and that would satisfy me. After hearing Su Jiaojiao's words, Chao Chen found her more and more pleasing to the eye, and he liked her more and more. In this era, where material desires run rampant and everything revolves around money, girls like her, who are a breath of fresh air, are becoming increasingly rare. Especially since she was different from those other girls who claim they are not materialistic. Other girls might say they are not materialistic simply because they haven't had the opportunity to be so. But when Su Jiaojiao says she is not materialistic, her credibility reaches an astounding 9,999,999%. As the stunning campus beauty of Haicheng University, she had countless wealthy suitors pursuing her. If she wanted to be materialistic, she could easily take that step at any time, as long as she was willing. So, she truly was not materialistic, unlike those who merely talk the talk. With this thought, a domineering idea suddenly popped into Chao Chen's mind. This woman, I must have her. I didn't expect that your wish for love is so ordinary. Coincidentally, I'm just an ordinary person. What do you think of me? Chao Chen said with a smile. Su Jiaojiao looked seriously into Chao Chen's eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Actually, I do have a good impression of you. I don't know why, but when I first saw you, I felt quite fond of you, otherwise, I wouldn't. You know. Oh, Chao Chen said with delight, so that means I can become your boyfriend. Not possible. Su Jiaojiao laughed and gave him a playful glare. Why not? Chao Chen asked, puzzled. Because there are too many women around you. Su Jiaojiao laughed as she reached out her soft, slender finger and pinched a long black hair from Chao Chen's collar. Then, she pinched another long hair from his waistband. Holding the two strands of hair together, Su Jiaojiao was taken aback and said, I thought this was one person's hair, but good heavens, it's actually two different women's hair. Su Jiaojiao said, glancing sideways at Chao Chen, my dear junior, you don't look like someone who lacks women. To be precise, you have quite enough women around you. Chao Chen awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, took a few sips of water, and maintained a straight face. Senior, that's not quite right. Well, liking women and liking a girlfriend are two different things. Not liking women doesn't mean I'm not liking a girlfriend. I'm quite cautious and loyal when it comes to love, so I really don't have a girlfriend. How about it, senior, would you consider being one? Seeing Chao Chen's serious demeanor, Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh and bite her lip, nearly bursting out. In her 3 years of university, she had seen her fair share of scumbags. However, she had never encountered a scumbag as thick-skinned and self-righteous as Chao Chen. The problem was, she didn't find his scumbaggery annoying at all. Heavens, could it be that she was actually starting to like him? With that thought popping into her mind, Su Jiaojiao took a sip of water and said with a smile, so you really want to be my boyfriend? You're saying that, Chao Chen replied, looking at the entire Haicheng University, aside from those who are gay, how many guys wouldn't want to be your boyfriend? Su Jiaojiao smiled and pressed her lips together, let's talk about it later. You just got to university, there's no rush to find a girlfriend. Besides, you don't like women, right? Maybe there are even prettier girls among this year's freshmen than me. Chao Chen looked into Su Jiaojiao's eyes and nodded. That's true, what you said makes sense. I'll take my time to look around. What? Su Jiaojiao was taken aback, her gaze at Chao Chen turning incredulous. This dog of a man, is he really that shameless? He really is a dog. Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at Chao Chen and stood up, saying, I've eaten enough and chatted enough, let's go, it's time to head back to school. Seeing Su Jiaojiao getting up to leave, Chao Chen quickly stood up and grabbed her. Wait, why are you in such a hurry to go back to school? It's only 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. If we go out now, we'll be sweating in no time. I just booked a big room upstairs, let's go enjoy the air conditioning and cool off before heading back. Looking at Chao Chen's serious expression, Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh in anger. Let go of me, I'm not going up there to enjoy the air conditioning with you. Is that really just air conditioning? Let go of me, I'm not going. TSK. Chao Chen clicked his tongue. Senior, do you really not trust me, Chao, at all? Believe me, it's really just air conditioning. I'm not going, let go of me, I'm not going. Come on, it's just air conditioning, what are you afraid of? Although she kept protesting, Su Jiaojiao's body was only half-heartedly resisting, showing no strong opposition. So, Chao Chen easily wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into the elevator. They had agreed it was just for a little while to enjoy the air conditioning. However, from 2 in the afternoon until 10 at night, they ended up enjoying the air conditioning for a full 8 hours before finally coming out of the room. Chao Chen had originally wanted to stay until the next day. After all, the room fee had already been paid, and they could stay until noon the next day. However, Su Jiaojiao still wanted to return to the school dormitory. First, all 5 of her roommates were there. If she didn't go back tonight, how would she explain it to them? Second, the freshmen would start military training tomorrow, while she and her sophomore and junior friends would officially start classes. If Chao Chen were to do something tomorrow morning, she definitely wouldn't make it back in time for her noon class and would be late. She didn't want to be late, because she still needed to apply for a scholarship, and that money was quite important to her, as it would alleviate a lot of her financial pressure. Thus, Chao Chen ultimately chose to leave the hotel with Su Jiaojiao. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped in front of a small community near Haicheng University. Chao Chen asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to take you back?" "Don't," Su Jiaojiao pouted, "I really don't want to wake up tomorrow to find the school forum and bulletin board filled with news about me being sent back to the dorm by a man. And you, Junior, wouldn't want your name flying around in the forums either, right? After all, it would affect your chances of dating other girls at school in the future, wouldn't it?" Chao Chen smiled and pointed at Su Jiaojiao. "You really understand me, senior, always thinking of me. Love you." Saying this, Chao Chen gave Su Jiaojiao a quick kiss on the cheek. Su Jiaojiao's pretty face flushed, and she playfully hit him a few times. "Go away, you pervert. Hurry up and get out of the car, the dorm will turn off the lights soon, don't waste my time. Go back and find your 2 good sisters." Earlier in the hotel room, Su Jiaojiao had asked him about the 2 girls with different hair colors he was living with. In the end, it was hard to say whether Chao Chen was straightforward or just honest. He didn't hide anything and told her everything. So now, Su Jiaojiao knew he was living with 2 older sisters named Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. This made Su Jiaojiao's teeth itch with anger. What did this dog of a man mean? He couldn't even pretend in front of her. Was he so sure of himself? Or was he genuinely innocent, not the type to argue or lie? Ugh, living with 2 older sisters, and he's innocent? He's got nothing to do with innocence. He's just scum. But the problem was, other scumbags were sneaky about it, afraid of being found out. Yet Chao Chen was openly scummy, brazenly so. It left Su Jiaojiao unsure of how to be angry. He directly admitted to being a scumbag, like a rolling meatball. What could she do? Chao Chen smiled and gave Su Jiaojiao an okay gesture, saying, "That I'll get out now. Message me when you get back to the dorm." After saying that, he opened the door and got out of the car. Su Jiaojiao pressed down the car window and reminded him, "Hurry back, it's late at night, don't run around." "Okay." Chao Chen waved with a smile and watched the taxi take Su Jiaojiao to Haicheng University not far away. After about 3 or 4 minutes, a message suddenly came to Chao Chen's phone. It was from Su Jiaojiao. She had transferred him 3,800 yuan and sent a message. "Stinky little brother, we're not rich, so don't learn those bad habits of being extravagant. We should save where we can, this is part of my expenses for today. Also, I had a great time eating today, get some rest, and when we have time next time, I'll treat you, good night emoji." Looking at the 3,800 yuan Su Jiaojiao sent him in her message, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. What a wonderful girl. Compared to her, Wang Shanshan was simply a pile of dung. He really must have been blind in his past life to have wasted 3 years on someone like her. Thinking about this, Chao Chen returned the transfer to Su Jiaojiao and replied with a message. "It's the first time eating with you, how can I let you spend money? Next time, you treat me, and as for the hotel expenses in the future, I'll cover those." Su Jiaojiao immediately replied, "Get lost, you scumbag, there's no future. We agreed it was just to enjoy the air conditioning, but look at what you did. You liar, I can't possibly go to a hotel with you again. Today is the last time, no more, never again. Looking at Su Jiaojiao's message again, Chao Chen laughed and didn't reply, simply stuffing his phone into his pocket. After another 7 or 8 minutes, the taxi that had just left returned, and Chao Chen waved it to a stop by the roadside. Thinking that Chao Chen was worried, the taxi driver said, "Young man, your girlfriend has already entered the school. Don't worry, this is a legitimate taxi, and I will deliver you safely." Chao Chen laughed heartily, opened the passenger door, sat down, took out 2 cigarettes, gave one to the driver, and lit the other for himself. "Master, you misunderstood. I want to go somewhere else. It's a bit of a hassle for you, but please take me to the Empire Bar." "The Empire Bar?" The driver was taken aback, casting a complex glance at Chao Chen. The Empire Bar is one of the most famous bars in Haicheng, known for its many foreign ladies, and is a well-known hotspot for romantic encounters. It is said that every night, the Empire Bar pairs up hundreds of single men and women. In fact, it has even supported several nearby hotels by itself. As the driver shifted gears, he earnestly advised, "Young man, listen to your uncle. With such a good girlfriend, don't go fooling around outside. If you do, you won't find someone as good as her. Really, don't be unaware of your blessings." Seeing that the driver had misunderstood him, Chao Chen couldn't help but laugh. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Master, you misunderstood. I'm not going to the Empire Bar to look for romantic encounters." "Not to look for romantic encounters?" The driver was skeptical. "Then what are you going there for?" "To fish." Chao Chen looked out the window, his expression serious. "There's a big fish waiting for me there." "Ah?" The driver looked at Chao Chen in confusion, completely unsure of what he was talking about, so he chose not to say anything further and focused on driving. 40 minutes later, in front of the Empire Bar, with its colorful neon lights flashing, Chao Chen stepped out of the taxi. Looking at the nearby luxury cars like Porsches and Ferraris, which were as common as street cars, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. Just from the luxury cars around, it was clear that the Empire Bar was definitely a cash cow. And thinking that such a cash cow would soon be his, Chao Chen felt an excitement that was hard to contain. Finally, after watching 2 ladies in sexy short skirts sway their hips as they entered the bar, Chao Chen strode over. At the entrance of the bar, he stopped in front of a muscular man who looked like a bear. "Hey, could you help me out? I'm here to see Brother Xiong." The muscular man sized up Chao Chen and grunted, "What's the matter?" "I need to borrow some money," Chao Chen replied. "How much?" Chao Chen held up 4 fingers. "The plan is 400 million, but I don't know how much Brother Xiong can lend me." Upon hearing this, the muscular man's previously expressionless face twitched slightly, then he pressed a button on his earphone and covered his mouth to speak. "Huago, someone wants to see Brother Xiong to borrow money, asking for 400 million. Ask Brother Xiong what he thinks." After saying that, the muscular man continued to stand at the bar entrance with a blank expression. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the muscular man looked at Chao Chen and suddenly said, "Get ready, someone will take you in shortly." Not long after, a thin man in his 30s, wearing a floral shirt, walked out of the bar. "Are you the one who wants to see Brother Xiong?" The man in the floral shirt approached Chao Chen, sizing him up with a face full of skepticism. Because no matter how he looked at it, Chao Chen didn't seem like a rich second-generation type, and given his youth, he certainly couldn't be a rich first-generation. He was asking to borrow 400 million as if it were pocket change. Did he think anyone could just borrow whatever amount they wanted? Borrowing money is fine, but you need something to collateralize it. Otherwise, if you borrow and can't pay it back, wouldn't that just become a bad debt? Chao Chen smiled as he took out a cigarette and handed it to the man in the floral shirt. "Right, I want to borrow some money from Brother Xiong." The man in the floral shirt glanced at the cigarette in Chao Chen's hand but didn't take it. "Do you know the rules of borrowing money?" "Of course I do," Chao Chen replied. "Don't worry, I have something to use as collateral." "Oh, 400 million, and he has something to use as collateral? Didn't see that coming. He's quite a capital guy." The man in the floral shirt looked Chao Chen up and down again, his expression changing, and nodded. "Then follow me." With that, the man in the floral shirt led Chao Chen into the bar. As they stepped into the bar, Chao Chen immediately felt the vibrant atmosphere. The dynamic music thumped in his ears, and the large dance floor was packed with people swaying their bodies wildly to the beat. At a glance, countless women in revealing outfits were dancing freely, each surrounded by men on the prowl for prey. In addition, there were crowded booths, each table filled with various drinks and occupied by women of all shapes and sizes and men looking for fun. Just this one glance made Chao Chen understand why bars were the favorite places for young people. Here, there was no work pressure, no life stress, no emotional troubles. You could vent freely, party hard, without any reservations. If someone caught your eye, you could boldly approach them. If rejected, it didn't matter, there was always the next one. In one night, you could successfully strike up conversations with several girls. Chao Chen followed the man in the floral shirt but didn't go directly into the bar. Instead, they took the stairs behind the bar to the third floor. The entire Emperor Bar had 3 levels. The first floor was the regular bar setup. The second floor had private booths. The third floor was an area not open to the public. Before long, they arrived at a private room on the third floor, where 2 burly men stood at the door. The man in the floral shirt stopped. "Brother, if you want to see Brother Xiong, you need to be checked first. It's the rule, please understand." After saying this, one of the burly men approached Chao Chen and patted him down from head to toe. Confirming that Chao Chen only had a phone on him, the man checked the phone repeatedly, finally turning it off and putting it in his own pocket. The man in the floral shirt said, "Don't worry, your phone will be returned to you when you come out. Let's go." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside first. Seeing this, Chao Chen smiled at the 2 burly men at the door and followed him in. Inside the spacious room, the decor was incredibly luxurious. At that moment, a man around 40 years old, dressed in shorts and a tank top, was holding a whip and striking a woman. It was unclear what the woman had done wrong or if it was some other situation. In any case, the woman was kneeling on the floor, biting a towel, wearing a sexy backless dress, and allowing the man to whip her back. With each lash, her fair back bore a blood mark. And this man was the one Chao Chen was looking for tonight. Xiong Bufan, nicknamed Brother Xiong, was a businessman from export. Although he was called a businessman, he was involved in various shady industries in Haicheng, including usury. What Chao Chen was interested in was precisely his usury. He wanted to borrow as much high-interest loan as possible from Xiong Bufan. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely be puzzled why borrow high-interest loans when they weren't short on money. The answer was quite simple. If it were an ordinary high-interest loan, Chao Chen would definitely not touch it. But what if it were a high-interest loan that didn't need to be repaid? Exactly. The reason Chao Chen came to borrow high-interest loans from Xiong Bufan was that the money he borrowed didn't need to be repaid. Because, from now on, in at most 20 days, Xiong Bufan and all his core gang members will be buried in the sea. The reason is that Xiong Bufan has been involved in the underworld in Haicheng for many years and has long been targeted. It won't be long before a capture operation is launched against him. The night before the operation to capture Xiong Bufan, he received a tip-off and fled early with his core gang members. Their escape route was through a yacht, fleeing by sea. As a result, that night there were strong winds and waves at sea, and the yacht was smashed to pieces, taking him and his 57 core gang members down with it. All core members died, and all evidence of his crimes, including the evidence of the usury he engaged in, was burned clean by him before he fled. The result was that there was nothing to investigate, and no one to testify. Especially the usury he engaged in was particularly difficult to trace due to the unique lending methods. Therefore, this was the real reason why Chao Chen came to borrow usury from Xiong Bufan. Borrowing means profit, the more borrowed, the more earned. This kind of opportunity falling from the sky was something Chao Chen could not miss. Crack! Crack! The sound of the whip continued, and finally, after whipping the woman's fair back until it was covered in bloodstains, Xiong Bufan flexed his wrist and tossed the whip aside. Seeing this, a man resembling a bodyguard stepped forward to help the woman up. The woman trembled, her mouth was bleeding from biting the towel, and her face was covered in tear stains. However, she endured it, not daring to make a sound, and was helped out by the bodyguard. Xiong Bufan, expressionless, lit a cigar and sat back in a large chair, then looked at Chao Chen and said in a thick accent of Mandarin, "You want to borrow money from me, 400 million? Chao Chen smiled broadly and nodded, saying, "Yes, Brother Xiong, a friend of mine introduced me to a way to make money, saying it can steadily triple in a year, so I want to borrow some principal from you." Hearing Chao Chen say this, Xiong Bufan, who was smoking a cigar, seemed amused, and a smile broke out on his previously expressionless face. It was no wonder Xiong Bufan was amused. Chao Chen's statement was indeed too naive, too foolish. A way to steadily triple money in a year? If there was such a way, wouldn't that friend of his be making a killing on his own? Why would he bring him along? It was like those online stock trading gurus, investment experts, and project masters claiming to take on apprentices to share their wealth secrets and help everyone get rich together. If they could really make money, would they share it with others? If there were truly profitable projects, wouldn't they be making money secretly? So, hearing Chao Chen spout such naive words, Xiong Bufan was genuinely amused. Of course, he didn't expose him. After all, if he exposed him, what would happen if Chao Chen didn't come to him for usury? A person who could borrow 400 million was, for Xiong Bufan, a rare big client. Xiong Bufan smiled and nodded, stuffing the cigar into his mouth and taking a couple of puffs, signaling, "Have a seat." The man in the floral shirt hurriedly brought over a chair and placed it next to Chao Chun. Chao Chun grinned at Xiong Bufan and then sat down on the chair, appearing somewhat reserved. At this moment, there was still a distance of at least 5 or 6 meters between him and Xiong Bufan, and there were 4 bodyguards in between them. It was evident that Xiong Bufan took his safety very seriously. Xiong Bufan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting as he said, "You want to borrow money from me, 400 million, I have no problem with that, but the question is, do you have assets worth 400 million? How much I can lend you also depends on how much assets you have. If you have assets worth 400 million as collateral, I can get the funds to you within 3 days." Upon hearing that Xiong Bufan could provide the funds in 3 days, Chao Chen's excitement made his mouth stretch into a grin. "Brother Xiong, I have a batch of houses. I invested in some properties in the Yundong district a while back, originally just planning to be a landlord, but unexpectedly, Yundong district became a special economic zone. Now, the prices of the properties I invested in have skyrocketed. At the current market price, 400 million is definitely not a problem. However, since the housing prices are still rising there, if I sell the houses now to cash out, it would be quite a loss. That's why I thought of borrowing some from you first, Brother Xiong." "Oh? Properties worth 400 million? Xiong Bufan thought for a moment, one hand holding a cigar while the other waved dismissively. Behind Xiong Bufan, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a somewhat refined demeanor smiled as he approached Chao Chun. "Please tell me your name and ID number, I need to verify." Chao Chen replied generously, "My name is Chao Chen, Chao as in Chao Chao, and Chen is in the character for to compare. My ID number is 3XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX dialing a number. Hello, brother Sun, it's been a while since we last contacted. I hope you're doing well. Yes, everything is good. I'm calling you this late mainly because I have a bit of a favor to ask. It's like this, brother Xiong has a client who owns some properties and would like your help to verify. No problem, take your time getting up, just be careful not to wake your wife. After about 3 minutes, the man with the glasses continued, Brother Sun, are you ready on your end? Okay, I'll tell you his name and ID number. His name is Chao Chen, Chao is in Chao Chao, and Chen is in the character for to compare. His ID number is 3x times x times x times x times x times x times x times x. Brother Sun, if you could take the trouble to check the properties he owns in Yundong District, see if there are any issues, if there are any mortgages, and then estimate the market price of these properties. Alright, thank you, Brother Sun. I won't hang up, I'll wait for your news. In the quiet room, the only sound was Xiong Bufan smoking his cigar. It wasn't until nearly 10 minutes later that the man with the glasses, still holding the phone to his ear, spoke again. Brother Sun, I'm here, go ahead. Oh, good, is that so? I understand, good, okay. Thank you, Brother Sun, for disturbing your sleep so late. You should rest, I'll inform Brother Xiong. After saying this, the man with the glasses hung up and leaned closer to Xiong Bufan without intentionally lowering his voice. Brother Xiong, the guy named Sun checked the property system, and Mr. Chao indeed has a batch of very high-quality properties in Yundong District. There are no issues with the houses, and based on the current market. At this point, the man with the glasses bent down and whispered something in Xiong Bufan's ear. Xiong Bufan nodded, looking at Chao Chen with a beaming smile. With a principal of over 20 million, you can double it to 400 million. Brother Chao, your investment ability is quite extraordinary. Hearing this, Chao Chen smiled shyly and quickly said, Brother Xiong, please don't say that. I don't have any investment ability. To be honest, I just got lucky. I initially just planned to be a landlord and earn some money from renting out houses. Who would have thought that Yundong District would suddenly become a special economic zone? It's like a pie falling from the sky, I can't help it, hee. Seeing the slightly smug expression in Chao Chen's words, Xiong Bufan burst into laughter. After laughing, Xiong Bufan said, I verified your assets, and there's no problem. I can lend you 400 million. Also, you know my borrowing rate, right? 6% monthly interest, payable monthly. If you don't pay this month, the interest will be added to the principal and rolled over to the next month. Chao Chen quickly nodded, Brother Xiong, you can rest assured, I know your rules. 6% monthly interest translates to 72% annually. This means that borrowing 400 million would incur 24 million in interest for just 1 month, and 288 million in interest for a year. This is assuming the interest is paid on time every month. If the interest cannot be paid, it would turn into compound interest, and at that point, the amount owed would become even more terrifying. Seeing that Chao Chen had no objections to his 6% monthly interest, Xiong Bufan glanced at the bespectacled man beside him and asked, "Which account can pull out 400 million? The bespectacled man leaned slightly forward and replied, "Brother Xiong, the account in export is quite wealthy, 400 million is no problem. Most of Xiong Bufan's profitable businesses are of the shady kind. Therefore, the vast majority of his assets cannot be exposed to the light. He never borrows money earned from legitimate businesses. He doesn't even have enough of that clean money for himself, so how could he lend it to others? The money he lends out is all dirty money that cannot be seen in the light. Taking advantage of the borrowing opportunity, he can also wash this batch of money through certain channels. It is precisely because Chao Chen knows about Xiong Bufan's lending method that he came to borrow money. If Xiong Bufan were to lend him legitimate financial white money, Chao Chen wouldn't even consider borrowing it, because such legitimate money, especially in a large transaction of 400 million, would definitely be recorded by the bank. As soon as the police investigate Xiong Bufan's assets, they would discover this transaction. At that time, whether Xiong Bufan is dead or alive, Chao Chen would still have to repay this money. Because, in his previous life, Xiong Bufan not only died in the sea, but all his personal property was also confiscated. What does it mean when personal property is confiscated? It means that all his assets belong to the state. It means that the money Chao Chen originally owed Xiong Bufan has now turned into a debt to the state. Owing the state 400 million, how could he not repay it? He wouldn't be able to survive in Huaxia. Therefore, Chao Chen came to borrow money from Xiong Bufan not only because he was about to die but also because of this special way of borrowing money. Hearing the bespectacled man say that 400 million could be taken out from export, Xiong Bufan thought for a moment and made a decision. Have Light Auction House hold an auction, allowing the money from export to flow in through participation in the auction. You take care of the arrangements. The bespectacled man nodded. Okay, brother Xiong, I'll arrange it. Xiong Bufan turned to Chao Chen and smiled. Chao Laodi, you can go back and wait. I need to make some arrangements here. Don't worry, the money will definitely be in your account in the next few days. Chao Chen looked a bit lost and asked, brother Xiong, am I just leaving like this? Xiong Bufan smiled and nodded. Yes, there's nothing else tonight. If there are any arrangements, someone will contact you. Chao Chen hesitated and stood up. Then, am I leaving now? Xiong Bufan smiled and nodded, taking a puff of his cigar. Meanwhile, the man in the floral shirt approached Chao Chen and made a gesture inviting him to leave. Mr. Chao, don't worry. Since brother Xiong has already agreed to lend you the money, he will definitely lend it to you. Just go back and wait for the arrangements. Hearing this, Chao Chen nodded, said nothing more, smiled at Xiong Bufan, and then left with the man in the floral shirt. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ever since meeting Xiong Bufan, Chao Chen had not received any news from him during these 3 days. This made Chao Chen a bit worried. What if Xiong Bufan had already caught wind of something and no longer had the intention to lend him money? If that were the case, it would be a real shame. After all, borrowing meant profit. If he had known this would happen, he should have been less greedy and gone to borrow earlier. Although borrowing earlier might not have yielded the full 400 million, even getting 300 million, 200 million, or even just 100 million would still be a windfall. Aside from this matter, everything else was progressing quite smoothly. There had been a breakthrough regarding Lu Yuling's divorce from her husband. Lu Hong had already gotten involved with Lu Yuling's husband. They had added each other as friends and exchanged some rather revealing photos. Next, they just needed to heat things up for another 2 or 3 days, and Lu Hong would be able to lure him into a hotel room. By then, Lu Yuling just needed to wait for the news and bring the police to catch them in the act. Then there was his good buddy Sun Wei. Sun Wei hadn't contacted Chao Chen in these 3 days, but Chao Chen received updates about him every day. This was because he had WeChat friends with Zhang Yunyun, who reported the situation to him daily. Ever since winning 18,000 on the first day, Sun Wei had continued to win over the next 3 days. He won 9,000 the second day, 13,000 the third day, and 11,000 the fourth day. Winning big for 4 consecutive days had made Sun Wei increasingly arrogant. According to Zhang Yunyun, Sun Wei had completely changed his wardrobe, spending nearly 10,000 on clothes and shoes, a far cry from the few dozen yuan shirts and a couple of hundred yuan pants he used to wear. In addition, Zhang Yunyun had sent Chao Chen 2 rather sexy photos, but quickly retracted them, claiming they were sent by mistake. Chao Chen didn't buy that for a second. She clearly wanted to tempt him. Then there was the goddess Deji, Su Jiao Jiao. Ever since they spent 8 hours in the air conditioning at the Blue Flag Hotel, their relationship had become much closer. They chatted on WeChat every day, flirting with each other. Sometimes, when Chao Chen asked Su Jiao Jiao to send a sexier photo, she would say no, but soon enough, she would send one anyway. and they were always those super private photos that couldn't be shared with anyone. However, since the new semester had just started for their junior year, and Su Jiao was the president of the Go Club, plus she had some work to do to support herself, she had been quite busy these days, and they hadn't been able to meet. Then there was the shameless Wang Shanshan. Ever since she arrived in Haicheng, this dog of a woman had seemingly evaporated, with no news at all. However, Chao Chen estimated that news would come soon. After all, having tasted forbidden fruit, she surely wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Of course, that wasn't certain. The freshmen were currently undergoing intense military training, exhausting themselves every day, so it was possible she wouldn't contact him until after the training ended. And then there was the tall and stunning train attendant, Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen had recently gone back home to accompany her mother after parting ways with Chao Chen, and now they were traveling together. They had been in contact on WeChat. In fact, just last night, Li Wenwen had a video call with him from the hotel. Unfortunately, Chao Chen accidentally captured Bai Jing next to him in the frame, which made Li Wenwen furious, gritting her teeth in the video. She threatened that the next time they met, she would make him experience all the tortures of the Qing dynasty. Startled, Chao Chen trembled and accidentally included Lu Yuling in the video as well. Li Wenwen, furious, was shouting in the video. Of course, she ended the video with a flying kiss. Meanwhile, Chao Chen had found a new hobby these past few days: smoking cigars. Ever since he saw Xiong Bufan smoking a cigar that day, Chao Chen had developed an interest in it. Because it was so convenient. So thick and big, one could smoke it for a long time, and when not smoking, it could sit there for a long time without going out. When he wanted to smoke, he could just take a couple of puffs without needing to relight it. It was much easier than lighting one cigarette after another, where once lit, you had to finish it. However, he had only just started exploring cigars these past 2 days and was still searching for one that suited his taste. He hadn't figured it out yet. Damn, Xiong Bufan wouldn't have really caught wind of something by now, would he? It's been 3 days, and there's not a peep from him. This isn't like that dog Xiong Bufan at all. At 4:30 in the afternoon, on the balcony of his rented place, Chao Chen, wearing baggy shorts, was savoring a cigar while muttering to himself. His understanding of Xiong Bufan came from his past life in prison. Although he had never actually interacted with Xiong Bufan, he believed he knew him quite well. Several of his underlings had been rivals with Xiong Bufan. There's a saying, your opponent knows you best. So, even though he had never met Xiong Bufan, he truly understood him well. One thing was famously known about Xiong Bufan's habits. If you borrowed money from him and the terms were agreed upon, the money would definitely arrive within 3 days. But now it was the 3rd day, and there wasn't even a message from Xiong Bufan. This made Chao Chen suspect that perhaps Xiong Bufan had already caught wind of something. If that were the case, he surely wouldn't be in the mood to lend money now. He might even be preparing to run away. Thinking of this, Chao Chen sighed sadly on the balcony. It was frustrating. It felt like a cooked duck that had flown away after being caught. So infuriating. No, he had to call Su Jiao out to vent his frustrations. Otherwise, the more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. He probably wouldn't sleep well these 2 days. Just as Chao Chen took out his phone to message Su Jiao, suddenly, Bai Jing, wearing a nightgown, came to the balcony. Chao Chen grinned, "Sister Bai, you're awake." Bai Jing slightly raised the corners of her mouth and gave him a light eye roll. "Where's Lu Yuling?" Chao Chen continued. "That useless woman hasn't woken up yet." Bai Jing stretched lazily, gathering her disheveled hair behind her head, and said, "Really, I've never seen someone so useless. It's only been a little while." Chao Chen burst out laughing. Bai Jing chuckled lightly and gently asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go prepare in advance." Well, Chao Chen thought for a moment, just about to suggest a chicken and mushroom stew when suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number from Haicheng. Seeing this, Chao Chen answered the call and held it to his ear. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Chao, are you available now?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the line, instantly lifting Chao Chen's previously gloomy mood. In fact, the moment he heard that voice, he felt the air around him turn sweet. It was that bespectacled man, the one who had been by Xiong Bufan's side that night, responsible for contacting people and verifying his assets. "Ah, yes, I'm available," Chao Chen quickly replied. "Did you call for something?" "Mr. Chao," the bespectacled man's voice was as refined as before, "if you're available now, I can come pick you up. Brother Xiong is ready on his end. If you have no issues on your side, we can complete the transaction tonight." Upon hearing that the deal could be finalized tonight, Chao Chen's excitement made him clench his fists. At the same time, he silently apologized to Xiong Bufan in his heart. "Sorry, old dog Xiong, I was too anxious. I didn't expect you to still be that old dog who must lend money within 3 days. Truly a benchmark in the industry. Well done, thumbs up for you. Love you. Sending hearts. No problem, I have no issues at all. Chao Chen replied joyfully. So, where shall we meet? Alright, I'll wait for you near the university entrance. After saying this, Chao Chen hung up the phone and turned to Bai Jing, giving her a spicy and intense hug. Bai Jing was taken aback, gasping, what happened? Nothing. Chao Chen happily released Bai Jing and said, some idiot is eager to give me money, I can't even refuse. Bai Jing looked incredulous. Is there really such an idiot? Chao Chen didn't explain further, taking off his shorts while saying, Sister Bai, can you help me get some clothes? I won't be home for dinner tonight. Bai Jing came to her senses and quickly nodded, okay, I'll go get you some clothes. With that, she hurried to the bedroom. Although she didn't know what had happened, from Chao Chen's reaction, it was definitely a good thing, so she didn't ask any more questions. Half an hour later, by the roadside near Haicheng University, a black Mercedes-Benz van came to a stop. The door of the van opened, and sitting inside was the bespectacled man who had just called Chao Chen. Seeing this, Chao Chen quickly stepped inside. At this moment, the van was occupied only by the bespectacled man, who was holding a glass of red wine and smiling at him. Mr. Chao, would you like a glass? No. Chao Chen quickly waved his hand, appearing somewhat reserved. I can't handle alcohol, I'm afraid drinking might cause problems. The truth was, Chao Chen was afraid there might be something in the wine. If it were just normal red wine, given Chao Chen's current tolerance, he could drink a whole car's worth without issue. The problem was, who could guarantee that this red wine was just normal red wine? Based on Chao Chen's years of experience in prison, one should never fully trust people like Xiong Bufan, because these types of people engage in morally bankrupt activities and are inherently without moral boundaries. Trusting such people is irresponsible for one's personal safety. Take a cellmate Chao Chen knew in prison, for example. That guy was involved in addictive substances. Most people can't imagine how easy it is to get someone hooked nowadays. Just add a little something to the wine, and if they drink it unknowingly, just once, they will be completely addicted. In the end, they would lose everything, selling off anything they could. They might even resort to prostitution, murder, robbery, or theft, all just to get money for that fleeting satisfaction. Although Chao Chen's body was strong now, he didn't dare gamble on his ability to withstand such addictive substances, especially since Xiong Bufan was involved in shady industries that included such addictive items. Therefore, Chao Chen was even less likely to touch anything of his. Hearing this, the bespectacled man smiled and didn't force Chao Chen to drink. As the van door closed and the vehicle started, the bespectacled man downed the glass of red wine in one go and then handed a bag to Chao Chen. Chao Chen reached out to take it, weighing it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He opened the bag and his expression instantly became somewhat indescribable. Inside the bag were 2 large pieces of green glass. The 2 pieces of green glass were of different sizes, about the size of bricks, and a vibrant green. Chao Chen had roughly understood what was going on, but he still pretended to be confused, looking at the bespectacled man. Bro, what does this mean? The bespectacled man pushed his glasses up with his right middle finger and smiled. These are your family's heirloom 2 pieces of old pit glass type imperial green jade. Ha! Chao Chen looked bewildered. Bro, these are just 2 pieces of green glass, right? TSK. The bespectacled man clicked his tongue and said seriously, what green glass? These are your family's heirloom 2 pieces of old pit glass type imperial green jade. Chao Chen seemed to finally grasp it, suddenly enlightened. Oh, right. These are my family's heirloom 2 pieces of old pit glass type imperial green jade. The seriousness on the bespectacled man's face disappeared, and he continued to smile. You need money urgently, so you sent them to Light Auction House for auction. Chao Chen quickly nodded. Got it, bro, and then? The bespectacled man elegantly crossed his legs and poured himself another glass of red wine, saying, there's nothing more. After you send these 2 pieces of old pit glass type imperial green jade to Light Auction House, just wait for them to finish tonight's auction and collect your money. Chao Chen nodded again. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but ultimately didn't say anything. He portrayed that naive, inexperienced look perfectly. More than half an hour later, in Haicheng, in front of Light Auction House, the car door opened, and Chao Chen and the bespectacled man stepped out. Looking at the Light Auction House in front of him, if it weren't for the sign, Chao Chen would have thought it was just a noodle shop. From the outside, it looked like a very small storefront, located in a remote area, not impressive at all, as if it was deliberately hiding. And in fact, it might really be so. Chao Chen speculated that the fundamental reason for the establishment of Light Auction House might be to facilitate Xiong Bufan's money laundering. There are many ways to launder money. The more familiar ones include underground banks, casinos, auctions, and stocks. Underground banks are well known as traditional money laundering channels. In fact, casinos have also become a means of laundering money. This situation mainly occurs in Macau, where gambling is legal. Every year, many people from the mainland go to Macau, including some who specifically go to gamble. Although most end up losing, there are also winners. For those who win and want to bring their money back to the mainland, it's quite simple. Nowadays, every casino in Macau has staff from the 4 major banks. As long as they pay a 20% personal income tax on the spot, the remaining 80% can be directly transferred back to their mainland accounts. Moreover, this is legal income. Therefore, some people take advantage of this, bringing money to the casino and falsely claiming it as winnings, paying the 20% tax and transferring the remaining 80% back to the mainland. Originally illicit black money becomes legitimate white money just through this process. Of course, generally, it doesn't reach 80%, because the casino will definitely take a cut. After the casino takes its share, what actually reaches the mainland might only be around 70%, or even just over 60%. Thus, not many people launder money this way due to the significant losses involved. As for laundering money through auctions, it's exactly Chao Chen's situation now. Clearly 2 large pieces of green glass, yet they insist on calling them old pit glass type imperial green jade. Regardless of whether it's true or not, as long as it goes to auction, there will definitely be buyers, and the price will surely reach 400 million. Moreover, Chao Chen speculated that the buyers probably aren't from the mainland, because Xiong Bufan wants to use this opportunity to launder money. If the money is in the mainland, moving 400 million in black money would be impossible to escape the bank's scrutiny. Therefore, one can only take advantage of the characteristics of different regions in countries where the economies do not intersect, first transferring the dirty money abroad, and then letting people from foreign regions, or those from Hong Kong and Taiwan, come to bid. Because, in the mainland, you cannot know in real time whether their money is compliant. It's like many people domestically have moved their money to various countries abroad. Much of this money is illicit, dirty money. However, these individuals can spend this dirty money freely abroad. Similarly, foreigners can also bring their dirty money to spend domestically, unless they are caught and Interpol is involved, requiring domestic cooperation for arrest. Otherwise, domestically, it is impossible to know in real time whether their money is legitimate. At least, the way their money enters the country is legitimate. For example, if someone just wants to participate in a domestic auction, can you stop them from attending? It's not like the auction involves prohibited artifacts, so it's not like we're closing off the country. As for stock money laundering, since it is more complex and specialized, and readers are already aware, I won't elaborate further. Seeing Chao Chen holding that bag, appearing somewhat nervous in his expression and movements, the bespectacled man smiled and comforted him. Don't be nervous, we're all on the same side. This light auction house also belongs to Brother Xiong. Everyone you meet inside will be one of us. So tonight is just a formality for the auction process. You don't need to worry about anything else or ask questions. Just know that the money will definitely be credited tonight. Hearing the bespectacled man say this, Chao Chen almost smiled. Sure enough, just as he suspected, this light auction house was set up by Xiong Bufan to facilitate money laundering. He absolutely loved this arrangement. It was just about using his opportunity to borrow money to help Xiong Bufan launder his illicit assets. Fantastic, because these illicit assets are definitely not under Xiong Bufan's name. This means that when the police investigate Xiong Bufan's assets, they will never be able to trace this money. Unless Xiong Bufan is alive, otherwise, as long as he and his informed subordinates are dead, even if the King of Heaven comes, this 400 million will still belong to Chao Chen. After all, he has the auction house's receipts and proof. Who would dare say this money isn't his? Chao Chen took a deep breath, nodded, and said, I understand, brother. I'm not nervous, just a bit of an accelerated heartbeat. Seemingly amused by Chao Chen's demeanor, the bespectacled man chuckled, patted his shoulder, and said, all right, there's nothing to be nervous about. Just remember we're all on the same side. Let's go in. We'll first register your family heirloom, these 2 pieces of old pit glass type imperial green jade. Okay, brother. Chao Chen quickly nodded and then followed the bespectacled man into the light auction house. The light auction house has 3 floors. The first floor is the reception area for guests. The second floor is for some office spaces. The third floor is the auction hall. Although it looks like a small storefront from the first floor, similar to a small noodle shop, the auction hall on the third floor is still of a certain scale. It can accommodate at least around 100 people, not too shabby. Since everything was already arranged, Chao Chen was just there to go through the motions. From getting the 2 large green glass pieces appraised to signing the entrustment letter for Light Auction House, it took less than half an hour to complete. The remaining time was spent waiting for the auction to start. Starting at 7:30 in the evening, people began to enter the auction hall one after another. By 8 o'clock, more than 20 people had arrived at the auction hall, and Chao Chen recognized a few faces from the Imperial Bar. Just as the bespectacled man said, "It's all damn familiar faces." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction officially began, starting with some small items. Things like yellow rosewood bracelets, a century-old wild ginseng, and a 1982 Lafite, who knows if they're real. However, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall was quite fitting. Every time an item came up, there were people eagerly bidding. Of course, whether a deal could be made in the end was still an unknown. Finally, as the clock struck 10, this auction, which had lasted for 2 hours, reached its grand finale. The 2 pieces of old glass passed down from Chao Chen's family made their appearance. The first piece, a small green glass, after a fierce bidding war, was finally won by a customer with a thick accent from a certain port for 180 million. The second piece, a larger green glass, after 3 minutes of intense bidding, was successfully acquired by another customer with the same accent for 220 million. 2 pieces of worthless glass ended up being auctioned for a total of 400 million. So, Mr. Chao, has the money arrived? At 10:30 in the evening, in an office on the 2nd floor of the Light Auction House, the bespectacled man sat elegantly on the sofa, holding a wine glass, crossing his legs, gently swirling the wine, and smiling at Chao Chen, who was reading a text message on his phone. Seeing the bank notification on his phone that 400 million had arrived, Chao Chen's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. He looked up at the bespectacled man and said with joy, "It's here, it's already here, exactly 400 million. As he said this, Chao Chen seemed to think of something, slightly furrowing his brow, and continued, "But, brother, this way of receiving the money, there won't be any problems, right?" The bespectacled man's swirling motion with the wine glass paused slightly. He took a sip and said, "Mr. Chao, you just want to borrow money for your profitable business, and Brother Xiong is willing to lend you the money. So, we are now in a situation where one needs money and the other is willing to lend it. Is there any problem with that? You need 400 million, and Brother Xiong lent you 400 million. That's enough. As for how this 400 million arrives in your account, does it matter?" Chao Chen looked into the bespectacled man's eyes and suddenly smiled, saying, right, you're right. As long as the money arrives, it doesn't matter how it got here. Exactly, as long as the money is in, the rest is not important. Saying this, the bespectacled man cheerfully took out a piece of paper from his bag and pushed it towards Chao Chen. "Mr. Chao, take a look. If there are no issues, just write one according to what's on it, sign your name, and put your thumbprint." Chao Chen picked up the paper and looked at it. It was a loan note. The gist was that today, he borrowed 400 million soft sister coins from Xiong Bufan and agreed to repay the interest at a rate of 6% per month. Moreover, the shortest loan period was set for 1 year. This meant that he had to borrow this 400 million for at least a year. He couldn't borrow it this month and repay it next month. To put it bluntly, as long as he got this 400 million, Xiong Bufan would have to eat a year's worth of interest from him. And the interest for a year was 288 million. So, 400 million out, at least 688 million back. However, Chao Chen didn't care at all. Want to eat his 288 million in interest? You'd better have the luck to live that long. If you can't even survive until the first interest repayment, you can't blame me for not keeping my word, right? So, he just took a quick glance, picked up the paper and pen handed to him by the bespectacled man, and copied it down. After finishing, he signed his name and pressed his thumbprint beside it. Seeing this, the smile on the bespectacled man's face grew even wider. He carefully picked up the handwritten IOU from Chao Chen, gently blew on it twice, and then carefully tucked it into his folder before finally placing it into his handbag. After finishing these tasks, the bespectacled man stood up and looked at Chao Chen, saying, "Mr. Chao, I hope our future cooperation will be as pleasant as today. Additionally, just a friendly reminder, Brother Xiong really dislikes it when others owe him money and don't repay according to the rules, so don't forget the 6% interest every month." Chao Chen smiled, radiant like a blooming flower. In that moment, his previously respectful demeanor and the way he addressed the bespectacled man as brother changed. After all, the money had arrived. Who the hell was anyone's brother now? "Bro," Chao Chen said boldly, "don't worry, I, Chao, am the most trustworthy. I promise to pay the interest every month, and I definitely won't miss a single cent, so you can assure Brother Xiong to eat and drink without worrying about me." Hearing the change in how Chao Chen addressed him and his current attitude, the bespectacled man frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Was it because of the sudden arrival of 400 million that he had become so bold? It didn't seem likely. He felt that the previous sheep-like Chao Chen was quite fake, while this current Chao Chun, who exuded a somewhat arrogant and imposing aura, seemed to be the real him. The arrogance and confidence in his demeanor, along with his gaze and expression, felt much more natural than that sheepish state. Could this guy be playing the fool to catch the tiger? The thought popped into his mind, but was quickly dismissed by the bespectacled man. Ridiculous. Just a lucky guy from a small county, how could he pretend to be a tiger in front of Brother Xiong? He wouldn't even know how he died. With that thought, the bespectacled man smiled faintly and didn't say anything more to Chao Chen. I hope you can keep your word. After saying that, he stepped out of the office. Seeing this, Chao Chen grinned at the man's back and then took out his phone to look at it. Watching the string of zeros in the bank text message, he felt particularly joyful tonight. In fact, he wasn't even a bit sleepy. Finally, after counting the zeros in the message several times, Chao Chen put his phone away. Where to go? He was too excited, not sleepy at all. Going home at this hour would just be a hassle for Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. The two were already a bit tired today, he couldn't keep bothering them. Su Jiao Jiao. At this hour, she was probably already in her dorm, washing up and getting ready for bed. Although Chao Chen was confident he could get this stubborn yet soft-hearted woman to come out, just the thought of making her uncomfortable immediately dispelled that idea. That dog woman, Wang Shanshan. She too should be lying in her dorm bed by now. Moreover, even if she hadn't gotten into bed yet, Chao Chen wouldn't be able to call her out. Because that dog woman was currently crafting a pure and innocent single image, no matter how grandly Chao Chen spoke, unless he offered her a substantial amount of money, she definitely wouldn't leave the dorm at this hour. After all, leaving the dorm at this time to spend the night outside meant something, and it would greatly affect her pure and innocent single image. Or, should he go find Lu Hong to hang out? After thinking it over, he finally thought of that woman with long, wavy, chestnut red hair, whose every smile and gesture exuded charm. Plus, this was the perfect time to find Lu Hong. She worked in nightlife, and while others might be tired and ready to rest, Lu Hong would be full of energy. It was just right to find her, book a room, invite a few girls, drink, and have fun all night, and also help her boost her performance. Moreover, Lu Hong had also sent him quite a few benefits these past few days. In just a few days, she had already sent him at least 100 private photos that couldn't be shared. If he didn't take care of her performance soon, Chao Chen would feel guilty. It was settled then. He would go to Jinding KTV and help Lu Hong with her performance. Just as he made up his mind to leave, his phone, which he had put in his pocket, vibrated twice. It was a message from Zhang Yunyun. There was a photo and a message. In the photo, Zhang Yunyun was wearing a sexy white-fitted qipao, and on either side of her were two women dressed in purple and bright red kipeos. In terms of looks and figure, these two women were on par with Zhang Yunyun. Although they couldn't compare to Su Jiajiao's stunning beauty, they were definitely top-notch. The message contained just a few words. 3 missing 1, coming? Damn! Seeing the photo and the message from Zhang Yunyun, Chao Chen immediately felt displeased. What did this mean? What did she take him for? If she wanted to send a message, she could just send a message without attaching a photo. Did she think that his steadfast nature could be swayed by just one photo? Chao Chen replied with 2 words. Address. As he sent the message, he could only silently apologize to Lu Hong in his heart. Sorry, Lu Hong, it's not that you aren't appealing anymore, nor that the photos you sent weren't sexy enough, but there are 3 top-notch women in kipeos on the other side. In terms of class, they were definitely a notch above the ladies at Jinding KTV. Moreover, 3 missing 1 was a call for help in the underworld. As someone from the underworld, he couldn't just ignore it. So, there was no choice but to help her with her performance next time. Soon, Zhang Yunyun replied. It was a location. Chao Chen opened the location and saw that it wasn't at Zhang Yunyun's chess room, but in a villa community on the outskirts of Haicheng. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. It seemed that tonight's 3 missing 1 would be quite the challenge. Chao Chen had been to Zhang Yunyun's chess room, so he knew very well that it was filled with surveillance cameras. From outside the chess room to inside, from the first floor to the third, there were no blind spots at all. Whatever happened inside would be recorded by the surveillance computer in the basement. However, this villa community on the outskirts of Haicheng was clearly a private residence, and if anything happened there, it wouldn't be captured on camera. Thinking of this, Chao Chen smiled and muttered, really, how can my damn charm be so great that it makes a woman like Zhang Yunyun fearless of death? Could this be true love? Although Wolf Brother was just a small-time thug in Haicheng, unable to make a name for himself, he still had a ruthless and face-saving nature, which were essential traits in his line of work, especially the need for face, who in the underworld didn't want face? And Zhang Yunyun, as Wolf Brother's lover, was actually thinking of putting a hat on him. That was courting death. If Wolf Brother found out, Chao Chen didn't need to guess what her fate would be. She would definitely vanish without a trace. As for whether she would be sunk in the sea or dismembered, that would depend on Wolf Brother's preference. And as one of the masterminds behind putting a hat on Wolf Brother, Chao Chen would surely be targeted by him as well. However, Chao Chen didn't care. If he was in a good mood, he would call him Wolf Brother. If he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't even look at him like a chihuahua. If he dared to shout at him, Chao Chen wouldn't mind letting him experience why life was fragile. "Wait for me, I'm taking a taxi right now." After sending this message to Zhang Yunyun, Chao Chen stuffed his phone into his pocket and stepped out of there. It was 11:20 p.m. Near the Xinyuan Villa community in the suburbs of Haicheng, Chao Chen stepped out of a taxi. Since this wasn't the main entrance of the villa community and the area was remote, the streetlights were barely on, leaving the surroundings in darkness. After the taxi driver left, Chao Chen looked around, sneakingly like a thief, and called out, "Yunyun? Zhang Yunyun? Where are you?" It was Zhang Yunyun who had messaged Chao Chen, telling him not to use the main entrance of the villa. She also instructed him to wait on this side of the villa community. However, he had arrived but couldn't see where Zhang Yunyun was. "Over here, I'm over here." Suddenly, a voice, even sneakier than his, rang out. Chao Chen turned to see a woman wearing a baseball cap, a mask, and a pink tracksuit standing in the dark greenery. It was indeed Zhang Yunyun. Seeing her outfit, Chao Chen almost burst out laughing. Goodness! She looked like she was wrapped up like a dumpling. It seemed she was quite afraid of being caught by Wolf Brother. Moreover, with her sneaky attire, Chao Chen didn't need to think. Tonight was definitely going to be wild. Chao Chen strode over and said, "There's no one else around here, why are we whispering?" Zhang Yunyun paused, clearly caught off guard by his question. Indeed. In the dead of night, on this pitch-black street, there were only the two of them. Why should they lower their voices? They could speak loudly without anyone hearing. Realizing this, Zhang Yunyun shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter, come on, follow me, let's go inside first." With that, she turned and led Chao Chen into the greenery surrounding the villa. When they reached the villa wall, Chao Chen noticed that a section of the iron fence had somehow been removed, just enough for a person to slip through. In fact, Chao Chen didn't even need to squeeze through. At about 3 meters high, he could just jump up, grab the iron spike above, and flip over. However, seeing Zhang Yunyun crawl through, he ultimately followed her. Once they both got inside, an Audi A8 was already waiting for them. "You sit in the back, I'll drive you into the villa. There's surveillance at the entrance, or else it would catch you on camera." Seeing how well prepared Zhang Yunyun was, Chao Chen didn't know what to say. They say a woman's intelligence during an affair rivals that of Sherlock Holmes. Chao Chen thought that the intelligence during an affair could also rival Sherlock Holmes. Just look at this arrangement. She ensured he wouldn't appear on any surveillance footage. Even if Wolf Brother personally checked the cameras, he wouldn't understand how a hat had been placed on his head. 5 minutes later, inside the villa community, from the last row, in the second to last villa with a yard on the left, Zhang Yunyun drove the Audi A8, carrying Chao Chen, who was sitting in the back. Zhang Yunyun got out, locked the villa gate, and seeing that Chao Chen was still sitting in the car, she burst out laughing. "All right, come out. There's surveillance at the entrance, but there's none inside the villa or the yard." Chao Chen sighed softly and finally got out of the car. "Ugh, this feels like a spy operation. I almost thought I was participating in some major mission." Zhang Yunyun giggled, raised an eyebrow at Chao Chen, and said, "Scared? If you're scared, you won't get to eat any meat. Cut it out." Chao Chen scoffed. "Who am I afraid of, your little chihuahua? Bring him out, and I'll show you how I insult him right in front of his face." Zhang Yunyun laughed, her body shaking with mirth. "I noticed it last time. Although you call him Wolf Brother, you really don't take him seriously at all. Now that I see it, I was right, you really don't take him seriously. Alright, enough nonsense. Hurry up and come in, we're missing one, just waiting for you." With that, Zhang Yunyun stepped into the villa first. Before long, Chao Chen followed Zhang Yunyun to a room on the second floor of the villa. Inside the room were two women dressed in purple and red kipayos, and in the center stood a mahjong table, the tiles neatly arranged. Upon seeing Chao Chen enter, the two women looked him up and down with smiles. "Oh, just as San Mei said, quite handsome. Yes, that nose, that spirit, really a little wolf dog." Zhang Yunyun smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my eldest sister, Su Rolan, and my second sister, Zhu Chanchan." Chao Chen squinted his eyes. "Wow, interesting. So, these are Wolf Brothers' main and second lovers." With Zhang Yunyun added, all three of Wolf Brothers' lovers are here. Tonight, he was going to raid this little wolf cub's den. Wolf Brothers' real name has nothing to do with wolves. His real name is quite common, Li Jianguo. He is called Wolf Brother because he has a wolf head tattoo on his chest, similar to Chao Feng from the Khitan. From what Chao Chen knows about this wolf brother Li Jianguo, he is a relatively long-lived thug. In his previous life, Chao Chen spent 7 or 8 years in prison, during which many prominent thugs in Haicheng became his subordinates, while Li Jianguo was still carefree on the outskirts of Haicheng. Moreover, Li Jianguo's requirements for women are not high. From what Chao Chen knew about him, up until 7 or 8 years later, he only had 3 lovers. The main lover, Su Rulan. The second lover, Zhu Qianqian. The third lover, Zhang Yunyun. Of course, compared to the average person, having 3 lovers is already quite a lot. But for a thug of his level, it really isn't much. Many thugs of his caliber have a dozen women around them, which is quite normal. It's not an exaggeration to say that a leader of a regular company in Haicheng or a small business owner might have more women than he does. So, in Chao Chen's impression, this wolf brother is already considered quite affectionate and devoted. He didn't expect that tonight, all 3 of Wolf Brothers' major lovers would be present. This truly exceeded Chao Chen's expectations. After all, based on his analysis of this wolf brother, he belongs to the type that is deep and devoted. He should treat Zhang Yunyun and the others quite well. In this situation, if only Zhang Yunyun betrayed him, Chao Chen could understand. After all, there are always some women who are unwilling to be lonely or who are just looking for some excitement. But for Zhang Yunyun, Su Rulan, and Zhu Qianqian to collectively betray the little wolf cub, that was something Chao Chen couldn't quite comprehend. Could it be that Li Jianguo wasn't good enough to them? Was it just a coincidence that these 3 ungrateful wolves came together? Or was the reality different from his analysis, and there were hidden circumstances? A series of questions floated through his mind, but they were soon ignored by Chao Chen. What does it have to do with him? He was just the one missing, coming to the rescue. As for why Zhang Yunyun, Zhu Qianqian, and Su Rulan collectively betrayed Li Jianguo, let Li Jianguo find out the reason himself. He was only responsible for the emergency, nothing else. I didn't expect that my wolf brother's 3 stunning lovers would all be here tonight. Good evening, sisters, Chao Chen said, leaning against the door with a cheeky greeting to the 3. After being greeted like that, Su Rulan laughed so hard that her flowers trembled, while Zhu Qianqian giggled and covered her mouth, and Zhang Yunyun also found it amusing. Su Rulan smiled and winked at Chao Chen, saying, "What an interesting little wolf dog." As she spoke, Su Rulan picked up a mahjong tile from the table and said, "Come on, let's play a couple of rounds with the sisters. If you win, there are rewards. If you lose, the sisters will punish you." "That's right," Zhu Qianqian chimed in with a laugh, "let's play a couple of rounds with the sisters first." Seeing this, Chao Chen grinned mischievously as he slowly closed the door and locked it, blocking the entrance and saying, "Sisters, it's so late at night, why play mahjong? I have a more fun game here, called." The next morning, at 10 o'clock, on the stairs leading to the second floor of the villa, Chao Chen, bare-chested and wearing only a pair of shorts, came down with a thick cigar in his mouth. He arrived in the living room, plopped down on the sofa, propped his legs up on the coffee table, and began to smoke, frowning slightly. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, he had smoked down more than half of the thick cigar. It wasn't until Zhu Qianqian's voice rang out that he snapped back to reality. "Smoking a whole cigar in one go, don't you care about your lungs?" Seeing Zhu Qianqian come down barefoot from upstairs in a loose white shirt with her hair down, Chao Chen smiled and flicked the ash into the ashtray, patting the space beside him. Zhu Qianqian smiled as she gathered her long hair behind her head and sat down next to Chao Chen, leaning into his embrace. Noticing that Chao Chen had one arm around her while still frowning and smoking, Zhu Qianqian asked, "What's wrong? Weren't you happy yesterday? Why the frown today? Is something bothering you?" Chao Chen glanced at Zhu Qianqian and frowned, saying, "There's something I couldn't figure out all night. The 3 lovers of Wolf Brother are actually 3 big girls? So, babe, can you explain to me what's going on?" Chao Chen still felt like he was dreaming. Su Rulan was Wolf Brother Li Jianguo's main lover, his first lover, who had been with him for 6 years. Zhu Qianqian was the second, having been with Li Jianguo for 4 years. Zhang Yunyun was the third, who had only been with Li Jianguo for 3 years. The shortest of the 3 had been with Li Jianguo for 3 years, yet all 3 were still big girls. Chao Chen felt as if he had eaten some poisonous mushrooms from Yunnan. It was more surreal than a dream. Zhu Qianqian smiled and said, "What's wrong with big girls? How could that be?" Chao Chen replied, "What man wouldn't like big girls? I just can't understand why it turned out this way. Could it be that the little wolf has a flaw? Did he get hurt in a fight for territory when he was younger?" Zhu Qianqian chuckled, "You really have a vivid imagination. Isn't that so?" Chao Chen asked curiously, "So what exactly is his situation?" Zhu Qianqian looked into Chao Chen's eyes with a smile, and after several seconds, she said, "Because he's a 0. "What?" Chao Chen's body shook, and his eyes widened in disbelief. As someone who had spent 10 years in Haicheng prison, Chao Chen understood all too well what 0 meant. In the world of male homosexuality, there is a distinction between 1 and 0. 1 is the dominant partner, only attacking and never receiving. 0 is the submissive partner, only receiving and never attacking. Of course, there is also a third situation, where 1 can be both 1 and 0. He never expected that this wolf brother Li Jianguo, who had some notoriety as a big thug in the outskirts of Haicheng, was actually a 0. With that, everything made sense. No wonder Zhu Chanxian and the others had been with Li Jianguo for 4 or 5 years and were still big girls, because Li Jianguo is a 0, just like them. He also likes men. No wonder Li Jianguo is so affectionate and devoted. Even after 7 or 8 years, he still only has these 3 lovers by his side. Because Li Jianguo simply doesn't need women, it doesn't matter who is around him. Upon learning this reason, Chao Chen scolded Li Jianguo harshly in his heart. Before this, including during Chao Chen's previous life in prison, he always thought of Li Jianguo as a loyal and affectionate good-for-nothing. But it turns out, damn it, he was just a 0, wasting all those years of goodwill. Looking at it this way, Li Jianguo is truly a big dog. Su Rulan was the first to follow Li Jianguo. It's been 6 years, and she is already 30 this year, still a big girl as of yesterday. 6 years of youth. How many such wonderful 6 years can a woman have in her life? And then there are Zhu Chanxian and Zhang Yunyun, who are not young either, yet they are also still big girls. Letting 3 such exquisite beauties remain single for a 0 like Li Jianguo. Even after spending 10 years in prison in his previous life, Chao Chen had never seen such a self-deprecating person. Li Jianguo is truly worse than a pig or a dog. He deserves to die. Seeing that Chao Chen suddenly had no reaction after he finished speaking, Zhu Chanxian leaned on his shoulder and softly said, "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" Chao Chen looked at Zhu Chanxian and pondered, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking that this dog Li Jianguo is simply too suited for Haicheng's second prison. Isn't he fond of being a 0? He should go to Haicheng's second prison. It's full of top-notch tough guys. He would have a blast." Zhu Chanxian thought Chao Chen meant to report Li Jianguo and send him to prison, so she quickly shook her head and said, "Don't do anything reckless. Li Jianguo has some connections. If you report him, he can find you right away. At that point, you might just disappear, so promise me, don't do anything reckless." Seeing that Zhu Chanxian misunderstood his meaning, Chao Chen didn't explain, just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. By the way, is this wolf cub just a simple homosexual, or does he usually not treat you guys badly?" Zhu Chanxian understood Chao Chen's meaning and laughed. He does have a bit of a hatred for women, and it's somewhat severe. He usually hits women without holding back. He really beats them to a pulp. Sometimes, a slap can even break their jaw. When he uses both fists and feet, he often breaks women's ribs, leg bones, and arms. However, he doesn't hit the 3 of us because, although he is a 0, he is very sensitive about others knowing. In the past, he had a boyfriend, and once when they were out, his boyfriend got a bit too affectionate in public, and someone jokingly said they looked like a couple. As a result, I never saw that boyfriend again. He probably got sunk in the sea. So, Li Jianguo is particularly afraid of others knowing he is gay, especially afraid of them knowing he is a 0. Therefore, he needs the 3 of us to help maintain his facade of being a normal man. So, even though he has a strong aversion to women, he never lays a hand on the 3 of us. In fact, in front of his brothers or when there are outsiders, he will even deliberately hold our hands and pretend to be very affectionate. Of course, when there are no brothers around, he absolutely does not touch us. Even if he touches our clothes or things, he has to wash his hands with disinfectant, making it seem like we have a virus or something. Really, I'm not exaggerating at all. I've been with him for 4 years, and he has only held my hand. Apart from my hand, he hasn't touched any other part of my body even a little bit. Including my waist, my shoulders, my face, he hasn't touched any of those, let alone other places. My older sister and younger sister are in the same situation. Li Jianguo has only held their hands too. After hearing Zhu Chanxian's words, Chao Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "In that case, I really got a great deal." Exactly. Zhu Chanxian smiled and poked Chao Chen's face with her finger, saying, all 3 of us sisters' first kisses and first times have been given to you, so enjoy it secretly." In the time that followed, Chao Chen and Zhu Chanxian chatted a bit more and learned more about the 3 sisters' situations. Su Rulan followed Li Jianguo because of a car accident 6 years ago. 6 years ago, Su Rulan's mother had a serious car accident, and the driver fled the scene, leaving them with no money. Just when it seemed that Su Rulan's mother would die due to lack of funds for treatment, Li Jianguo appeared and made a deal with Su Rulan. He asked her to be his apparent lover, and in return, he would provide medical expenses for her mother. Desperate for money to save her mother, Su Rulan agreed to Li Jianguo. Unfortunately, Su Rulan's mother ultimately did not survive. Li Jianguo provided over 2 million in medical expenses, keeping his promise without being stingy with the money. From then on, Su Rulin became Li Jianguo's first apparent lover. As for Zhu Qianqian, she was then entangled with a small thug. He was persistent, harassing her day and night, making it impossible for her to work normally. Li Jianguo promised to help her out and also promised her a good material life. Thus, frightened by the thug, Zhu Qianqian became Li Jianguo's second apparent lover. As for Zhang Yunyun, she had a gambling-addicted father, a sick mother, a broken family, and felt helpless. Zhang Yunyun's father had developed a gambling addiction, losing everything they had, while her mother was seriously ill. One day, after losing money again, Zhang Yunyun's father was about to have his hands and feet chopped off due to debts. Zhang Yunyun then sacrificed herself to save her father. That's right. The person who was going to chop off Zhang Yunyun's father's hands and feet was none other than Li Jianguo. Thus, Zhang Yunyun became Li Jianguo's third apparent lover. Her gambling father and sick mother both passed away about a year ago. After understanding the situation of the three sisters, Chao Chen held Zhu Qianqian in silence for a long time. Finally, he tentatively asked, "Baby, do you think there's a possibility? Is it possible that Roland's mother was hit by someone sent by Li Jianguo? Is it possible that the thug who harassed you was also arranged by Li Jianguo? As for Yunyun's father, he lost at Li Jianguo's casino. So, have you ever thought that all three of you might have been targeted and set up by Li Jianguo in advance?" Upon hearing Chao Chen's sudden words, Zhu Qianqian, who had been warmly leaning on his shoulder, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "You mean, our three sisters' experiences were all secretly designed by Li Jianguo?" Chao Chen looked into Zhu Qianqian's incredulous eyes and nodded, saying, "I think the probability is very, very high. Haven't you noticed how perfectly suited you three sisters are to be his lovers? Of course, when I say suited, I mean your looks and figures. Don't be modest, among women, you three are truly exceptional." And Li Jianguo, as someone who can be considered a prominent figure, his women, whether in looks or figure, definitely need to be presentable. As a result, it just so happens that three of you, with exceptional figures and looks, and no significant background, ran into him. How could it be so coincidental? How could it be that he helps someone, and that person just happens to be suitable to be his lover? Baby, if you say there's no trickery involved, I wouldn't believe it for a second. Zhu Qianqian stared blankly into Chao Chen's eyes, as if stunned by his words, remaining motionless for a long time. Just then, a delicate laugh rang out. "I was wondering why I couldn't see the two old ones when I woke up. Turns out, they sneaked down to enjoy their world of two." On the stairs, Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun appeared in their nightgowns, barefoot, smiling as they came down. Seeing Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun coming down, Zhu Qianqian jolted back to her senses and quickly stood up, saying, "Eldest sister, third sister, come here quickly." Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun, who had been teasing Zhu Qianqian, immediately wiped the smiles off their faces upon seeing her serious expression. They hurried down and asked, "What's wrong, second sister? You look flustered. Is Wolf Brother coming?" Although the three were merely Li Jianguo's surface lovers, if he found out they had betrayed him, the outcome would surely be dire. So, when they saw Zhu Qianqian's grave expression and panicked eyes, they instinctively thought it was because Wolf Brother was coming. After all, there was nothing else that could make them so anxious. "No," Zhu Qianqian shook her head, "I was just chatting with Chao Chen and he said we might have been set up." "What?" Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun looked at Chao Chen in confusion, then back at Zhu Qianqian. "Second sister, don't get agitated. Sit down first and tell us what happened. What do you mean we were set up? Both I and the third sister are completely lost. We don't know what you're talking about." "Yeah, second sister," Zhang Yunyun added. "What do you mean we were set up? What were we set up for? Don't get worked up, just clarify." Zhu Qianqian took a deep breath, sat back down next to Chao Chen, while Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun took seats on the sofa opposite them. Once she saw the two had settled down, Zhu Qianqian began to recount in detail what she had discussed with Chao Chen. After hearing Zhu Qianqian's account, Su Rulin and Zhang Yunyun, sitting across from her, looked as if they had been struck by lightning, stunned and unresponsive for a long time. Finally, after a long pause, Su Rulin spoke, her voice trembling, "No, it can't be. How could my mother have been killed by someone arranged by Li Jianguo? The police said it was just a regular hit and run. How could?" The hall fell silent. Zhang Yunyun spoke up, "Actually, I suspected long ago that my dad was being targeted by Li Jianguo." Hearing this, Zhu Qianqian and Su Rulin quickly turned to Zhang Yunyun. Zhang Yunyun continued, "My dad used to never gamble, he never touched those things. Later, when my mom's health deteriorated, my dad took on various part-time jobs to earn money for her treatment. Then, I don't know how, he became a gambler. He even racked up so much gambling debt, at one point, he owed over 3 million. That just doesn't add up. Because at that time, our family only had that one rundown 60 square meter house, worth just over $1 million at most. That was all our family's assets. Yet, Lee Jianguo lent my dad over 3 million. Before, I didn't understand, but now I have a clear understanding of this line of work. Eldest sister, second sister, you both know, let me ask you, is it common to borrow money in this industry? Our family only has assets of 1 million, yet he lent my dad over 3 million. Isn't he worried that my dad won't be able to pay it back and it will become a bad debt? Xu Chanxian and Su Roland just quietly looked at Zhang Yunyun, and no one spoke. Zhang Yunyun continued, so, when Li Jianguo wanted to chop off my dad's hands and feet, I resolutely chose to become his surface lover to save my dad. Because I know my dad didn't gamble before. He never complained, no matter how hard or tiring it was, just to treat my mom's illness. He is not that kind of gambler, he must have been framed. If my dad were the kind of gambler who abandoned his wife and children, ruining the family, I would rather he be chopped off at the hands and feet than save him. So, even today, even though my dad and mom are no longer here, I still firmly believe that my dad is not a gambler. He was definitely framed back then. And the person who framed him is Li Jianguo. After hearing Zhang Yunyun's words, the hall fell silent again. After a long time, Su Roland looked at Chao Chen, her eyes slightly red, and said, Chao Chen, you said the three of us were framed by Li Jianguo. I ask you, how confident are you? Chao Chen thought for a moment and said, before, I was about 70% confident, but now, after hearing Yunyun's account, I am 99% confident. In fact, I can almost say with 100% certainty that the experiences of the three of you were orchestrated by Li Jianguo. Hearing Chao Chen's confidence reach 99%, even 100%, Su Roland could no longer control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Yes, I'm sorry. Su Roland choked as she wiped her tears, saying, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go rest for a while. After saying that, Su Roland got up and hurried upstairs. Seeing this, Xu Chanxian and Zhang Yunyun opened their mouths as if to say something but ultimately said nothing. Finally, Xu Chanxian looked at Chao Chen, bit her lip, and said, Chao Chen, why don't you go comfort the eldest sister? The eldest sister comes from a single-parent family. She grew up without a father, always with her mother, so her bond with her mother is particularly strong. For so many years, the eldest sister has always believed that her mother's death was just a traffic accident. Even after all these years, she has been very grateful to Li Jianguo, because it was Li Jianguo who provided over 2 million in cash, allowing the eldest sister's mother to live for nearly another month, giving the eldest sister time to say goodbye properly. Now, you tell her that her mother was killed in a scheme by Li Jianguo. The benefactor she has been grateful to for 6 years suddenly becomes the murderer of her mother. She must be in great pain right now. So that's how it is. So Su Roland comes from a single-parent family, and she has always been grateful to Li Jianguo. No wonder her reaction is so strong. Chao Chen nodded, okay, leave it to me. I promise to comfort your eldest sister thoroughly. Upon hearing Chao Chen say this and then head upstairs, Xu Chanxian and Zhang Yunyun were momentarily stunned. He wouldn't comfort her in that way, would he? In a bedroom on the second floor of the villa, when Chao Chen pushed the door open, Su Roland was standing by the window, silently sobbing as she looked outside. Her body shook, and tears dripped from her chin, but they didn't fall to the ground. Seeing this, Chao Chen walked over and hugged her from behind. Cry, let it out. No one will laugh at you. Chao Chen's words acted like a switch. As soon as he spoke, the previously silent and choked up Su Roland burst into loud tears. Chao Chen held her tightly from behind. After a bout of wailing, Su Roland turned around, looked into Chao Chen's eyes, her eyes red and teeth clenched, and said, I want Li Jianguo dead. I want to kill that beast who is worse than a pig or a dog. Chao Chen nodded solemnly, leave it to me. Give me a month, and I will make Wolf Ji's gang disappear completely from Haicheng. Time flew by, and over 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After spending more than 2 hours upstairs with Su Roland, Chao Chen finally appeared with her on the staircase. Xu Chanxian and Zhang Yunyun, who had been waiting on the first floor, saw Su Roland, who had just run upstairs crying, now looking stable, and exchanged glances. It must be said that although Chao Chen's method of comforting was rather crude, it was indeed effective. Because from Su Roland's current state of mind, it was clear that she had truly been comforted. Sister, are you feeling better? Seeing Su Roland come down, Xu Chanxian and Zhang Yunyun quickly got up and walked over. Although the three women had no blood relation, their shared experience of widowhood had brought them closer than real sisters. Looking at the genuine concern on Xu Chanxian and Zhang Yunyun's faces, Su Roland smiled happily and hugged them both, saying, Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just a bit too emotional earlier. Chao Chun, watching the three sisters embrace, lit a cigar with a snap and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, a woman comforted by me is never left uncomforted." His words earned him eye rolls from the three women, especially from Su Ruolin, who bit her lip and playfully pinched him on the waist. Chao Chun didn't mind at all. Instead, he turned to Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun with a serious expression. "By the way, how about you two? Do you want to come upstairs and get some comfort too? I guarantee it will be effective." "Go away, who needs your comfort?" Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun both gave Chao Chun a look of disdain. In fact, they really didn't need his comfort. Zhang Yunyun's parents were gone, but they hadn't died at Li Jiangguo's hands. Although 3 years ago, she had been set up by Li Jiangguo and became his third mistress, her mother's illness had improved financially because of her status. In a way, if she hadn't become Li Jiangguo's third mistress, her mother might have died long ago and wouldn't have lasted this long. The most important point was that she had always suspected Li Jiangguo, feeling that their family's misfortune was orchestrated by him. Therefore, Chao Chen's revelation today was not as shocking to her as it was to Su Ruolin. As for Zhu Qianqian, she was likely the least affected among the three. Li Jiangguo had neither killed her mother nor turned her father into a gambler, he had only sent a thug to harass and bother her. Thus, only Su Ruolin had suffered the most. To be grateful to a benefactor for 6 years, only to find out he was the murderer of her mother, this twist and the emotional impact it brought could have left her struggling for many days, even months, if Chao Chen hadn't spent 2 hours comforting her. Alright, I'm really fine now, so don't worry." Su Ruolin finally hugged Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun again before letting them go. Chao Chun, with a thick cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of light white smoke and said, "Since you two don't need comfort, let's sit down and have a good chat." Hearing Chao Chun say this, the three women nodded in agreement and then all sat down on the sofa. Chao Chun sat opposite them, puffing on a cigar, and said, "You three should be aware of the current situation. As for your elder sister, she wants to eliminate Li Jiangguo. After all, she has a grudge against him for her mother's death. So, what do you two think?" As he spoke, Chao Chun glanced at Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun. The two women almost didn't hesitate and said in unison, "Whatever our elder sister decides, we will follow her." Upon hearing Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun's synchronized response, Su Ruolin, who was sitting between them, felt her eyes welling up with tears. Having two sisters who shared her sentiments made her feel as if there were no regrets in this life. Seeing Su Ruolin a bit moved, Zhang Yunyun quickly hugged her and said, "Elder sister, even if you don't want to eliminate Li Jiangguo, Shanshan and I still want to get rid of him." On the other side, Zhu Qianqian quickly nodded and said, "Elder sister, what Xiaoyun said is right. Even without you, we would choose to eliminate Li Jiangguo. Because Li Jiangguo is so afraid of others knowing he is a zero, he would never let us go. We are still young, do we really have to live in widowhood for him, a zero? What is the meaning of our lives then? Even if we can secretly meet with Chao Chen once or twice a month, what is the cost? The cost is that once discovered, we three would be killed by him. Why should we live in such fear? Why can't we pursue happiness openly? Besides, does killing a beast like Li Jiangguo need a reason? How did we end up around him? Just based on his trap set for us, it is only right for us to kill him." After Zhu Qianqian finished speaking, Zhang Yunyun on the other side nodded emphatically. "Elder sister, Qianqian is right. We want to eliminate Li Jiangguo not just for your revenge, but also for ourselves. I'm not afraid to say it directly, I want to be with Chao Chun, a real man. I don't want to live in widowhood for that ambiguous guy. That kind of tasteless life is worse than death." Upon hearing this, Chao Chen, sitting opposite the three sisters, was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Oh, my lovely Xiaoyun, are you confessing to me?" Zhang Yunyun shot him a playful glare and said, "Confess? You think too highly of yourself. I gave you everything for the first time, and you, scumbag, want to avoid responsibility?" Chao Chen laughed heartily and said, "How could I? I love to take responsibility for beautiful women like you. Hey, what about you too?" As he spoke, Chao Chen looked at Su Ruolin and Zhu Qianqian. "Do you want me to take responsibility for you as well?" Zhu Qianqian and Su Ruolin both chuckled and rolled their eyes at him. Although the two women didn't give Chao Chen an answer, it was already clear without words. Chao Chen smiled and took a puff of his cigar. "Alright, it seems that the four of us are one family, so let's happily decide that the next step is to eliminate that wolf cub, Li Jiangguo." Just as Chao Chen was about to continue, Su Ruolin suddenly interrupted him. "Alright, Chao Chun, for the next matters, you don't need to interfere, just leave it to us three to handle." Zhu Qianqian and Zhang Yunyun nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Chao Chun, the next matters are not for you to meddle in. Just pretend you don't know about this, we three sisters will take care of it." "Ah, this." Chao Chen looked innocently at the three women who seemed so serious, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. Good heavens! He was actually excluded from the plan? Did he really seem so insignificant to them in every aspect except for one? Wait. Seeing himself excluded from the plan, Xiao Chen didn't even bother to smoke his cigar and hurriedly interrupted the three women. What's going on? Why was I left out of the plan? This next step could get Li Jianguo killed. Can it work without him? Xiao Chen looked at the three women and said, the next step could get Li Jianguo killed, and you still won't let me get involved? Then you should at least tell me your plan. Let me hear it and see how perfect it is. The three women exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat bewildered. It wasn't easy to come up with a plan for something like this. It required careful consideration, right? Su Ruolin cleared her throat and said, there's no perfect plan for now. This kind of thing definitely needs to be thought out over time. However, I do have a rough idea. Xiao Chen nodded. Go on. Poison him. Su Ruolin said earnestly, we can find an opportunity to secretly poison his drink. Xiao Chen rubbed his forehead in frustration, but he hates women. He basically won't touch anything that you three have been near. Even if you manage to poison him, are you sure the dosage is enough to kill him? Don't be misled by what you see on TV. Killing someone isn't that straightforward. Even if you give him just a minute to struggle, that's enough time for him to order your deaths. Moreover, even if you successfully poison him, this is a matter of life and death. The police will get involved. Are you sure you can evade their investigation? To his surprise, Su Ruolin's suggestion was easily countered by Xiao Chen, leaving her looking somewhat embarrassed. Then let's stab him to death. Zhang Yunyun said fiercely, hide a dagger and stab him in the neck when he's not paying attention. Xiao Chen looked at Zhang Yunyun with a dark expression, not wanting to engage with her. Was this even a plan? This was just a reckless exchange of lives. If you really stab him to death, can you escape? A scoundrel like Li Jianguo is always surrounded by his underlings. He rarely finds himself alone. So, even setting aside the police, just dealing with his underlings would be impossible. Seemingly aware that her plan was a bit reckless, Zhang Yunyun's confidence waned, and she muttered, then, what do you suggest? Killing someone only has these methods. Xiao Chen looked at the three of them, speechless. With your level, you still have the nerve to ask me not to get involved? If I don't get involved, do you three think you can handle it? Xu Qianxian interjected, then what good would it do for you to get involved? You can't even get close to Li Jianguo. Xiao Chen waved his hand to interrupt. Who said killing someone has to be done personally? There are many ways to kill someone, and they can lead to different outcomes. What we seek is for Li Jianguo to die while we remain unharmed. This means we definitely cannot get caught up in Li Jianguo's murder case, and we must also eliminate his core forces and members completely. Ha! Su Ruolin and the others were stunned, their eyes wide open. Even Zhu Qianxian's mouth fell open in disbelief. Wasn't it just about killing Li Jianguo? How did it turn into needing to eliminate his core forces and members as well? This wasn't just about killing one person, it was about killing a whole group. Facing the three women's dumbfounded expressions, Xiao Chen explained, you all think too simply. If Li Jianguo dies, do you think you won't have any trouble? Li Jianguo is part of a gang. He has other core thugs under him, the so-called second-in-command and third-in-command. If you just kill Li Jianguo, there will definitely be others like Zhang Jianguo or Lu Jianguo who will rise up. You three have more or less grasped some of Li Jianguo's assets, right? If you don't hand these over, do you think they will let you three go? Moreover, with your looks, Li Jianguo is nothing. He hasn't touched you, but if it were any other man, he would definitely have ruined you 300 times over. So, in a sense, as long as Li Jianguo is alive, you three are safe. Once he dies, you three will truly be in danger. Therefore, just killing Li Jianguo will only bring you three trouble. If you want to kill, you must kill them all. Eliminate all of Li Jianguo's core members, make his gang disappear from Haiqing entirely. Only then will you three truly be free and safe. The three women stared blankly at Xiao Chen, feeling almost stunned by his words about killing them all. If it weren't for Xiao Chen's analysis, they wouldn't have realized that just killing Li Jianguo wouldn't solve the problem at all. Moreover, they wholeheartedly agreed with the potential dangers Xiao Chen mentioned. First of all, if Li Jianguo died, they would be ruined. This point, the three sisters firmly believed. Because usually, many of Li Jianguo's subordinates would often sneak glances at them with lewd eyes. If it weren't for their special status, someone would have already taken advantage of them. So, if Li Jianguo died, they would definitely be ruined by his brothers. As for the asset issue that Xiao Chen mentioned, they also completely agreed. Over the years of following Li Jianguo, they had indeed received a lot of money and property from him. For example, this villa is under Zhu Qianxian's name. Although it's a suburban villa, not big or expensive, it's still worth 15 million. Especially Su Ruolin, who had been with Li Jianguo the longest and earned his trust, so 1/3 of Li Jianguo's actual assets were under her name. This included 2 KTVs, as well as up to 50 million in bank deposits, and a duplex. Just as Chao Chen said, these assets were merely placed under her name by Li Jianguo. If she didn't hand them over, would Li Jianguo's brothers let her go? Dream on! If she didn't turn over these assets, she would definitely be ravaged to death by Li Jianguo's brothers. There was no way they would let her off. Su Ruolin took a deep breath and said, "But if it's this difficult to kill just one Li Jianguo, how can we possibly kill all his core members? Isn't that impossible? Who says so?" Chao Chen calmly took a puff of his cigar and said, "In any case, you 3 don't need to worry about this. Just leave it to me to handle. You 3 just act as usual, don't let Li Jianguo notice anything unusual. If the plan goes smoothly, at most in a month, I will make this group of scum completely disappear from Haicheng." They didn't know where Chao Chen got such bold words and confidence, but the 3 women felt they could trust him unconditionally. Zhang Yunyun said weakly, "Then, you won't get into trouble, right? I don't want anything to happen to you. I haven't had enough time with you yet." Chao Chen laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, we can still enjoy each other for 100 years. By the way, who's going to get some food? This production team's donkey can still fill us up. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and if this continues, I really won't have the strength to work." The 3 women were taken aback and then covered their mouths, laughing. "Oh my, it's already this late. Wait a moment, we'll go make something right away." Saying this, the 3 women hurriedly went to the villa's kitchen. Happy times are always short-lived. After spending 2 days and 3 nights with Su Ruolin and the others in the villa, it was finally time to part ways. After all, they couldn't be absent from Li Jianguo's sight for too long. Being able to stay in the villa for 3 days this time was already the limit for the 3 women. The 3 of them usually came here to play and generally stayed for 2 days. So, if they didn't go back soon, Li Jianguo would start to suspect something. The next time the 4 of them met, barring any accidents, would be after Li Jianguo's death. In other words, the next time they saw each other would be at least a month later. Of course, it wasn't that Chao Chen didn't want to see the 3 of them. With 3 such stunning beauties, he could never get enough of them. The main issue was that as long as Li Jianguo was still alive, meeting with the 3 of them was risking their lives. Chao Chen couldn't put the lives of the 3 women at risk. So, during these 3 nights and 2 days at the villa, he worked harder than a little bee, treating it as a way to compensate the 3 women in advance. "I see you really like this brand of cigars, so I packed them all up for you." At 8:30 in the morning, in the villa, Zhang Yunyun packed a large box containing about 70 or 80 cigars into Chao Chen's bag. These cigars were prepared for Li Jianguo. Although Li Jianguo rarely came here, he would occasionally make an appearance to put on a show for his subordinates. Therefore, the villa was not only stocked with a full set of clothes for Li Jianguo but also various wines and cigars. This batch of cigars had been aged in a humidor for nearly a year, and they were usually aged with red wine that cost over 1,000 yuan a bottle. Thus, these cigars not only had a rich flavor but also a hint of red wine taste. Seeing that Chao Chen enjoyed smoking them, Zhang Yunyun decided to pack them all up for him. "Is this okay?" Chao Chen asked with some concern. "What if Li Jianguo happens to come by and sees that the cigars aged for a year are all gone? How will you explain that?" The 3 women didn't smoke, and if they said they did, Li Jianguo would definitely not believe them. "It's fine, just take them with you," Zhu Chanxian smiled. "I'll just say the humidor wasn't closed properly last time, and all the cigars inside grew mold, so we threw them away. It's just a few dozen cigars, he won't care." Seeing Zhu Chanxian say this, Chao Chen decided not to be polite anymore. Soon, after the 4 of them finished packing, they all got into the A8. Zhang Yunyun was still driving. Before long, the vehicle drove out of the villa. After about 20 minutes, when they reached a remote area without surveillance, they finally stopped by the roadside. The car door opened, and Chao Chen stepped out with a bag, just waving at the vehicle before the door closed and it drove away. Watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, a slight smile appeared on Chao Chen's lips. It was originally just a 3-person emergency rescue, but unexpectedly, there are now 3 more women to be responsible for. Li Jianguo, this is purely your fault for being such a beast, so don't blame me. After muttering this to himself, Chao Chen took out his phone and was just about to call a taxi through an app when suddenly, a message came in. It was from the goddess Su Jiao Jiao. "Dog man, I want to meet, now, immediately." Looking at the message from Su Jiao Jiao, even without seeing her, Chao Chen could imagine her gritting her teeth in anger. The reason was that today was Saturday, and Haicheng University didn't have classes on Saturdays and Sundays. So, Su Jiao Jiao had video called Chao Chen early in the morning, wanting to invite him to dinner. However, Chao Chen was busy with Su Ruolin and the other 2 at the villa. In that situation, Su Jiao Jiao was left staring blankly as Chao Chen introduced the 3 women to her before hanging up the video call. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and ultimately, she couldn't help but send a message. Okay, senior, I'm on my way. Just as Chao Chen sent this message to Su Jiao, a vacant taxi happened to pull up. Seeing this, Chao Chen reached out to hail it. Driver, to Haicheng University. After saying that, Chao Chen directly opened the passenger door and got in. Su Jiao also sent a second message. Dog man, I'm not joking, I want to see you right now. Chao Chen smiled and replied, okay, esteemed senior, I'm on my way, I'll be at the school gate in 10 minutes. Back and forth, exchanging messages with Su Jiao, the taxi soon stopped at the entrance of Haicheng University. Perhaps because it was Saturday, the school gate was bustling with people coming and going. However, they were all sophomores, juniors, and seniors, with no freshmen in sight. This was because the freshmen were still undergoing military training under the sun. Chao Chen got out of the taxi and casually took a photo of the school gate, sending it to Su Jiao. This time, Su Jiao did not reply with a message but called directly. Hello, senior. Chao Chen said with a smile, where are you? Dog man. Su Jiao said in a hushed voice, how come you really came back? Weren't you with that Qianqian and her two friends? Did you just leave them behind? Of course. Chao Chen said seriously, when the senior calls, I have to come right away. Su Jiao was speechless. Are you sick? I was joking with you. How can you be so dog-like, just leaving those three behind? They'll definitely scold me to death. I was really joking, hurry back. Chao Chen laughed, just kidding, they had something to do. Ah, Su Jiao said, half convinced, so, they really went to do something? You really didn't just leave them behind? I really didn't. Chao Chen assured her, besides, you saw the scene, how could I just leave whenever I wanted? Hearing this, Su Jiao reluctantly believed and muttered, that's true. Where are you now? Chao Chen asked in return. Su Jiao hesitated, I'm still in the dorm, I haven't gotten up yet. What? Chao Chen was speechless, didn't you say you wanted to see me immediately? How come you're still in bed? The sun is already shining. Well, I was joking. I thought you were going to be with that Qianqian and her friends today, and since I had nothing to do alone, I just didn't feel like getting up. Who knew you actually came? Chao Chen smiled and said, then hurry up and get up. Just right, I'll go back to my rental first. I haven't seen you in days, I'm almost dying to see you. He. Su Jiao giggled and continued in a low voice, then you go back first. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I can't talk anymore, my roommate is still sleeping. Bye, Mua. More than 10 minutes later. Inside the rental, Chao Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Jing and Lu Yuling were not home, they had gone to Yundong district. Although Chao Chen hadn't returned in the past 2 days, he had been in contact with Bai Jing and Lu Yuling. This morning, a landlord wanted to sell a house and contacted Lu Yuling. After being idle for so long, they finally saw a glimmer of hope for business, so Bai Jing and Lu Yuling rushed over without even having breakfast. Chao Chen opened the cigar that Zhang Yunyun had prepared for him, took one out, lit it, and then sat on the sofa. Based on his understanding of Bai Jing and Lu Yuling, it would take a woman at least half an hour to get up and do her makeup. So, before Su Jiao called, he felt he could leisurely enjoy this cigar. Opening the mobile banking app, Chao Chen looked at the more than 400 million in cash and couldn't help but smile. So fast. It had been 6 days since he met with Xiong Bufan, and he hadn't even realized it. If Chao Chen remembered correctly, there were still 10 to 11 days left until Xiong Bufan and his group died at sea. In other words, in 11 days, this 400 million would completely belong to the Chao family. Before that, Chao Chen did not plan to touch this money, because he was not sure if his rebirth would bring any butterfly effect. What if Xiong Bufan and the others, who were supposed to die, ended up not dying at sea but were instead arrested by the police? Then, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep this 400 million. So whether this 400 million could ultimately belong to the Chao family depended on whether Xiong Bufan and his group could successfully die at sea. May the Holy Mother, Jesus, and Amitabha Buddha bless. I hope Xiong Bufan and his group can all die smoothly at sea. After silently praying, Chao Chen had just closed his mobile banking app when suddenly, Zhang Yunyun sent him several messages. They were about his good brother Sunwei's earnings at the casino over the past 3 days. In the last 3 days, Sunwei had won 17,000, 14,000, and 29,000 respectively. Seeing that Sunwei had won 29,000 in just one game yesterday, Chao Chen couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Didn't they agree that he should just maintain around 10,000 to 18,000 a day? How did he win 29,000 in one night? This was a bit excessive. Before Chao Chen could send a message, Zhang Yunyun explained. Your good brother's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and his bets are getting larger too. Last night, he suddenly went crazy and won over 13,000 in the last round. Seeing Zhang Yunyun's reply, Chao Chen's mouth curled up in a smile. So it was because his appetite was growing. This was a good thing. Calculating, tonight would be the 8th day. In other words, starting from tomorrow night, whether he won or lost would depend on Sunway's personal luck. Chao Chen was looking forward to it. If he lost the money he had won over the past 8 days, how long would it take to lose it all? He was even more curious about how long the family fortune that Sunway's parents had saved up would last him. They only had this one son, they definitely couldn't just watch him get his hands and feet chopped off, or even lose his life, right? Thinking about this, Chao Chen smiled and replied to Zhang Yunyun, then searched for Sunway's number and called him. Hey, Sunway, what are you doing? Sunway's groggy voice came through. I'm sleeping in the dorm. What's up? What are you sleeping for? Chao Chen said, come on, let's hit the internet cafe. No way, Sunway replied disdainfully, we're in college now, who still goes to internet cafes? Then he changed his tone and lectured, old Chao, I'm not saying you, but you're already an adult. Stop acting like a kid, you should be making money. All you do is play. With your current state, it's a miracle that Wang Shanshan would even look at you. If you threw 10,000 at Wang Shanshan every day, I guarantee that within a week, she'd be lying in your bed. Listening to Sunway's condescending tone mixed with disdain, Chao Chen's smile grew wider. How much had he won? How much money did he even have? Had he already inflated to this extent? This contemptuous tone, this lecturing manner, if someone didn't know better, they might think he was worth hundreds of billions. Chao Chen innocently replied, Sunway, what do you mean? Did someone upset you? How about we grab a meal? I'll treat you to Lao Zhang's grilled fish at the school gate. Forget it, Sunway replied dismissively, that thing costs over 200 for a grilled fish. Is that even food? Forget it, we're not on the same level now. I have nothing in common with you. I'm hanging up, I need to sleep. Try not to call me in the future. With that, Sunway hung up the phone. Chao Chen looked at the phone that had just been hung up and almost laughed to tears. The smug face of this little man has been fully realized at this moment. I hope he can still be this inflated in a few days. In the following time, since there wasn't much to do, Chao Chen started scrolling through short videos on his phone. Until it was 10:30 in the morning, he finally received a call from Su Jiao. Stinky man, where are you? At my rental place, Chao Chen replied weakly. I finally got my senior's call. I was almost falling asleep. Su Jiao chuckled. It hasn't been that long, right? I just took a little over an hour to get up and wash up. Okay, my senior said it wasn't long. Chao Chen cleared his throat and laughed. Where to? How about that hotel we went to last time? Hey, what are you talking about? Su Jiao laughed. Who said I was going to the hotel with you? I'm telling you, don't get any funny ideas today. We're just going to eat. Oh, just eating? Huh? Chao Chen's tone dropped significantly, but there isn't much good food around here. How about this? Come over to my place for hot pot. Huh? Su Jiao was taken aback. Go to your place for hot pot? Yeah, Chao Chen said, I have various flavors of hot pot base, and there's beef, lamb, fish, shrimp, and all kinds of vegetables in the fridge. Besides, it's cleaner and more hygienic for us to eat ourselves, and it's cheaper. Didn't you always say we shouldn't spend money extravagantly? Well, Su Jiao hesitated, isn't it inconvenient to go to your place? What about your two good sisters? Oh, they're not here, Chao Chen said, they went to work. Come on, I guarantee the hot pot I make is delicious. After being invited repeatedly by Chao Chen, Su Jiao finally wavered. Going to your place is fine, but you mustn't get any funny ideas. Don't worry, Chao Chen laughed. You know what kind of situation I faced this morning, you saw it in the video. Even the donkeys in the production team need to rest. Just come over, I promise we will only eat today. Hearing Chao Chen say this, Su Jiao huffed, Stinky man, you even know that the donkeys in the production team need to rest. I thought you didn't know. Humph, send me your location, and I'll come find you directly. 20 minutes later. At the bottom of the apartment complex, Chao Chen finally saw Su Jiao. Today, Su Jiao was dressed in a JK schoolgirl style. A black JK pleated short skirt, a white blouse on top, shiny black stockings on her legs, and a pair of black mid-heeled shoes on her feet. Looking at Su Jiao's JK schoolgirl outfit, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. Senior, you really know how to dress. This JK outfit suits you perfectly. Only you can wear it and bring out that two-dimensional feeling from the comics. After all, the big G goddess can hold her own even against the girls in the two-dimensional world. Su Jiao naturally understood what Chao Chen meant. She smiled, bit her lip, and walked over to him, directly kicking him. You jerk, you clearly weren't in a good situation this morning. Why did you still answer my video call? Do you know how awkward I was at that moment? Fortunately, I was on the balcony of my dorm when I called you. If I had been in my room and my roommate saw me, I wouldn't know how to explain it. Chao Chen laughed heartily, shamelessly taking Su Jiaojiao's small hand. But I didn't think it was inconvenient at all, I thought it was quite convenient. You pervert, jerk. Seeing Chao Chen so shameless, Su Jiaojiao simply stopped arguing with him and started pinching him. The two played around, ultimately ending with Chao Chen surrendering. By the way, have you had breakfast? Chao Chen asked. No. Su Jiaojiao said, it's hard to finally not have to get up early for class. Who gets up to eat breakfast? Just right, I haven't eaten either, Chao Chen replied, let's go up and eat. Ha! Su Jiaojiao innocently widened her eyes and said, what about Qianqian and the others? Is it that excessive? They don't even take care of breakfast. Even the donkeys in the production team get fed some good stuff after working all day. Not to mention getting you some fatty kidneys or oysters. At least they should let you have a full meal. Hearing Su Jiaojiao say this, Chao Chen was at a loss for words. He really hadn't eaten breakfast this morning. The main reason was that Su Rulin and the others hadn't planned to stay for so many days and didn't think Chao Chen would come over, so they didn't buy too much food. And as it happened, there was no breakfast today. Plus, Su Rulin and the others weren't staying at the villa today, so it wasn't worth the trouble just for a meal. Therefore, none of the four of them had breakfast this morning. It wasn't just Chao Chen who missed it. Chao Chen sighed and said seriously, indeed, they don't even take care of breakfast. It's all tears of bitterness. They really didn't take care of your breakfast? Su Jiaojiao said with concern, then let's not look for them next time. It's too outrageous, not even taking care of a meal. How can they exploit people like this? Chao Chen smiled, well, at least my senior is good to me. Come on, let's go up and eat hot pot. Since there were ready meats, fish, shrimp, and vegetables in the fridge, Chao Chen and Su Jiaojiao quickly prepared the hot pot. While the soup base was still not boiling, Su Jiaojiao took a good look around the spacious apartment that Chao Chen rented. The fridge, washing machine, TV, sofa. Looking at the complete setup, Su Jiaojiao's eyes showed envy. After all, living in a dormitory with 5 roommates that was smaller than this one bedroom, the comfort level was definitely far inferior to living here. Soon, after a tour, Su Jiaojiao arrived at the dining room and said softly, clearly there are 3 big bedrooms, yet you all squeeze into one room. You really are saving space. What are those 2 rooms for? Storing money? Chao Chen laughed and opened the fridge to take a look. I didn't bring any bedding, so I can only stay under someone else's roof. What? Su Jiaojiao gave Chao Chen a squinting expression. Is this about not bringing bedding? I chopped from the south gate to the north gate, and you ask me if my eyes are dry? By the way, can you drink cold drinks today? Suddenly, Chao Chen seemed to think of something and looked at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao smiled and said, what if I say I can't? If you can't, then you can't, Chao Chen laughed. What are you? If you can't drink cold drinks, can I still kick you out? What if I get mouth sores too? Su Jiaojiao continued. Then so be it, Chao Chen said with a bitter smile, what do you think I am? Su Jiaojiao pouted and seemed somewhat satisfied with Chao Chen's answer. Then, Chao Chen continued, by the way, senior, your hemorrhoids aren't acting up, are they? Ha! Su Jiaojiao was taken aback, then burst into laughter, and started punching Chao Chen playfully. You scoundrel, rogue! I knew you weren't that good. Hemorrhoids? Dream on. I tell you, absolutely impossible. After receiving a flurry of Su Jiaojiao's small punches, Chao Chen's smiling face hurt. Look at you, what did I say? I just asked if you had any unspeakable difficulties in that regard. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 people have hemorrhoids, what's so hard to talk about? I don't have hemorrhoids, Su Jiaojiao said proudly, I exercise every day. Do you think I just sit around all day? Chao Chen smiled and nodded, then shall I pour you a cup of hot water? No need, Su Jiaojiao pouted, I can drink cold drinks. You can drink it. Chao Chen smiled as he took a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge for Su Jiaojiao and continued, by the way, senior, when can't you drink cold stuff? Don't get me wrong, I just want to prepare some brown sugar water for you in advance. It must be inconvenient for you to make it at school. This was a reasonable thing to say. Su Jiaojiao took a small sip of the sparkling water and said, no need, I can drink cold stuff all the time. I don't have the usual troubles that other girls do. What? Chao Chen asked in confusion. What do you mean, senior? Do you drink cold stuff when your relatives come? Su Jiaojiao felt a bit embarrassed and said, I'm quite rare in having no menstruation, so I never have my period. Upon hearing this, Chao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Su Jiaojiao is actually one of those rare cases? Wow! What kind of treasure of a girl is this? Chao Chen's understanding of this rare condition came from a short video he had accidentally watched in his previous life. A girl, around 17 or 18, had never had her period, so her mother took her to the hospital. After examination, all her female development indicators were completely normal. In the end, the doctors gave one answer: this girl was a very rare case of having no menstruation. The term no menstruation is a term from traditional Chinese medicine. It refers to women who do not have menstrual phenomena, yet their development is completely normal, including childbirth, just like normal women. The only difference is that they do not have periods and never need sanitary pads in their lives. Moreover, these women generally have better physical health. This means that while other women need to rest for a week each month, women with no menstruation can be on call all year round, never needing to take a break. Seeing Chao Chen staring at her in a daze, Su Jiaojiao felt a bit shy and asked, "What's up? Why are you looking at me like that?" Chao Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just think it's really unfair. Some people are born with their eyes closed, while others are scrutinized with a magnifying glass. You are simply the epitome of being spoiled. For other men, having a partner with no menstruation might be a nightmare. Originally, they could have a week of rest each month, but encountering a woman with no menstruation means no breaks all year round. Even the toughest man can't handle that." But for Chao Chen, this was simply a treasure of a girl. Because with those 36 actions recorded in that unnamed book that cannot be detailed, he feared no year-round availability. In fact, it would be best if she were available all year round. Didn't he stop practicing the rice bucket 72 styles because they were replaced by those 36 actions that cannot be detailed? After all, both improve physical strength, and with something better and more enjoyable, who would want to be a rice bucket? What do you mean by being spoiled? Su Jiaojiao laughed and rolled her eyes at Chao Chen. "You and your sweet talk. Alright, the pot is boiling, let's get started." Seeing that the hot pot was already bubbling, Chao Chen stopped bantering with Su Jiaojiao. The two sat across from each other and began to feast heartily around the hot pot. Finally, nearly an hour later, Chao Chen and Su Jiaojiao stopped, feeling satisfied. "Senior, can I ask you a question?" After eating and drinking to their fill, lighting up a cigar felt simply delightful. As Chao Chen lit a cigar, he looked at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao comfortably leaned back in her chair, rubbing her full belly, and nodded. What question? Do you think I'm a good person?" Su Jiaojiao was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. "You? A good person? Don't joke like that. Just look at how much of a scoundrel you've become. The words good person have nothing to do with you." Chao Chen chuckled and said, "Since I'm not a good person, why do you still like being with me, senior?" Su Jiaojiao pouted, about to speak, when Chao Chen continued, "I'm not joking, answer me seriously." Su Jiaojiao opened her mouth, but after hearing his follow-up, she swallowed her words back. Su Jiaojiao thought seriously for a moment, her face slightly flushed, and said, "This question is too difficult, there's no logic to it. Actually, I know in my heart that you're a scumbag. Really, I've never seen such a scummy man. Before, one of my roommates had a boyfriend who cheated on her behind her back, hooking up with a female online friend. As a result, our entire dormitory scolded him mercilessly. It was simply unforgivable. If my roommates found out what a scumbag you are, I bet they wouldn't even know how to scold you because you've exceeded their understanding of scum." At this point, Su Jiaojiao paused slightly, her pretty face reddening even more, and said, "Even knowing you're a super scumbag, I still like you, no reason." Chao Chen's lips curled up. "But I'm not just scummy, I'm also poor. Compared to those rich second-generation guys pursuing you, I'm practically a broke loser. Who says otherwise?" Su Jiaojiao slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "You say you're scummy and poor. The little savings you have aren't even enough for those rich kids to spend in one night. Am I crazy? Why should I like you?" Chao Chen laughed. "Yeah, why?" Su Jiaojiao wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. "I don't know, I told you, there's no logic to this. Of course, it might also be related to my mom's influence." "Oh?" Chao Chen was surprised. "Influenced by your mom?" Su Jiaojiao nodded. "My mom told me long ago that happiness isn't about what others say. If they say you're happy, then you're happy, and if they say you're not, then you're not. Only you know if you're happy. So, it's not about finding a good man to be happy, nor is it about finding a scumbag to be unhappy. Because everyone has a different definition of happiness, it depends on what you pursue." My mom also gave me an example. We have a neighbor, surnamed Zhang. Her husband is known in our community as a good man, reliable, capable, loyal, family-oriented, and warm-hearted. Everyone says Aunt Zhang is so happy to have such a good husband. But my mom said Aunt Zhang isn't happy at all because a happy woman has light in her eyes, and hers has long lost that light. Later, I specifically observed, and it really was just as my mom said. I don't know how to describe it, but Aunt Zhang really isn't happy at all. For this reason, my mom specifically advised me never to live for the happiness others see. A life like that is meaningless. You should pursue your own happiness. And these views my mom instilled in me probably influenced me. After listening to Su Jiaojiao's words, Chao Chen slowly nodded. "So, being with me, you're very happy, right?" Su Jiaojiao blushed and nodded. It's okay, at least. Not annoying. Oh, Chao Chen smiled, putting down his cigar, standing up, and pulling Su Jiaojiao up. Just not annoying? That's not enough. Come on, let's go boost your happiness. Su Jiaojiao looked a bit confused. What do you mean? Chao Chen grinned. I have a side quest here. Completing this quest can increase your happiness index. Come on, I'll take you to do it. As Chao Chen pulled Su Jiaojiao towards the bedroom, she quickly reacted, laughing and struggling. No, I don't want to do this dungeon, you stinky man. Didn't you say that even the donkeys in the production team need to rest? That's right, Chao Chen said while dragging Su Jiaojiao into the bedroom. I was talking about the donkeys in the production team. What does that have to do with me? With that, he picked Su Jiaojiao up in a horizontal embrace and strode into the bedroom. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chao Chen emerged from the bedroom wearing only his shorts. He carefully closed the bedroom door and was about to light a cigarette in the living room when suddenly, the front door opened, and Bai Jing and Lu Yuling returned. Hey, the busy people are back, Lu Yuling greeted perfunctorily before starting to change her shoes. Noticing that Bai Jing and Lu Yuling were not in high spirits, Chao Chen smiled and lit a cigarette, saying, What's wrong? Is the house sale not going well? Don't mention it, Bai Jing said angrily. That landlord is such a big idiot. The houses over in Yundong district are really selling well. As soon as Yuling and I listed it, we immediately had dozens of people wanting to buy, she continued. We offered free water and ran around showing them the place, but by evening, that stupid landlord said he wasn't selling anymore. It drove Yuling and me crazy. Not only did we not make a penny, but we also wasted dozens of bucks on water. Running around all day has worn me out. As she spoke, Bai Jing began to take off her clothes and headed towards the bedroom. Before Chao Chen could say anything, Bai Jing had already pushed the door open and walked in, only to find Su Jiaojiao sleeping inside. Ah! Bai Jing exclaimed first. Ah! Su Jiaojiao followed with an even louder and sharper scream. On the sofa in the living room, Su Jiaojiao shrank her head and hid behind Chao Chen, feeling like she wanted to die. She couldn't even begin to describe the awkwardness of the moment. With her hair disheveled, lying on someone else's bed and making a mess of it. It was simply mortifying. She even forgot how she had put on her clothes and come out. Her mind was blank. Jiao, here, Su Jiaojiao looked up to see Bai Jing smiling at her, holding an unopened pack of stockings. I see your stockings are beyond wearing. Try these. They're from Balenciaga. I don't know if you'll like them, but if not, I can go buy you another pair later. Hearing Bai Jing say this, Su Jiaojiao hurriedly reached out to take them, her face turning red as she stammered, and no, it's fine, Sister Bai. This one is just fine, really, really good. Thank you, Sister Bai. Seeing Su Jiaojiao's nervousness making her stutter, Bai Jing smiled knowingly and said, Why be so polite with me? Also, don't be so tense, there are no outsiders here. Just relax. What just happened was just a little episode of our first meeting as sisters, nothing to worry about. Su Jiaojiao nodded with a flushed face. I am not nervous. Not nervous, huh? Bai Jing laughed. Then loosen up, if you keep pinching, you're going to break my arm. Su Jiaojiao looked confused for a moment, then lowered her head to realize she had been pinching Chao Chen's arm the whole time, leaving it red. Her face turned red again, and she quickly released his arm. Chao Chen let out a sigh, murmuring, Thank goodness, finally let go, you almost killed me. Bai Jing chuckled, You deserved it. Jiao was sleeping, and you didn't say a word. If it were me, I would have pinched you again. Just then, Li Yuling came out of the kitchen carrying a large plate of cut fruit. Come on, stop chatting and come over here, let's eat some fruit. Li Yuling called out cheerfully to Su Jiaojiao and the others. Seeing this, Bai Jing grabbed Su Jiaojiao's arm and said, Come on, Jiao, don't just sit here smelling his smoke. Let's go over and eat some fruit. Saying this, she pulled Su Jiaojiao along without giving her a chance to refuse. Su Jiaojiao initially thought it would be very awkward, but to her surprise, Bai Jing and Lu Yuling were very warm and attentive to her, completely avoiding any mention of what had just happened. This made the embarrassment that Su Jiaojiao had felt, wishing she could just disappear, fade away in no time. She even quickly became familiar with the two of them. Meanwhile, Chao Chen, who was sitting in the living room smoking, noticed the three women in the restaurant quickly bonding and couldn't help but smile. Finally, when it was 6:30 in the evening, Bai Jing came over, sat down beside him, and gave him a thumbs up. Chao Chen smiled and asked, What does that mean? It's great! Bai Jing exclaimed, Such a wonderful girl, really, your ancestors must be smiling down. In terms of looks and figure, she completely crushes my rebellious daughter. More importantly, she has a good heart, without all those twisted schemes. Compared to my rebellious daughter, mine is like a rat in a sewer, there's no comparison at all. Chao Chen chuckled and said, You can't say that. Shan has a good figure and looks, she's still quite impressive. Bai Jing scoffed and gestured towards Su Zhaozhao, saying, compared to her, what's impressive? How can she even compare? Those legs, that waist, that butt, that face, she's completely crushed. Especially with all the bad intentions she has, I still can't understand it. I wouldn't say I'm a perfect person, but at least I've lived my life honestly, not doing too many shameful things. So how did I end up with someone like her? I might as well have just strangled her at birth. Seeing Bai Jing still so angry about Wang Shanshan, Xiao Chen comfortingly squeezed her hand and said, alright, the relationship is already severed, don't be angry anymore. You're just making yourself upset here, she might be living it up right now, aren't you just looking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing took a deep breath and nodded, you're right, let's not mention that infuriating trash anymore. So, what are we having for dinner tonight? Since Jiao Jiao is here for the first time, I originally thought of making a lavish dinner, but I just checked the fridge and there's not much left. If we go buy groceries now, they won't be fresh. How about we go to a nice restaurant tonight? Then when Jiao Jiao has time another day, Yu Ling and I can prepare a proper meal, how does that sound? Xiao Chen nodded, just about to speak when Lu Yuling hurriedly ran over with her phone. Sister Bai, Xiao Cohen, I might not be able to have dinner with you tonight. Lu Yuling said nervously, Lu Hong just messaged me. She's taken my husband out to a hotel, and they're already there. What? Hearing Lu Yuling say this, both Xiao Chen and Bai Jing stood up immediately. Finally, they got news that Lu Hong had succeeded. Others might not know, but Xiao Chen and Bai Jing were all too aware of how much Lu Yuling had been preoccupied with her divorce lately. After all, Xiao Chen's house was just sitting there. The brokerage fee of several million was already clear, just waiting there. Once divorced, Lu Yuling could take over more than 3 million in brokerage fees by herself. If she couldn't get divorced, that 3 million would have to be split with her husband. Plus, with the deadline Xiao Chen had given her, at most a month, Lu Yuling had been dreaming of getting divorced all this time. Now, after a long wait, Lu Hong's message finally arrived, and she was definitely going to take this matter seriously. On the other hand, Xiao Chen and Bai Jing were equally focused on this issue. After all, the intermediary fee, which amounted to several million, was what Xiao Chen was giving to Lu Yuling. Lu Yuling had nothing to say about this money, after all, right? However, if her husband were to take half of it, Xiao Chen would feel uncomfortable. Damn it! Why should I, a man with no ties to you, give you over 1 million? It's infuriating. Seeing that all three of them had suddenly become serious, Su Zhaozhao curiously ran over. She looked at the three of them, cautiously tugged at Xiao Chen's arm, and whispered, "What's wrong, dog man?" Xiao Chen glanced at Su Zhaozhao, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting, and said, "Senior, do you want to join us in catching a cheating husband?" Catching a cheating husband? Su Zhaozhao was taken aback for a moment, then her lips curled up. Sure, where are we going, and whose husband are we catching? Xiao Chen gestured towards Lu Yuling and said, "Sister Lu's husband is cheating." As he spoke, Xiao Chen recounted the general situation. In the living room, after listening to Xiao Chen's account, Su Zhaozhao fell into silence. Because, for a moment, she couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. So, Lu Yuling's husband was cheating? Wasn't that just leading him on and setting a trap for him? Besides, the one who was really cheating seemed to be Lu Yuling. After all, she had been living with Xiao Chen for so many days. Yet, the one who was truly cheating was going to catch the one who was set up. This right and wrong, this good and evil, actually didn't matter. What mattered was that she was on Lu Yuling's side. So, whether Lu Yuling's husband was set up or not, supporting Lu Yuling was the right thing to do. Should we bring some tools? Su Zhaozhao said seriously, in case it turns into a fight, if we don't have anything, we might be at a disadvantage. Bai Jing and Lu Yuling looked at Su Zhaozhao, momentarily speechless. Who would have thought that this sweet-looking innocent girl was actually a violent person at heart? No need, Xiao Chen said, there are police. Besides, if it really comes to a fight, I'm here, you just need to watch the show. Just watching the show? Su Zhaozhao nodded, that seemed too easy. At that moment, another message arrived on Lu Yuling's phone. Kaiwei Hotel, room 1308. Lu Yuling received the message and quickly looked at Xiao Chen. It's here, it's here. Kaiwei Hotel, room 1308. We need to hurry, it takes over 20 minutes to get there. No rush, Xiao Chen said, they haven't even entered the room yet. What's the hurry? We can't afford to be slow. Lu Yuling said anxiously, with my husband's capabilities, if we don't hurry, they might check out before we get there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and the others were taken aback. So quick? Then, the three of them cast sympathetic glances at Lu Yuling. Especially Su Zhaozhao. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Lu Yuling wanted a divorce. Then let's talk while we walk, Xiao Chen said. Don't rush to call the police yet, because the police will definitely be faster than us. It's best if we arrive together with them. With Chao Chen directing, Lu Yuling calmed down, and then the four of them got dressed, putting on clothes and stockings, and after getting ready, they left the rental house together. More than 10 minutes later, in Lu Yuling's Volkswagen, Chao Chen checked the time and said, "Sister Lu, we have just about 10 minutes left to reach Kaiwei Hotel. You should call the police now, we should arrive around the same time as them." Okay. Lu Yuling was driving while asking Bai Jing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, to help dial the emergency number. The call was quickly connected, and a female operator said, "Hello, this is the emergency center. How can I assist you?" Lu Yuling replied, "Hello, I want to report a prostitution incident happening in a hotel." "Okay," the operator said, "please provide more details." "The address is Kaiwei Hotel, room 1308, Lu Yuling said. "Please send someone quickly, they might run away if you delay." "Understood, I will arrange for someone to respond as soon as possible. However, I need to confirm something with you. The Kaiwei Hotel you mentioned, is it the one on Iha Road?" Yes, that's right," Lu Yuling confirmed. "It's the Kaiwei Hotel on Iha Road." "Okay, we have received your report and have forwarded the information to the nearest police station. Is there anything else you need?" "No, that's all." After hanging up, Lu Yuling took a deep breath and said while driving, "Do you think I should act really angry when we get there?" "Of course." Su Jiaojiao, sitting in the back seat, chimed in. "Your husband is cheating. It would be abnormal not to be angry." "Lu Jia, you shouldn't just be angry, you need to take action, rush in to scratch and slap. While hitting, you should also curse. Only then will it be a normal reaction for a wife." Hearing Su Jiaojiao say this, Lu Yuling smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Chao Chen, also sitting in the back, poked Su Jiaojiao's waist. "I didn't expect you to understand so well." Su Jiaojiao giggled and leaned closer to Chao Chen, "Because I've seen it before. In high school, our math teacher, a man, got involved with a female music teacher. Then, our math teacher's wife came to the school to cause a scene. A group of teachers couldn't hold her back. They were desperately hitting our math teacher's face, scratching him until he was bleeding. The music teacher was so scared that she rode off on her electric bike and never dared to come back to school. Just like that, she resigned. Our math teacher was later fired too. So, you have to go up and do it, scratch him, otherwise, it won't feel real." Watching Su Jiaojiao's serious expression, Chao Chen chuckled and wrapped his arm around her waist. About 10 minutes later, when Chao Chen and the others arrived at Kaiwei Hotel, they saw a police car stop, and two officers got out and walked inside. Since they needed to turn around to reach the Kaiwei Hotel on the opposite road, by the time Lu Yuling turned the car around and parked in a spot near the hotel, another 2 minutes had passed. The four of them got out of the car without any delay and hurried inside. Meanwhile, inside room 1308 of Kaiwei Hotel, a man in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance and average build, was pacing back and forth while smoking. In the adjacent bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard. The man was Lu Yuling's husband, Wang Dongsheng. Finally, after taking a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, Wang Dongsheng approached the bathroom door and pleaded, "Baby, are you done yet? I'm really on edge here, I can't hold it any longer. Why don't you open the door and let me wash with you again?" Lu Hong's seductive laughter came from the bathroom. All right, really, why are you so impatient? It's still early in the night. But I really can't wait any longer, Wang Dongsheng said. I'm about to explode. Just a moment. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Wait until I put on the clothes you bought for me." "Seriously, what kind of clothes are these? I've never worn anything like this before. How am I supposed to wear them? Maybe I shouldn't wear them at all." Wang Dongsheng chuckled. "Come on, babe, just put them on. We already bought them." "Alright then, you wait a bit longer while I figure out how to wear them." Finally, after another 4 or 5 minutes, the bathroom door opened, and Lu Hong appeared at the doorway wearing a set of sexy lingerie. Seeing Lu Hong's alluring figure, Wang Dongsheng's eyes nearly popped out. Just as he was about to rush over to Lu Hong, intending to scoop her up and toss her onto the bed, suddenly, a loud knocking sound interrupted him. His excitement abruptly cut off. Wang Dongsheng's forehead twitched with anger as he shouted, "Who is it?" No one outside answered. The knocking continued. Seeing this, Lu Hong let out a playful laugh and said, "Alright, go open the door and check. It should be room service, hurry and send them away, I'm waiting for you." With that, Lu Hong threw Wang Dongsheng a flirtatious glance. Wang Dongsheng chuckled, wrapped his towel around his waist, and hurried to the door, shouting as he opened it, "What is it?" "We're about to sleep, you guys." Halfway through his sentence, he saw 2 police officers standing outside and swallowed the rest of his words. One of the officers flashed his badge and said, "Hello, we are from the Haicheng Police Department. We received a report that someone here is involved in prostitution. Please cooperate with our investigation." "Prostitution?" Wang Dongxing snapped back to reality, about to explain when the two officers pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, Lu Hong, seemingly unaware of anything, was lying on the bed in her sexy outfit, striking a very seductive pose, waiting for Wang Dongsheng. It wasn't until the two officers entered that she froze for nearly 2 or 3 seconds before exclaiming, "Ah," and quickly covered herself with the blanket. Looking at Wang Dongsheng, who came in with the officers, Lu Hong's expression turned angry as she took the initiative to say, "Wang Dongsheng, what's going on? Why did you bring the police here? What have you done?" Seeing Lu Hong curled up in the blanket, her face full of anger, Wang Dongsheng felt more wronged than Doi. He hadn't done anything. Damn it! Who was so lowly to report him for prostitution? Wang Dongsheng forced a smile and hurried to Lu Hong's side, comforting her. "It's okay, babe, don't be angry. It's just a misunderstanding. These two officers are just here to understand the situation." He then turned to the two officers and said with a smile, "Comrades, there must be a misunderstanding here. We know each other. This is definitely not prostitution. It's a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we will determine that," one officer replied. "Please take out your IDs." Just as Wang Dongsheng was about to get his ID, a furious voice suddenly rang out. "Wang Dongsheng!" Wang Dongsheng jumped, quickly looking towards the door, where Lu Yuling was glaring at him with gritted teeth. Seeing Lu Yuling appear, Wang Dongsheng's heart sank. He knew that this time, his relationship with Lu Yuling was completely over. She had already been shouting about wanting a divorce, and now she had caught him cheating. There was no way to avoid it now. While Wang Dongsheng was in shock, Lu Yuling charged over like a madwoman. She started hitting Wang Dongsheng while shouting loudly, "You worthless piece of trash! Someone called me and said you were in a hotel with someone else. I didn't believe it, but I can't believe you were such a scumbag. Damn you!" In front of the two police officers, it was impossible to let the two fight. A police officer stepped forward and forcibly pulled Lu Yuling away from Wang Dongsheng. "Ma'am, please calm down. What is your relationship with this gentleman?" Lu Yuling looked at the officer, exasperated, and said, "What relationship? I'm his wife. What do you think our relationship is?" "Wife?" The two officers exchanged glances and immediately understood. The husband was cheating, and the wife had come to catch him in the act. Just as the two officers were processing this, Lu Yuling's attention shifted to Lu Hong, who was huddled on the bed. "You little slut, you filthy bitch. How dare you seduce my husband? I'll kill you." In 2 quick strides, Lu Yuling lunged at the bed, grabbed Lu Hong by the hair, and began to beat her down. The two women rolled together, with Lu Hong's screams and Lu Yuling's curses filling the air. Of course, it was all just an act. This was also Lu Hong's strong request. Setting a trap to make someone divorce carries certain risks. If discovered, it could lead to retaliation from the man. Therefore, they had to stage this scene to portray Lu Hong as the victim. This way, Wang Dongsheng would never suspect that Lu Hong was in cahoots with Lu Yuling. Watching the two women fight wildly on the bed, Lu Yuling was like a mad dog, pulling Lu Hong's hair and making her scream. Before the two officers could intervene, Wang Dongsheng had already rushed over. "Lu Yuling, are you out of your mind? Let go of her, let go." Seeing Lu Hong's hair being yanked out in clumps, Wang Dongsheng's eyes turned red. He forcibly pinned Lu Yuling down on the bed, desperately prying her fingers apart, and finally rescued the sobbing Lu Hong. At that moment, the two officers also rushed over to help subdue the frenzied Lu Yuling. Looking at Lu Hong, who was sitting on the bed with disheveled hair and crying her heart out, Wang Dongsheng felt a pang of heartache. He suddenly hugged Lu Hong tightly, saying, "It's okay, sweetheart, it's okay. It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on that crazy woman and letting you suffer." Suddenly, Lu Hong exerted force and pushed Wang Dongsheng away. Slap! A loud slap landed on Wang Dongsheng's face, leaving him stunned. Lu Hong, crying and furious, shouted at Wang Dongsheng, "Damn it! You have a wife, why didn't you say anything? You bastard, go die." With that, Lu Hong stood up and kicked Wang Dongsheng off the bed. Then, she grabbed her clothes and shoes and, barefoot and with her hair in disarray, ran out of the room. Seeing this, the two officers did not stop her. What was there to stop? It was clear this was not about prostitution, it was a case of infidelity being discovered. It was likely that someone who had a grudge against Wang Dongsheng saw him bringing a woman to a hotel, then called the police to report him for prostitution while also informing his wife. That woman was truly unfortunate. Her sexy outfit hadn't even been torn yet, clearly indicating they hadn't started, and then her wife showed up and beat her up, pulling out at least a handful of hair. She didn't get to enjoy any fun and only suffered harm. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, clutching her clothes and shoes as she ran out of the room, froze just outside the door. 3 pairs of eyes were staring at her. One was a stunningly attractive young woman, another was a JK-style girl with an almost unreal figure. The last was a familiar face, Chao Chen, who had received hundreds of her private photos. Upon seeing the three, Lu Hong's gaze lingered on Su Jiaojiao for a moment. What a rare beauty! If she could come to Jinding KTV, she would definitely be the top star. A thought flashed through Lu Hong's mind, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She brushed her disheveled hair back, revealing a face that bore no injuries. Since we're here, why not join in the fun? Chao Chen chuckled and said, there are too many people. Just 2 police officers showed up, worried that the performance might be too realistic and the scene could get out of control. As he spoke, Chao Chen directly changed the subject, eyeing Lu Hong up and down. Nice outfit. Lu Hong chuckled, put down her shoes, and in front of the 3 of them, without taking off her sexy outfit, she began to put on her original clothes while saying, they must be heading to the police station. Are you all going together later? That's not necessary, Chao Chen replied. At this point, it doesn't matter whether we show up or not. We plan to go eat, we haven't eaten yet. Then take me with you, Lu Hong said as she finished putting on her clothes and slipped on her high heels. While tidying her long, wavy, chestnut red hair and pulling down some extensions, she added, perfect, I haven't eaten either. Chao Chen glanced at Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao, saw that neither had any objections, and nodded, alright, let's go together. Then I'll go down to drive, Lu Hong smiled. You guys can listen a bit longer, I guess they'll be arguing inside for a while. After saying that, Lu Hong pulled the last extension from her head and tossed it into the trash can, then left, swaying her serpentine waist in her high heels. Watching Lu Hong walk away, Su Jiaojiao suddenly looked at Chao Chen and whispered, Dogman, I can wear that outfit better than her. Do you believe it? Chao Chen smiled and wrapped his arm around Su Jiaojiao's waist. Of course, when it comes to sexy, my senior sister has no rivals. Bai Jing, watching Lu Hong's departing figure, murmured, I have to say, she really is more charming than the average woman. The way she moves has a certain allure that most women lack. Just as Lu Hong had said, the argument in the room did not dissipate with her departure, instead, it escalated. This was entirely thanks to Lu Yuling's recent practice without any props. Lu Yuling had not been idle these days, eagerly awaiting her divorce. She had been waiting for this moment. So, in the days leading up to it, she had been contemplating how to perform when the day finally arrived. Should she portray a heartbroken, weak woman who just covers her face and cries, or a furious, mad woman betrayed by her husband? In the end, she chose to be the furious mad woman. It wasn't because of Su Jiaojiao's words in the car, but because Lu Hong had a requirement. During the act of catching her husband cheating, she needed to be hit hard to help eliminate any potential risks. This single requirement from Lu Hong meant that Lu Yuling could not simply play the weak woman who only cries. Thus, she had been researching how to convincingly portray a mad woman, obsessively watching various short videos of confrontations and cheating scenes. She watched both men catching women and women catching men, primarily to learn the anger and emotions involved in such situations. The result was undoubtedly gratifying. After thoroughly studying various cheating scenarios, Lu Yuling performed perfectly today, embodying the image of a mad woman to the fullest. In fact, if there hadn't been 2 police officers in the room at that moment, Chao Chen estimated she might have charged at Wang Dongxing and torn him apart. After listening outside the room for a while longer, Chao Chen said, looks like we're not needed anymore. Let's go eat. The main purpose of Chao Chen and the others coming was to prevent Lu Yuling from being at a disadvantage and getting hurt in this situation. And now, listening to the arguments and curses coming from the room, it was clear that Lu Yuling had achieved a crushing victory. With 2 police officers present, there was no way for the 2 of them to fight. So, Chao Chen and the others had no need to stay here. Su Jiaojiao covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Sister Lu is really fierce. Although I didn't see what happened inside, I can imagine her husband must be getting scolded terribly right now. That's right, Bai Jing laughed in agreement. You don't know how much effort your sister Lu put in for today. She practiced every day on the balcony, which is what they mean by with enough effort, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. Bai Jing's use of that phrase caught Su Jiaojiao off guard, and she almost laughed out loud. She looked at Chao Chen and teased, did you hear that? Sister Bai said even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, so. Chao Chen's face darkened, don't worry, it won't turn into a needle. Why does everything get dragged into my business? Let's go, let's eat. Saying this, Chao Chen took Su Jiaojiao's small hand and left. Watching the 2 leave hand in hand, Bai Jing wore a smile reminiscent of an ant. What a perfect match. This is a million times better than my rebellious daughter. She murmured to herself, still smiling like an ant, and quickly followed after them. Time flew by, and soon it was 9 o'clock in the evening. In a private room of a hot pot restaurant in Haicheng, the 4 of them sat around the hot pot, cooking and listening to Lu Hong recount her love story with Wang Dongsheng. Lu Hong and Wang Dongxing's love story can be roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step is their encounter. That day, Lu Hong was wearing a fitted dress, black stockings, a white shirt, and black-rimmed glasses, holding a large stack of documents, looking every bit the part of a professional secretary. As she brushed past Wang Dongxing, one of her high heels broke, causing her to stumble and crash into him, scattering her documents everywhere. Next, Wang Dongxing helped her pick up the papers, asked if she was okay, and they took the opportunity to add each other as friends. The second step was their daily chats on WeChat. From expressing gratitude to becoming more familiar, and then developing feelings for each other, it progressed step by step, just like a normal romance. The third step, which is the final step, was meeting up and going to a hotel. There's not much to say about this step. As long as the feelings are right, it naturally follows. As Lu Hong spent time with them, Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao, who were initially not very familiar with her, began to understand her better. Although Lu Hong had an indescribable charm, deep down, she was the kind of woman who was more streetwise and valued loyalty. "Hey, Sister Hong," Su Jiaojiao said, placing an oyster on Chao Chen's plate. "Curious, have you ever thought about what you would do if, during your first meeting with Wang Dongxing, he didn't help you pick up your things, didn't support you, and just watched you fall, walking away as if nothing happened?" Lu Hong chuckled. "What could I do? I'd ask for a refund. With a fitted dress, black stockings, big wavy hair, and black-rimmed glasses, I had all the sexy attributes covered. If that couldn't attract him, it just means he's not a man I can handle, and I'd definitely ask for a refund and retreat." However, so far, I've only encountered one such person, the rest, I've managed to handle. Hearing Lu Hong say this, Su Jiaojiao and Bai Jing became intrigued. There really was a man who could withstand a woman like Lu Hong. Lu Hong, regardless of her figure or looks, couldn't be considered top tier. In fact, among the 3 women present, her looks and figure were probably the least impressive. If we were to score out of 100, Su Jiaojiao would have a beauty score of 98 and a figure score of 110. There's no helping it, the goddess D.G. is just unreasonable like that. She belongs to the same category as Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen has super long legs, while she belongs to the super D.G. category. Both are in the exceptional ranks. As for Bai Jing, her beauty score could be 94, and her figure around 95. After all, a top-notch mature woman is not just a name. Lu Hong, on the other hand, has a beauty score of at most 91 and a figure of about 92. Although that's already quite good, when compared to Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao, the gap is still noticeable. However, Lu Hong has one particularly unreasonable trait: she possesses an indescribable charm. There's a saying, beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Lu Hong belongs to this type. Her beauty and figure may not be top tier, but she inherently has a charm that other women lack. Because of this charm, she can unreasonably rank among the top tier, alongside Bai Jing, Zhu Qianqian, Zhang Yunyun, and Su Rulan, just below Li Wenwen and Su Jiaojiao in the exceptional category. Therefore, when Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao heard that there was actually a man Lu Hong couldn't handle, they immediately felt a strong curiosity. What? What kind of man has such self-control? It's like Lu Xiaohui reincarnated. Who is it? Su Jiaojiao asked curiously. "Hong Jia, what kind of man can resist your charm?" Seeing the interested looks from Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao, Lu Hong smiled slightly, glanced at Chao Chen, and said, "This man, far away in the sky, but close at hand, is your dog man." What? When Lu Hong revealed that the man who could be considered Lu Xiaohui reincarnated was Chao Chen, both Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao were stunned. They even doubted whether they had misheard. What a ridiculous joke. Su Jiaojiao and Bai Jing knew all too well how wild this dogman Chao Chen was. He might not have wings, but if he had them, he would have taken off long ago. A dogman as wild as him has actually rejected someone like Lu Hong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Either he was with another woman at the time and it was inconvenient, or he had something very important to attend to. In any case, he could never be the type to reject Lu Hong. Meanwhile, Chao Chen, who was just about to put an oyster in his mouth, was also confused. Me? I resisted Lu Hong's seduction? When did that happen? Su Jiaojiao stared at Chao Chen for a while, then looked at Lu Hong, frowning slightly. "Hong Jia, you must be joking. I know how wild that dog man is. Even if you seduce him, you wouldn't need to, he would practically be eager to. Did you get it wrong, or are you just trying to flatter him?" "I really didn't," Lu Hong said with a wry smile. "I sent him at least 100 photos, but he didn't even react. If it were any other man, he would have been all over it like a dog. So, you might have a misunderstanding about him." "Ha?" Upon hearing Lu Hong say this, Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao were unconvinced. A misunderstanding about Chao Chen? "Sister, what's your relationship with Chao Chen?" What's our relationship with him? Are you saying you know him better than we do? You're joking. If you know him better than we do, then what was the point of our interactions with him? Su Jiaojiao didn't argue with Lu Hong, instead poking Chao Chen in the waist. Let me see your phone. Chao Chen smiled wryly, knowing Su Jiaojiao was stirred up by her competitive spirit, and said nothing as he unlocked his phone and handed it to her. Su Jiaojiao opened Chao Chen's WeChat, ignoring the messages from Li Wenwen, Zhu Chanxian, Su Ruolin, and others, and directly found Lu Hong, opening their chat. Scrolling through the chat content, Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock. Wow! This photo is really private. If even one of these gets out, it would definitely be scandalous. Bai Jing also came over from across the table. She was curious too. She wanted to see whether she understood Chao Chen better or if Lu Hong understood him more. As a result, the two women found themselves laughing without realizing it. They got it. They finally understood why Lu Hong had such a mistaken impression of Chao Chen. Looking at the content of their conversation, it was extremely simple and sparse. Lu Hong kept sending private photos, while Chao Chen just replied with 3 words. Send more. The entire dialogue was like this. Photos. 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 Send more. Photos. 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 Send more. Photos. 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 Send more. Although there were occasional other chat contents, it was completely clear that Chao Chen showed no signs of being a sycophant. Overall, it seemed like Chao Chen was just playing with Lu Hong. After quickly finishing reading their chat, Bai Jing and Su Jiaojiao smiled at each other, not knowing what to say. Ultimately, it was still Lu Hong who didn't understand Chao Chen. Once she understood, she would know that Chao Chen was a practical person. He never engaged in any sycophantic behavior. You have to tell him directly, let's go to a hotel. If you want to pique his interest, it's a bit difficult, because he doesn't flatter. Although they discovered the root of the problem, Su Jiaojiao and Bai Jing had no intention of telling Lu Hong. That dog of a man had already been so reckless, it was incredibly rare for someone to mistakenly think he was a good man. In fact, Lu Hong might be the only person Chao Chen knew who thought he was a good man. Such a precious anomaly was worth protecting. After all, she had just said that Chao Chen was hard to hook up with. Next, Chao Chen might soon let her know just how easy he was to hook up with. It was possible that tonight she would find out. So, every second counted. Su Jiaojiao smiled as she returned the phone to Chao Chen. Sister Hong, you really have a lot of beautiful clothes. Lu Hong chuckled and said, I like them. I'll send you some, I have plenty of these at home. Just as Lu Hong finished speaking, suddenly, a call came in on her phone. Lu Hong glanced at it, made a gesture for silence to Chao Chen and the others, and said, It's Wang Dongsheng. Looks like they're out of the police station. I'll take this call and end our relationship. Chao Chen and the others nodded, and Su Jiaojiao quickly said, Sister, put it on speaker, I want to learn. Lu Hong smiled, answered the call, and fulfilled Su Jiaojiao's request. As soon as the call connected, Wang Dongsheng's nervous voice came through. Baby, where are you now? You have to let me explain. It's not what you think, really, it's not what you think. Under the gaze of the three, Lu Hong smiled, then her expression changed, and her voice turned cold. Wang Dongsheng, what do you want to explain? Do you think I haven't been hurt enough? You scumbag, I thought I met a good man, but in the end, don't worry, I will never forgive you in this lifetime. You worthless scum, go die. After a harsh curse, Lu Hong didn't give Wang Dongsheng a chance to speak, directly hanging up the phone and blocking him in one go. Seeing this, Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Hong, that's it? Yeah, Lu Hong smiled and said, you can't cut ties without being decisive. For matters like this, you have to be straightforward. Just like that, it's okay. No need to listen to his explanations or waste words with him. Just curse him out and block him, that's all you need to do. Soon, Bai Jing received a call from Lu Yuling, her voice cheerful and excited, indicating that the divorce was likely a done deal. When Lu Yuling learned that they were at the hot pot restaurant with Lu Hong, she considered joining them. However, upon hearing that they were almost done eating, she ultimately decided to head back to her rental apartment and meet up another day. Thus, the four of them continued chatting at the hot pot restaurant until it was 9:30 in the evening before they left. Lu Hong drove the three of them home, first dropping Su Jiaojiao off at school, then taking Bai Jing back to her apartment complex. As for Chao Chen, he didn't get out of the car. He said he had serious matters to discuss with Lu Hong. Boss, where would be a good place for us to talk about your serious matters? Lu Hong asked with a smile, glancing at Chao Chen in the passenger seat. Let's find a quieter place, Chao Chen replied. It's really serious. By the way, this won't delay your work today, will it? No, Lu Hong said as she started the car. I'm not working today. Also, about that quiet place. How about my house? Are you brave enough? Brave enough? Hearing Lu Hong's slightly provocative tone, Chao Chen almost laughed out loud. Wow! This was the first time he encountered a woman who dared to be so provocative. It seemed that if he didn't let her see what he was made of, she wouldn't know how high the sky was or how thick the earth was. What's there to be afraid of? Is your place a dragon's den or a tiger's lair? Even if it is, how many have I, Chao, not dared to enter? Seeing Chao Chen's unruly and arrogant demeanor, Lu Hong smiled and said, I hope you're not just putting on a brave front. Don't worry, Chao Chen replied. From head to toe, my mouth is actually the softest part. Lu Hong chuckled and said no more, pressing the accelerator and leaving the place. At 10:20 at night, in the center of Haicheng, in a high-end two-bedroom apartment, Chao Chen followed Lu Hong inside. It was obvious it was a single woman's residence. The shoe rack was filled with women's shoes, with plenty of slippers, but not a single pair of men's shoes. Additionally, the decor was quite nice. Whether it was the decorations or the furniture and appliances, it was clear they were expensive. Especially striking was the wine cabinet in the living room, filled to the brim with red wine. Next to it was something that caught Chao Chen's eye. A humidor. Inside were about 50 to 60 identical cigars. Seeing this, Chao Chen walked over and examined it. You still smoke cigars? Lu Hong stood by the shoe rack, changing into slippers as she replied, I don't smoke cigars, I smoke ladies' slim cigarettes. But working in nightlife, you need to dabble in everything, especially things like tobacco and alcohol that men can't seem to part with. If the conversation turns to those topics and you're clueless, it can lead to an awkward silence. This humidor is specifically for that. It contains some cigars I've been aging for almost a year. I don't know how well they've aged, you can give it a try. Chao Chen looked at the cigars in Lu Hong's humidor and nodded. No wonder you've made a name for yourself in nightlife. With this level of effort, how many women can compare? Saying this, Chao Chen opened the humidor and took out a Cohiba cigar. In response to Chao Chen's compliment, Lu Hong smiled, slipped on her slippers, and went to the wine cabinet to grab a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Come on, Boss Chao, let's chat. It's late at night. If we're not doing what we should be doing at night, what serious matter do you want to discuss with me? Lu Hong initially thought that Chao Chen's mention of serious matters was just a pretext, and that he actually wanted something more intimate. However, on the way here, she realized that he indeed had serious matters to discuss, though he hadn't gone into detail. Chao Chen lit the cigar in his hand, took a couple of puffs, and then sat down across from Lu Hong, still holding it. Lu Hong smiled as she looked at Chao Chen, popped the cork from the red wine with a bang, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to him. Chao Chen took it, took a sip, and nodded. He didn't know much about red wine, but he could still discern the taste and aroma once it was in his mouth. At the very least, this wine was quite good for him, much better than what he had at the Jinding KTV before. How much is this wine? Chao Chen casually asked. What can I buy that's better? Lu Hong laughed. It's only about 300 yuan a bottle. What's wrong? Not to your taste? Chao Chen was taken aback and said, so cheap? But this taste is way better than the one I had a few days ago at Jinding KTV that cost over 1,000 a bottle. A few days ago at Jinding KTV, Chao Chen spent 160,000 yuan, of which nearly 60,000 was spent on wine that cost over 1,000 yuan a bottle. However, he found that the wine he had for over 1,000 yuan a bottle was not as good as Lu Hong's 300 yuan bottle. Hearing this, Lu Hong stared at Chao Chen in surprise and suddenly bit her lip and laughed. Well, that's because this wine is just better than that one. Ha! Chao Chen frowned slightly. Lu Hong didn't hide it from him and explained. The wine we had that cost over 1,000 yuan a bottle was actually only worth about 100 yuan. This one is genuinely over 300 a bottle, so of course, it's better. This. Chao Chen stared at Lu Hong, stunned for nearly 2 or 3 seconds before saying, damn, is it really that shady in the nightlife industry? Lu Hong burst into laughter. What do you think? Do you think the monthly salary of 30 to 50,000 yuan for nightlife girls comes from thin air? Isn't it all from you big fools? Of course, I can't say it like that. People spend money for fun, that's just how nightlife is. A regular cup of water in a bar sells for over 10 yuan, and I haven't seen anyone complain about the price. Chao Chen smiled wryly and nodded. Alright, I get how profitable the nightlife is now. Let's talk about business. Lu Hong nodded with a smile, took a sip of red wine, and said, go ahead, what business? Chao Chen looked into Lu Hong's eyes for 3 or 4 seconds before speaking. How about you stop working at Jinding KTV and come work with me? What? Lu Hong paused her movement of holding the wine, and her gaze towards Chao Chen immediately became incredulous. She tentatively asked, what do you mean by working with you? Can you be more specific? I plan to open a bar, Xiao Chen said, but right now I need a manager, so I want to invite you to help me manage the bar. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong furrowed her brows. She thought for a moment, set down her wine glass, and said, "Actually, I don't recommend you open a bar. If you knew about the nightlife in Haicheng, you would understand that the nightlife here is already saturated. Especially bars. In the past 2 years, several new bars have opened in Haicheng, but none have succeeded, all losing money. Because the bars in Haicheng have already been divided up by the 5 major bars, leaving nothing for others. The top one is of course the Emperor Bar, with its unique geographical location, taking full advantage of the location. Next are the Hanhai Bar, the Fire Phoenix Bar, the 444 Bar, and the Siang Bar. These 4 are all well-established and well-known bars with very stable clientele and obvious geographical advantages. Besides these 5 bars, can you name any other bar in Haicheng that has succeeded? Either they are lukewarm or barely hanging on. So, I really don't recommend you get into the bar business. It's too difficult, and it won't succeed. If you really have that idea, wait for 2 years. When the Yindong Special Zone has a rough shape built, go there early to pick a good location. The Yindong Special Zone is definitely going to be developed vigorously, so if you lay out there in advance, you might be able to set up a bar. As for here in Hai City, don't even think about it, it absolutely won't work." Hearing Lu Hong's advice, Xiao Chen smiled and took a puff of his cigar, saying, "You've misunderstood my intention. I'm not looking to open a new bar, I'm looking to take over an existing one. As for which one, I can't tell you yet because there are still uncertain factors, but it will be one of the 5 bars you mentioned. So, are you interested in working with me?" The reason Xiao Chen invited Lu Hong was not because of her natural charm or her familiarity with the nightlife scene. It was because, in his previous life, she had switched jobs to the Emperor Bar, becoming its general manager, and turned it into the most impressive bar in Hai City. Although the Emperor Bar is already the best bar in Hai City now, after Lu Hong took over, its revenue tripled compared to what it is now. This is also why Xiao Chen knew about Lu Hong. If she were just a small supervisor at the Golden KTV, how could someone like Xiao Chen, who was in prison, know about such a minor character? He knew her because she was a legend in Hai City's nightlife, and many of the local tough guys who later ended up in prison knew her, which eventually reached Xiao Chen's ears. Of course, Xiao Chen's understanding of Lu Hong was not entirely pieced together from prison gossip. Gossip is ultimately unreliable. His knowledge of Lu Hong mainly came from a little brother of his in prison named Yang Sandao. Yang Sandao was not an ordinary person. There are only about 6 or 7 prominent tough guys in Hai City, and Yang Sandao is one of them. People in the underworld referred to him as Brother Dao. One could say that Yang Sandao was on a level far above Wolf Brother Li Jianguo, a major figure in Hai City. Moreover, according to the timeline of his previous life, Yang Sandao would soon become Lu Hong's big boss. All of this starts with Xiong Bufan. Xiong Bufan was definitely one of the top tough guys in Hai City. In his previous life, after Xiong Bufan and his core gang members were all buried at sea, his power in Hai City was completely finished. All of his assets were confiscated by the state. However, these assets did not include the Emperor Bar. Although the Emperor Bar was Xiong Bufan's property, it was not under his name but under the name of one of his lovers. Just like Wolf Brother Li Jianguo, the 2 KTVs he controlled and the 50 million in savings were also not in his name but in the name of his major lover, Su Rulin. This arrangement can be simply understood as a way to have multiple escape routes, preventing everything from being taken away in one fell swoop if something went wrong later. Xiong Bufan was in a similar situation. Although the Emperor Bar was his, it was not registered under his name but under the name of one of his lovers. This led to the situation where, after Xiong Bufan and his core gang members died, the Emperor Bar truly became the personal asset of that lover. However, that lover was timid and, after Xiong Bufan's death, worried that she would also be targeted for liquidation, so she hurriedly sold the Emperor Bar at a low price and ran away with the money. Speaking of this, an interesting thing must be mentioned. When the Emperor Bar was sold at a low price, all the prominent businessmen in Hai City, as well as tough guys like Yang Sandao, knew about it, but no one dared to buy it. Because Xiong Bufan was being liquidated, who would dare to buy his bar? What if they got burned in the process? In the end, the Emperor Bar was bought by an unsuspecting businessman from Guang Province at a very low price. Later, when everyone saw that nothing was wrong, they couldn't sit still. They knew very well how profitable the Emperor Bar was. It was like a hen that laid golden eggs. As a result, it was unexpectedly bought by an outsider from Guang Province, which was intolerable. The first to react was Yang Sandao. Since Yang Sandao's territory was closest to the Emperor Bar, he had the advantage and spoke some heartfelt words to this businessman from Guang Province. Eventually, this businessman from Guang Province gritted his teeth and handed over 80% of the shares of the Emperor Bar to Yang Sandao. With Yang Sandow, a local power player, in charge, the Emperor Bar settled down. After all, the prominent figures and various ruffians in Haicheng all knew Yang Sandow. Since the bar had already fallen into his hands, it was naturally impossible to snatch it away from him. First, they might not be able to outmatch Yang Sandow. Second, they wouldn't dare to. Because the reckoning from Xiong Bufan had not yet ended, who would dare to fight at such a critical moment? Seeking death? Thus, the Emperor Bar was divided with Yang Sandow holding 80% and the businessman from Guang province holding 20%. Later, by a stroke of luck, one of Yang Sandow's subordinates informed him that a woman named Lu Hong at Jinding KTV had both the means and the brains and could be a great asset. Yang Sandow used some tactics and really managed to recruit Lu Hong. The result was that the brilliance Lu Hong displayed at the Emperor Bar far exceeded everyone's expectations, including Yang Sandow's. Under Lu Hong's management, the bar's revenue directly tripled compared to before. It should be noted that when the Emperor Bar was under Xiong Bufan's control, its annual net profit was already 200 million. By the time it reached Lu Hong, the annual net profit soared to 600 million. What does that mean? To put it bluntly, it was enough to crush 60% or even 70% of the listed companies on the A-share market. Many listed companies with thousands of employees couldn't earn that much money. It was precisely because of such a brilliant record that Lu Hong was called a nightlife legend. Unfortunately, this glory lasted only 3 years before she was killed. Coincidentally, that person later ended up in Haicheng's second prison and, like Yang Sandow, became his subordinate. Of course, all of this is a story for another time. Moreover, with Chao Chen around, such things from the past would definitely not happen again. In the room, Lu Hong stared straight into Chao Chen's eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to take over one of the 5 major bars? If it weren't for having witnessed Chao Chen's drinking capacity, Lu Hong would have thought he was already drunk. Who gave him the courage? How dare he claim he would take over one of the 5 major bars in Haicheng? Did he even know what he was saying? Which of the 5 major bars in Haicheng wasn't backed by an unapproachable force? Moreover, these were all blood-earned businesses. Who would hand over such a venture? So, was he being deceived? Thinking of this, Lu Hong said, "I say, big boss, you haven't run into a scammer recently, have you?" Scammer? Chao Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm talking about, just consider it me rambling. So, hypothetically, if I were to buy one of the 5 major bars in Haicheng, would you be willing to work with me?" This. Lu Hong thought seriously for a moment and shook her head. "Let's forget it. I'm doing quite well at Jinding right now. Besides, I'm just a small KTV supervisor. How could I have the ability to manage a bar?" In the face of Lu Hong's rejection, Chao Chen still wore a smile, as if this outcome was within his expectations. And in fact, it truly was. Because Chao Chen had learned some things from Yang Sandow. Among them was the fact that Lu Hong was quite capable in the nightlife scene, so why had she been a small supervisor at Jinding KTV all this time without switching jobs? The main reason was that the supervisor at Jinding KTV, her current superior, had a false sense of gratitude towards her. 3 years ago, Lu Hong had experienced an incident of drunken harassment. It was already late at night, and the KTV security had relaxed. A few drunk men had requested her to accompany them, and as the night went on, they became unruly. Just as Lu Hong was about to be assaulted by them in the KTV room, one of her good friends burst in, swinging a bottle and smashing it down, saving her. Otherwise, she would have certainly been violated by those drunken men. Because of this incident, Lu Hong had always been very grateful to her friend, to the extent that she never competed with her for any promotion opportunities. In fact, she even helped her behind the scenes. Thus, over the 3 years, with her assistance, her friend smoothly became a senior supervisor at Jinding KTV, becoming her superior. Meanwhile, Lu Hong remained just a small supervisor at Jinding KTV. The reason she didn't leave was also because of her good friend. Her friend needed her help to do well in this supervisory role. If she left, her friend would definitely be dismissed. To put it bluntly, her friend had no real ability to be a supervisor and relied entirely on Lu Hong's covert support. However, there was one thing Lu Hong didn't know, that 3 years ago, the incident had actually been a deliberate scheme by her good friend. If it weren't for Yang Sandow being Chao Chen's little brother in prison and having detailed discussions about Lu Hong, this legendary woman of the nightlife, he wouldn't have known all this. 3 years ago, Jinding KTV was conducting a selection for supervisors. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Hong would have definitely secured the position, as her abilities in the nightlife scene were outstanding. Her good friend, Huang Dongmei, also wanted to be a supervisor but couldn't compete with Lu Hong, so she devised a dirty trick. Huang Dongmei took advantage of Lu Hong's loyalty, having her then-boyfriend bring a few friends to KTV to stage a drunken assault on Lu Hong. Then, she would swoop in for a heroic rescue. In the end, Huang Dongmei's gamble paid off. Because of this incident, Lu Hong withdrew from the competition for the supervisor position and even helped her become the supervisor. Not only that, but Lu Hong also assisted Huang Dongmei step by step over the past 3 years to become a senior supervisor at Jinding KTV. In a previous life, Yang Sandao had also learned about this hidden truth, which was why he managed to lure Lu Hong away from Jinding KTV, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to. However, Chao Chen didn't plan to tell Lu Hong about this tonight, because if Lu Hong found out tonight, she would definitely be too distracted to focus on anything else. It was hard to come by, and Chao Chen wanted to see her skills and abilities. Alright, Chao Chen exhaled a puff of pale smoke and smiled. I was just saying, if you don't come, you don't come. Besides, I might not even be able to secure that bar. Come on, let's talk about what we should talk about tonight. That outfit you wore at the hotel today was nice, but I didn't get a good look at it. How about you show it to me again? Lu Hong giggled, holding her wine glass. She tilted her head back and down the red wine in her glass, then stood up, smiling as she walked towards Chao Chen. The next morning, at 8 o'clock. On the soft bed, Lu Hong was still in a deep sleep when suddenly, a ringing phone jolted her awake. With a tired expression, she picked up her phone without looking at who it was and casually clicked on the video invitation sent by the other party. When the video connection was established, a pure-looking girl with good looks appeared on the screen. It was Su Jiao Jiao, who had dinner with them last night. Seeing Lu Hong on the video, Su Jiao Jiao was momentarily taken aback, but then her smile brightened as she said, "Hi, Hong Jia, good morning." Upon seeing Su Jiao Jiao, Lu Hong perked up, her expression slightly awkward, but she also smiled. "Oh, it's Jiao Jiao, good morning. So, have you eaten?" "Hee, not yet," Su Jiao Jiao replied with a smile. "I made plans with that dog man to have breakfast together this morning, so, is he awake?" Lu Hong looked around and cleared her throat. "Ahem, he should be awake by now. He's not here, let me call him." "Chao Chen, what are you doing? Your Jiao Jiao is looking for you." Coming. The voice came from outside the bedroom as Chao Chen walked in while brushing his teeth. He took the phone Lu Hong handed him, smiled at Su Jiao Jiao, and mumbled, "I'll finish washing up soon, and then I'll come find you." Su Jiao Jiao smiled back, her eyes crescent-shaped. No rush, take your time washing up. I'll go for a run on the playground first. Let me know when you're almost here." Running? As soon as he heard Su Jiao Jiao mention running, for some reason, Chao Chen's mind was filled with a grand scene. "Alright, then you go run first. I'll let you know when I'm close." After saying that, Chao Chen hung up the video call and turned back to the bathroom. More than 10 minutes later, when Chao Chen returned to the bedroom, he had finished washing up and was dressed. Lu Hong was still awake, leaning against the headboard smoking. Lu Hong glanced at Chao Chen and said seriously, "Jiao Jiao is a good girl, you must not miss out on her." "Don't worry," Chao Chen smiled, "she's my designated wife." As he spoke, Chao Chen took a lady's cigarette from the box on the bedside table and put it in his mouth. Snap! With the sound of the lighter, Chao Chen lit it and took a puff, raising an eyebrow. It actually has a fragrance. No wonder it's called a lady's cigarette. Then, Chao Chen changed the subject. "By the way, do you have a good sister named Huang Dongmei?" To his surprise, Chao Chen actually knew Huang Dongmei, and Lu Hong looked astonished for a moment before nodding. "That's right, Huang Dongmei is my best sister, but how do you know her?" "Oh, I heard about her by chance," Chao Chen said, sitting down on the edge of the bed. "But be careful with her. You consider her a good sister, but she might not think of you as one." "What?" Lu Hong's brows furrowed. Huang Dongmei was her best sister. What did Chao Chen mean by that? "What do you mean?" "We're the best of sisters, so close that we might as well wear the same dress. Why should I be careful of her?" "TSK. Chao Chen clicked his tongue. "You see, I just said she might not consider you her best sister, and you're still so eager to be her good sister. Let me tell you a secret. 3 years ago, at Jinding KTV, when you were almost assaulted by a few drunk men, it was your good sister who arranged that." One of those men with a scorpion tattoo on his face was Huang Dongmei's boyfriend at the time. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Haicheng Seafood Wholesale Market and find a shop called Jiacheng Seafood. That man is selling fish there now. After saying that, Chao Chen ignored Lu Hong's stunned expression, raised an eyebrow at her, and got up to leave. In the room, it wasn't until she almost burned her hand with the cigarette that Lu Hong snapped back to reality. She glanced at the cigarette in her hand, now just a stub, frowned, and pressed it into the ashtray. Originally, she had wanted to catch up on sleep after Chao Chen left. After all, she hadn't slept all night. However, after being informed of this news by Chao Chen, she lost all sense of drowsiness. "Impossible, that dog of a man must be lying to me. Besides, this happened 3 years ago. and there weren't many people who knew about it. How could he possibly know? Although she said she didn't believe it, Lu Hong's hands were not idle. She quickly got dressed, hurriedly washed up, didn't even put on makeup, and put on a mask before heading out the door. At 10:30 in the morning, at the Haicheng Seafood Wholesale Market, Lu Yuling finally found the store called Jiacheng Seafood Wholesale at the 4th stall of the 8th booth, as Chao Chen had mentioned. Originally, Lu Hong still held a glimmer of hope, but when she saw the store owner attending to customers inside, her heart sank to the bottom. It was the man who had forcefully pinned her down on the KTV sofa 3 years ago. Although the scorpion tattoo on his face had been removed, the faint traces were still visible. Moreover, even without that tattoo, Lu Hong could recognize him just by his face. It really was him. Lu Hong, wearing a mask, stood not far away, staring blankly at the man, feeling her mind go blank. 3 years ago, she had almost been taken advantage of in a KTV booth, and it turned out it was arranged by her best sister, Huang Dongmei. Just thinking about how she had disregarded her own future for the past 3 years, fully dedicating herself to helping her good sister Huang Dongmei rise to success, filled her with an unnamed rage that surged to the top of her head. 3 years. She had always regarded the other as her best sister. She had even sacrificed her own future for this useless person. But in the end, the other had only used her as a tool, treated her like a clown. Recalling her sacrifices over the past 3 years, Lu Hong felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Huang Dongmei. You can deceive me for my money, you can deceive me for my body, but you cannot deceive me for my feelings. Huang Dongmei, you better pray that what Chao Chen said is false, otherwise, just wait for my wrath. Although she had confirmed that the fish seller in front of her was indeed the man from 3 years ago, it still didn't confirm that the events from 3 years ago were arranged by Huang Dongmei. So, she needed to verify one last time. Taking advantage of the moment when there were no customers in the store, Lu Hong adjusted her mask to cover her face more securely and walked over. Hello, beautiful, what would you like? As soon as Lu Hong entered the store, the man from 3 years ago greeted her with a smile. Lu Hong replied cheerfully, "Oh, I have a friend coming today, planning to get some seafood." While surveying the seafood boxes in the store, she said earnestly, "These crabs look quite fat." "Indeed." The man quickly replied, "This season is the best time of the year to eat crabs. We received 5 large boxes today, and these are all that's left." Lu Hong nodded, "Then pack them all for me, boss." "Sure thing." The store owner packed up all the crabs, about 20 or 30 of them, each the size of a palm. "The shrimp today are also quite large, give me 2 pounds of those, and pick the lively ones, don't give me the dead ones." "Don't worry, I only sell fresh ones, never dead ones. The dead ones I keep for myself. And those mantis shrimp, give me 2 pounds of those as well." "All right." After a flurry of buying, she spent about 500 to 600. Just as Lu Hong was waiting for the man to weigh and settle the bill, suddenly, she seemed to discover something. Staring at the man's face, she exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, are you Huang Dongmei's boyfriend?" The man who was originally weighing and calculating suddenly froze when he heard the name Huang Dongmei, quickly looking at Lu Hong. Who are you?" "Me? I used to be neighbors with Huang Dongmei." Lu Hong didn't take off her mask, her tone cheerful, "Then I moved away." "It's you, right? I remember you have a scorpion tattoo on your face." "Oh." The man smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, I broke up with Huang Dongmei a long time ago." "Ah?" Lu Hong was taken aback, confused. "How did you break up? I thought you two were getting married." "Well, it's a long story." The man sighed, "My family is in the seafood business, and they want me to take over, but she didn't like me smelling like fish all day and wanted me to do something else. In the end, we broke up because of these conflicts." "Oh," Lu Hong said regretfully, "what a pity. I really thought highly of you two. When did you break up?" "I never heard Dongmei mention it." "A long time ago." The man laughed, "At the end of the year before last. It's been almost 2 years now." "The end of the year before last." Lu Hong said seriously, "I saw you in February of that year, and you were still together, right?" Yes. The man replied, "At that time, we were still in love. We started dating in October of the year before last, and in February, we were still very much in love." Hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in Lu Hong's heart was extinguished. It was on the 22nd of February that year that this man had pressed her down on the sofa in the KTV. It had been over 2 years since then, and in a few months, it would be 3 years. At that time, Huang Dongmei was still in a passionate relationship with this man. No wonder she had planned to call the police, but Huang Dongmei had always stopped her. She said that such things happening in KTV were normal. That if the leaders found out, they would definitely be scolded for making a fuss. That if it got out, it would affect KTV's image, and no one would dare to come and play, and she would be fired by the boss. In short, Huang Dongmei had found a bunch of reasons to stop her from calling the police. Now, looking back, There weren't that many reasons. In the end, there was just one. Her boyfriend was inside. Moreover, the entire incident was orchestrated by her, and she was afraid that if she called the police, she would get herself involved. After understanding the truth from 3 years ago, Lu Hong didn't say anything more, casually made a few dismissive remarks, paid the bill, and left with the seafood. Finally, when it was 11:30 in the morning, Lu Hong suddenly woke up, realizing that she had been sitting in the car in a daze for 30 or 40 minutes. She wanted to find someone to chat with, but looking at the hundreds of friends in her contacts, she didn't know who to reach out to. Even her best sister was just plotting against her, using her. Who else could she find? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. A scoundrel of a man, but incredibly powerful. Remembering what happened last night, Lu Hong suddenly smiled. That dog of a man, he clearly knew the truth long ago but only told me in the morning before leaving. He was afraid that if he told me last night, it would affect my state and mood, thus impacting his own experience. No wonder Jiao Jiao calls him a dog man, he really is quite dog-like. While cursing Chao Chen, Lu Hong directly dialed his number. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, in front of a snack cart, Su Jiao Jiao happily received a cheese grilled corn. The so-called cheese grilled corn is simply spreading cheese on a corn cob, heating it until it's cooked. Su Jiao Jiao held the cheese grilled corn in her hand, puffing her cheeks to blow on it, and just as she was about to take a bite, suddenly, as if she thought of something, she covered her mouth and started to laugh. What's wrong? Chao Chen looked at Su Jiao Jiao, puzzled. Su Jiao Jiao, smiling, brought a cheesy grilled corn to Chao Chen. Isn't it about right? Chao Chen examined it closely and asked in confusion. What do you mean by about right? Is there a bug in it? No. Su Jiao Jiao's face turned red as she took out an egg left over from the morning and placed it on top of the corn cob. Seeing the combination Su Jiao Jiao had made, Chao Chen was taken aback and broke into a grin. Wow, you're really something. Su Jiao Jiao laughed even harder, her face flushed, hurriedly stuffing the egg back into her pocket. What do you know? This is called having Buddha in your heart, and everything you see is Buddha. Chao Chen was so surprised that Su Jiao Jiao would use that phrase in this context that he didn't know what to say. Just then, a phone call came in.